Pingjiang Province, Silino. One high school. Today was the annual day when students awakened their professional talents. A crisp chime echoed in his mind. A mechanical voice in tone, ding upon participating in the awakening ceremony, the infinite attribute modification system begins binding. Jiang Tian murmured, the system has finally arrived. It has been 5 years. Do you have any idea what these 5 years have been like for me? Within the awakening field, Jiang Tian threw his head back and let out a long howl. He was a transmigrator. 5 years ago, just after completing his postgraduate studies, he had been beaten to death by his graduate student wife's enraged husband, only to awaken in this parallel world. 5 full years had passed. He had thought he would never be blessed with a system and had already resigned himself to wasting away lying flat and doing nothing. Yet unexpectedly the system had neither abandoned nor forsaken him. System, what functions do you have? He asked. This system grants 1 modification point per second. Modification points can be used to alter any attribute of the host: strength, defense, speed, magic resistance, critical strike, rate evasion, and so on. Before Jiang Tian's eyes, modification points began to rise in an endless stream. Damn, this is insane, he sucked in a sharp breath. In this parallel world, there were all kinds of professional talents. Some possessed ferocious offensive power, others boasted astounding defensive capabilities. A normal person's attributes were always limited, but his were infinite. Did this not mean that given time he would become truly invincible? Just imagining it made his blood race. A system panel unfolded before Jiang Tian. Host Jiang Tian. Level 0. Modification points increasing. Strength amplification currently modifiable 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense amplification system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Speed amplification system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Critical strike amplification system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance amplification system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. System level 1. Energy required for upgrade 0-100. Note: slaying exotic beasts will grant energy points. Next level effect: 2 modification points per second. After reading through the panel, Jiang Tian lifted his gaze back toward the awakening field. Rank talent. Next. Rank talent. Next. Each cohort is worse than the last. You are the weakest batch I have ever taught. Several awakening instructors could not help but shake their heads and sigh as they spoke. Nearly 200 students had awakened, and almost all of them possessed only E-rank talents. If this continued, what hope did Sealy know? One high school have for this year's martial arts entrance examination. Next class, one's class monitor Jiang Tian. When this name was called, numerous teachers and students turned expectant gazes toward him. After all, Jiang Tian's academic performance had always been unparalleled in the school. He had always ranked first in cultural subjects. Generally speaking, those with exceptional academic scores tended to awaken non-trivial martial talents as well. The crowd speculated that his talent would be at least brank. If he truly awakened a brank talent, then Jiang Tian might well vie for a place among the top 100 candidates in Pingjiang Province's martial entrance examinations this year. Monitor, you can do it. Many students from Class 1 shouted joyfully. What's there to be so smug about? Students from Class 2 and other classes cursed under their breath. Under Jiang Tian's leadership, Class 1 had always suppressed them, and this time they were eager to see him awaken the most worthless talent possible. Jiang Tian awakening failed. No talent detected. The very next instant, before the murmurs had even died down, the testing apparatus displayed its verdict. What? The monitor actually failed to awaken. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Students and teachers from Class 1 stared in disbelief, and several other teachers were equally stunned. In this world, statistics showed that 80% of people successfully awakened talents. Only the remaining 20% would fail and remain ordinary. Does this mean the monitor will become just an ordinary person? In this era, an ordinary person found it extremely difficult to stand out, destined to occupy the lowest rungs of society. Heaven truly is eyes. Jiang Tian failed his awakening. Still, with his academic scores, he can always come work at my family's company as an office clerk in the future, someone said with mocking laughter. Several other petty sarcastic voices joined in. The testing instructor, afraid that the device had malfunctioned, had Jiang Tian tested once more, yet the result remained the same: failure. Students and teachers of Class 1 were at a loss for words, unable to offer meaningful comfort. Yet Jiang Tian himself remained utterly unconcerned. After all, he possessed the infinite modification system. No matter how mighty a professional talent might be, could it possibly surpass his system? After more than an hour, the awakening ceremony at Silino, one high school, finally drew to a close. At the end, the principal stepped forward to announce matters concerning the upcoming martial entrance examinations. Now I will keep my remarks brief. What I wish to say can be summarized in 6 points, the principal began. After school, Jiang Tian prepared to head home. At that moment, he checked his modification points. After more than 2 hours of accumulation, the total had already reached 8200 points. System allocate all points to strength, he commanded. Ding, strength amplification modification complete. The host's current strength is 8200 gene, the system replied. A thunderous roar seemed to echo within him. Jiang Tian felt a primordial force surge through his limbs. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. According to the statistics he had studied on professional talents, even in a rank strength-type talent would possess at most 800 gene of strength immediately after awakening. In just over 2 hours, he already exceeded that tenfold. By the time the martial entrance examinations were held, his strength might well start from at least 100,000 gene. Would he not then sweep the entire field? A mere top 100 in Pingjiang province. That was far too low a bar. His true goal was to become the martial champion of Pingjiang province. With that thought, exhilaration surged through him. He strode briskly out of the campus, ready to head home. Yet he had barely walked a few steps past the gate when he ran into a familiar face. Zhou Xiaolong, Class 2's class monitor, who had just awakened a rank giant talent, a strength-type talent. At that moment, Zhou Xiaolong led several of Class 2's lackeys to surround Jiang Tian. Ha ha, Jiang Tian, who would have thought that you also? Bang! Before Zhou Xiaolong could finish, Jiang Tian had already lost interest in his nonsense. He had no time to waste on this fool. He simply drove his fist into the nearest lackey, sending the boy flying. That was no mere metaphor. He literally sent the boy airborne. With Jiang Tian's current strength of 8200 gene and the lackey weighing barely 200 gene, the latter was launched over 10 meters into the air. The unfortunate boy crashed into a tree and hung there fainting from fright. Hiss! Zhou Xiaolong and his followers all sucked in sharp breaths. Was Jiang Tian not supposed to have failed his awakening? How could a single punch carry such terrifying force? Zhou Xiaolong's heart quaked. Even with his rank strength-type giant talent, he knew he could never send someone soaring into the sky with one blow. Little did he know that Jiang Tian had actually held back, otherwise that lackey might still be falling. All of you attack together, Zhou Xiaolong shouted as the other lackeys charged forward. Bang bang. Within mere seconds, that same tree was festooned with bodies. As for Zhou Xiaolong himself, Jiang Tian seized him one-handed, then flung him like a basketball hundreds of meters away into the school's artificial lake. A resounding splash erupted as he hit the lake's surface. This spectacle left the students watching from inside and outside the campus utterly terrified. My God, wasn't Jiang Tian supposed to have failed his awakening? Weren't they saying he was just an ordinary person? Zhou Xiaolong weighs over 200 gene and Jiang Tian just tossed him into the artificial lake like a basketball. And you call that ordinary? You dare call this an ordinary person? When Jiang Tian returned home, his father Jiang Gua immediately stepped forward and asked, well, what talent did you awaken? No talent. None at all. Jiang Gua sighed as though he had suddenly aged several decades. A deep weariness spread across his face. Perhaps it is for the best. An ordinary life is a blessing. Yet he quickly added another line, afraid of utterly crushing his son's spirit, for he knew how proud Jiang Tian was. Since it has turned out this way, you should go online now and cancel your registration for the martial track college entrance exam and switch to the academic track exam instead. Jiang Gua continued, explaining that because the school had registered everyone uniformly and gave priority to the martial track, anyone who failed to awaken had to personally cancel their martial track registration online. There is no need, father. Believe in me, Jiang Tian replied with a faint smile. Very well, Jiang Gua said, no more taking it as his son's final act of stubbornness. Since the martial track exam would only begin the day after tomorrow, he believed Jiang Tian would adjust his mindset in time. As for Jiang Tian, he returned to his own room and opened the messages and files that had been sent in the class group chat. Most of the messages were words of comfort, and many classmates had even sent him private messages. The files were notices from the school about important points for the martial track exams, as well as several general-use martial techniques for the exam. Those techniques were prepared for students who had successfully awakened, but since they were group files, Jiang Tian downloaded a copy as well and began to read. All of them were first-tier martial techniques suitable for levels 1 through 10. Within each tier, there were also divisions of basic, intermediate, advanced, super, and ultimate techniques. There were fist arts, spear arts, blade arts, and the like. After all, supernatural abilities alone were not enough. Only by pairing them with martial techniques could one truly stand out in the martial track exams. Only then would one have the means to slay the many exotic beasts. Jiang Tian skimmed through several techniques. Most did not suit him. To be precise, the basic and intermediate ones did not, whereas the advanced and super techniques were quite to his liking. He first studied an advanced martial technique, Red Flame Fist, then a super martial technique, Divine Wind Kick, and finally an ultimate technique, Great Sun Halberd Art. They are all meant for ability users to cultivate. I wonder if I can use them as well. Jiang Tian mused. His physical strength was already terrifying, and these chosen techniques matched him extremely well. He opened the contents of Red Flame Fist first. Ding detected modifiable martial technique Red Flame Fist. Modify. All of a sudden Jiang Tian heard the system's voice echo in his mind. What was going on? Could martial techniques also be modified? Red Flame Fist Beginner. Modifiable points 134,910. Because some time had passed since he left school, his modification points had already accumulated to 1349, while the system required only 10 points to raise Red Flame Fist from beginner to minor attainment. Modify Jiang Tian confirmed. The next instant, the contents of Red Flame Fist in his mind became much simpler, as if he had practiced it hundreds of times. 1339100. He spent another 100 modification points raising Red Flame Fist from minor attainment to proficient, and then from proficient to great mastery at the cost of a further 1,000 points. He could not help but grow excited. Any martial technique was divided into 4 stages: beginner, minor attainment, proficient, and great mastery. This first-tier advanced technique, on par with inscribed talent, would ordinarily take at least half a month to reach minor attainment. Even monsters of peerless comprehension would need about 3 days. Yet Jiang Tian had reached great mastery in a matter of seconds. Truly, modification was invincible. Jiang Tian planned to raise the super technique Divine Wind Kick and the ultimate Great Sun Halberd art to great mastery as well, but for the moment his points were insufficient. He simply decided to leave it until the next day. The next morning, when he woke, 10 hours had passed since he had last spent his points. Jiang Tian checked his current modifiable points. Modifiable points 36000. He first upgraded Divine Wind Kick and Great Sun Halberd art to minor attainment. Unlike advanced techniques, super techniques required twice as many points and ultimate techniques twice that again. Even so, the cost was not too high and Jiang Tian could easily afford it. Spending 2,200 and 2,000 points, he pushed Divine Wind Kick straight to great mastery. Then with 4,400 and 4,000 points, he raised Great Sun Halberd art to great mastery as well. With 2,9400 points remaining, Jiang Tian converted all of them into strength. Adding them to yesterday's 8,200 gene of force, his power now reached 37600 gene. After finishing all his modifications, Jiang Tian left his room. His father Jiang Hua had already gone to work. On the table, he had left a bank card for Jiang Tian along with a note asking him to buy something for himself and cheer up a little. Taking the bank card, Jiang Tian already knew what he wanted to buy: super alloy. He intended to use it to forge a war halberd so that the Great Sun Halberd art could truly come into play. Super alloy, officially certified, was the only material permitted on the martial track examination grounds. Its density was immense and its hardness extreme, allowing it to pierce the defenses of even the thick-skinned, heavily armored exotic beasts with ease. Its only drawback was its weight. Even a dagger-sized piece weighed 6,000 gene. For others this was a disadvantage, but for Jiang Tian, it was precisely what he wanted. What he needed was a weapon of great weight and fearsome sharpness, who otherwise relying on his bare hands to tear apart beasts might not be very convenient in the martial track exams. After breakfast, Jiang Tian arrived at a specialty store for super alloy metals. "Hello, I need to custom order a war halberd." "A halberd? Are you sure?" The shop owner was skeptical. "I should remind you that the density of super alloy is enormous. A single halberd will weigh at least 100,000 gene." Jiang Tian did a quick calculation. Although his current strength had not yet reached 100,000 gene, judging by how fast his modification points were increasing, he would have that much strength by 6 o'clock this afternoon. And by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, when the martial track exams officially began, his strength would be close to 200,000 gene. Dealing with a 100,000 gene super alloy halberd would be more than manageable. "A halberd for sure. Just focus on forging it," he said. "All right," the owner replied, no longer arguing. With money on the table, why refuse the business? The two of them then went inside to discuss the halberd's design and dimensions in detail. After Jiang Tian paid the deposit, the owner promised that it would be finished today by 9 o'clock at the latest tonight. Leaving the super alloy shop, Jiang Tian checked the balance on the bank card and realized the funds were now severely depleted. It had held 50,000 before, now only 10,000 remained. He had already paid 40,000 as a deposit, and that did not even include the remaining balance of 360,000. "What a damn money sink," Jiang Tian muttered. Still, earning money was no longer difficult for him. With his current strength of 37600 gene, he only needed to clear a dungeon, slaughter some exotic beasts, and collect a few valuable first-tier materials. Beast materials were extremely lucrative, and if his luck held, and he found several energy cores, the remaining balance would be easily covered. The nearest dungeon was more than 100 li away from Sealy City. To reach it, one had to take an official spatial gate, a teleportation array crafted by those with spatial affinity. Those stepping into the teleportation array were mostly people heading into the dungeon to farm materials, their levels hovering around 1 to 10. There were also martial hall instructors leading their students in for their first real experience. After awakening their class talents, they were given a single day to familiarize themselves with what exotic beasts were like, though this required teachers to escort them for safety. Wealthier families could afford the fees, and martial hall instructors would even let their students slay exotic beasts to temporarily raise their levels. Though a single day could not raise them many levels, they could at least gain one level, and at most anywhere from 3 levels or so, depending entirely on the instructor's capabilities. Little brother, are you planning to enter the dungeon alone? A martial hall instructor looked Jiang Tian up and down, his eyes filled with doubt. After all, the death rate in dungeons was notoriously high. Without an instructor escorting you the entire way, a rookie entering alone was almost guaranteed to die. Little brother, why don't you join my class? I just happen to have one slot left and the price isn't high. 100,000 will do. Hey little brother, don't listen to him. That guy is only level 8. I'm different. I'm level 10. You'd be much safer signing up for my class. In an instant, many martial hall instructors were trying to persuade Jiang Tian, but he had no interest. Sorry, there's no need for that, Jiang Tian refused calmly. The main reason was that he had no money. Even if he did, he would not squander it in such a way. Besides, the strongest among these martial hall instructors were only level 10. If they encountered a truly vicious exotic beast, whether they themselves could survive would be questionable. Before coming here, Jiang Tian had carefully read the information. In this exotic beast dungeon, the strongest beasts could reach level 13. Prepare yourselves, teleportation is about to begin, the official in charge barked. Everyone immediately fell silent. A flash of white light enveloped them, and Jiang Tian and the others arrived at the dungeon. It was a dense jungle, and they were currently at the outer perimeter. Exotic beasts were relatively scarce in the outer ring, and their lethality was low. Thus, the martial hall instructors led their students to start by experiencing battle there. Jiang Tian also walked inward. He could see that those present were not only martial hall instructors and students, but also teams dedicated to farming materials. The first group he encountered was the wolf hunters, a squad specializing in hunting ice wolf beasts. Ice wolf beasts occasionally dropped ice crystals, the primary ingredient for crafting first-tier medicinal materials. The purchase price of ice crystals was high, generally around 500 per piece. Since ice wolf beasts were usually level 1 to 3 and had a decent drop rate, squads farming them were the most common. Jiang Tian decided to first try killing a few ice wolf beasts himself. However, the squads in front had already divided up their own hunting grounds, so he had no choice but to move deeper and seek other territory. Before long, he reached an area without any squads. As soon as he stepped in, a chilling wolf howl rang out. A level 3 ice wolf beast burst out, its eyes gleaming. Normally, such a wolf would be the equivalent of a captain within its pack. Oh no, little brother, your luck is terrible running into a wolf captain like that. Hurry and run. Yeah, little brother, don't just stand there. Ice wolf beasts are terrifyingly fast and hit hard. Even I'd have to avoid it for the time being, a level 3 squad captain shouted. Why isn't this kid moving? Judging from the look of him, it's his first time here. He must be scared stiff, the others muttered as they struggled with the ice wolf beasts on their own side, unable to spare the effort to help Jiang Tian. They could only show regret on their faces. Sigh, I wonder whose child he is. What a pity. Why didn't he sign up with a class before coming? Coming into a dungeon alone isn't that just. As they were still discussing, the ice wolf beast captain pounced at Jiang Tian. Its massive front claw, over a meter long, swung down with astonishing force. With a dull boom, Jiang Tian met it heated. He wanted to test exactly how strong the ice wolf beast was. At the moment of impact, he realized its strength was far inferior to his own. By rough estimate, that claw carried about 6,000 Jin of force. Jiang Tian did not kill the ice wolf beast with a single blow. Instead, he used it to adjust to real combat first. Once he had fully adapted, he decided to test his Scarlet Flame fist technique. With a thunderous bang, his fist roared through the air like a tiger. The ice wolf beast assumed this human youth was blatantly provoking its dignity. After all, how much strength could an 18-year-old boy possibly possess? Nearby teams farming monsters were baffled. Is that kid actually going to go head-to-head with an ice wolf beast? I've got a Kraid strength talent, and I wouldn't dare to take it heathen like that. How does he have the nerve? They all shook their heads. The kid was far too young. That was not how one was supposed to fight. There were specific tactics against ice wolf beasts. One had to avoid their sharp edge, not collide with it heathen. Yet the very next second, the ice wolf beast captain let out a miserable howl as its head was blasted open by Jiang Tian's punch, a gaping hole torn through it. Blood mixed with white brain matter poured out. With a heavy thud, the enormous wolf corpse crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He killed the ice wolf beast with one punch. That was a level 3 ice wolf beast captain. No, I must be dreaming. This can't be real. Everyone could hardly believe it. It was utterly outrageous that this youth had felled the wolf captain with a single punch. What shocked them even more was how effortless he made it look. For their squads to bring down such a formidable wolf captain, they would first have to draw up a plan, then surround it with several people, and fight for at least a quarter of an hour, if not half. And yet this kid had simply rushed in and finished it instantly. Instant killed an ice wolf beast. Everyone drew in a sharp breath once more. The ice wolf beast's head had been protected by scales, yet it still had a bloody hole punched clean through. That one punch of his must have carried at least 10,000 gene of force. While the others stood there stupefied, Jiang Tian calmly walked up to the corpse of the ice wolf beast captain and picked up the energy core that had dropped onto the ground. It was a first-tier energy core. Its purchase price was around 1,500. If he collected another 300 of these, he would have enough to pay off the remaining balance on his superalloy war halberd. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian grew excited and continued deeper. The outer ring was basically occupied by others, and the ice wolf beasts there were low-level with poor core drop rates. He decided to hunt higher-level ice wolf beasts. In the mid-ring region, there were still some squads farming materials, but there were fewer people, and the members' levels were generally higher. Levels that had been rare before, such as 3 and 4, were now commonplace here. Level 5 and 6 experts could also be seen. Naturally, the battles were far more intense. Run, hurry, the ice wolf beast leader is out. At that moment, a burly man burst out of the bushes ahead and sprinted for his life. With a deafening crash, an ice wolf beast over 2 meters tall and 3 meters long leapt out, its massive claw slamming down to swat the burly man dead on the ground. Damn, a level 8 ice wolf beast leader. The moment they saw that enormous ice wolf, every member of the nearby farming parties was seized by collective terror. An ice wolf beast leader would normally only appear in the inner ring. Whether in strength or speed, it was exceedingly formidable. In a situation like this, they could not even hope to escape. Even those among them who possessed speed-type talents could not outrun a level 8 ice wolf beast leader. It's over, we're dead. This is my first time teaming up to farm materials, and I'm going to die already. Someone could not help but lament aloud. Run quickly, another shouted, preparing for everyone to scatter. That way the chance of survival would be much higher, and as for whom the ice wolf beast leader would chase, it would depend on whose luck was worst. Aolo. Yet at that very moment, the ice wolf beast leader let out a howl, and over a dozen massive ice wolf beast captains emerged. Each of them was level 6. Could they be hunting us? A seasoned individual murmured. Ice wolf beast packs would go on a hunt at set intervals. Clearly this was precisely such a hunt. Moreover, once these creatures began to hunt, they would not let a single person go. They were determined to slaughter every last one. Fight them, damn it. Someone roared. Their path of retreat had been completely cut off. Capture the king first. Kill the ice wolf beast leader, and we'll be saved. In an instant, several level 6 squad captains charged straight toward the ice wolf beast leader. Boom. Those few were all gifted with strength-type talents. As they activated their gifts, their muscles swelled, bodies bulging until they resembled small giants. Take my strike. Their stance and momentum were impressive, yet the effect of their attacks was far from satisfactory. Snap. Of the 3 who rushed in, one was torn cleanly in half by a single swipe of the leader's claw. The other 2 were left with gashes across their chests so deep that their still beating hearts were almost visible. They were as good as dead. The 3 strongest fighters had been dealt with in a single exchange by the wolf leader. From that brief battle, Jiang Tian had gauged the tearing force in the wolf leader's strike. It was at least 25,000 gene, perhaps even higher. Those level 6 strength-type small giants possessed barely just over 3,000 gene of force. It would be a miracle if they survived. What do? We can't run, and we can't win. Everyone grew even more terrified. In such a moment, the will to survive outweighed everything else. Hey, is anyone out there? Please, someone save us. I'm willing to give you all my money. As long as someone can save me, I'm willing to give myself to him. A few women even cried out. Ha ha, encountering me can be considered your good fortune. A familiar voice drifted over, and a martial hall instructor approached with 6 students in tow. Jiang Tian remembered that this instructor was level 8. Previously, during teleportation, he had even asked Jiang Tian to enroll in his class. As for what talent he possessed, Jiang Tian had yet to see it and was somewhat curious. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm an instructor from the Taixiong Martial Hall, named Xiongba, a boxer by profession with a strength-type talent. Saving you is certainly within my capabilities, but as for the price, each person will pay 1 million. Not a single cent less, Xiongba declared, seizing the chance to extort them. After all, they were about to die. Oh, what use was 1 million then? At such a moment, preserving one's life mattered most. But we don't have that much money, many people protested. They were merely farming materials to sell, hardly wealth. You can write IOUs and repay me once you're out, or pawn anything of value as collateral. In any case, the price is non-negotiable. The crowd hesitated. I don't think we should hesitate. Instructors from the Taixiong Martial Hall are all rigorously selected elites, virtually invincible among their peers. He's level 8 as well. The dealing with a wolf leader should be more than enough. Yes, exactly. What are we waiting for? I'm agreeing at least. Teacher Xiong, this is my bank card. There's 200,000 in it. I'll write an IOU for the remaining 800,000. One person nodded, and the rest quickly followed suit. Though $1 million was a substantial sum for them, it was merely a matter of a few years' effort. They still had long lives ahead. $1 million was far from a loss, absolutely worth it. Xiongba collected everyone's bank cards and tucked away their IOUs. Once everything was in order, he finally turned to face the wolf leader. The wolf leader, meanwhile, seemed in no hurry. It appeared curious, as though wanting to see just what this group was plotting. Ice wolf beasts. I've slain no fewer than 800 of them, if not 1,000. And you at this level? Xiongba curled his lips in disdain, then activated his talent. His fists swelled until each was half a meter across. The boxer's talent manifested fully, and his fists carried a certain armor-breaking effect. Against ice wolf beasts, such a trait granted him a natural edge. Students watch closely and see how I deal with this creature. Xiongba reminded them, not forgetting to show off before his pupils. After all, if they found him impressive, they would continue enrolling in his classes, or recommend others. These were all children of affluent families. Their tuition alone often ran to $1 million. In time, that would mean a flood of money pouring into his hands. Aolo. The wolf leader lunged, swiftly colliding head-on with Xiongba's massive fists. Both were knocked back 5 or 6 meters. The wolf leader did not fare well, its claw went numb. But Xiongba was no better off. The wolf's strength and razor-sharp claws were tremendous. Fine lines of blood could already be seen on his fists. Xiongba forced himself to endure the pain. It seems that without using some real skill, I won't be able to finish you off quickly. Energies began to gather around his fists, coalescing into crimson punching force. Students, pay attention. This is the first-rank universal advanced martial technique, Scarlet Flame Fist. Its offensive might is tremendous. Your teacher needed only 3 years to cultivate it to the level of mastery. With that, Xiongba struck. Aolo. This time the wolf leader was blasted over 10 meters away, its massive body crashing to the ground with a quake-like impact. At once the students and nearby onlookers broke into applause. As expected, instructors from the Taichung Martial Hall are incredible. If I have money in the future, I'll definitely send my child to study there. My relatives were just saying they wanted to enroll their child somewhere. I think Taichung Martial Hall is a fine choice. Teacher Xiongba is undoubtedly a top-notch instructor. Wow, teacher, you're amazing. See, I told you Taichung Martial Hall was excellent. You can't go wrong, son. Faced with such praise from the crowd and his students, Xiongba grew even more pleased with himself, feeling almost lightheaded with pride. Yet, Jiang Tian noticed something different. Although the wolf leader had been sent flying more than 10 meters, the actual damage it suffered was not significant. There was no blood at all. Though it had slammed heavily into the ground with the ice wolf beast's rough exterior, such an impact was hardly worth mentioning. Aolo. The wolf leader's howl now carried a different edge. Its eyes turned scarlet, and the aura around its body grew even more ferocious. A mutated wolf leader. Jiang Tian pondered. His grades were excellent, and he had memorized numerous beast encyclopedias. From what he saw now, this wolf leader was clearly a mutated specimen. Once a mutated ice wolf beast entered an aberrant state, its strength would almost double. In other words, the wolf leader's force had risen from roughly 25,000 jin to 37,500. Xiongba is in for a miserable time, Jiang Tian murmured with a faint smile, tugging at the corner of Mr. Xiong. Be careful, that thing seems to have mutated, a student reminded him. After all, the wolf leader's aura had clearly grown far more ferocious. Don't worry. With me here, nothing will go wrong. Xiongba smiled lightly. A chilling wolf howl toward the aberrated wolf leader moved with terrifying speed. In almost the blink of an eye, it crossed more than 10 meters and appeared right before Xiongba, its claws tearing toward him. What? So fast? Xiongba's pupils contracted. Only now did he truly face the threat, but it was already too late. He crossed his fists before him to block the wolf leader's assault. With a heavy bang, he was sent flying several meters backward in the very next second. Bloody gashes covered both his fists, fresh blood constantly dripping down its scent, driving the wolf pack into even greater savagery. I took your full-powered strike. Now what about mine? Xiongba was somewhat enraged. He had just basked in a round of praise, only to be knocked back in the very next moment. Determined to make up for it, he immediately unleashed the martial art Scarlet Flame Fist. This time he went all out, and a colossal crimson fist shadow condensed in midair. With a deafening rumble, the fist shadow blasted straight forward. Scarlet scales suddenly appeared atop the wolf leader's head as it charged straight into the oncoming fist shadow. A dull booming thud resounded. Xiongba's fist shadow shattered on impact, yet the wolf leader's head did not slow at all and continued barreling toward him. Not good. Xiongba drew in a sharp breath of cold air. He had anticipated the mutated wolf leader would be formidable, but he had not expected it to be this overwhelming. His full-force attack had been broken in an instant. It was obvious he could no longer withstand a heated fight. Yet if he retreated, the students and others behind him would be condemned to death. If he did not retreat, taking the blow heated would very likely cost him his life. At that life-and-death juncture, Xiongba suddenly activated a movement technique. "I'm out of here." His figure became extremely fast, and he dove headfirst into the nearby underbrush. Yes, he ran. He was at level 8 as well. If he truly chose to flee, unless the wolf leader chased only him, those level 6 wolf captains would never be able to catch up. Besides, there were so many other prey here. The wolf leader clearly would not pursue him. As for abandoning the students, he chuckled to himself. These people were all going to die anyway. Once they were dead, who would still be around to tell on him? Once he got out, he would simply craft an excuse for the parents, claiming it was a rampage of exotic beasts. After all, beast riots happened often, as such an excuse would sound entirely plausible. Besides, he had already pocketed quite a bit of money this trip, which certainly had not been in vain. With that thought, he slipped away even faster. On the other side, near Jiang Tian, the wolf leader seemed to have long anticipated that Xiongba would flee and did not bother to chase him. It was about to fight to the death. It could kill that human, but it would not escape unscathed. Far better to hunt these weaker prey. Its next target was Jiang Tian. At that moment, Jiang Tian was examining his system panel. More than 3 hours had passed since he had last spent his modification points that morning, and now his points had accumulated once more. They had already reached over 11,000. Previously, his strength had climbed to 37600 gene, almost equal to the wolf leader's 37500 gene. But now, system allocate all of it to strength augmentation. A crisp chime sounded in his mind. The modification was successful, and his strength had now reached 48600 gene. Feeling the tremendous power surging within his body, Jiang Tian smiled. A difference of more than 10,000 gene, more than enough to deal with this giant beast. The wolf's head slammed into Jiang Tian with a crack. The impact was so tremendous that his feet plowed a furrow into the ground, pushing him back nearly a meter. But in the next instant, Jiang Tian stamped both feet down and steadied himself. The wolf leader's enormous jaws snapped straight down toward him. Its gigantic wolf fangs, each half a meter long and razor-sharp, resembled divine weapons. Yet in the very next second, those colossal jaws were forced open by the sheer power of Jiang Tian's hands. No matter how the wolf leader strained, it could not bite down any further. "You don't even have the strength to bite, and you still call yourself a wolf leader?" Jiang Tian sneered. That bite carried nearly 40,000 gene of force, but unfortunately for the beast, it still could not surpass his own strength. Then Jiang Tian seized the 2 massive fangs and unleashed his strength. The wolf leader's anguished howl tore through the forest as its sword-like fangs were ripped out by sheer force. A scene of pure brutality. Blood gushed from its maw. The sight of those fangs, sharp as giant blades, being torn free, nothing short of horrific. The intense pain flooded into the wolf leader's brain. It tried to flee, but Jiang Tian had already seized one of its foreclaws and began smashing its body left and right. With a heavy crash, its enormous body slammed into the earth, making the ground quake as if struck by an earthquake. The surrounding wolf captains looked on and tried to rush in to help. Jiang Tian grabbed the wolf leader by the tail and swung it like a weapon, battering the wolf captains away. Miserable howls echoed incessantly as level 6 wolf captains fell one after another, occasionally dropping ice crystals and even energy cores. The sight made the material farming squads watching from afar green with envy, yet none of them dared step forward to pick anything up. They knew full well how terrifying the youth before them was. He was the one who had overpowered the wolf leader with his bare hands. "Enough, I'm done playing with you," Jiang Tian said. He drove his fist into the wolf leader's scaled armor. In an instant, the scales exploded into dust, and its massive head shattered into pieces. An energy core tumbled out. "It's dead already." Someone nearby had not even reacted yet. It had all ended far too quickly. "We're saved." "Oh, yes, we're saved." People hugged each other, crying tears of joy. They had thought they were doomed, only to be granted an unexpected reversal. It feels so good to be alive. As for Jiang Tian, he calmly gathered up the materials. They were all money after all, and he still had an outstanding balance to collect. "Brother, you're incredible. We've decided to follow you on our adventures," a few students said, their faces filled with satisfaction. With such a bodyguard leading them through the experience, their safety would be absolutely guaranteed. "My fees are very high, 200,000 per person," Jiang Tian said, seizing the opportunity to name his price. Compared to grinding for materials, working himself half to death, it would be much easier to just escort these people on a stroll. After all, it was only an experience for them. He merely needed to occasionally find a few weaker exotic beasts for them to kill. "No problem, we'll transfer it to you right now." The 6 students, 3 male and 3 female, immediately pulled out their phones and transferred the money to Jiang Tian. He felt he had been too conservative. He had not expected them to be so wealthy. Had he known, he would have asked for even more. A quick check of his account showed that 1.2 million had already arrived. Jiang Tian decided to lead these 6 rich fools onward. "Hold it right there." Just then a harsh shout came from the grass, and Xiongba leapt out from the undergrowth. Xiong Ba had originally fled, but as he ran, the sound of the wolves' mournful howls reached his ears. With the insight born of years of experience, he immediately recognized it as the death cry of a pack on the verge of annihilation. Thus, Xiong Ba deduced that some powerful expert must have passed by and rescued those people, so he decided he had to go back and take a look. If that expert was still there, Xiong Ba would not mind shamelessly taking the credit, claiming he had invited the savior, using it to offset the stain of his own cowardly escape. If the expert had already gone, then that would be even more convenient. He would simply find some excuse to ensure those people never made it back. After all, as a martial arts hall instructor, abandoning one's students at a critical moment was something that absolutely could not be allowed to spread. So Xiong Ba parted the grass and peered through. With a single glance, he saw the ground strewn with wolf corpses. He scanned the surroundings and seemed to find no trace of any mighty expert, which meant that the expert who had saved them had already departed. In that case, he could safely seal everyone's mouths. Otherwise, if these people returned and reported his disgraceful behavior to the martial arts hall, what awaited him would not only be utter ruin of reputation, but also legal punishment and the relentless pursuit of numerous martial arts halls. After all, in this line of work, though making money was relatively easy, there was still an unwritten rule: a martial arts hall instructor who abandoned his students was absolutely unforgivable. That was the inviolable bottom line of the profession. Teacher Xiong. Oh no, Xiong Ba, why did you come back? Several students asked in confusion. I went to call for reinforcements just now, so I arrived a bit late, he replied smoothly. Call for reinforcements? You clearly ran away. Though these students were foolish and wealthy, they were not so dim-witted as to understand nothing. Fine, since you've seen through it, I'll lay it all out and stop pretending. For what happened today, only the dead will be unable to spread the tale. As these words fell, several other nearby teams who had stayed behind to farm materials looked upon him with utter contempt. Do you have any shred of morality left? You abandoned your students and ran, and now you've come back to kill them to cover it up. With your character, I doubt Taixiong Martial Arts Hall is any better. Voices rang out around him. When we get back, we must expose this so-called Taixiong Martial Arts Hall, the crowd bellowed. Hey, you won't be going back, Xiong Ba sneered. With that, Xiong Ba moved to kill them, roaring ferociously as he charged forward, his face contorted in savagery. Yet in the very next instant, Jiang Tian shattered his limbs, leaving him limp and powerless on the ground. Xiong Ba lay there staring at Jiang Tian with eyes filled with sheer terror. You're the expert who saved them, he gasped in disbelief. After all, Jiang Tian was merely a youth who had only recently awakened his talent. Even with inscribed gift, such terrifying power should have been impossible. What kind of monster was this boy? Xiong Ba was utterly dumbfounded. He could sense no trace of any ability from Jiang Tian at all, which meant there was no awakened power in him. He was by all appearances a completely ordinary human. But could an ordinary person really slaughter an entire wolf pack? Before he could sort out the answer, the 6 students had already bound him and tossed him aside in a corner, planning to take him back with them when they left. After that, Jiang Tian and the 6 youths continued farming materials together. Jiang Tian was the one who primarily slew the beasts, while the others occasionally killed a few as well. After nearly 3 hours of relentless hunting, the 6 students had all risen to level 2, which delighted them greatly. With this, their chances in tomorrow's Martial Sciences College entrance exam were much higher. As for Jiang Tian, he was indifferent. He was not an ability user, could not gain levels by slaying beasts, and did not mind leaving more kills to the students. Ding, energy points have reached 100. The system is about to upgrade. System upgraded to level 2. You now gain 2 modification points per second. Host, please continue slaughtering fierce beasts and keep up the effort. Upgrade requirement 500. For the next upgrade, he would have to kill 500 beasts, which was clearly impossible today, so Jiang Tian decided to leave the hunting grounds with the 6 youths. On the way out, he allocated all the 100 points he had earned over the past 3 hours into his strength. Since the other attributes had yet to be unlocked for modification, he could only enhance his power. At that moment, Jiang Tian's strength had reached an astonishing 58400 gene. From yesterday to today, in just over 12 hours, his power had grown to such an extent, it was truly terrifying. Even with inscribed strength talent. Without at least level 25, it would be absolutely impossible to reach such fearsome might. Moreover, now that the system was level 2, the amplification was even more ferocious. The strength value ticked upward to 2. Afterward, Jiang Tian returned with the students. Without any prompting from him, they told their parents everything, and soon a group of well-connected people went to confront Taixiong Martial Arts Hall. In an instant, reporters and others swarmed in great number. Jiang Tian had no interest in following the aftermath. After escorting the 6 students home, he received generous thank you payments from their parents. 500 from each family, totaling a full 3 million. In an instant, the balance in his card rose to 4.21 million. Then he sold the various materials he had collected to a purchasing shop, earning another 340. After leaving the shop, Jiang Tian found a place to eat. Now that his strength had soared, his appetite had grown as well, and he became hungry easily. However, for someone who now possessed several million in funds, it was nothing at all. After eating, Jiang Tian looked over information regarding the Martial Sciences College entrance exam. It would officially begin at 9 o'clock the next morning and last for 3 days. After briefly studying the details, he went home and went asleep. Perhaps he was too exhausted, for that sleep lasted straight until 6:30 in the afternoon. Jiang Tian got up and first checked his modification points. Available modification points 64000. After another round of strengthening, Jiang Tian's power surged straight to a terrifying 12240. Next, he headed to the superalloy shop to pick up the customized war halberd he had ordered. Before long, Jiang Tian arrived at the shop. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw displayed on a rack the war halberd he had commissioned, gleaming brilliantly. This halberd weighs 108,000 Gene. Young hero, can you truly lift it? The shop owner asked with some concern. It's nothing, Jiang Tian replied casually. Jiang Tian walked straight to the halberd, gripped the shaft with one hand, and lifted it off the rack in a single motion. Then, coordinating with his great sun halberd technique, he practiced a full sequence of moves. Whoa. Throughout the entire process, the owner could not find any better words. Lacking education, he could only blurt out crude exclamations of astonishment. When this halberd had first been forged, it had taken more than a dozen employees to carry it into the shop, and they had needed over an hour. Yet this youth had just lifted it with a single hand. Was this even human? By the way, young hero, this dagger is a gift for you, the owner said, producing a finely crafted blade. In the martial sciences exam, there are times when a dagger is more useful than a halberd. It was part of the shop's customer appreciation program. After all the deposit and remaining payment together came to 400, without offering something in return, repeat customers would be scarce. Moreover, given this young hero's astonishing strength, gifting him a dagger was also a way to curry favor. Many thanks, Jiang Tian said, paid the remaining amount, and left carrying the matching halberd case. Both the halberd and dagger came with corresponding sheaths. Given the tremendous weight of superalloy weapons, ordinary cases were unsafe, so these specially matched accessories were designed for safety. The next morning, Jiang Tian woke up. By this time, the Jiang Kingdom had already begun its work, and based on Jiang Tian's calm demeanor yesterday, they assumed he had canceled his registration for the martial arts college entrance examination. Thus, no one bothered about it. As for the liberal arts examination, that would be after the martial arts exam. Besides, Jiang Tian had excellent academic results, so it was no big deal for him to place in the top 100 in cultural scores in Pingjiang province. At that time, his father could still feel proud, even though it wasn't as promising as the martial arts track. At least his future position and salary would not be lower than his own. The martial arts college entrance examination began at 9 o'clock. After Jiang Tian got up at 7:30, he strapped on his war spear, took his dagger, had a hearty breakfast, and then boarded the bus that would take the examinees to the examination site. The college entrance examination was extremely important in the Summer Kingdom, especially the martial arts examination, which was a means of selecting extraordinary talents. Therefore, for each examination in every region, there were dedicated buses to transport the examinees, and the roads leading to the examination site had been under traffic control for 3 days, ensuring no congestion along the way. Jiang Tian swiped his admission ticket and boarded the bus. As soon as he got on the bus, suddenly sank as if struck by a heavy object, nearly bursting a tire. If it weren't for the high specifications of the bus, it might have been totaled on the spot. What happened? For a moment, both the bus driver and the examinees were puzzled. Could it be this examinee? The driver glanced at Jiang Tian, who was carrying only a long case with no other distinguishing features. Naturally, the driver wouldn't think that the case contained superalloys. After all, it weighed at least 100,000 pounds. Not only could the examinees in the bus not lift it, but he also couldn't. Thus, he had to get out and check a few tires and the spare tire. There were 4 spare tires, which were essential as any unexpected incidents could occur on the road. If a tire broke and there were no spare tires, it would delay the examinees and cause them to miss the entry time. That responsibility was something he could not afford to bear. Is there something dirty on the bus? He muttered to himself, noticing that the 4 tires were supposed to be raised, but were now compressed. This dedicated bus was manufactured with high technology. Even if it carried 100 people, it shouldn't sink. Yet here it was compressed with just a dozen people on board. Forget it. He decided not to worry about it. As long as they could reach the examination site normally, that was enough. After waiting for a while, all the examinees in this area had boarded the bus. Shqiaqiang checked the attendance of the examinees in this area. The driver shouted. Shqiaqiang was the latest artificial intelligence developed by the Summer Kingdom. As soon as an examinee swiped their admission ticket, the information would be recorded in Shqiaqiang's system, allowing it to know if there were any examinees who had not arrived. All present, we can depart. Now, they'll start navigation. The total distance is 4 kilometers, and the estimated time is 12 minutes. The vehicle started normally, and at that moment some later examinees also noticed Jiang Tian. Isn't that Jiang Tian the class monitor from Class 1? Did he also participate in the martial arts college entrance examination? Several examinees who recognized Jiang Tian discussed among themselves. There's no helping it, Jiang Tian was quite a notable figure at Yizhong. Moreover, after his awakening failure, his fame had only increased, so he was now a household name, at least within Sili Yizhong. I don't know, I guess he's still not giving up. What a pity, he's just an ordinary person now, sighed a pretty girl who used to be a little fan of Jiang Tian. Back then she had a crush on Jiang Tian, and after all he was tall and handsome, and many girls had secret feelings for him. She didn't even know where she stood in line. At that time she thought she would never have another chance, but fate played a trick on her, and Jiang Tian failed to. She successfully awakened. Although her talent was only grade, it was still much better than an ordinary person's. In the future, those with talents and ordinary people would definitely not share the same social circle. So this girl gradually let go of her feelings. Enough about him, let's discuss the outstanding candidates from our school for this college entrance examination. I think Zhou Xiaolong is pretty good. He actually awakened a great power talent this time. Whether Sili Yizhong can enter the provincial top 100 depends on Zhou Xiaolong. I think it's possible. In the past, there were instances where a great talent from Sili Yizhong made it to the 100. Suddenly realizing that even though Zhou Xiaolong looked rough and oily with his great talent awakened, he appeared increasingly handsome to me. Several girls said that they all had great talents, and if they could form connections with C or great talents, their futures would be significantly brighter. In fact, this is a common tactic employed by many girls with low-grade talents. But thinking a great talent can make it into the top 100, that's just laughable. As the girls discussed, a discordant voice came from the back seat. Judging by their attire, those individuals were examinees from the Element High School in Pingjiang Province. The Element High School was in fact much stronger than Sili Yizhong, and those who awakened there were all elementalist talents reportedly, with the lowest being grade. And this time at least dozens of grade talents awakened at Element High School with more than 10 grade talents. Each year Element High School occupies at least 20 spots in the provincial top 100. Several times examinees from Element High School have even made it into the top 10. What nonsense are you spouting? I see you're just envious of others having grade talents. Several girls immediately retorted. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Those students from Element High School showcase their talents. Did you see? Grade talent Earth Elementalist. Oh, with my talent, am still the weakest among us. Mine is a grade with Elementalist. After saying this, other students from Element High School successively activated their talents, leaving the students from Sili Yizhong speechless. After all, the highest talent at Sili Yizhong was only grade, and among these students too had a grade talents, making them incomparable. You are just a frog in a well. Having spent too much time in a trashy high school like Sili Yizhong, your exposure is just so limited. What are you even arguing with these nobodies for? After the martial arts college entrance exam, they probably won't even pass the basic line for extraordinary universities. By the way, what was last year's basic line for extraordinary universities? I think it was 450 points. I remember only a bit over 100 people from Sili Yizhong passed the line. This year it's probably even lower. With over 1,000 students in the entire school, the pass rate is less than 10%. How embarrassing. Around 8:20 the buses from various regions arrived at the designated location, which was the specific entry point for the martial arts college entrance examination. The examination hall for the martial arts college entrance exam was said to be a dungeon created by a level 90 or above powerhouse from the Xia Kingdom, featuring various environments, terrains, and level 110 exotic beasts. After getting off the bus, Jiang Tian saw his homeroom teacher, Shirley, who had naturally arrived at the exam site early, considering how important the students' performance was. This was their main concern. In the past few days, Shirley had barely slept well, with a significant part of the reason being Jiang Tian. Shirley believed that Jiang Tian would awaken a great talent and secure a place in the top 100 of Pingjiang Province, which would not only benefit her in future evaluations, but also earn her a substantial bonus. However, it seemed that this was no longer realistic. Jiang Tian, why are you here? Didn't you cancel your registration for the martial arts college entrance exam? Shirley asked with concern, as the registration for the exam had to be canceled the day before. Of course, you could still participate without canceling the registration, but you had to show up, otherwise it would be a serious blemish on your personal record. Don't worry, teacher. I'm here to take part in the martial arts college entrance exam, trust me. Don't joke around, Shirley replied helplessly, thinking Jiang Tian had suffered a setback after a failed awakening and couldn't accept the reality. She sighed, feeling helpless. According to the exam rules, as long as you held a testing permit without canceling your registration, you were allowed to participate. Then I wish you success in achieving first place, Shirley encouraged, though she knew this was unrealistic. Not to mention that Jiang Tian hadn't successfully awakened even if he had. It was impossible for Sealy No. 1 High School to take first place as this had never happened before. Moreover, Sealy No. 1 High School was competing alongside Zhejiang High School and Elemental High School. Which of these two schools did not have a richer heritage? After all, both Zhejiang City and Elemental City were economically developed with abundant resources. Even with just 1 day left until the Martial Arts College entrance exam, these two high schools could cultivate students at levels 3, 0, 4, 5, or even 6, while in previous years the highest level students had reached level 8. This year the highest level at Sealy No. 1 High School was just Zhou Xiaolong at level 3. Where was the hope in that? Thank you, teacher. After Jiang Tian finished speaking, he walked toward the entrance where the mayors of Zhejiang City, Sealy City, Elemental City, and the Education Bureau heads from the 3 cities had all arrived. Additionally, the principals and homeroom teachers from the 3 high schools were also present in short various big shots. Among these people was a burly man radiating a fierce aura whose mere gaze sent shivers down one's. He was Lin Jingxiong, the examiner for this examination site, a level 56 powerhouse with great talent as a swordsman. Once all the candidates had gathered, Lin Jingxiong announced, "Everyone, I would like to reiterate the matters regarding the Martial Arts College entrance exam. First, the time it starts at 9 a.m. and lasts for 3 days. After the exam begins, you will be teleported to the respective dungeon. You will use your talents and abilities to defeat the exotic beasts. The score varies depending on the level of the exotic beast. The lowest level 1 exotic beast is worth 1 point, while a level 10 beast is worth 1,000 points. Of course, I hope you all possess the ability to do so, as historically the number of individuals capable of defeating a level 10 exotic beast nationwide has never exceeded a handful." After about 6 minutes of explanation, the candidates began to receive their spatial wristwatches, which were made using spatial talent. These watches included the latest artificial intelligence, allowing them to check their scores and rankings anytime and anywhere. Additionally, the wristwatch contained other necessary equipment. There were 3 energy pills which replenished their abilities. However, relying solely on these 3 pills was far from sufficient. Candidates needed to address their energy concerns themselves. Most candidates would gather materials on-site, directly defeating exotic beasts and consuming them, or certain special professions could absorb energy from the environment. For instance, an elemental woodmaster could continuously absorb energy as long as they were in a forest, while a fire elementalist would have the same advantage near a volcano. Finally, there was the issue of safety. The Martial Arts College entrance exam was inherently dangerous, so the wristwatch featured a red button that, when pressed, would immediately teleport the user out of the dungeon. Jiang Tian received his spatial wristwatch and casually checked the interior using the artificial intelligence, finding only a cubic space. It was not very large. He wondered if he could fit his super alloy war spear into the wristwatch to avoid carrying it, but unfortunately the spear was too long to fit. It's now 8:45, just 15 minutes until the exam officially starts. If anyone wants to form teams, you may. Lin Jingxiong emphasized that the Martial Arts College entrance exam was not solely an individual endeavor. Team formations were allowed. Hence, those with remarkable talents often formed small squads. This significantly increased their kill rates when facing ferocious exotic beasts, as well as their survival rates. "Zhou Xiaolong, can I team up with you?" Immediately, many from Sealy No. 1 High School surrounded Zhou Xiaolong, all of them possessing a grade or grade talents. If they relied solely on themselves, reaching the threshold for a first-tier university for exotic abilities would be quite challenging. However, teaming up with Zhou Xiaolong, who had great talent, would make crossing that threshold feasible. "Xiaolong, please." In an instant, several girls began to act cute, which stirred Zhou Xiaolong's emotions. Previously, his short stature and lack of appeal had gone unnoticed by girls, but now that he was receiving attention, he felt a swell of pride. He patted his chest. "Don't worry, leave it to me." He also glanced at Jiang Tian, implying that although Jiang Tian had once been in the limelight, he was now being overshadowed. However, Jiang Tian continued to ignore him and instead looked around at the conditions of other high schools. "Chun Luan, grade talent in the power system. Is anyone interested in teaming up?" "I have grade speed talent, Bill, join you." "Me too." Various voices of team formations echoed. In particular, the students from Elemental High School quickly formed their teams. On the day of their awakening, the school had arranged the optimal team combinations for them. Moreover, the school had specifically assigned teachers to guide them into the dungeon to level up, which meant their cooperation and synergy were quite high. They even hired exam preparation coaches to train them, and based on their training results, the students from Elemental High School had an average score of at least 520 points. Furthermore, the difficulty during the preparation was even greater than that of the regular martial arts college. Finally, the clock struck 9, and the 3 high school candidates entered the examination hall. A flash of white light appeared, and Jiang Tian found himself in a desolate ruin, which seemed to be the aftermath of a battle between beasts and humans, specifically an abandoned city. Surrounding the abandoned city were various terrains highly suitable for the talents of elemental masters. Shadows of various beasts began to emerge, the majority being level 1 beasts, which accounted for 60, considering the majority of the candidates. As soon as they landed, many candidates began to hunt the beasts, showing their impatience. Soon various rankings began to appear. Jiang Tian remained calm, strolling through the mountainous area in front of the abandoned city with his war spear on his back. He planned to gather some food first, having heard that the meat of the beasts was rich in energy. Though he was not a talent, he still needed to consume energy. His stomach would get hungry, especially with the unrivaled war spear on his back. He needed to prepare something to eat in advance. If he got hungry later, it would be difficult to find food, and in case he encountered a higher-level beast, being hungry and weak would not bode well. Jiang Tian skillfully pulled out his alloy dagger. Despite its small size, it weighed a hefty 700 gene, and he had just seen a unicorn blue bull beast nearby. Moreover, this unicorn blue bull was a level 2 beast, and knowledge about it floated in Jiang Tian's mind. The nutrition and energy of the unicorn blue bull were quite abundant. A piece of its meat was equivalent to an energy pill. He planned to kill a few and roast them, filling his spatial watch. Circling behind 2 unicorn blue bulls, Jiang Tian prepared for a sneak attack. With a forceful throw, he launched the dagger, which weighed 700 gene, enhanced by the super alloy's armor-piercing ability. Combined with Jiang Tian's 100 gene of strength, one unicorn blue bull was immediately slain, while the other turned around and charged at him. The unicorn blue bull's charge, along with its sharp horns, was akin to a cannonball striking. Jiang Tian swung his war spear, striking it on the head. With a loud bang, a tremendous noise erupted, causing Jiang Tian's hand to tremble slightly. The bull's head was notably hard, and the force of its charge was immense, roughly 100 gene. However, the unicorn blue bull also suffered. Being struck on the head caused its skull to shatter, blood and brains spilling out. 2 level 2 beasts killed, 10 points. The voice of the artificial intelligence, Silly Chong, echoed. Jiang Tian did not pay much attention to the current score. Instead, he hoisted the 2 unicorn blue bulls and made his way to a small spring. Skillfully using his alloy dagger, he cut through the bull's hide, extracted the meat, and gathered some branches to skewer them. After starting a fire, he began to showcase his culinary skills. Soon the enticing aroma of roasted beef wafted through the air. Jiang Tian took a bite. As soon as it touched his stomach, he felt a surge of energy enveloping him. After consuming a bull leg, Jiang Tian felt revitalized. He then prepared to roast the remaining over 400 gene of beef, storing it in his spatial watch. This way he wouldn't have to worry about hunger. While roasting and eating, Jiang Tian planned to check his score status. Silly Chong, show me the current score ranking. Sure, the score rankings are as follows. An electronic screen appeared before Jiang Tian. Zhejiang High School Han Leap, grade talent Titan Giant, score 45, rank 1. Elemental High School Zhao Kun, grade talent Earth Elementalist, score 42, rank 2. Elemental High School Ma Xian, grade talent Gold Elementalist, score 39, rank 3. Jiang Tian glanced at the rankings. They currently know A grade talents were in the top 3, indicating that the area was still relatively safe for the A grade candidates. After roasting all the beef, Jiang Tian powered off the artificial intelligence and stood up, preparing to. He did not intend to enter the inner area just yet. Instead, he decided to hunt level 1 beasts on the outskirts, needing to kill 500 beasts for the system to upgrade to level 3. Although the beasts in the inner area offered more points, the difficulty of killing them was significantly higher, and their numbers were lower, which would affect the system upgrade. After making up his mind, Jiang Tian set off with the war spear on his back and the dagger in hand. Meanwhile, thousands of drones were capturing scenes from the sky, broadcasting the official college entrance examination live. The live broadcast would last for 3 days and nights, with B or A grade candidates being the main focus. As for others, they would be occasionally featured. Oh, isn't that Han Li from Zhejiang High School? How did he end up in first place? The principal of Zhejiang High School said smugly. Don't be so hasty. A temporary first place doesn't guarantee a lasting lead. Our Elemental High School currently occupies 6 spots in the top 10. Oh, we're not doing too badly. The principal of Elemental High School chimed in, while the principal of Sealy No. 1 High School remained silent, as none of their students had made it to the top 10. It was quite embarrassing. Even the grade talent Zhou Xiaolong was currently ranked 45th, and his position had been steadily declining over the past few minutes. Hey Principal Li, why aren't your students from Sealy No. 1 High School on the board? The other 2 principals asked. Li Ping wore an awkward expression, unable to refute. Oh dear, don't just stand there in silence. Tisk, you're not even in the top 50 now. Oh, the best student from Sealy No. 1 High School is currently ranked 65th. That's about right typically at this level. They finally managed to broadcast to Sealy No. 1 High School students' footage, but they were being chased and beaten by beasts. The banter between the 2 principals grew increasingly harsh. After them, the education director spoke, followed by 3 mayors who primarily criticized the 3rd mayor. Meanwhile, Lin Jingxiong paid little mind to all that. He focused intently on the live broadcast before him, where several talented candidates captured his attention. Who is this Yin Jiping? He wasn't in the top 10 before, yet he's suddenly in first place now, Lin Jingxiong praised repeatedly. Examiner Lin, this Yin Jiping is one of the trump cards from Zhejiang High School. He possesses a great talent as a marksman, and his gilded spear weighs over 10,000 jin. Moreover, during these past few days, he has cultivated a set of first-tier universal martial arts, the Great Sun Spear technique, to a minor completion stage. Is that for real? In just one day, he reached minor completion. Even the level 56 Lin Jingxiong was taken aback by this news. The Great Sun Spear technique was a super martial art he had spent half a month mastering just to reach the entry level when he was a candidate. Now for Yin Jiping to have achieved minor completion in just one day, he was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Xiaochang, pull up Yin Jiping's live feed. Lin Jingxiong commanded. Instantly a live broadcast appeared before him. Yin Jiping was in the midst of slaying a monstrous beast. It was a level 3 stonehide beast renowned for its extraordinary defense. Even another level 3 cultivator would struggle to breach its carapace unless possessing a cultivation rank 2 levels higher. Yet Yin Jiping moved with breathtaking mastery, his gilded spear coiled like a celestial dragon, striking, thrusting, and piercing with flawless precision, leaving Lin Jingxiong and other elite observers awestruck. His spear techniques are astonishingly refined. Lin Jingxiong exclaimed once more. Examiner Lin, this is still not Yin Jiping's full capability. He hasn't even activated his innate gunner talent skill yet. When he does, his prowess will be truly overwhelming. Then it seems certain that Yin Jiping will secure a top 10 position in this examination hall, and perhaps even rank among the top 100 across Pingjiang province. Naturally, the principal of Zhejiang High School declared proudly once again. Elsewhere, Jiang Tian found a quiet spot at the edge of the ruins to rest. After nearly 10 hours of relentless combat on the periphery, he had slain exactly 500 level 1 monstrous beasts. It wasn't due to insufficient lethality, but rather because the beasts knew the terrain intimately and fled with uncanny agility. Moreover, Jiang Tian's aura of slaughter struck them with paralyzing dread. System upgrade. Jiang Tian commanded, eager to see whether level 3 system access would unlock the next attribute modification tier. Ding. Upgrade successful. Level 3 system activated defense attribute modification. In current system effect, 3 points per second. And instantly, an attribute interface materialized before Jiang Tian. Host Jiang Tian, available points 234891 in modification points accumulating 3. Strength amplification 1200 gene. Currently modifiable 1.1 gene in defense amplification currently modifiable 50 points 1 armor point. Note: armor mitigates physical damage and speed amplification locked. Insufficient system level critical strike amplification locked. Insufficient system level magic resistance amplification locked. Insufficient system level. System level 3 in energy required for next upgrade 01 to 0. And note: defeating monstrous beasts yields energy points. Next tier effect, 4 modification points per second. After nearly 10 hours of combat across 2 days, Jiang Tian's modification points had already surpassed 2300. He decided it was time for an upgrade. Let's round off strength. Boost it to 200 gene for now. He spent 7760 modification points to raise his strength to 200 gene, leaving him with 157291 points remaining. Jiang Tian paused thoughtfully. System, grant me 3000 armor points. In spending 1500 points, he layered on 300 armor points, leaving just 7291 points unspent. What did 300 armor points signify? The most advanced technological alloy battle armor in Xia country, the first tier variant, granted only 800 armor points. And since a person could wear only one such suit, Jiang Tian now effectively wore the defensive equivalent of 4 battle armors simultaneously. Crucially, while others bore the crushing weight of armor, Jiang Tian remained effortlessly light. Having completed his modifications, he prepared to rest. After all, he'd fought relentlessly all day, night demanded repose. With 3 days remaining, there was no need to rush. As for the over 400 gene of beef stored in his spatial watch, more than 300 gene had already been consumed. Powerful strength demanded prodigious sustenance. Fortunately for Jiang Tian, now sourcing monstrous beast meat posed no difficulty. Ding. Strength surpasses the 2000 gene threshold. Hidden system skill unlocked, 3-meter golden body. In 3-meter golden body, upon activation, the user's stature expands to 3 meters, doubling strength for 15 minutes. This is incredible. Jiang Tian had already settled into sleep, yet the system bestowed yet another reward. Ding. Host, each attribute upon reaching specific thresholds triggers unique hidden system skills, including defense speed, critical strike, and others. Hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Tian's pulse quickened. He already possessed an unparalleled advantage. Now advantage was layered upon advantage. It seemed the so-called talented elites stood no chance against him. During his rest, Jiang Tian casually checked his current ranking. 500 points suggested he wouldn't fare poorly. A leaderboard shimmered into view before him. Elemental High School, Meng Tian, a ranked talent wood element, 763 points. Rank 1 in Elemental High School, Lu Yanxue, a ranked talent shadow weaving, 761 points. Rank 2 in Zhejiang High School, Yin Jiping, a ranked talent gunner, 732 points. Rank 3. Xilino, 1 middle school, Jiang Tian, no talent, 500 points. Jiang Tian felt no surprise at this result. Early top 10 contenders, mostly ranked talents, were inevitably being overtaken as time progressed and ranked talents surged ahead. Having reviewed the list, he lay down and slept soundly, certain that besides himself, every proctor, principal, and examiner was watching his progress closely. He wondered what expressions would cross their faces upon seeing his name appear on the leaderboard. Indeed, Lin Jingxiong, alongside Mayor's Education Bureau directors, principals, and head teachers, was intently tracking the shifting rankings. They scrolled downward from first place, their expressions composed, until they reached 10th place. Lin Jingxiong nearly stumbled backward in disbelief. What the hell is this? Jiang Tian, top 10 without any talent. Are you mocking me? Lin Jingxiong stood dazed. It defied logic. Every single top 10 candidate possessed a ranked talent. How could Jiang Tian break in without any talent whatsoever? And worse, rank 11 was also in a ranked talent, yet Jiang Tian still outscored him. And what? Jiang Tian, 10th place. The principal and homeroom teacher, surely of Xilino, 1 middle school, cried out in unison. They remembered clearly Jiang Tian had never awakened any talent. Impossible, it must be a namesake. Perhaps another class has a student named Jiang Tian. Principal Li Ping muttered to himself. Xiaochang, pull up Jiang Tian's live feed. Lin Jingxiong barked. Mayor's Education Bureau directors, principals, and homeroom teachers alike turned their attention to the screen. After all, a talentless individual cracking the top 10 was explosive news. Without talent, one could not wield any supernatural ability. To slay monstrous beasts without such abilities was sheer fantasy, unless one relied purely on brute physical force. But how much strength could an ordinary human possibly possess? At most a few hundred gene, nothing more. And moments later, a live image appeared. Jiang Tian slept peacefully beside his gear, a superalloy dagger and battle halberd resting quietly within their sheaths. That's Jiang Tian. Lin Jingxiong studied the youth on screen and refused to believe it. How could this boy possibly rank in the top 10? He longed to witness Jiang Tian's combat technique, but night had fallen and all examinees had sought shelter and rest. No footage was available. Thus, Lin Jingxiong resolved to focus exclusively on Jiang Tian the following day, to uncover precisely who, or what, this extraordinary youth truly was. Just as Lin Jingxiong and the others were about to leave, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared in the high sky in the distance. It's the stinger wasps, the crowd exclaimed. Stinger wasps are level 5 mutated beasts, and their protruding stingers possess a formidable armor-piercing capability, attacking in swarms. Official experiments have shown that even the most powerful level 1 alloy battle armor can only withstand the stinger wasp's attacks for 6 seconds before being pierced through. And to think that level 1 alloy battle armor has an armor value of 800 points, which is practically equivalent to a level defensive talent at level 10. Lin Jingxiong believed that Jiang Tian clearly wouldn't be able to withstand this. In that case, there was only one thing to do: press the button on the spatial watch. What a pity the top 10 ends here. Lin Jingxiong sighed, originally wanting to see what abilities Jiang Tian possessed, but he had bad luck and encountered a swarm of stinger wasps. Such a group of mutated beasts can only be eliminated by some advanced talent teams, preferably level Fire Elemental Masters or Earth Elemental Masters, to have a chance of resisting. After all, stinger wasps are not very large and fly extremely fast, making them difficult to kill, which is why almost no examinee would attempt to hunt them. Alas! The mayor of Sealy City, the head of the Education Bureau, the principal, and the homeroom teacher surely all expressed their regret. Originally, their school had a top 10 seed competitor. It's worth noting that Sealy No. 1 high school has never had a student in the top 10 during the college entrance examination among 3 schools. Luck is also a part of strength. Don't be discouraged. Perhaps Sealy No. 1 high school will have another student entering the top 10. The principals of Zhejiang and Elemental High School laughed, but everyone knew it was impossible. At this moment, the image also revealed a stinger wasp king, a level 6 beast, which was nearly twice the size, measuring half a meter long. Moreover, the backward spike at its tail glimmered coldly as the swarm found a suitable angle for a sneak attack under the king's lead. Quick, find the nearby rescue team. Lin Jingxiong shouted. Although the spatial watch for the martial arts entrance examination has a button for teleportation most of the time when facing a sneak attack by mutated beasts, there's simply no time to press the button. Therefore, the rescue team's assistance is the only guarantee for the examinees. Whoosh whoosh. But at that moment, the Stinger Wasp King had already launched an attack, firing a massive stinger along with dozens of stingers from the swarm. "It's over," Lin Jingxiong shouted. Clearly, there wasn't enough time for the rescue team. Jiang Tian was about to be shot into a porcupine. On the other side, Jiang Tian noticed the arrival of the stinger wasps, but he didn't react immediately because these mutated beasts flew too quickly. He needed to wait until the swarm got closer and the king approached, then swiftly kill the king. Without the king's leadership, eliminating the remaining stinger wasps would be much easier. The reason he wasn't afraid of the stinger wasp's attack was that he knew this type of beast, while strong and armor-piercing, could at most penetrate 1,000 armor. With his 3,000 armor, what was there to fear? Ding ding ding. The stingers of the stinger wasp struck continuously against Jiang Tian's back, and he felt nothing. Moreover, when the stingers hit his back, they immediately shattered. At the same time, a slight smile appeared on Jiang Tian's lips. The moment had come. He grasped a dagger and swiftly turned his head, throwing it with a force of 2.0 pounds, its extreme speed, catching the Stinger Wasp King off guard. This was partly because the Stinger Wasp King believed that under its barrage Jiang Tian was undoubtedly doomed, and partly because Jiang Tian's throw with 2.0 pounds of force was too fast. Bang! The sharp super alloy dagger with its high armor-piercing capacity struck the Stinger Wasp King, which while adept at attack and speed, was weak in defense. Thus it was instantly pierced through the head by the dagger, falling to the ground. The remaining stinger wasps scattered in an instant, and Jiang Tian picked up a handful of stones from the ground. He hurled the stones densely into the air. Although he couldn't achieve precise hits, the sheer number of stones poured down like a rain of bullets almost within mere seconds. All those dozens of stinger wasps fell from the sky. After Jiang Tian finished dealing with them, he checked his points, which had increased by 156 points. His ranking jumped to 8th place. It seemed that killing higher-level mutated beasts yielded more points. After that, Jiang Tian continued to rest, as stinger wasps were not suitable for eating. So he rested while waiting to see if any other mutated beasts would come for a sneak attack. On the other side, Lin Jingxiong was astonished. Did he just eliminate all the stinger wasps? He reflected that he had been a proctor for over a decade, witnessing countless prodigies each year. Even among those with A-level talents, he had seen many, but the astonishing scene before him was something he had. One person in a matter of seconds took down a group of level 5 and 6 mutated beasts. If some advanced elemental talents had teamed up to eliminate this group of beasts, he might have believed it, but a regular person without abilities just threw a dagger and some stones, and those wasps were annihilated. Was the killing process really this simple and brutal? The 3 mayors and other officials nearby were also left speechless in astonishment. To be honest, among all the teams from Zhejiang and Elemental High School, there were a few who could kill the swarm so easily, but having one person wipe out the entire group was unprecedented in their school's history. This must be fake, right? Is Shiqiang broadcasting a sci-fi film? Mayor Chao Ling of Zhejiang commented. Nonsense, this is a live broadcast. Lin Jingxiong scolded. I suspect Jiang Tian is using banned substances, so I demand a thorough investigation into him. The mayor of Elemental City added, Mayor Shun is right. It's evident that Jiang Tian has no abilities, yet he is still so fierce. He must be using banned substances. Fiercely no. One high school is truly disgraceful. After failing to awaken, you should accept reality instead of resorting to banned substances for the college entrance exam. I will report you to the provincial authorities. Immediately, the mayors of Zhejiang and Elemental City, along with their principals, began to criticize. Li Ping and Shirley were at a loss for words. After all, judging by Jiang Tian's performance, this was not something an ordinary person could achieve. If so, he must have used banned substances. I agree. Even Lin Jingxiong nodded, then instructed, Shiqiang, scan Jiang Tian and see if he has used any banned substances. Shiqiang is a high-tech artificial intelligence, and since Lin Jingxiong held high authority, he could command Shiqiang on Jiang Tian's watch to perform an automatic scan. Received, scanning in progress. Just wait to be reported. Prepare for punishment from the province. With such a scandal, you as the mayor hold responsibility. In an instant, the mayors of the other 2 cities began to criticize him as well. Scan complete. Jiang Tian has not used banned substances. Everything is normal. However, the next second, before they could rejoice, Shiqiang's voice came through. What? Mayor Chao Ling of Jiuzhou City and Mayor Shen Bing of Yuansu City were both taken aback. Not to mention these 2, Lin Jingxiong also instructed Sha Chong to scan once more. Unfortunately, the result was still the same. Phew. Mayor Zheng Desui of Sealy City, Principal Li Ping, and others also let out a long breath, although they did not understand why Jiang Tian was so formidable. However, the fact that he had not used any prohibited substances means that Jiang Tian could continue to participate in the college entrance examination. With the skills he displayed, obtaining first place among the 3 schools was not impossible. He might even break into the top 10 of Pingjiang province, but that would be quite an achievement. After all, Pingjiang province has 30 cities, many of which have a deeper foundation than Yuansu High School. Meanwhile, as the major examinees took a break, they were also checking their rankings and seeing if any students from their schools had made it into the top 10. While Yuansu High School actually occupies 6 spots in the top 10. As expected, we are still as strong as ever. Zhuzhou is not bad either. We occupy 2 of the top 5 spots. It's mutual, but what's up with this Jiang Tian? He suddenly surged to 8th place. I've never seen this This guy is from Sealy No. 1 high school, but the data shows that he has no talent. An ordinary person. I think there might be a statistical error. This guy should also have an A-level talent. If given the chance, I'd like to meet this Jiang Tian. Let's see him. Several examinees with A-level talents said, while some B-level talent examinees expressed similar sentiments. What? The class leader reached 8th place. The students in Class 1 of Sealy No. 1 high school widened their eyes as they all remembered that the class leader had failed his awakening. The numerous examinees debated among themselves and then began to find places to rest. Those in groups had it better as they could take turns watching out, making it relatively safe, while those alone needed to find a relatively secure spot. At the same time, they could not let their guard down to prevent surprise attacks from strange beasts. After a night without incident, the next morning Jiang Tian got up first, roasted a few unicorn blue cattle, and wanted to try other strange beasts, but only the unicorn blue cattle were suitable to eat nearby. After roasting more than 400 pounds and putting them into his space wristwatch, Jiang Tian set off. At that moment, a drone was also focused on him, live streaming the event. He naturally knew that many big shots were watching him at this moment, and his heart was filled with numerous questions. After having a meal, Jiang Tian strapped on his war spear, tucked a dagger at his side, and prepared to head towards the central area. This was because too many strange beasts had been killed in the outer perimeter yesterday. Moreover, since there were the most examinees in the outer area, those strange beasts had become clever, retreating to the central area. Jiang Tian thought this was also good. The central area had strange beasts of levels 3 to 5, and the points for killing them would be much higher. It wouldn't be unreasonable for him to aim for first place. While he was walking forward, a figure rushed towards him. Jiang Tian recognized that it was Zhou Hui, his classmate, and incidentally the vice class leader. Class leader, it's great to see you. Zhou Hui stopped, gasping for breath, and hurriedly said, "What's wrong? Are you being chased by a strange beast?" "No, it's a guy from Jiuzhou High School chasing me, trying to steal my energy pills." As Zhou Hui spoke, the pursuer had already arrived. This person was Han Li from Jiuzhou High School, a B-level talent titan giant. He wielded a pair of golden hammers, his figure towering as he stared menacingly at Jiang Tian and Zhou Hui. "Why aren't you running? Hand over your energy pills." In response, Principal Li Ping of Sealy No. 1 high school watching the live stream was also indignant. "How can you Jiuzhou High School do this? Stealing from others? You can't say that. The martial arts college entrance examination does not state that examinees cannot steal things. It only says they cannot kill, right, Judge Lin?" Lin Jingxiong could only smile helplessly at this, as among superpowered individuals the law of the jungle applies. The martial arts college entrance examination indeed does not prohibit stealing. Exactly, it's only you Sealy No. 1 high school examinees who are so weak and unobservant. If you have the ability, come and steal too. Steal? They don't even have a chance. Their entire school has only 1 level talent. Now that one Jiang Tian has appeared, he might just be defeated by Han Li. Xun Bing and Chao Ling commented while watching the screen. In their view, Han Li should easily handle Jiang Tian. After all, Han Li was ranked 13th and had a strength talent. The pair of golden hammers he carried had been approved by the authorities and weighed a full 15000 pounds. One strike would likely defeat Jiang Tian. Li Pingshi Li and others also had nothing to say. After all, Judge Lin had already tacitly accepted this, and there was nothing they could do. They could only hope Jiang Tian could defeat Han Li. "Judge Lin, you are a level 56 expert. Your insight is naturally exceptional. Who do you think has the better chance of winning, Jiang Tian or Han Li?" "In my opinion, Han Li has the greater chance of winning since he is a superpowered individual. In addition to learning universal martial arts, he also has his unique talent skills. This is something ordinary people cannot compare with." In reality, what Lin Jingxiong said was correct. The exclusive skills of various talents are incredibly powerful, far beyond what ordinary people can contend with. Otherwise, how could they be called superpowered individuals? After the discussion, everyone looked back at the live broadcast screen. Jiang Tian here. Han Li, of course, did not know that the person before him was Jiang Tian. Coupled with his decent talent, he became rather arrogant. "Hand over the energy pills." Han Li was a strength-type contestant. 3 pills could not satisfy his energy needs, and he did not want to search for any energy supplements, so he decided to rob instead. In fact, he was not the only one who some high-level talent individuals also used this method of robbery, which was quick and practical. If you're sensible, hand them over obediently. Otherwise, if I have to take them by force, you'll get hit. If I become unhappy, I will press the button on your space wristwatch and send you away. You talk too much. Jiang Tian did not want to speak anymore and charged forward directly. Han Li swung a hammer weighing 7,500 pounds, believing that after this strike the opponent would surely comply. Bang! Jiang Tian merely swung a punch, not even putting in much effort, and Han Li's hammer was sent flying, soaring into the air further and further away. Eventually, it became a glimmering point in the distance. What? Han Li was astonished. Could it be that you also have a strength-type talent? It seems I must take this seriously. Han Li clenched his fists and a massive fist shadow appeared, which was the first-level advanced universal martial skill Red Flame Fist. He had already mastered it and could condense a fist shadow half a meter in size. Red Flame Fist. He shouted, and the fist shadow surged forward, whistling through the air. Is this what you dare to call the Red Flame Fist? Jiang Tian displayed a look of disdain, and immediately a massive fist shadow 5 meters wide coalesced in the air, almost overwhelming the entire space. A shadow loomed over Han Li's head. What the hell? Han Li was momentarily stunned. He had practiced the Red Flame Fist and was well aware of its power, believing himself to be the one who grasped it most deeply. After all, he had achieved minor success, but now seeing the opponent's fist shadow, it was clearly at the level of major success. Was this guy able to master a first-tier advanced martial technique to that level in just one day? Isn't that a bit outrageous? Not good. Han Li hurriedly tried to defend himself, but it was already too late as the fist shadow struck him, creating a large crater in the ground. Boom. In the next moment, a massive figure crawled out of the pit. It was Han Li, who had awakened the Titan giant talent, now towering over 2.5 meters. His muscles bulged, emanating a terrifying aura with a faint yellow glow surrounding his body. Although your fist technique has reached major success, unfortunately its attack power is insufficient. Are you sure? If I wasn't afraid of killing you, would you still be standing? Jiang Tian said. Among the candidates, killing was forbidden. If it happened, not only would one be disqualified, but also face the legal consequences of the Xia Kingdom. Thus, Jiang Tian held back his power when he struck just now. Otherwise, if he used the full strength of 2,000 pounds with a major success Red Flame Fist, even an individual with grade power talent would not survive. Even its grade defensive talent would be eliminated in a single strike. Can you still withstand my attack? Gravity enhancement, 5 times the gravity. Han Li's feet sank into the ground, and the gravity in this area instantly increased 5-fold. All targets in the vicinity except for him would experience significant deceleration. Like Mount Tai pressing down, Han Li jumped into the air, then landed heavily, resembling a human bomb. With that height and weight, this strike must weigh at least 5,000 pounds. Is this guy not planning to dodge? Lin Jingxiong and others watching the live stream remarked. Is he going? I must say, Jiang Tian forcing Han Li to unleash his talent ultimate move is quite impressive, but this is where it ends. Within the weight area, Jiang Tian cannot move at all. At this moment, Han Li the human bomb fell down. Bang! Jiang Tian lifted him with one hand, just like he did with Zhou Xiaolong back, then performed a stylish shooting motion, directly tossing Han Li hundreds of meters away. This height was just right for him to fall. Given the Titan Giant's defensive power, he should survive without a doubt. 5,000 pounds of power, how is this possible? How could he lift him up? The Titan Giant was defeated before 2 rounds could pass. Just a second ago, Mayor Chao Ling of Zhejiang thought victory was assured, only to be slapped in the face the next moment it hurt. Jiang Tian and Zhou Hui approached Han Li, who had fallen. Although he was not in mortal danger, he was dazed. Jiang Tian directly pressed the transmission button on his spatial watch. With a flash of white light, Han Li was teleported out of the examination area, marking the premature end of his college entrance examination. Although he had gained quite a few points from killing the alien beast yesterday, he still did not reach the admission score for a key ability university. This was just bad luck for him to encounter Jiang Tian. Class monitor, thank you this time. No problem, we are classmates, it's only natural to help each other. Well, class monitor, can I stick with you? Zhou Hui said, having witnessed Jiang Tian's terrifying strength, she decided to hold onto Jiang Tian's coattails. Sticking with Jiang Tian means success, as she estimated she could get into a key university. That's fine. With your ability, if you encounter anyone from Zhejiang or Element High School again, who knows what might happen. Thank you, class monitor. Jiang Tian was generous towards his classmates. Class 1 had 18 students, all very united. Except for him, who had not awakened a talent, most were grade talents. Now that he had the ability, he naturally wanted to help his classmates. With them following him, getting into a key ability university was not a problem. After all, the martial arts college entrance examination is a significant event that determines an ability user's entire life. Entering a better university means receiving different resources for training. The future prospects would also be much better. On the other side, in many places within the inner circle, many high-level alien beasts were being killed. However, unlike the outer circle, these were not solo efforts. Instead, teams worked together to take them down. After all, the alien beasts here were all level 6 and above, making it a bit difficult for their group of level 5s. But with teamwork, various talents could showcase their strengths. Support talents could enhance everyone's attack and defense, and some could even provide speed boosts to the group. Attack-type talents were responsible for the main offense, ultimately distributing kills to gain points, promoting overall team improvement. What's going on? Has Han Li not returned yet? In one team, they were resting, and previously team member Han Li had gone out to find some energy replenishment. Yet he had not returned for a long time. This guy always drags things out. If he doesn't come back soon, we won't wait for him. Otherwise, in a few minutes, our points will be flushed down. But without Han Li, our team lacks a significant force. The guys from Element High School won't wait for us. Currently among the top 5, Zhejiang High School only has one slot left, and even I have dropped out. But without Han Li, our team lacks a significant force. The guys from Element High School won't wait for us. Currently among the top 5, Zhejiang High School only has one slot left, and even I have dropped. In Jiping stated, "Wait a minute, why is Han Li's ranking missing?" Suddenly someone in the team shouted. Just a moment ago, he checked the ranking points and found Han Li's name was gone. At first, he thought Han Li had been eliminated, dropping out of the top 50. But upon further inspection, Han Li's name was missing from the top 100 and 200 as well. He continued looking down to the 1000th place, yet Han Li's name was nowhere to be found. As for the subsequent rankings, he didn't even bother looking because Han Li's grade talent could not drop that low. Could it be that Han Li ended his college entrance examination early? That's the only possibility, otherwise his ranking wouldn't disappear. Could he have encountered a vicious alien beast? We're at the edge of the inner circle. It's impossible to encounter such high-level alien beasts. I suspect something is off. This guy probably tried to snatch someone else's energy pills and ran into a tough character. In Jiping speculated. Could it be those grade talents from Element High School? Regardless, since Han Li has finished his college entrance examination, we can't fall behind. Let's hunt the stone-armored beast group first, then see if we can find someone to join us. Under Zhang Tian's leadership, the members of Class 1 quickly gathered together and then formed teams to commence the second day's hunt for exotic beasts. The activity range for this day was predominantly along the edges of the middle and inner areas. After all, the number of mid to low-level exotic beasts was substantial, making them relatively easy to defeat, while those in the inner and core regions were all level 7 and above. These exotic beasts could only be defeated in teams, so some students with advanced talents naturally took care of the easier ones first before tackling the more difficult ones. The day passed swiftly. In a certain area of the middle region, Zhang Tian and the other 17 members of Class 1 sat by the campfire roasting a unicorn blue ox on the rack while merrily discussing among themselves. "Class leader, you are truly amazing. You killed a level 5 striped fierce tiger with a single strike." The girls, including Zhou Hui, exclaimed in admiration, while the boys also praised him. "Class leader, didn't you fail to awaken your talent? How come you're still so incredible? Did you receive some divine inheritance allowing you to successfully awaken your talent again? This must be a secret of the class leader. Let's not pry into it. By the way, class leader, we won't hold you back tomorrow. Now each of us has over 1100 points, and with our talents, entering the inner areas would only drag you down. Moreover, you've already allowed us to kill so many exotic beasts. With our current scores, we have enough to get into a prestigious ability university." Instantly, the 17 classmates spoke in unison, knowing their own talents and not fantasizing about entering the inner areas, even if the class leader did not mind. They recognized that they would slow down the class leader's pace, and based on the strength he had demonstrated today, being the best in Pingjiang province was certainly within reach. Good. Zhang Tian did not say much more. All right, the blue ox is cooked. Everyone has been busy all day, so dig in. In reality, their energy pills had long been exhausted, and they were all quite hungry after a day's work. It smells so good. Just one bite is pure satisfaction. By the way, let's check our points ranking again. Silly Chong, pull up the ranking points status. The familiar points panel appeared in the next moment. CI Li First High School, Jiang Tian, no talent points, 5763, ranking 1. Elements High School, Lu Yinxue, a level talent Shadow Assassin points, 1761, ranking 2. Zhejiang High School, Ina Jiping, a level talent Gunner points, 1532, ranking 3. What the heck, the class leader has over 5,000 points. Zhou Hui and several girls gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. They knew Zhang Tian had killed many exotic beasts today. However, some of those were given to them. Even so, how did his score reach an astonishing 5,000 plus? They had previously observed the scores of the third trial across the 3 schools, and it seemed no one had ever reached over 5,000. Of course, Don't forget how many groups of exotic beasts the class leader has eliminated today. He took down nearly 20 level 5 beast groups, each with dozens of beasts. I remember the highest score in Pingjiang province's history is 7,324 points. If the class leader puts in some effort tomorrow, he might just surpass it. What do you mean maybe? I think it's certain. He'll celebrate the class leader breaking the record in advance, right? What a pity we don't have any wine or milk tea to celebrate. But once the exam is over and the results are out, I will definitely host a banquet at the finest hotel, and we will celebrate together for the class leader then. Sounds good. A group of them filled with joy enjoyed the lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, on the other side, as night fell, the other examinees also found a place to rest and check their points ranking. What the hell, over 5,000 points? Are you kidding me? He's definitely in the top 10 of the province, and it's only the second day. Even A-level talents have been suppressed. Just who is this Jiang Tian? No talent. So he's just an ordinary person. Is this really? At this moment, nearly every examinee was intently staring at their own points ranking. In a certain spot in front of a campfire, a girl with a long sword on her back was Lu Yinxue, the only A-level talent examinee in this testing ground. Originally based on her talent, she could have been directly admitted to the Divine Academy, but she insisted on participating in the exam to experience it and see how difficult it was. During the earlier time after she climbed to first place, she had been far ahead of everyone else. She thought she was secure in her position, so she didn't worry as she had A-level talent. That alone was enough to make her proud, but who would have thought that someone like Jiang Tian, an ordinary person with no talent, would suddenly appear? The key point was that he had outscored her by over 3,000 points, which she simply could not accept. Am I really worse than an ordinary person? Lu Yinxue clenched her delicate hands into fists. Tomorrow there's still one day left, and in the core area there are level 10 exotic beasts. That's my chance to surpass him. Lu Yinxue muttered to herself, stating that killing a single level 10 exotic beast would earn her 1,000 points. Each testing ground had released 15 level 10 exotic beasts. This meant there were 15,000 points waiting for her to claim, but she also knew that level 10 exotic beasts were the ultimate question and not that easy to defeat. However, she was confident that as a swordsman with talent, her attack and speed were unmatched, so reclaiming the top spot shouldn't be too difficult. Aside from Lu Yinxue, several teams with A-level talents were present, including the gunner Yin Jiping and the wood element master Meng Tian. What the heck is this Jiang Tian? Over 5,000 points. Is he even human? When did CI Li First High School produce such an exceptional figure? How did this guy suddenly leap to first place, suppressing even Lu Yinxue? Do you think there's a possibility? What possibility? That Jiang Tian's team killed all the exotic beasts, allowing him to accumulate all the points by himself. If he did that, his score would be very high, but the other members would have almost no points. The Martial Arts College entrance examination is a major life event. Without points, one cannot enter an ability university. Having money or connections won't help either. Someone remarked, as the Martial Arts College entrance examination was the most rigorous affair in the Xia country, solely based on scores, nothing else mattered. Maybe Jiang Tian's family bribed those people, giving each a few million or tens of millions, making them give up on the entrance exam and instead serve Jiang Tian. Now that you mention it, it does make sense, as such things have happened before. Pa, what a disgrace. I thought he was some... The crowd was abuzz with speculation, each voicing their own theories. Meanwhile, on Lin Zhengxiang's side, he was also closely watching the live broadcast. Although he would check some other broadcasts, he primarily focused on Jiang Tian. There was no helping it, this guy was too captivating. He spent 2/3 of the day watching Jiang Tian, and based on Jiang Tian's performance today, Lin Zhengxiang was indeed thoroughly astonished. First tier advanced martial skill Crimson Flame Fist, super martial skill Divine Wind Leg, ultimate martial skill Great Sun Halberd technique, all mastered at a high level. Lin Zhengxiang truly couldn't comprehend. In just one day, how could a single person master 3 martial skills to such a high level? Even S-level talent wouldn't be able to manage it. Could it be that this guy is modifying them himself? In addition to the major candidates and examiners focusing on the live broadcast, the citizens of Xia country were also keeping a close watch on the college entrance examination live stream, for the martial arts examination was truly a grand event. Meanwhile, some companies were scouting for outstanding individuals among the candidates. The company from Jiangguo named 6 Nuclear Bombs was a sports drink brand, and at this moment the company was also paying attention to the live broadcast. Jiangguo, your son seems to be named Jiang Tian, right? According to the latest score rankings, your son is in first place, said Chun Lu, the boss of 6 Nuclear Bombs. How is that possible? My son failed to awaken his talent and won't even participate in the martial arts examination. It must be a case of mistaken identity, Jiang Guo replied, secretly hoping that his son had achieved such a feat. Quick look. The live footage in the upper right corner seems to be Jiang Tian. A zoom in on it. The boss Chun Lu commanded, and the secretary complied by enlarging the image. Wow, it really is your son Jiang Guo. It must be true Jiang Tian has been to our company before. I've seen him a few times. I can't believe he is actually ranked first among the martial arts examination candidates this year. You know our city of Sealy has never had a first-place winner. Jianghua looked at the screen, rubbed his eyes, and thought he might still be dreaming. Enough of that, Jianghua, this is real. Your son is about to take first place. What a proud moment for our Sealy city, the boss said with a smile. Old Jiang, you are truly blessed to have such an ambitious son. Be sure to treat us when he enrolls in a top-tier university. In the face of everyone's compliments, Jianghua could only scratch his head and smile, saying, definitely. Yet he felt a bit confused as his son had said he failed to awaken. Could he be joking with me? Yes, it must be that. Meanwhile, the students from Sealy No. 1 high school watching the live stream were also looking up to Jiang Tian as their role model. In the future, I want to be like senior Jiang Tian and bring glory to Sealy No. 1 high school. Speaking of Jiang Tian, I even taught him physical education class before. In my first-year music class, I was his teacher as well. Some teachers excitedly chimed in, unable to contain their enthusiasm for the night. The third day arrived quickly. Today marked the last day of the martial arts examination and a day for sprinting scores, though this was only for those with grade talents. Those below grade had mostly given up as the mid to low-level beasts had been nearly eliminated and the few remaining were mostly hiding. Even if they were found, there weren't many to gain significant scores. However, level 10 beasts were a different story. A 1 could yield 1,000 points, making them highly sought after. In the examination hall within the core inner area, Jiang Tian, armed with a battle spear, made his way toward the territory of the level 10 beast, the Stone-Armored Beast King, which was a first-tier super beast. Like the first-tier level 10 beasts, they were also categorized into various levels, just like martial skills, with distinctions of low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, super, and ultimate. The higher the bloodline, the stronger the combat power. For instance, a high-grade level 10 beast would definitely be no match for a super level 10 beast. Upon arriving in the territory of the Stone-Armored Beast King, Jiang Tian saw a stone before him resembling a small mountain. He realized this was not just a stone, but indeed the Stone-Armored Beast King. Boom! The Stone-Armored Beast King sensed an intruder in its territory, standing up, causing the ground to shake with its massive size. Fully erect, the Stone-Armored Beast King stood 5 meters tall, covered in thick stone armor, representing a defensive type of first-tier super beast. Is he going to challenge the Stone-Armored Beast King alone? Jiang Tian was currently a focal point of the live broadcast, so the drone was continuously capturing the moment of him confronting the Stone-Armored Beast King. It looks that way. That is a level 10 Stone-Armored Beast King. Only someone with its great attack talent could possibly break through its defenses. And it must be a level 10 beast to boot. But candidates only have 1 day after awakening to advance to level 10. That's just absurd. If he teams up, there might be a chance. The many viewers in front of the screen expressed their disbelief in Jiang Tian, not because they doubted him, but because it was simply too outrageous despite having seen him defeat many beasts the day before. However, those were level 5 and 6 beasts. Could he really take on a level 10 beast alone? Meanwhile, Lin Jingxiong furrowed his brows. Since you dare to go, you must have your trump card. Oh, weren't those techniques from yesterday your trump card? Lin Jingxiong wondered as he thought the 2 sets of martial skills were all Jiang Tian had. Looking at his demeanor, it seemed he had even more powerful trump cards. Nearby, the mayors of Zhejiang City and Yuanshu City, along with the Education Bureau chief and principal, also began to voice their opinions. Isn't that a bit too arrogant, going to face the Stone-Armored Beast King alone? He is bound to fail, otherwise I'll live stream myself eating a pig. Haha, you folks from Sealy No. 1 high school are just overconfident. So what if we are overconfident? Even if he fails, he still has over 5,000 points, which is much higher than your candidates. I doubt, even if Jiang Tian doesn't rush for points today, your candidates could catch up. Perhaps having been challenged too much, the mayor of Sealy, the Education Bureau chief, and the principal all began to retort. Who knows who will win? Defeating 15 beasts is not impossible. The 2 sides engaged in a war of words, spitting out arguments. The scene returned to Jiang Tian. Let me test how strong your defenses are, Jiang Tian said, throwing a dagger. Bang! In the next moment, the dagger hit the outer shell of the Stone-Armored Beast King and fell, leaving only a white scratch on its exterior. Its defense is so high, Jiang Tian exclaimed, but that strike was not made with full force. He had only used 70% of his strength, and moreover the dagger was too small. If he had used the battle spear, the result might have been different. At that moment, the Stone-Armored Beast King was also enraged, opening its massive mouth and spewing forth a stream of molten rock and debris. Chunks of stone, each half a meter wide, rapidly flew toward Jiang Tian. Bang bang. Jiang Tian was too lazy to dodge, allowing the stones to hit him. After all, he had 3,000 armor, and the Stone-Armored Beast King was not a strength-type beast, so that was sufficient. For the time being, neither side could break through the other's defenses. Then let me try my battle spear. Jiang Tian pulled down the sheath of the battle spear. What exactly is in that sheath? Many viewers watching the live stream were curious and began to comment. At this moment, the number of viewers in Jiang Tian's stream had exceeded 1 million. That dagger seems to be made of super alloy. I think what's in that sheath is a battle spear also made of super alloy. Some viewers commented in the live stream as Jiang Tian had not used the battle spear before, so they were unaware of what it contained. That's impossible. Super alloy has an extremely high density. If it's a battle spear, it must weigh at least 100,000 Jin. 1. Suddenly, millions of viewers flooded the chat. Wow, it really is a super alloy war spear. The viewers watching the live stream were momentarily stunned. How can he handle a war spear weighing 100,000 pounds? Could Jiang Tian have awakened a power-type talent? But even with a power-type talent at S rank, he shouldn't be able to lift this spear without at least level 20. Heavens, is Jiang Tian using just one hand? Even Lin Jingxiong, a level 56 powerhouse, felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that Jiang Tian has awakened a talent above S rank? It might even be a divine talent. Such cases have occurred before after all. The awakening stone is artificial technology, and if it's technology, there must be limitations. There must be some loopholes that prevent comprehensive detection. The more he thought about it, the more Lin Jingxiong felt this way. After the college entrance examination, he would definitely use a special detection method to check. This method is man-made and can be said to be able to detect with 100% accuracy. If this method cannot detect anything, it would mean that Jiang Tian truly has no talent and is just an utterly ordinary person. And that is the most terrifying part. On the other side in the footage, the stone-armored Beast King had curled itself into a ball and was now charging forward. This was one of the 2 single attack methods of the stone-armored beast, the stone roll. As for the other method, it was the rock fragments it spewed earlier. The stone roll might seem harmless on its own and lack sharp attacks, but combined with the stone-armored Beast King's 5-meter-tall body and massive weight, once it starts rolling, it can cause a catastrophic effect, unless it encounters another level 10 power-type super beast or an ultimate beast. Jiang Tian, with his solid cultural knowledge, naturally understood this principle. However, he currently possessed the strength of 200,000 pounds. What was there to fear? It was all about brute force. Boom. Watching the rolling stone ball approach, Jiang Tian crossed his war spear and charged forward. However, due to the stone-armored Beast King's incredible speed and overwhelming impact, he was forced back several meters. But soon he steadied himself, bracing against the stone ball with one hand, while gripping the spear with the other. He thrust it forcefully into the body of the stone-armored Beast King. The spear penetrated nearly a meter deep, almost fully embedded, yet he still did not hear the howl of the stone-armored Beast King. Is this thing not going to cry out at all? Boom. Jiang Tian shook the spear vigorously, immediately causing the stone armor on the stone-armored Beast King to shatter and fall off. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the armor was a full meter thick. No wonder he hadn't inflicted damage on this creature. Truly, the stone-armored beast was covered in thick stone armor. As the armor shattered, a yellow beam of light gathered at the head of the stone-armored Beast King, activating its extraordinary beast talent skill. Instantly, all the stone fragments around coalesced onto its body. It formed another thick layer of stone armor. This was precisely the terrifying aspect of the stone-armored Beast King. It could almost infinitely gather stone armor. But Jiang Tian also noticed a key detail. While the stone-armored Beast King gathered its armor quickly, it still took about 5 to 6 seconds. That was enough time for him to attack again. The reason he hadn't attacked earlier was to find the weak point of the stone-armored Beast King for a decisive strike, because he had discovered that even after the armor shattered, the skin beneath the stone-armored Beast King's layer was protected by a layer of scales. This meant that defensive beasts had more than one layer of protection. However, the scales weren't all-encompassing. Since it was a beast, it had to eat, drink, and relieve itself. Jiang Tian prepared to strike its rear with a direct spear thrust. At this moment, as the stone-armored Beast King was gathering its armor again, Jiang Tian took the opportunity to thrust his spear, shattering it once more. Now's my chance, I'm coming for your rear. With a mighty roar, Jiang Tian thrust the sharp super alloy spearhead deep into the stone-armored beast's rear. Roar! A howl echoed as the stone-armored Beast King's rear ruptured. With this weak point attack, the entire beast collapsed to the ground, and Jiang Tian gave it a vigorous twist. Instantly, the internal organs of the stone-armored Beast King churned, nearly destroyed, essentially sealing its fate. Wow, is that it? Did I take it down this quickly? That was really fast. And it's a level 10 super beast, a defensive type. No matter how high the defense, the rear is still a weakness. Even a boxing champion fears a rear attack. 1,000 points secured. It seems the gap between Jiang Tian and the others will only grow larger. The viewers watching the live stream commented as the number of people in other contestants' streams dwindled to almost nothing. They all rushed over to watch Jiang Tian's live broadcast in real time. In the entire stream, if the bullet comments were not turned off, one could mostly only see the subtitles. Jiang Tian stepped forward about to finish off the stone-armored Beast King, when suddenly a dangerous aura enveloped him, followed by a massive shadow crashing down. Whoosh! Jiang Tian rolled to the side, narrowly evading the attack. Boom! The shadow smashed into the ground, causing it to crack open. When Jiang Tian looked closely, he saw a red phosphor python beside the stone-armored Beast King. This creature was nearly 20 meters long and about a meter thick. Its body was covered in red scales, occasionally releasing emerald green toxic mist or venom. Even the stones it touched were instantly corroded away. White smoke emerged, indicating the extreme corrosiveness of the snake's venom. Wow, a sneak attack! Jiang Tian stared at the red phosphor python, realizing that this creature had hidden well. He had been so focused on the battle that he hadn't noticed it. Or was it that the battle's intensity attracted this red phosphor python? Based on the knowledge in his mind, Jiang Tian knew that this red phosphor python was also a first-tier super beast of level 10, but this one was not a defensive type, it was a typical offensive type. At the same time, it had a sturdy layer of scales. Although its defense wasn't as formidable as the stone-armored Beast King's, it could still withstand ordinary attacks. Hiss! The red phosphor python kept flicking its tongue, and its massive tail lifted several large stones, sending them flying towards Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian drew his spear, but since he had just attacked the rear, a foul odor wafted from the spear along with some filthy residue remnants of the stone-armored Beast King. Jiang Tian grimaced in disgust, temporarily tossing it into a nearby small pool to let the water wash it off. As for the stones, Jiang Tian smashed each one with a punch, obliterating them. For his current strength of 200,000 pounds, this was no challenge. Boom! Another gust of wind surged. Taking advantage of Jiang Tian shattering the stones, the red phosphor python's massive tail struck again, landing squarely on Jiang Tian's back. Thud! Jiang Tian was sent flying. He hadn't expected that the red phosphor python had some intelligence and actually employed tactics. He had underestimated these beasts. With a bang, Jiang Tian landed in a patch of grass, and immediately a sharp pain shot through his back. There was no bleeding, as after some modifications, Jiang Tian's armor had reached a terrifying level of 3,000, and the red phosphor python's tail strike dealt physical damage. It did not cause substantial harm to Jiang Tian, but the pain was still quite clear. My armor isn't high enough, Jiang Tian murmured. Although there was no damage, the pain could still affect him, so he opened the modification panel. Open the system modification panel. Current available points 256,723. Strength enhancement 2.0 genes, currently modifiable 1.1 gene of strength. Defense enhancement 3,000 armor, currently modifiable 50 points 1 armor value. Speed enhancement system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Crit enhancement system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance enhancement system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. System level 3. Energy points required for upgrade 241,000. Note: killing exotic beasts will earn energy points, and the effect of the next level will be an increase of 4 modification points per second. Jiang Tian directly modified it, spending 1.0 points to add 2,000 armor value to himself, now reaching a terrifying 5,000 armor value. Ding! Armor value reached 5,000, activating hidden skill enhanced 3-meter golden body. Enhanced 3-meter golden body, once activated, both strength and defense double, lasting for 15 minutes. Jiang Tian nodded slightly. This was quite good considering that previously only strength doubled. Now, with defense doubled, it means standing there to be struck by the red phosphor python would cause no pain at all. With 156,723 points remaining, Jiang Tian did not rush to modify, he simply left it there as it could be used at any time when needed. Now he wanted to go out and test whether he felt any pain from the attacks of the red phosphor python. Meanwhile, many viewers watching the live broadcast held their breath. Where is Jiang Tian? Why is he missing? I just switched from another live stream to here. Jiang Tian was hit by the red phosphor python and is now in the grass. I don't know how he's doing now. Jiang Tian can't be dead, right? Don't talk nonsense, he's probably injured. If the injury is serious, the rescue helicopter in the air will have to come down. Injuries are inevitable. After all, Jiang Tian has extraordinary strength. Since there are strengths, there must be weaknesses, and defense is certainly a weak point. The red phosphor python is an aggressive exotic beast. The barrage comments analyzed and expressed their views, with most believing that Jiang Tian should not be able to stand up. However, just then a striking figure emerged from the grass. Wow, Jiang Tian is actually unharmed. Incredible, he was hit by the giant tail of the red phosphor python and didn't get hurt. Impossible, he must have bled out in the grass. After all, how can a human body compare to an exotic beast? I think Jiang Tian is just holding on. After all, the drone is live streaming, and he doesn't want to lose face. At this moment, Jiang Tian approached the red phosphor python. Come on. He crossed his arms in front of him, signaling the red phosphor python to continue hitting him. The red phosphor python flicked its tongue. Although it was still a first-tier beast and could not speak, it thought to itself, is there really someone who wants to be hit? However, it would not hold back. It immediately swept its giant tail across. This strike was fierce, arguably the strongest attack from a first-tier technological alloy battle armor. If hit, it would surely shatter, especially against this little human. The viewers watching the live broadcast saw Jiang Tian not dodging at all and began to flood the barrage again. No way is Jiang Tian really going to take the attack from the red phosphor python Hedon. This is an aggressive exotic beast. Could it be that Jiang Tian has awakened dual talents, strength and defense? Dual talents. That's never happened before. But even if he has a defensive talent without battle armor, his defense is pitifully low. I think it's a bit dangerous. It shouldn't be. The confident expression on his face tells us that this strike is a small matter to him. In reality, just as the viewers speculated, after being hit by the giant tail, Jiang Tian felt no pain at all, only stepping back a short distance. Moreover, Jiang Tian felt that with this hit, his blood circulation sped up, feeling particularly comfortable. Seeing Jiang Tian unaffected after being hit, the red phosphor python's eyes widened in surprise. It swept its tail again, attacking continuously 5 or 6 times. But unfortunately, facing Jiang Tian with 5,000 armor, it couldn't inflict any damage at all. After several strikes, the red phosphor python felt a bit exhausted. After all, snakes are cold-blooded animals. While they may have enough explosive power, it certainly does not last long. So it opened its giant mouth, preparing to spray venom. But just as it opened its mouth, Jiang Tian had already dragged it up, holding on to its tail and using his strength to toss the red phosphor python around. Thud, thud, thud. Each time the giant snake's body slammed to the ground, it caused quite a tremor, making this area never quiet, with dust rising everywhere. Though the red phosphor python was covered in scales, it still could not withstand repeated slams, and soon lay beside the stone-armored beast king, battered and on the verge of death. Jiang Tian prepared to deal the final blow to eliminate these two top-tier exotic beasts, but at that moment a surge of hunger hit him. He had consumed too much energy earlier. He hurriedly took out a leg of the unicorn green bull from his spatial watch and began to eat. After finishing, Jiang Tian prepared to deal the final blow to the two big guys, so he could earn 2,000 points. Hey, the commotion ahead has stopped. At this time, different voices came from both sides of Jiang Tian, and then two teams walked out. One team was the ace team of Element High School, the 5 Elements, and the other was the ace team of Zhejiang High School, One Shot, both led by a grade talents. The former was led by Meng Tian and a grade Wood Element Master, while the latter was led by Yin Zhiping and a grade Gunslinger. In addition, there were 2 other grade talents in their teams. The rest were grade talents, all teaming up to kill level 10 exotic beasts. As for grade talents, there were none, as those with low talents would be a burden against the level 10 boss exotic beasts. Originally, they were searching for exotic beasts, but upon hearing the great commotion from Jiang Tian's side, they rushed over simultaneously, only to find a surprise. What is a surprise? This is what you call a surprise. They thought there would be a fierce battle, but both top-tier exotic beasts were lying on the ground, barely alive, just waiting for them to finish them off. Although stealing someone else's exotic beast is not honorable, there are no rules against it. Moreover, points can only be earned by killing them, and now they had come just in time to deal the final blow. You must be Jiang Tian. I have to say, you managed to beat 2 top-tier exotic beasts. To this extent, you really have some skills, but unfortunately your luck isn't good enough. So we won't take much a wheel, just take one beast. The Wood Element Master Meng Tian said, and even though there was a live broadcast, so what? Points are what matters, the means are unimportant. The remaining one naturally belongs to me, Yin Zhiping said. He didn't want to offend Meng Tian, the Earth Element Master, but Jiang Tian had just slain 2 top-tier aberrant beasts. In his current state, did he still have the strength to contend? These words stirred indignation among the livestream viewers. Damn, how shameless can they be? They're fellow examinees, yet they're snatching someone else's spoils. Those 2 teams seem to be from Element City and Zhejiang City. How disgraceful. What kind of schools produce such unethical examinees? I say we report all officials from those 2 cities and demand a thorough investigation from the province. Something must be amiss, for fish rot from the head down. Well said. Amid the taunts from viewers in Sealy City and other regions, audiences from Element City and Zhejiang City began to retort. What disgrace. The martial arts college entrance exam is meant to select candidates with exceptional abilities. Besides, there's no rule against taking someone else's aberrant beast. I see you're just afraid that our ace from Element City Meng Tian will surpass your Jiang Tian. Wins. I see you're just afraid that our ace from Element City Meng Tian will surpass your Jiang Tian. Wins. Damn, have you no shame? Jiang Tian just finished a fight, and now you want another. And 2 teams ganging up on 1 person. You actually have the nerve to say that. Hey, what of it? You don't like it? Come hit me through the internet. Bullet comments flooded the live stream, all arguments with hundreds of thousands per second, nearly crashing the broadcast. This was unprecedented. As the factions grew more heated, the official moderators had to enable a full, otherwise the quarrel might spark real conflict, even offline brawls. Elsewhere, Jiang Tian, though surrounded by nearly 20 people, remained unflustered. The Unicorn Azure Ox leg had replenished his energy, and he was brimming with confidence. He still had 1500 modification points unused, and the 3-meter golden body enhancement. For these people to defeat him was a pipe dream. So what if they had upgrade talents? Captain, let me test him. Upgrade Earth Element Master stepped forward from the Element City team, refusing to believe Jiang Tian was so formidable. Earth Element Meteor Fall. The terrain with solid ground underfoot was ideal for an Earth Element Master. He could draw endless Earth Element energy, nearly inexhaustible, while greatly enhancing his defense. The Earth Element Master activated his talent, gathering Earth energy, to form a colossal meteor that plummeted straight toward Jiang Tian's head. Boom! The meteor crashed down. Jiang Tian caught it with one hand. Roughly estimated, the meteor weighed about 500 gene, and the Earth Element Master was only level 5. To command so much Earth energy proved that Element Masters truly depended on terrain. With favorable conditions, they could unleash power far beyond their level. But what of it? Could terrain match a cheater with modifications? Jiang Tian hefted the meteor like a bowling ball and hurled it back at the Element team. Earth Element Lava Barrier. The opposing Earth Element Master again drew Earth energy, conjuring a massive lava barrier. It blocked the incoming meteor. An Earth Element Master on solid ground has invincible defense, he boasted smugly. Bang! But the next second, Jiang Tian's fist shattered the lava barrier and slammed him into the ground. The man instantly fell unconscious. You should be grateful the exam forbids killing, or you'd all die today, Jiang Tian said coldly, his gaze icy. Big talk. He caught you off guard. Now see if you can hold us off. Meng Tian ordered his team to upgrade Metal Element Master, could command metal elements and convert others into metal, altering his body. He could morph into any metal or hard alloy. The Metal Element Master shaped his hand into a pistol. Clearly had practiced this often. Bang bang. The elemental pistol converted air elements into metal-forming bullets that shot toward Jiang Tian. Let's help too, said the gunner in jeeping. They all knew Jiang Tian's score of over 500 proved he was no ordinary opponent. Defeating him together was safer. Otherwise, they'd never claim the top-tier aberrant beast, worth a full 1000 points. Watch this triple absolute sword chi. Upgrade Swordmaster's blade flashed, unleashing over 100 fierce sword strikes across the air. Hidden weapons. An upgrade Weapon Master wore a pouch at his waist filled with custom-made hidden weapons. As a Weapon Master, he wielded all arms expertly, and his talent allowed him to launch hidden weapons, small but forged from super alloy. Their attack and armor-piercing power were immense. A barrage of fierce assaults rained on Jiang Tian. For safety, Meng Tian used Wood Element, summoning thick vines at Jiang Tian's feet. Wood Element Entanglement. The vines snared Jiang Tian's legs, turning him into a stationary target. On the live stream, damn, this is outrageous. So many against one. How can Jiang Tian win? Is Sealy City's Jiang Tian going to be eliminated here? Even if eliminated, he has over 5000 points. They'd need 5 top-tier aberrant beasts. Many supporting Jiang Tian grew anxious. Meanwhile, Lin Jingxiong, along with Sealy City's mayor, education director, and principal, fumed with indignation. Examiner Lin, won't you intervene? According to regulations, as long as examinees don't kill each other, sparring is permitted. Lin Jingxiong's words tacitly allowed the group's siege. He also wanted to gauge Jiang Tian's true strength, sensing it was far from superficial. Besides, in life-threatening moments, rescue helicopters would deploy teams, so safety wasn't a concern. Facing such fierce attacks, Jiang Tian merely smiled slightly. These were all physical attacks, and with his 5000 defense, he could completely disregard their assaults. Indeed, whether it was the 3 absolute sword chi, the bullets from the gold elementalist's pistol, or attacks from golden spears striking Jiang Tian, had no effect whatsoever. The sword chi shattered upon contact, and the metal bullets fell to the ground instantly. Even the Weapon Master's super alloy hidden weapons proved futile, all of them ineffective. Both teams widened their eyes in disbelief. This was absurd. Why was this guy's defense so strong? These two teams were the most elite in this examination site, and yet they could not break through his defenses. This is impossible. I must be dreaming, exclaimed the marksman in jeeping. With Jiang Tian's defense, it was utterly impossible to land a hit. This guy isn't even wearing armor. Where does he get such a high defense value? At least he must have 1500 in defense. The members of the two teams were instantly stunned, meaning that for most of them their attacks had already become ineffective. After all, they couldn't even hurt him. Zhou Xian, as the lightning elementalist, it's time for you to shine, Meng Tian shouted. Zhou Xian was a crucial member of his team. Generally speaking, elemental affinities are usually limited to the 5 elements gold, wood, water, fire, and earth with few exceptions. However, Zhou Xian was one such exception, having awakened the lightning element. This lightning elemental attack was not a simple physical attack, but rather accompanied by a certain degree of magical power. As Zhou Xian stepped forward and waved his hand lightly, dark clouds of lightning gathered above Jiang Tian's head, followed by flashes and rumbles of thunder. With my true energy and the creation of heaven and earth, let the thunder god aid me, Zhou Xian shouted as a bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb struck down. However, at that moment, Jiang Tian had already freed himself from Meng Tian's vine entanglement. The toughness of the vine entanglement was extremely high, but before a force of 2.0 pounds, it was easily torn apart, unable to restrain Jiang Tian at all. If it weren't for Jiang Tian wanting to gauge the power of the attacks from the opposite side, could they really hold him down? After breaking free, Jiang Tian dodged the lightning. He had not yet unlocked the magic resistance modification and did not wish to experience the power of lightning even if the opponents were not highly leveled. He decided to end the battle quickly, first aiming to deal with the lightning elementalist. He picked up the waterlogged war spear, the stench having diminished considerably, but still lingering. Quick, protect Zhou Xian, Meng Tian shouted, gathering the wood element to create several massive wooden element walls to shield Jiang Tian. However, Jiang Tian's war spear was forged from superalloy, possessing immense armor-piercing capabilities. The wooden barriers were utterly ineffective against him, being shattered one after another, while the fire and water elementalist also joined forces. Yet, even that was unable to stop Jiang Tian. Block him. Yin Jiping also took action, for he was on the same side as the elemental teams, brandishing his gilded spear ready to contend with Jiang Tian. Let me show you my great sun spear technique, Yin Jiping declared proudly. This was a first-tier super martial skill, and now that he had mastered it, he was confident that he could block Jiang Tian with his technique. Bang! However, the next moment, as his gilded spear made contact with Jiang Tian's superalloy war spear, it was sent flying by Jiang Tian's strike. There was no way around it. The gilded spear weighed only 1.0 pounds, whereas the superalloy war spear weighed a staggering 1.0 pounds. They were not even in the same league. Moreover, his pride in the Great Sun Spear technique was overshadowed by the even more advanced Great Sun War technique. After this strike, Yin Jiping's gilded spear was knocked away and his arm went numb, nearly losing sensation. He suddenly felt a surge of fear within. What kind of monster was Jiang Tian? Having terrifying defense was one thing, but his strength was astonishing as well. Bang! Yin Jiping's body crashed heavily to the ground as Jiang Tian's figure reappeared before him. What do you want? Are you trying to kill me? The college entrance examination prohibits killing. Do you intend to violate the rules? Yin Jiping chuckled lightly, aware that Jiang Tian was filled with killing intent. But the regulations provided him with confidence. I am an A-class talent, one of the few, and a key training target for the future of the nation. I don't believe you dare do anything to me. Yin Jiping continued boldly. In reality, after awakening his A-class talent, several top-tier extraordinary universities had pre-accepted him, stating that he only needed to go through the motions of the entrance examination. Though those universities were not among the top 10 elite institutions, they were still quite prestigious. I wouldn't, Jiang Tian replied. After all, the regulations for the martial arts college entrance examination were set by the entire Xia nation, and with his current strength, he was not yet capable of breaking them. Otherwise, he would be opposing the entire nation, and he still needed time to accumulate points and level up, requiring some development. So I am still not strong enough. Jiang Tian sighed internally. If he could eliminate a level 99 extraordinary powerhouse with a single punch, wouldn't it be his decision to make? However, although he couldn't kill this guy, crippling him was still possible. Crack! With a sweep of his war spear, Jiang Tian severed Yin Jiping's arms. As a gunner, being armless would render him virtually useless. In this way, it was more painful than killing him. After all, his proud talent would be rendered worthless. A scream of agony erupted, and Yin Jiping instantly spewed blood like a fountain. Meanwhile, in a certain family in Zhejiang City, the Yin family was watching the live stream. Jiping. The entire Yin family cried out in anguish, their gazes towards Jiang Tian, filled with murderous intent. Dare to cripple the genius of the Yin family, I will ensure your death is not a peaceful one, said Yin Jiping's father, who was also the current head of the Yin family, Yin Liang. It should be known that the Yin family had only ever produced talents with at most B-class abilities. Now, having finally produced an A-class talent, he had lost his arms. This grudge would be remembered by the Yin family. Meanwhile, the vast audience watching the live stream was also left speechless. Did he just sever Yin Jiping's hands? Well done, it should be like this. If it were me, I would also sever his legs. Well done, kill these stinky dogs from Zhejiang City. Also sever the hands of those elementalists as well. The audience from Sealy City flooded the comments, having been filled with anger earlier. Now, they felt satisfied. However, there were also viewers from Zhejiang City and Elemental City who were unhappy. The college entrance examination prohibits killing. Jiang Tian has committed a grave error. In my opinion, his qualifications should be revoked and handed over to the court for prosecution. He should receive a heavy sentence. Exactly, to dare violate the rules and sever someone's hands, he would dare to commit murder and arson in the future, break into homes to rob, or even betray the nation. There were all kinds of opinions. Since it was online, people could speak freely. You all seem to be having quite a good time just now, Jiang Tian said, holding a bloodied war spear, glancing at the others, instantly inducing a chilling sensation. You've already severed Yin Ziping's arms. Do you really intend to turn against us? The wood elementalist Meng Tian remarked. You've incapacitated so many candidates, all with A and B tier talents. You are surely facing a death sentence. So what if I am? The crowd threatened, having seen Jiang Tian's cold gaze attempting to intimidate him, and Jiang Tian charged toward the gold elementalist and the weapons master who had been the most ferocious in the previous attacks. It could be said that if it weren't for his high defenses, he might have faced life-threatening danger. These two individuals were definitely ruthless. The weapons master excelled in ambush tactics. After the earlier assault, he had run out of hidden weapons, while the gold elementalist immediately transformed into a metal form, preparing to fly away. Clang! The sound of hard metal clashing rang out as Jiang Tian struck down the aircraft with his spear. Such a fierce assault was naturally unstoppable. Jiang Tian severed their arms as well, and he had no intention of letting the others present escape. Anyone who had attacked him before would not escape unscathed. Quickly call the rescue team to intervene. Seeing this scene, Lin Jingxiong immediately ordered. If Jiang Tian was not stopped, all those 20-plus individuals would be rendered useless. At that point, if such a major incident occurred under his supervision, he would surely be punished when questioned about responsibility. He hoped to salvage as many as he could. Stop! Several helicopters quickly descended into the area, followed by more than a dozen rescue personnel, all above level 30, including those from the medical division. They immediately began treating the injured candidates with severed arms while shielding the remaining candidates who could not suffer further losses. So young yet so cruel to your own, you'll be a disaster in the future, commented the rescue team leader, a level 33 strength-type tire talent. My own. Did they treat me like one of their own? When they immobilized me and attacked me earlier, where were you to call them your own? Now that you see me victorious, you come down pretending to be a good person. Regardless, you weren't injured. Their attacks did not harm you. No harm. If you switched with any other candidate, enduring such an attack under those circumstances would either leave them dead or incapacitated. If it weren't for my high defenses, I would have been finished long ago. Now you dare call me cruel. They're just two exotic beasts. We're all candidates. Aren't we allowed to fight? Allowed to fight. All right, let me have your wife for a night, and he'll let them go. How about that? Jiang Tian retorted. What a joke. Why would I give away the exotic beasts I worked so hard to defeat? It's unreasonable for them to attempt to take them from me. I was acting in self-defense. Moreover, you're not exactly a good person yourself. His words left the rescue team leader speechless. Many viewers watching the live broadcast were also voicing their support for Jiang Tian. Exactly, Jiang Tian is on the side of justice. I support him. Exactly. If you lack the capability to seize others' possessions and end up getting beaten, if it were me, I'd rather die than be a useless person with complaints. Truly pathetic. More than 20 against 1, and he got defeated, yet they need rescue personnel to reason with him. As the situation escalated, Lin Jingxiong hurriedly boarded a helicopter to the exam site. At that moment, around the exam site, dozens of beast roars erupted, followed by a rain of attacks as various spikes, massive rocks, and the breath of exotic beasts bombarded the area. It's an ambush by the exotic beasts. Everyone quickly form a defensive formation. The rescue team leader hastily instructed, and a circular energy defense formation appeared before the group. Quickly, the attackers revealed themselves. They were the 15 level 10 elite exotic beasts that had been released, including 2 ultimate exotic beasts, 5 super exotic beasts, and the rest were high-tier exotic beasts. Each of them was enormous, with the smallest standing at 4 meters tall, and they were currently attacking the defensive formation furiously. This is bad. The rescue personnel were alarmed. If this continued, the defense would soon be breached. Quickly notify the nearby rescue teams. Even if they were informed, it would take time for the other teams to arrive. Furthermore, within this rescue team, there were 12 members, 3 of whom were from the medical division, lacking combat capability. 3 were speed type, weak in combat, while 2 were support type, and 3 were potion type. It could be said that only the rescue team leader was fit for battle. If they continued to maintain the defensive formation, once it was broken, both the candidates and the rescue personnel here might be killed by the exotic beasts. Therefore, someone had to go out and fight the beasts to stall their attacks. The rescue team leader stepped out as he had the highest level here and was a strength-type talent. Once outside, he engaged in combat with an ultimate exotic beast, the mighty gorilla. Though only level 10, it was an ultimate level beast. This equated to a divine level talent in humans, so even at level 10, the mighty gorilla possessed immense strength reaching around 2300 gene. There was no denying that exotic beasts were inherently powerful, especially at the ultimate level. Bang! After just 2 rounds of combat, the rescue team leader had both arms shattered, unable to contend as his strength was only over 700 gene. With a tire talent like this, being able to withstand 2 strikes was already the limit. Reluctantly, he retreated to the defensive formation, hoping the other rescue teams would arrive in time, but he knew that was a wishful thought. However, at this moment, Jiang Tian stepped out. Don't get it wrong, Jiang Tian wasn't there to save anyone. To him, the lives or deaths of these people were irrelevant. He was there to score points. After all, he still needed more than 7,000 points to break the record. But killing these 13 exotic beasts would be sufficient. He picked up his war spear, first delivering a finishing blow to the stone-armored beast king and the red phosphor python, and then charged toward the nearest steel-armored hedgehog, which was a defensive-type exotic beast of the ultimate level. However, its back spikes also had considerable offensive power, making it a well-rounded ultimate exotic beast. Is this guy going to face 13 top-tier exotic beasts alone? This scene not only worried the rescue team members, but also concerned the viewers in the live stream. They could feel the frenzied attacks of those 13 exotic beasts through the screen. Hurry up, hurry up. Lin Jingxiong urged from the helicopter, but even at maximum speed, it would still take over 3 minutes to arrive, and based on the current assault, it was clear that Jiang Tian would not last. Now they could only hope that Jiang Tian could hold off those exotic beasts. Clang! Jiang Tian struck the back of the steel-armored hedgehog with his spear, causing a shower of sparks, and the back spikes were swept aside. Taking advantage of the moment, the steel-armored hedgehog launched its back spikes, but due to Jiang Tian's high defenses, he felt nothing. However, behind him, the mighty gorilla also attempted a sneak attack, swinging a massive iron fist. Bang! Jiang Tian caught the punch, feeling a slight numbness in his arm. This ultimate exotic beast was indeed formidable, with a strength of 2300 gene. System, I want to make modifications. Jiang Tian opened the modification panel, but he still had over 100,000 points unused. As the system activated, the modification panel appeared. Current available points 166,723. Strength enhancement 200 gene, currently modifiable 1.1 gene of strength. Defense enhancement 5,000 armor, currently modifiable 50 points 1 armor value. Speed enhancement system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Critical hit enhancement system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance enhancement system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. Jiang Tian pondered that his armor was sufficient, so he decided to invest all modification points into strength. Ding, modification successful, current strength is 366,723. Suddenly, a surge of immense primal power flooded into Jiang Tian's body, and a slight smile appeared on his lips as data on a special ability flashed in his mind. The Xia Kingdom has conducted research on superhumans and exotic beasts with statistical data on the limits. Take the first tier, for example. If one is a superhuman, the maximum strength for a strength type can only reach 700 gene, and one must possess a divine level talent along with some rare potions for body refinement. Only through various means can one reach the peak of 700 gene. As for exotic beasts, due to their robust physique, a first-tier ultimate exotic beast has a peak strength of 2500 gene. The enormous gorilla before him had a strength of 2300 gene, which was quite close to the peak. However, all of this was still insufficient in Jiang Tian's eyes. After completing his strength modification, he decided to test the system's hidden skill, the 3-meter golden body. After all, he had never used it since acquiring it, and since there were no side effects, he thought it was worth a try. But in the next moment, golden light erupted from Jiang Tian's body, elevating him to 3 meters. Roar! Just then, the gorilla launched another surprise punch. Do you think I'll let you have your way, eh? Under the 3-meter golden body, Jiang Tian's attributes doubled, and his strength reached a terrifying 700 gene as he swung a punch. The gorilla's arm was directly shattered by Jiang Tian's punch, letting out a pained howl. Then Jiang Tian took the initiative, delivering a punch that pierced through the gorilla's chest, causing blood to spout forth like a fountain. Bang! The massive body collapsed to the ground. The gorilla was instantly defeated by Jiang Tian's strike. At this scene, the surrounding candidates' rescue teams and viewers watching the live stream all gasped in awe. After all, they had seen how fierce the gorilla was. They had just witnessed the rescue team leader, who was above level 30, getting his arms broken, and now Jiang Tian had effortlessly killed it in one blow. This guy's strength is truly terrifying. Spiked armor backstab. Taking advantage of Jiang Tian's defeat of the gorilla, the spiked hedgehog and other exotic beasts launched a joint ambush. Let's see how you handle this backstab. Most of the attacks were physical, and with Jiang Tian's current 5,000 armor value, he felt nothing at all. He approached the spiked hedgehog directly, stripping off all the spikes from its back, then inserting each spike back into its body. He forcefully turned the spiked hedgehog into a hornet's nest. And you, the clawed leopard, think you can scratch me? The massive clawed leopard's sharp claws were also broken by Jiang Tian, followed by a punch to its head. Smack! A large pit appeared on the ground as the clawed leopard was punched so hard that it was unrecognizable. Foxfire, huh? Let me show you what real fire is. Jiang Tian continued to approach a red fox, directly pulling out its sharp fangs. In summary, the scene became extremely bloody as the 13 exotic beasts stood no chance against Jiang Tian. At this moment, he transformed into a golden war god. In about a minute, all 13 top-tier exotic beasts fell to the ground, and Jiang Tian also gained the remaining 130 points, bringing his total to a terrifying 21349 points. It can be said that he not only broke the record of Pingjiang province, but achieved 3 times the record. Brutal, so brutal. Viewers watching the live stream started filling the screen with comments. I have watched many college entrance exam videos, and this one is the most intense. I would call Jiang Tian an extreme powerhouse. One person single-handedly taking on 13, or rather 15 top-tier exotic beasts is unprecedented in the history of martial science college entrance exams. What's more, he defeated them all alone. Previously, teams composed of high-level talents took hours to kill a single top-tier exotic beast. But Jiang Tian finished it in just 1 minute. He is truly a killing god. I've decided I will no longer idolize the love interest, but instead I will follow Jiang Tian. In no time, Jiang Tian gained countless fans, with most standing by his side, although there were some detractors as well. However, they were quickly silenced by a group of righteous fans. At this moment, the proctor Lin Jingxiong also arrived. Originally, it was supposed to take over 3 minutes by helicopter, but Lin Jingxiong forcibly accelerated with his powers. Thus, he arrived in just over a minute, fearing that the exotic beasts would breach the defense array and harm the rescue team and candidates. Upon arrival, Lin Jingxiong was left dumbfounded at the sight of numerous exotic beast corpses, and the brutality of the killer was evident. Did you do this? Lin Jingxiong asked Jiang Tian, who stood 3 meters tall. Could it be you who did this? Jiang Tian retorted. Lin Jingxiong staggered back, seemingly unable to accept this reality. But he quickly regained his composure. As someone who had seen the world, he realized that the Martial Science College entrance exam at this site was nearly over. After all the exotic beasts had been eliminated and the injured candidates needed to be taken back for further. As for Jiang Tian, he was unsure how to handle it. Given the numerous occurrences, he still needed to report to higher authorities for guidance. Before reporting, however, there was one thing: Lin Jingxiong needed to confirm whether Jiang Tian possessed superhuman talent. Jiang Tian, do you mind if I test your talent? I don't mind. Great. Lin Jingxiong then employed a testing technique. A peculiar miniature array emerged beneath Jiang Tian, and beams of light enveloped him. After a dozen seconds, no talent. Lin Jingxiong was dumbfounded, as the technological testing device could malfunction, but the manual testing technique would not, indicating that Jiang Tian was indeed an ordinary person. But how could an ordinary person kill so many top-tier exotic beasts in 1 minute? The situation was urgent. Lin Jingxiong hurriedly reported Jiang Tian and the exam site events to the provincial leaders via AI. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian's live stream was edited into various videos, circulating across major official forums, garnering millions of views in seconds. Almost within a single day, it stirred discussions throughout the entire Pingjiang province, and even the whole city. After reporting the situation to the provincial authorities, Lin Jingxiong first shut down the live broadcast here. Before waiting for a notification from the province, the central figure Jiang Tian was naturally taken away by Lin Jingxiong. Jiang Tian was arranged to stay in a luxurious hotel. Lin Jingxiong knew that this guy was the top martial artist of Pingjiang province with over 20,000 points, undoubtedly destined for a bright future. Although he was an exam supervisor, Lin Jingxiong did not dare to offend him easily, so he placed Jiang Tian in a 7-star hotel, which could be described as extremely extravagant. As for Jiang Tian himself, he didn't mind. After all, staying in such a hotel for a night would cost at least several thousand. He was more than happy to enjoy it, as everything delicious and delightful was at his disposal. Afterward, Lin Jingxiong hurried to the province for a meeting. At this moment, various leaders from Pingjiang province gathered for an emergency meeting, the theme of which was Jiang Tian. Changde City, the capital of Pingjiang province, was also the location of the emergency meeting. At this moment in the office, Governor Zhou Liren was sitting upright, and below him were several individuals responsible for the college entrance examination matters in Pingjiang province, along with some biological scientists with special abilities. Governor Zhou Liren inquired, "What do you all think about this incident?" He was naturally referring to Jiang Tian, as the other exam sites were quite calm and orderly. Governor, this incident was initiated by those 20 students attacking Jiang Tian first, and there is video evidence. Under such fierce attacks, Jiang Tian was simply acting in self-defense. In my opinion, there was no wrongdoing on his part. Instead, we should hold those 20 students accountable. A biologist spoke up, hailing from Sealy City, just like Jiang Tian, so he naturally wanted to support him. I disagree. Jiang Tian's actions were too ruthless. He directly severed the arms of so many students, which is a violation of the college entrance examination regulations and warrants severe punishment. I also agree. Those who lost their arms were all A and B grade talent holders. If Jiang Tian is not punished, how do we justify it to others? The other two biologists rebutted, without a doubt these two came from Shizheng City and Jiuzheng City, and some of the students were their distant relatives. You're talking nonsense. If you were chased and beaten by more than 20 people on the street and defended yourself by taking them down, would you accept being convicted of intentional injury by the court? Zhang Daily from Sealy City said sternly. How could I not accept it? I would accept it, replied the biologist from Jiuzheng City. Smack. Zhang Daily slapped that guy across the face. You dare hit me? He'll fight you. Look, you can't handle just a slap, and yet you expect to endure being attacked by more than 20 people. You... Faced with Zhang Dao's words, the guy from Jiuzheng City was indeed left speechless. I believe Zhang Daoli is right. Jiang Tian was acting in self-defense and shouldn't be punished. Instead, we should hold those 20 students accountable, marking it on their records. Immediately, many people echoed his sentiment. Lin, you are the supervisor. What do you think about this matter? Governor Zhou Liren asked. I also hold the view of self-defense. Besides, if Jiang Tian had not killed those 13 top-tier beasts, those students and the rescue team would likely have been in great danger. Zhou Liren said nothing, but reviewed the video several times with everyone. He then instructed Xia Chong to pull up the score rankings from this year's college entrance examination. Since every student had artificial intelligence with them, killing beasts would earn timely points, and each student's total score would be immediately sent to the central database after the exam. As the governor, Zhou Liren naturally had the right to view this information. A large score panel appeared before Sealy No. 1 High School, Jiang Tian, no talent score, 21349, rank 1. Elemental High School, Lu Yinxue, a grade talent swordsman score, 4349, rank 2. Changda High School, Zhou Chao, a grade talent gold elementalist score, 4213, rank 3. Looking at the score rankings, those below Jiang Tian were not too far behind, but the gap between the first and second place was over 1700 points, which was quite absurd. Moreover, Lu Yinxue was quite famous in Pingjiang province. After all, once her grade talent awakened, she would be guaranteed admission to the Divine Ability University. Lu Yinxue participated in the college entrance examination just to experience the difficulty, but who would have thought that with such talent, she not only failed to take the lead, but was instead left far behind. Governor, could it be that this guy used banned substances? No, Xia Chong scanned him at the time. Lin Jing, if that's the case, it's terrifying. An ordinary person with no abilities can overpower an A-grade talent holder. I believe Jiang Tian has experienced a rare genetic mutation. It is because of this mutation that he possesses immense strength and extremely high defense, able to withstand even the attacks of first-tier top beasts. Therefore, I suggest conducting research on Jiang Tian's cells. By sequencing the genetic sequences of his mutation, we can develop corresponding genetic drugs to apply to ability users. In that case, the combat power of our summer country's ability users will undoubtedly surge. Once this technology is developed, the position of Pingjiang province in the entire summer country will be of great significance. A number of biological scientists chimed in, as their abilities revolved around biological sciences, and they would go to great lengths to research any new species that emerged. I agree with this proposal. Since Jiang Tian is from your Sealy City, I will assign you to handle this research, Zhou Liren said to Zhang Daoli. Additionally, regarding this college entrance examination incident, I announced the following 3 decisions. First, Jiang Tian is the top scholar of Pingjiang province. Second, we will hold those 20 students accountable, and a significant mark will be made on their records. Third, we will create a social impact for Jiang Tian and promote him vigorously. It has been a long time since Pingjiang province has seen a figure like this. Governor Zhou Liren announced these 3 decisions, which he had carefully considered. He had just reviewed the opinions on various major media, and they were overwhelmingly in support of Jiang Tian. Not just in Pingjiang province, the entire summer country was discussing it. Moreover, in recent years, other provinces had outstanding candidates. Pingjiang province should not fall behind. Understood. Upon receiving the orders, various official personnel immediately began to take action. The public relations department started posting various messages on the official forums. Jiang Tian, who was already favored by the public, was now bolstered even further. Wow, this is great. Jiang Tian really is fine. He is our Pingjiang province's top scholar. That's for sure. How could there be any issues with self-defense? The officials finally did something right. If the officials announce Jiang Tian guilty this time, I will go directly to the governor's house to cause a scene. Causing a scene, I would dig up his ancestral grave directly. In the past, it took the officials 4 or 5 days to issue a notice, but how come they issued it in less than a day this time? No kidding, just look at the score Jiang Tian got this time, it's over 20,000. Throughout our Xia country, no province has ever had a college entrance examination score exceeding 10,000, let alone 20,000. If the officials didn't issue a notice, the forums would be inundated with complaints. Below the official post, there were countless comments, and at the same time Lin Jingxiong along with a group of biological scientists arrived at the hotel where Jiang Tian was staying. Jiang Tian was naturally keeping an eye on his phone, initially expecting it to take a few days. He was just enjoying the moment as it was today. He had experienced various exquisite services from a chef at his beck and call to a wide array of dishes and even specialty massage services. After just finishing a lavish meal, Lin Jingxiong arrived, and it seemed that the matter had been resolved. Jiang Tian, let me introduce you to the person in charge of this biotechnology project, Jiang Daily. Hello, Jiang Tian, I'm also from Sealy City. We have produced a top scorer like you, and I couldn't be prouder. Jiang Daily spoke quite pleasantly. By the way, we are here to extract some cells and blood samples from you. I hope you don't mind. That's fine, Jiang Tian. Lin Jingxiong explained the purpose. All right then. Jiang Tian didn't mind. After all, he was just an ordinary person. What was there to study? It was just some cells and blood. Thank you very much then. After Jiang Daily collected the materials, he was impatient to return with his team for research. For him, a fanatic of biology research was everything. By the way, Jiang Tian, I believe you've seen the notice. Now you are the provincial top scorer. The mayor of Sealy City, the education bureau director, the principal, and others are all waiting for you. On the way here, they all called me saying that they have prepared a banquet at Huangtian Hotel, just waiting for you, the main character, to arrive. Lin Jingxiong said, as he was also among those invited. After all, he was a regular examiner for the 3 major high school examination venues in Sealy City, Zhejiang City, and Yuanshu City. Naturally, no city would celebrate without inviting him. All right. After Jiang Tian finished speaking, he and Lin Jingxiong headed towards Huangtian Hotel. Earlier, when he was at the hotel, his father Jiang Hua had also called to inform him that the city leaders were inviting him to Huangtian Hotel. Inside Huangtian Hotel, the mayor Zheng Deshui, the education bureau director Lu, and the principal Li Ping, and Jiang Tian's homeroom teacher, Shirley, were all present, while Jiang Hua was also being surrounded by a crowd. Accompanying him was Chun Lu, the owner of Jiang Hua's company. Chun Lu was overjoyed as he planned to ask Jiang Tian to endorse his company's beverage 6 nuclear bombs. Moreover, he had convinced Jiang Hua that as long as Jiang Tian agreed to endorse 6 nuclear bombs, the future sales would undoubtedly see exponential growth. You must be Jiang Tian's father. It's an honor to meet you. A group of leaders warmly shook hands with Jiang Hua, exchanging pleasantries, while Chun Lu took the opportunity to greet the leaders. As everyone was chatting, Jiang Tian also arrived. Oh, the examiner Lin and our top scorer have arrived. The mayor exclaimed, and immediately the ceremonial band began to play. Quick, let's take a group photo first. The mayor pulled Jiang Tian to the designated area for photos. The two stood in the center, followed by Lin Jingxiong and Jiang Hua. Next came the education bureau director, principal homeroom teacher, Chun Lu, and others. They took a group photo first, followed by individual shots, and after the photos they proceeded to the banquet room. During the banquet, Jiang Tian, this is a reward for you from our Sealy City. The mayor presented a bank card to Jiang Tian containing a prize of 1 million. In fact, any student who becomes the top scorer in the college entrance examination in any city will receive a reward of 1 million from the city government. Additionally, as our Sealy City's first top scorer, we will also award you a villa in the city center. The mayor Zheng Deshui said generously. Besides this, the school and education bureau also distributed a scholarship. Jiang Tian naturally accepted it all, though after all, why refuse money? He liked these materialistic leaders who only spoke in terms of money and villas. After a few rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes. By the way, Jiang Tian, which ability university are you interested in? The mayor asked. By the way, Jiang Tian, you might not know much about the best ability universities in our Xia country, so let me tell you about them. Lin Jingxiong said seriously. After all, candidates generally only know superficial information, and they are not aware of the details of various ability universities and their insider information. But as an examiner, he naturally understood a lot. While not 100 knowledgeable, he knew at least 90. We have 4 ability universities in our country: Heavenly God, War God, Elemental, and National Defense Ability Universities. Among them, Heavenly God Ability University only accepts students with a level or above Awaken talents. And without talent, you naturally cannot enter. After all, this university's belief is that divinity is innate, only those with high enough talent can become gods. Therefore, this university can be disregarded. Jiang Tian, however, was dismissive of Lin Zhengxiang's words. What does being divine matter? As long as he accumulated enough points, he could show them that even a divine being could be defeated. At that time, defeating a divine being with a single punch would be no problem. Next is the Elemental Ability University, which only accepts elemental masters with talent. So the remaining options are the National Defense and War God universities. These two universities have no ranking, but the National Defense focuses on building an army while War God is dedicated to developing elite combat power. For someone as formidable as you, I recommend War God Ability University. The teachers at War God University include many level 90 powerhouses with exceptional expertise in both martial arts and innate skills, which would greatly benefit you. Moreover, the teaching format, there is unknown instruction. If you can earn the favor of Principal Mu Qing, your future will undoubtedly soar. With your terrifying talent, becoming Principal Mu's student should be no problem. Lin Jingxiong emphasized his tone, filled with seriousness. Who is this Mu Qing? Jiang Tian asked, as he was not very familiar with this person. Principal Mu is the 16th principal of War God University with level attacking talent as a swordsman, reportedly at level 90, and has a very profound background. Is it difficult to become his disciple? Not really. Principal Mu only accepts one student each year, and that student is the top scorer in that year's entrance examination. As for who the teacher is, Jiang Tian is not very concerned. After all, a teacher's role is simply to guide you in cultivating martial skills and imparting their insights on practicing those skills. Although martial skills become increasingly difficult as one progresses, trying to learn them without insights is akin to climbing a mountain. It is especially challenging for third-year and above martial skills. However, Jiang Tian is different. He possesses modification points, allowing him to directly modify any martial skill to mastery in an instant regardless of the skill. Nonetheless, having a teacher does offer Jiang Tian some advantages, such as having a powerful backing in case anything happens at school. At the very least, he would have a teacher to assist him, and the principal is undoubtedly the best option since he is the highest authority in the school. As Jiang Tian celebrated on the other side in the capital of Xia country, several prominent families and the head of the country Xia Jia were watching and analyzing the video of Jiang Tian defeating the 13 elite beasts. Supreme Leader, based on our analysis, Jiang Tian's strength and defense have exceeded the limits of ability users. Even those with divine level talents cannot compare to him. He could not even withstand a single strike from him, said one of the analysts responsible for data statistics. Has there been any analysis of his genetic sequence? Supreme Leader Xia Jia inquired. The biological team in Pingjiang province is currently analyzing it. Although we don't know why, perhaps only he can succeed from that place. Are you referring to the divine granted dungeon? Someone speculated, as every tier of dungeon has the highest level being the divine granted dungeon, which is said to contain blessings left by deities. If obtained, it could elevate one's talent. For example, from grade to a grade, or even with good luck several levels in a row, or directly to divine. After all, the highest talent that ability users can awaken currently is only SS grade, while reaching divine level can only be achieved through divine blessings. Fortunately, each tier has a divine granted dungeon, but the difficulty is indeed considerable. Firstly, the divine granted dungeon is filled with monsters that embody the limits of that tier's values, and those above the dungeon's level will be suppressed to its maximum level. Thus, even a level 90 powerhouse entering a first-tier divine granted dungeon will be suppressed to level 10e. Therefore, to obtain divine blessings, one must assemble several extreme ability users. Currently, Xia country has dispatched 3 assembled elite teams to the first-tier divine granted dungeon. These individuals are all extreme value monsters selected from various ability universities. Unfortunately, they have not succeeded, and many have even perished inside. Those who manage to escape are also missing limbs. Yes, we need to obtain the divine blessing. This not only enhances our strength, but also serves as a deterrent to the smaller nations around us. Should we bring Jiang Tian here now and send a group of ability users to enter the first-tier divine granted dungeon together? Not so fast. He just achieved the top score. It is time for celebration. We should not ruin his moment. Let's wait until he enrolls in the capital's ability university before seeking him out. Xia Jia emphasized. On the other side, the directors of the 4 top ability universities in the capital, Tianxin, Zhanshan, Yuanshe, and National Defense, were discussing with the teachers responsible for admissions. At Tianxin University, Director, should we recruit Jiang Tian? One teacher asked. No need. Don't forget our Tianxin's principle, only those born with superior talent can become divine. Jiang Tian is merely an ordinary person, even if his strength and defense are remarkable now. Without abilities, he ultimately cannot grow, and his future potential will remain at this stage. So let's not waste our efforts on him. Moreover, we at Tianxin only accept direct admissions. Let the other 3 universities compete for the trash they don't want. But Jiang Tian scored over 20,000 points in the college entrance exam. Humph, the admissions director scoffed. That's because the truly talented ones were directly admitted here. They simply didn't participate. In any case, my mind is made up, Director Zhao Chuanyang declared sternly. At Yuanshu University, Director, should we recruit Jiang Tian? He is the top scorer from Pingjiang Province, over 20,000 points. But at our Yuanshu Ability University, we only have elemental mentors. While they can guide elemental masters, Jiang Tian is not an elemental master. I am afraid he would mislead the students. Oh, Director, let's not think too much. Let's grab him first, and then we can hire some teachers. With our university's reputation, it won't be difficult to recruit someone capable of guiding Jiang Tian. That's right. Then, Director, should I go recruit him in Pingjiang Province? No, he's the top scorer. Do you think he's just an insignificant person? At the very least, I as the director should go personally. This alone is not enough to match the occasion. The director of Yuanshu University, Li Yangming, said, and after confirming the recruitment conditions with the principal, he took the school's private plane to Sealy City. At Zhanshan University, quick. Hurry and notify our university's private plane to head to Sealy City to recruit Jiang Tian. Director, is it really necessary to be in such a rush? Given Tianxin's attitude, they would surely disdain to go, and the Elemental University doesn't have much use. Now it's just a competition between us and National Defense University. With our resources and elite faculty, we should be able to outpace them, right? Enough of the chatter. Come with me, Director Qiao Bing said. But we haven't even applied for the maximum recruitment conditions with the principal. Enough of the chatter. Come with me, Director Qiao Bing said. But we haven't even applied for the maximum recruitment conditions with the principal. That can be discussed on the way. At National Defense University, Director, the private plane you requested to Sealy City is ready. Let's set off quickly, Director Lin Li said, and as for the recruitment conditions, he had already discussed them with the principal. This time he was filled with confidence. Thus, the directors from 3 of the 4 top universities hurriedly made their way to Sealy City, while the top scorers from other provinces were left for other teachers to negotiate. In any case, they must first secure Jiang Tian. Ahem, that was a slip of the tongue. I meant to say get it. Meanwhile, after the banquet, Jiang Tian moved into the villa awarded in the city center with his father Jiang Gua, and then began to frantically complete dungeons. Though the system has reached level 3, Jiang Tian believes it is still far from sufficient. Once in the capital, there will be many experts, so he needs to quickly upgrade the system now to acquire more modification points and unlock additional attribute modifications. After several hours of grinding, Jiang Tian's energy points reached 600, still 400 points away from the 1,000 required for leveling up, but now he was in a dungeon. The exotic beast had been nearly wiped out, so it was evidently unsuitable to stay any longer. He needed to move on to another first-tier dungeon or enter a second-tier dungeon. However, there was currently only one dungeon in Sealy City, the nearest one being in Changde City. Jiang Tian decided to hurry over, but at that moment his father Jiang Gua called him, saying that 3 enrollment directors from different universities had come to their home and urged him to return quickly. Jiang Tian smiled slightly. The anticipated moment had finally arrived. He wondered what conditions those universities would offer. With that thought, he rushed back. A little while later, in the city center inside the villa, Jiang Tian saw Lin, Li Yangming, and Xiao Bing standing in the living room. Indeed, they were standing, and it seemed they were in a heated argument, having exchanged various colorful words. It was hard to imagine these were the directors of university admissions. Li Yangming, doesn't Element University only recruit those with elemental talents? Jiang Tian isn't one of them. What are you doing here? Said Xiao Bing, the director of War God University. You can't say that. Our school has a private jet, though I can go wherever I want. It's none of your business. Besides, whom I recruit is my right. What concern is it of yours? Go wherever you want. Then why don't you go die? Do you dare curse me? Do you believe I won't slap you? Come on, who's afraid of whom? We're both level 60, let's have a fight. Faced with the quarrel between Xiao Bing and Li Yangming, Lin Li, the director of the National Defense University, stepped in to mediate. All right, stop arguing. We are all here for recruitment. Jiang Tian is back. Let's discuss our respective offers first. Both of them snorted coldly. Li Yangming released Xiao Bing's ear, and Xiao Bing let go of Li Yangming's hair. The fierce dispute ceased here. You must be Jiang Tian. I am Lin Li, the director of the National Defense University's admissions office. I won't waste words, or as long as you come to our National Defense University, we will provide you with an annual subsidy of 1 million, and upon graduation, you will become a school-level officer. What? A school-level officer? Li Yangming and Xiao Bing were also astonished. You see, the National Defense University had never offered the condition of a school-level officer before. According to the current rankings of officials in Xia country, a school-level officer is equivalent to a mayor, and a school-level officer also oversees many enhanced soldiers. It could be said that this was far more impressive than being a mayor. If you think this is low, I can apply to the principal for a higher rank. It's not impossible to even reach the rank of a major general. Lin Li spoke with a flair that left everyone stunned. A major general? Lin Li, are you joking? That's equivalent to a provincial governor. The other two directors were momentarily left speechless. However, they soon spoke up, otherwise Zhang Tian might just agree to Lin Li's offer. Zhang Tian, at Element University, we will provide you with an annual subsidy of 2 million, and the principal has several good friends who are all above level 75. As long as you enter Element University, the principal will use his connections to ensure those powerful individuals will guide you personally. Additionally, our martial arts library at Element University will grant you the highest level of access. You can browse any martial arts technique, even those of the 9th tier. Li Yangming said, as this was something he had applied for on the way. Since you have such generous offers, I won't pretend any longer. I'll lay my cards on the table. Zhang Tian, as long as you come to our War God Academy in addition to an annual subsidy of 3 million. Our martial arts library will also grant you the highest level of access. The martial arts library of Element University is nothing compared to ours. They mostly collect techniques related to elemental masters. Moreover, our resource library at War God has various cutting-edge resources available, and all permissions will be opened for you. Additionally, we will also grant you 100 credits each year. As soon as this was said, Lin Li and Li Yangming couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath. If one were to say which of the 4 universities had the most resources for enhanced abilities, it would undoubtedly be War God University. They had resources ranging from 1st to 9th tier available for redemption as long as you had enough credits. And the annual reward of 100 credits was enough to exchange for many resources. It could be said that even the two directors were tempted. They also realized that the conditions they offered might indeed not be that appealing to Zhang Tian. After all, resources were the hardest to come by, especially those of the 6th tier and above, which required entering the exotic beast battlefield and risking life and death to obtain. Then I will choose War God University, Zhang Tian said without hesitation. Within War God, both the resources and martial arts collections were the most beneficial to him. All right, but if you encounter any issues in the capital in the future, you can call me. We will definitely help you if we can, the directors of the other two universities said. In reality, this was also a way to build relationships in advance, as Zhang Tian's future prospects were bound to be limitless. They might only remain as directors for their entire lives, although this position was still unattainable for ordinary. As a director, they had some power and connections which would still be helpful for Zhang Tian, who was new to the capital. Here is our admission letter from War God University. You can take a private jet with me to report now, or you can go by yourself tomorrow. In any case, you have 3 days. If you report now, does War God University have its own exclusive first-tier dungeon, or are there many first-tier dungeons in the capital? Of course, the capital is not far from the exotic beast battlefield. And within our school, there are several first-tier and second-tier dungeons especially suitable for you to practice. That's great. What are we waiting for? Let's set off now, Zhang Tian said excitedly. Several first-tier and second-tier dungeons would allow the system to level up at least twice. That's an increase of 1 credit point every 5 seconds. But let me pack my things first. No need, Zhang Tian. Within War God, all facilities will be provided for students. You just need to show up. After a brief farewell to his father Jiang Guo, Zhang Tian boarded the private jet to the capital. The capital of Xia country is nearly 100,000 kilometers from Sealy City. Fortunately, with today's aircraft technology, it only takes a little over 3 hours to arrive. After 3 hours of flight, the private jet finally arrived at the exclusive airport of War God University. Indeed, as the top ability university of the Xia nation, it would be quite inadequate if there were no exclusive aircraft and airport. Moreover, not only teachers, but also students can take the private jet, and there are even designated routes. Even if traveling is a hassle, students can still use the private jet. However, this requires consuming points. Points can be obtained from various sources besides the annual gifts from the school, such as the task list released by the school. Completing tasks can earn points, and the tasks vary in difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the more points. Additionally, there are various competitions organized by the school, and achieving a certain ranking will also yield a substantial amount of points. In short, points are the key to everything at War God University. Points can be gifted among students, but this requires verification by the artificial intelligence named Shaqiang and the consent of the individual. After disembarking, Xiao Bing took Zhang Tian on a tour around the War God campus, familiarizing him with all the scenery before finally bringing him to the living area. Is this the student residence? Zhang Tian looked at the luxurious 2-story villa in front of him, which was even larger than the villa he was rewarded with in the city center. Yes, our school has such humble conditions, and I hope you can adapt, Zhang classmate. Xiao Bing implied that Zhang Tian should not look down on these conditions. Is this considered humble? Zhang Tian was somewhat speechless, as the area of the first floor was nearly 800 square meters. With such a large area, surely it can't be one person living here. Zhang classmate, don't joke around. Only one student lives on each floor. If a group of students lived here, other schools would think we are poor. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? So only one student per floor, rest assured Jiang classmate. Let me show you inside, Xiao Bing said as he led Jiang Tian in where the amenities were even more luxurious. The first floor, aside from the bedroom, living room, kitchen, and a dedicated bathroom, also had a gym, swimming pool, private movie room, and hot spring with an elevator between the floors. Isn't the utility bill quite high? Jiang Tian asked again. Jiang classmate, are you joking? If students have to pay for utilities, what kind of university is that? Wouldn't it be a laughingstock? Not only are you exempt from utility fees, but the cleaning is also handled by dedicated staff from the school. In short, everything is taken care of to ensure your satisfaction, Jiang classmate. This area is for this year's freshmen. Currently, you are the only one in this building. Once the enrollment is complete, other students will move in. At that time, you all need to live in harmony. Jiang Tian was dumbfounded, thinking, is this really a university? It feels more like being treated like a grand ancestor. How could there be such a university? I'm totally blown away. Jiang Tian's worldview was collapsing. After all, even the highest-end universities in his previous life were not this extravagant. Additionally, this is your student watch, Jiang classmate. The corresponding permissions have already been activated for you. If you have any questions, just ask the artificial intelligence Xiaoqiang. You can check your points and courses, just call out, and it will respond. Really? Jiang Tian decided to try it out since there was no such considerate AI in his previous life. Xiaoqiang, where am I now? You are currently in the Rose District, one of the freshman living areas. Your exact location is the living room on the first floor of building A8. If you need to go anywhere, Xiaoqiang can navigate for you. Xiaoqiang, check my points. Hello, your current student points are 100,000 points. After experiencing it, Jiang Tian was quite satisfied. Xiaoqiang could solve any problem, meaning he only needed to call out for assistance. Alright, Jiang classmate, I need to go report back now. If you need anything, don't hesitate to contact me. Xiao Bing said before leaving Jiang Tian alone in the villa to ponder. After being dazed for a while, Jiang Tian checked the time. There was still an hour until dark. He might as well go to the dungeon to hunt some exotic beasts. Xiaoqiang, see what tasks I can take on. The freshman tasks have not been released yet, but there are some tasks from seniors that you can try. Soon Xiaoqiang projected a task list in front of Jiang Tian. Bounty tasks: 1. Collect 10 hearts of fire lions task, reward 100 points. 2. Collect a vial of poison from the spirit snake task, reward 50 points. 3. Collect 5 pieces of black scales from the iron armored beast task, reward 40 points. Jiang Tian first looked at the bounty tasks, which were generally released by students. Some required ingredients from exotic beasts to craft potions to enhance their levels. However, alchemists themselves may lack combat ability, so they can only hire other students to do these tasks. Of course, these first and second tier materials are abundant in the War God University resource library, but if one were to exchange for them with points, it would cost significantly more. For instance, the heart of a fire lion, which is quite ferocious among second-tier exotic beasts, would require 200 points to exchange for 10 in the resource library. If it's a bounty, then the cost is only half, and many combat-oriented students would be going into the dungeons for training, so it makes sense to take on these tasks. Training and earning points go hand in hand. Bounty tasks are the most abundant, and aside from that, there are also training tasks and challenge tasks released by the school, which offer rich points. Jiang Tian took a rough glance. Training task 1. A rampaging dragon has been quite arrogant in the second-tier dungeon lately. Teach it a lesson and show it who's boss. Requirements: collect 10 horns of the rampaging dragon alone, no teaming allowed within 1 hour. Task reward 500 points. Challenge task 1. In the outer area of the first-tier divine gift dungeon, many copper-armored zombies have appeared. Go steal 10 copper-armored zombies' bronze sabers to study. You can team up, and there is no time limit. Task reward 1,000 points. Jiang Tian briefly looked at the training tasks released by the school. The rewards were quite high, and the points for challenge tasks were staggering. However, since it was released, it had already been 4 months. He was puzzled as to why no one had taken on these tasks. Isn't 1,000 points enticing? How could a first-tier dungeon be that formidable, and why is it about stealing? Couldn't he just defeat the copper-armored zombies and collect the bronze sabers? If he could collect them openly, why resort to stealing? Xiaoqiang, is there anything different about the first-tier divine gift dungeon, he asked. Considering that it was getting late, Jiang Tian chose not to accept any training or challenge quests, as he still had no idea how to enter the God-granted dungeon. Since he had no plans to enter it for now, he decided not to bother asking Xiaoqiang about it. Instead, he resolved to take on some bounty missions first, figuring that earning 100 points shouldn't be too difficult. Before I go in, shouldn't I have a weapon? Jiang Tian muttered to himself, frowning. After all, he hadn't brought his super alloy war halberd with him. That weapon weighed 108,000 jin and was too troublesome to transport by plane. Besides, he had heard that the resource depot of War God University contained several alloys that were even more formidable than super alloy. Not only did they possess superior armor-piercing capabilities, but they also boasted greater density and hardness. One such alloy he knew of was purple spirit alloy, which had nearly twice the density of super alloy. That meant a purple spirit alloy war halberd of the same size would weigh 216,000 Gene. Above purple spirit alloy were purple green and purple blue alloys. However, the exchange cost in points was terrifying. For example, the heaviest and most formidable purple blue alloy, even a single bullet head made from it, weighed nearly 1,000,000 Gene. With his current strength, he couldn't even lift a purple blue alloy war halberd, and exchanging for a piece the size of a bullet head alone would cost him 150,000 points. For now, he decided to focus on purple spirit alloy. Sha Chong, how many points would it take to forge a purple spirit alloy war halberd? 4,000 points. 4,000. Jiang Tian was somewhat taken aback. The resources in War God were indeed abundant, but they were also prohibitively expensive, though he supposed you got what you paid for. But for now, Jiang Tian immediately abandoned the idea of making an exchange. He decided to hold on to his 1,000 points for the time being, even though killing with a single punch would splash blood everywhere. It could probably be washed off easily with Kuan laundry detergent. Besides, with high-tech washing machines available, it shouldn't be a problem. Having made up his mind, Jiang Tian asked Sha Chong to navigate him to the nearest dungeon where he intended to complete bounty missions while simultaneously farming system upgrade points. He still needed 400 more points. He wondered how many aberrant beasts were inside this first-tier dungeon. Soon, guided by Sha Chong's navigation, Jiang Tian arrived at the entrance of a first-tier dungeon. It was a teleportation array crafted from spatial energy, and naturally the dungeon itself wasn't located within the school grounds. It was situated within an open secret realm. Beep student card. According to the rules, all one had to do was swipe their student card at the school's teleportation array to enter. However, when Jiang Tian swiped his card, the nearby administrator immediately recognized it as a card belonging to this year's new students. This classmate, the first-tier dungeon you're about to teleport to, contains aberrant beasts ranging from levels 7 to 10. Therefore, I suggest you go to that other first-tier dungeon over there which has beasts from levels 1 to 5. That would be more suitable for you, the administrator explained. Although the new students knew where the dungeons were, they weren't very clear on the situation of the beasts inside, so he offered some clarification. Between these two dungeons, which one has more aberrant beasts? This one. Then I'll take this one. Jiang Tian didn't hesitate for a moment. Earning upgrade points was the priority, points were secondary. Naturally, he had to go where the aberrant beasts were more numerous. After a flash of white light, Jiang Tian found himself inside the first-tier dungeon. Here all the students were seniors from War God University, and their levels were generally quite low. After all, those with higher levels had all gone to the second-tier dungeons. The aberrant beasts there offered far more experience than here. Oh, a freshman has arrived. Want to join my team? We'll guide you through the fun of killing aberrant beasts from start to finish. The price isn't steep, just 200 points. No need. Jiang Tian refused. Just from watching this group fight earlier, he saw how long it took them to take down a mere level 7 aberrant beast, and they wanted to guide him. Wasn't that purely ridiculous? Besides, none of these guys were combat-type talents. They were all support speed or even potion-type individuals. They were probably just here to kill time. After all, if a combat-type talent from War God University, a senior no less, took that long to kill a level 7 aberrant beast, wouldn't people laugh themselves to death if word got out? Junior, don't underestimate us just because we're not combat-type. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. We're all level 20 now, guiding you is no problem at all. Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered to respond. He walked straight toward the deeper parts of the dungeon. Most of the aberrant beasts here were already being fought by other people, and he had no intention of competing with them. Besides, their numbers were too sparse. Sha Chong, which part of this dungeon has more aberrant beasts? Following Sha Chong's navigation, Jiang Tian arrived at a concentration of aberrant beasts. Here they roamed in packs, sometimes as few as 4 or 5, and sometimes as many as a dozen or more. Following Sha Chong's navigation, Jiang Tian arrived at a concentration of aberrant beasts. Here they roamed in packs, sometimes as few as 4 or 5, and sometimes as many. His gains were not insignificant. He had collected the materials for 5 bounty missions. After exiting, he went to the designated location to submit them, and the senior students transferred the points to him, totaling 270 points. Afterward, Jiang Tian headed to the school cafeteria to see what food was available. Upon entering, he saw all kinds of dishes. Things that flew in the sky, ran on the ground, swam in the water, and even rolled in bed. Ahem, scratch that last one. There were also delicacies made from aberrant beast meat. The prices weren't high. A meal consisting of 8 dishes and 9 bowls of rice cost him only 5 points. After eating on his way back, Jiang Tian checked his system panel. Energy points 101,11000. He now had enough to upgrade the system. Upgrade. Ding upgrade successful host Jiang Tian modification points increasing by 4. Currently available points 438769 strength boost, 366723 gene modifiable, 1.1 gene of strength defense, boost 500, Hujia modifiable 50 points, 1 armor value speed boost system level insufficient, not yet unlocked critical hit boost system level insufficient, not yet unlocked magic resistance boost system level insufficient, not yet unlocked. System level 4 energy points required for next upgrade 112000 note, killing aberrant beasts grants energy points. Next level effect increases modification points by 5 per second. Holy crap, I already have this many points. Jiang Tian exclaimed in amazement. He hadn't even checked in the last couple of days, and he already had over 400,000. It seemed he could do some modifications now. As for strength, Jiang Tian decided to first spend over 130 points to boost it to 500 gene. Then he would spend another 100 points to increase his armor by 2000. This left him with exactly 2400 points, which Jiang Tian decided to keep for now. He could modify them anytime he needed. As for how exactly he would modify them, that would depend on the specific situation. What kind of specific situation? After returning to the village, Jiang Tianshu comfortably soaked in the bath while watching a movie with the intelligent robot butler preparing various snacks and drinks for him. Don't be fooled by its robotic appearance. It has a comprehensive collection of snack recipes and cocktail mixes programmed into it, rivaling the skills of a 5-star chef. Without spending any money and with dedicated service, Jiang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. In short, outside the villa, everything was handled by Shiqiang, while inside, everything was managed by the robot butler. After his bath, Jiang Tian played games on the large screen. To be honest, in the technologically advanced Xia country, there was indeed no shortage of games. Not to mention the immersive 3D experience. The next day, Jiang Tian slept until 11 before getting up. After enjoying a hearty breakfast prepared by the robot butler, he was ready to tackle dungeons. However, just as he stepped outside, he encountered a few unexpected guests. You must be Jiang Tian. The leader of the group, dressed in bodyguard-like attire, was followed by a burly man who was none other than the president of Xia country, Xiajia. The secretary Qiu Zaijiji. Who are you? I am Secretary Qiu Zaijiji of the president. Our president requests your presence. Request me. Sorry, I'm busy, though I need to earn points in a dungeon. Jiang Tian replied, knowing that the president's summons was surely not a good sign, likely due to his examination video. Being asked to go meant he would definitely be venturing into some dangerous dungeon. Otherwise, with Xiajia's status, he wouldn't lack for experts around him. Why would they need to invite a newcomer? It must be an extremely perilous dungeon, perhaps even the divine gift dungeon. Jiang Tian, this is an opportunity to serve the country. You must cherish it. Secretary Qiu Zaijiji emphasized. Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered with these people moral coercion under the guise of serving the country, making him work for free in some dungeon. Sorry, I have no morals, you can't coerce me. Additionally, there's 3 million as a fee for your troubles. 5 million. 10 million. Deal. 2. Qiu Zaijiji immediately halted. Damn, Jiang Tian cursed internally, realizing he should have waited to respond. Soon he and Qiu Zaijiji arrived at President Xiajia's office, where several other officials had already gathered. There were also some gifted individuals selected to be sent to the first-tier divine gift dungeon. These prodigies were super talents from the 4 top-tier extraordinary universities. Every one of them was a remarkable figure of their era, and from their attire it was easy for Jiang Tian to discern that some were from the Celestial God University. There were also those from the National Defense University and Elemental University, as well as the God of War University. President Xiajia introduced himself politely to Jiang Tian, which made the other prodigies a bit uncomfortable, as Xiajia had never been so courteous to them. Especially the guy from Celestial God University, who had the highest talent, naturally felt displeased. Let me introduce you to your partners this time. These 3 are seniors from Celestial God University: the Sclass Talent Shadow, Zhou Xia, Sclass Talent Alchemist Zheng Niu, and Sclass Talent Weapon Master Chen Yang. Hello. Jiang Tian greeted warmly, but the 3 seemed aloof and somewhat disdainful, which Jiang Tian understood was typical behavior from the Celestial God University crowd. With their high talent and guaranteed entrance, they naturally had the capital to be proud, but he didn't like these individuals. These 3 are seniors from Elemental University: A-Class Talent Fire Elementalist Zhang Tian, A-Class Talent Wood Elementalist Mei Qingqing, and Sclass Talent Earth Elementalist Xiong Er. Hello, Jiang Tian. The 3 greeted enthusiastically, in stark contrast to the 3 from Celestial God University. Hello, seniors. Lastly, this is Qin Jun from National Defense University, an A-Class Talent Recovery Mage. Hello, Jiang Tian Jr. They exchanged pleasantries. There is also one more person, my daughter, who will join you as well. After Xia Jie finished speaking, Xia Wenjing stepped forward. Jiang Tian was somewhat familiar with Xia Wenjing, She was the campus belle of God of War University and also in class talent marksman skilled in martial arts. Her combat prowess was likely to be exceptionally strong. Upon seeing Xia Wenjing, the three from Celestial God University became quite enthusiastic, especially the two males. Jiang Tian speculated they were probably suitors of Xia Wenjing. Hello, I hope you will take good care of me during this mission. Not at all, it should be you taking care of us, Wenjing, the two sycophants from Celestial God University said. Then President Xia personally summarized the mission, which was to enter the first-tier Divine Gift Dungeon and obtain the blessings of the Divine. According to the tier of the Divine Gift Dungeon, the blessings should range from 1 to 3, and you are all chosen prodigies of Xia country, having the greatest hope of achieving divine-level talent. As for the divine blessings, I don't want you to bring them out. You must use them immediately upon receiving them, and who you give them to will depend on your decision. After all, at your age, you have the greatest hope of achieving divine-level talent. All right, I will personally escort you to the entrance of the Divine Gift Dungeon. The entrance to the Divine Gift Dungeon is not located in the capital of Xia country, but rather in a mountain range to the south of the capital, and there is only this single entrance. Everyone took a private jet to arrive here. As it is a Divine Gift Dungeon, the entrance was naturally guarded by heavy troops from Xia country to prevent accidental intruders or those with ill intentions from entering. This was particularly true for foreign individuals such as those from the island nation who were always eyeing the Divine Gift Dungeons of other countries. President, the general stationed here, saluted Xia Jia. His name was Nan Guantian, a level 82 powerhouse. Thanks to his presence, this place was relatively safe. Of course, on the surface it was Nan Guantian, but secretly some top experts from major families took turns guarding here. The prodigies who came this time were the descendants of those family experts. Open the entrance teleportation array. Yes. Also, General Nan Guantian, lend your purple spirit alloy warhammer to Jiang Tian for a while. He doesn't have a suitable weapon yet. Can he handle it? Nan Guantian frowned. Although I am not a strength-type extraordinary talent, my purple spirit alloy warhammer weighs a full 2 gene. But since the president says so, there must be a reason. Nan Guantian simply brought it over. Be careful, it's quite heavy. He passed the warhammer to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian directly caught it with one hand. He currently had a strength of 5 gene, so handling 2 gene was a piece of cake. It feels weightless like paper. Jiang Tian said, then proceeded to practice a move with the Great Sun warhammer technique. It's a bit light, but I can make do with it. Jiang Tian said nonchalantly. Nan Guantian was left speechless. Jiang Tian was definitely targeting him. Supreme Leader, who should we appoint as the leader for this operation? We need someone to take charge, right? Those three fellows from the Heavenly God University said, should we appoint Wenjing as the leader? Master Qinyang inquired. Not at all. Not at all. The three from the Heavenly God were internally delighted. Since Wenjing wouldn't be the leader, it meant they would take charge. This time, aside from the three of them, who else had the qualifications? After all, the heavenly gods were all born as deities possessing the highest innate talents among this group. We will have Jiang Tian as the leader. After entering the Divine Reward Dungeon, his combat power is the highest, and you all must follow him. Once Supreme Leader Xia Jie said this, the three from the heavenly god immediately looked down on him, and some even muttered quietly, isn't he just a bit stronger? He doesn't even possess any supernatural abilities, and is commanding us. Isn't that ridiculous? Of course, aside from the arrogant three heavenly gods, the other participants were quite cooperative with Jiang Tian. No problem, whatever Jiang Tian says we will do, Qin Jun and the others stated. Jiang Tian didn't take the attitude of the three heavenly gods to heart. Xia Jie probably found these guys unpleasant as well, after all, even though he was the supreme leader of Xia country. However, Xia country had some powerful aristocratic families that also wielded significant influence and authority. The three from the heavenly god hailed from these families, and he had long been displeased with them. It was just that due to their powerful backgrounds, he couldn't be bothered to contest with them. Letting Jiang Tian handle them this time was just fine. Alright, this is a half-scroll map of the outer area of the Divine Reward Dungeon. Remember, once you enter, just head towards the large tree at the center. Xia Jie emphasized again. Then everyone proceeded to enter the entrance. Upon entering, they found themselves in a desolate wasteland, seemingly having experienced a fierce battle with debris and weaponry scattered everywhere, all forged from bronze. The bones appeared humanoid, but they were excessively large, the smallest being at least 3 meters tall. Jiang Tian couldn't help but wonder whether these bones were truly human. After all, where would one find people 3 to 4 meters tall? Yet he had also learned from Xia country's history that the beings initially created by the deities were indeed that enormous, but their size had gradually diminished due to changing environments. He didn't know whether it was true or false. Anyway, they just needed to follow the half-scroll map ahead. Look, there really is a large tree. Qin Jun pointed ahead, and everyone looked over. It was a towering tree reaching the clouds, but it was too far to see any details. However, they could vaguely see a yellow glow emanating from it. According to the map, they advanced towards it, but the map was so sparsely detailed that after a while they reached the end of what was mapped. And from here on, they would have to figure things out on their own. There are two paths ahead. Oh, which one should we take next? Wen Jing asked, implying that it was up to Jiang Tian to decide. But at this moment, the three heavenly gods stepped forward. I think we should hold a new vote to select a leader. Jiang Tian is unsuitable, and I hereby nominate myself, Chen Yang, as the leader. Does anyone have objections? Chen Yang presented himself with a bold facade. In reality, he had this thought as soon as they entered, wanting to replace Jiang Tian. As a disciple from an aristocratic family, when had he ever been led by someone else? Even the teachers within the Heavenly God University had to treat them with respect, so they considered themselves the best candidates for leadership. Once Chen Yang finished speaking, the other two, Zhou Xia and Zheng Niu, also expressed their agreement. What do you all think? Pharmacist Zheng Niu continued. As you all know, you cannot bring potions into the Divine Reward Dungeon. Without my potions, where will you find supernatural abilities? So just agree already. This statement was clearly pressuring everyone to comply. The others frowned. Having just entered, they were already quarreling, or it might be troublesome to proceed later, and they might even have to split into teams. The Divine Reward Dungeon was indeed very dangerous. I still support Jiang Tian as the lead. After all, he was appointed as the leader by the Supreme Leader, Qin Jun stated. He was a national defense soldier who had always obeyed orders since childhood. We're also on Jiang Tian's side, the others expressed in support of Jiang Tian. In truth, they had long been displeased with Chen Yang and his group. It wasn't just after entering, they had been dissatisfied for a long time, feeling that those from the aristocratic families abused their privileges and innate gifts, and they had no desire to be led by this group. They were all a bunch of selfish individuals. Fine, since that's the case, let's split into two teams and go our separate ways. After Chen Yang finished speaking, he took Zhou Xia and Zheng Niu and chose a path, leaving without looking back. Watching the three leave, someone spat. What are they? Fire Elementalist Jiang Tian said. Forget it, Jiang Tian, don't bother with these guys. They seem to inherently believe they are superior. Wen Jing comforted him, thinking Jiang Tian was angry at the moment. Bother. What do I have to contest with them? Just three barking dogs. Oh, let's move forward. Meanwhile, on Chun Yang's side, after advancing a distance, they saw that the corpses on the ground appeared to be no longer bones, but rather numerous armored bronze corpses. The armored corpses held bronze broadswords, their bodies clad in bronze armor, covered in verdigris. Qinyang, why do I feel a bit creeped out? Aren't there too many of these armored corpses? Zhou Xia said, ew, as a woman, it was normal to be frightened by these things. What's there to fear? People always exaggerate the dangers of the Divine Reward Dungeon. I don't believe it can be that terrifying. We all have level talents, and defeating them should be a piece of cake, right? That's true. Chen Yang's words boosted the spirits of the other two, who regained their confidence. Bang! But at that moment, the numerous armored corpses on the ground suddenly opened their eyes, coming to life as they charged forward, wielding their tunter-long bronze broadswords. Just bronze weapons. How can they compare to our modern alloys? The talent of the weapon master was evident as Chunyang swiftly pulled out numerous alloy-made weapons. He then rapidly fired them off, thinking to himself that bronze was too soft a metal. Could it possibly defend against his alloy weapons? Shadow Zhou also drew two sharp daggers and entered stealth mode, preparing to ambush the armored corpses. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, Chen Yang's various weapons struck the bronze armor, but they had no effect whatsoever. The bronze armor appeared incredibly resilient. It's impossible, this cannot be true. Chen Yang began to feel a sense of dread. He was using purple spirit alloy renowned for its extreme hardness and exceptional armor-piercing capabilities. Yet now striking the low-hardness bronze armor left only a tiny mark. Meanwhile, Zhou Xia had also ended her stealth state, thrusting two daggers fiercely into the copper-armored core. Two intense sparks ignited. Although the daggers left two scratches on the copper armor, they still failed to breach its defenses. How could it be so high? Zhou Xia felt a bit at a loss. She had shadow talent, and her first attack after ending stealth should have increased damage by 20. But still no breach. Could it be extreme armor? Zhou Xia speculated. If that's the case, it will be troublesome. It seems that the creatures in the Divine Gift Dungeon truly have peak values. As the prodigies of the gods, they initially didn't believe it, doubting that the Divine Gift Dungeon contained such extremes, but now it seemed entirely true. This copper-armored corpse should represent the limit of armor. Don't worry, although these guys have high armor, their strength must be their weak point. Chen Yang conjectured, just like human talents, one can only excel in one area. At that moment, a gigantic bronze blade came crashing down, and Chen Yang hurriedly took out a metal-long sword to block it. Boom! A loud sound erupted as Chen Yang completely failed to stop the bronze blade, kneeling down from the impact, the alloy sword leaving a deep gash on his shoulder. If it weren't for the battle armor provided by his family, his shoulder would have been severed by that blow. Hurry and go. Xinyang commanded. These guys have extreme values for both strength and defense. We can't fight them, Hedon. There are too many of them. The other two nodded. After all, there were simply too many copper-armored corpses here. At least no fewer than 200. Fighting them would be futile. Shall we just go outside? Zheng Niu said worriedly. He was an apothecary and not particularly strong in combat. His role this time was to use potions to restore everyone's abilities and enhancements. The life of an apothecary is precious. He didn't want to meet his end here. If we go out, the divine blessings will be lost. Don't you want to become an apothecary with divine-level talent? Our Xia country has never had an apothecary with divine-level talent. Xinyang's words made Zheng Niu abandon the idea of leaving. Yes, he was too eager to become an apothecary with divine-level talent. If he succeeded this time, it would not only make him unique in his family, but also in the entire Xia country, and indeed the whole world. But what if these copper-armored corpses pursue us relentlessly? Isn't there still a team of people? Xinyang smirked slyly. Are you suggesting we lead the copper-armored corpses to them and take the chance to escape? But if we do that, won't they? It would be better if they died. That way no one would compete with us for the blessings, wouldn't? Xinyang's idea evidently received agreement, and they then proceeded toward Jiang Tian's location. Soon after they caught up with Jiang Tian. Didn't you leave? Why are you back? Just bringing you some gifts, hee. Xinyang chuckled, then quickly ran away with Zhou Xia and Zheng Niu. Although the copper-armored corpses had strength and defense as value monsters, they were somewhat slow. Boom. Nearly 200 copper-armored corpses stomped on the ground with massive strides like an earthquake. Copper-armored corpses. Jiang Tian saw the unexpected visitors and instantly felt delighted. After all, the challenge task seemed to involve obtaining 10 bronze blades, and he had been wondering if he would encounter them. And here they were. Wasn't this a guaranteed 1,000 points? Copper-armored corpses, everyone run. These guys have peak values for both strength and defense. Xia Wenjing shouted. Run. I want to see if they are extreme value monsters, or if I am. Jiang Tian grabbed the purple spirit alloy war halberd and charged forward. I want to try too. Fire Elementalist Jiang Tian and Wood Elementalist Mei Qingqing also surged forward. Then let me assist you. Qin Jun, being a recovery type, activated his talent skill recovery domain, which restores his teammates' abilities. I will protect you. Earth Elementalist Xiong Air said as he stood firm on the ground. He could almost infinitely summon earth elements for defense. Even if the copper-armored corpses had extreme strength, they could not break through his defenses in a short time. Then let's have a battle. Xia Wenjing the gunner was also filled with combat spirit, seizing the long gun and charging forward. Fire Element Fire Sea Domain. Wood Element Vine Prison. The two worked together seamlessly. One bound the copper-armored corpse while the other spewed flames, and the flames were not physical damage, but rather leaned toward magical damage. With the vines binding, those copper-armored corpses became living targets, but since both were level capped at level 10, they could not summon many elements. Currently, their coordination could only handle 5 copper-armored corpses. A flicker of cold light arrives first, and then the gun strikes like a dragon. Xia Wenjing pierced a copper-armored corpse with a shot, creating a small hole just as a bronze blade came crashing down. Clang! Xia Wenjing blocked it, but she only staggered back 5 or 6 steps. Jiang Tian was slightly stunned as Xia Wenjing could pierce through the bronze armor with a single shot, indicating her strength had undoubtedly reached the peak of level 1, and her defensive power seemed no less impressive. However, compared to him, there was still a significant gap. Boom! The purple spirit alloy war halberd struck down, and the copper-armored corpse was instantly cleaved in two. There was no choice. With Jiang Tian's strength of 500 pounds combined with the armor-piercing ability of the purple spirit alloy, breaking through a level 1 extreme armor was completely unproblematic. The Divine Gift Dungeon did impose restrictions on those with abilities, but for Jiang Tian it posed no restraint at all, though after all he was just an ordinary person. Ding! Kill high-level exotic beast, gained 10 energy points. However, at that moment, an even greater surprise entered Jiang Tian's mind. 10 energy points. He remembered gaining 1 energy point when killing exotic beasts, now 10 points. This copper-armored corpse was clearly a human, not an exotic beast. How could it be counted as a high-level exotic beast? No matter, Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered to think about it. He decided to start killing first. There were so many here, and it seemed like 2,000 energy points would be about enough. That would be sufficient for the system to reach level 5. Thus, he began a killing spree, each halberd strike, taking down 3 to 4 copper-armored corpses, and at this moment the copper-armored corpses seemed to realize Jiang Tian's ferocity. So they all charged at Jiang Tian, preparing to take down this killing machine. Come on. Jiang Tian opened the system panel. After a night of accumulating points, and with over 200 points in use from before, he had now reached over 400. System add 200 pounds of strength. Ding! Modification successful. Current strength 700 pounds. Increasing strength was merely to ensure quicker kills of the copper-armored corpses, saving time. As for armor, it was unnecessary, because the bronze blade striking him caused him no sensation. A normal person would have been cleaved in half by now. After gaining an additional 200 gene of strength, Jiang Tian's war halberd swept through with formidable force, like a tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. The over 200 bronze-armored corpses were swiftly cleared away. About 3 minutes later, the crowd gazed at the ground littered with bronze-armored corpse remains, or rather dismembered fragments. Some were cleaved in half, while others, even worse, were reduced to mere chunks. This guy's combat prowess is truly ferocious. No wonder Father sent him here, Xia Wenjing marveled inwardly. She had always prided herself on her offensive-oriented talent. Yet over such a long period she had only managed to defeat a single bronze-armored corpse. Merely defeat, not slay, for their defenses were impenetrable. But Jiang Tian had effortlessly annihilated them all. It seemed his strength wasn't the only thing surpassing limits. His defense had also transcended boundaries. Earlier, when besieged by several bronze-armored corpses, a blade struck her back, shattering her first-tier battle armor instantly. Yet she had witnessed Jiang Tian withstand dozens of slashes. His clothes were merely torn, while he appeared completely unscathed. His armor rating must have exceeded 2000. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian was checking his system. Energy points 2000. Aside from a few slain by Jiang Tian and Mei Qingqing, the rest were his kills, amassing exactly 2000 energy points, enough to upgrade. Ding, upgrade successful. A status panel then materialized before Jiang Tian. Host Jiang Tian modification points increasing 5. Current available 247889. Strength amplification 700 gene modifiable 1.1 gene defense amplification 500 armor modifiable 50 points 1 armor speed amplification modifiable 100 points 1 speed critical strike amplification system level insufficient locked magic resistance amplification system level insufficient locked. System level 5 energy points required for upgrade 03000 note killing aberrant beasts grants energy points. Next level effect 6 modification points per second. Speed modification unlocked. Jiang Tian felt a surge of delight, though he wondered what speed truly entailed. He decided to consult the system first. System, what does 1 point of speed represent? Ding, host, 1 point of speed equals the distance you can teleport in 1 second. What? Jiang Tian exclaimed joyfully. Such power. According to Xia Nation's statistical data on superhuman theory, the first-tier speed limit for a speed-type talent was 50 points, equivalent to a teleportation distance of 50 meters. With over 2400 points at his disposal, he could theoretically boost his speed to 2400 points, meaning a teleportation of 2400 meters per second. He was stunned. Was he even human anymore? In his past life, he would have certainly joined the Olympics, leaving bolt-eating dust in his wake. Add 200 points to speed, Jiang Tian commanded, reserving some points for emergencies. Ding, modification successful. Current speed 200 points. Whooshed. With a mere thought, Jiang Tian appeared 200 meters away, vanishing from sight. Hey, where's Jiang Tian? Xia Wenjing and the others wondered, perplexed by his sudden disappearance. Jiang Tian continuously teleported, crashing straight through mountains. With his 5000 armor rating, nothing could obstruct him. Detours were impossible. He simply smashed through. Boom. Explosions echoed incessantly as massive boulders were pulverized into dust, and entire mountains collapsed under his impact. Exhilarating. Jiang Tian returned to the group. What was that? Nothing much, just testing my speed. Let's move on. Jiang Tian urged eagerly. With so many bronze-armored corpses here, there were likely more ahead. Slaughtering his way forward would make leveling up the system much simpler. Meanwhile, Chen Yang and his team, drawn by the tremendous commotion from Jiang Tian's side, halted and retreated to a hidden spot to observe. These guys are still alive, and they eliminated those bronze-armored corpses, eh? Chen Yang gritted his teeth, never expecting Jiang Tian to be so formidable. Damn it. He cursed in fury, a pang of regret stirring within. Had he known Jiang Tian's combat strength was this immense, he would have stuck with him from the start. After all, having someone clear the path for him was a win-win situation. Yet a faint smile curled his lips. This was actually better. The alchemist Zheng Niu had just gathered materials and concocted several potions, including an invisibility elixir. Thus they decided to tail Jiang Tian, letting him forge the way. When they finally reached the site of the divine blessing, they would emerge and snatch it. At that thought, Chen Yang admired his own cunning. On the other side, Jiang Tian had now reached the mid-periphery, where he encountered another wave of limit-breaking beasts, a fusion of strength and speed. These were flying birds wielding steel tridents, incredibly swift. Jiang Tian and Mei Qingqing's single-target attacks almost always missed, forcing them to rely on area effect skills. But such skills drained their superhuman energy rapidly. Damn! Xia Wenjing cursed as her spear auras were all dodged, not a single one landing. As for Jiang Tian, after decimating a flock of birds, he encountered the Bird King. Based on his assessment, its speed reached 55 points. It had already surpassed the first-tier speed limit of 50 points. No wonder this was called a divine gift instance. Anyone else would find it impossible to pass. The Bird King let out a strange cry, seemingly taunting Jiang Tian with triumphant squawks. Crack! Yet the next second it saw its own head severed, its heavy body crashing to the ground. What a joke! With 2000 speed points, a mere 55-point speedster dared to show off. Of course it had to be obliterated. After roughly 3 more minutes, over 100 birds yielded 1100 energy points for Jiang Tian. The group passed through the mid-periphery and entered the inner region. The massive tree was now very close. The nearer they drew, the more they could perceive its towering height, at least 100 meters, lush with foliage and laden with red fruits. Could these be transformation fruits? Xia Wenjing speculated. Within the divine gift instance, aside from the divine blessing itself, transformation fruits were the most precious. Transformation fruits could fortify a superhuman's foundation, enabling them to approach the limit value. For instance, the first-tier strength limit was 700 gene. An ordinary drank strength talent could never reach that figure, but with enough transformation fruits. Even a trash drank talent could attain the 700 gene limit. Thus the group couldn't help but grow. However, a problem arose. The tree was too tall with no branches for about 1500 meters from the base. Its trunk was smooth and bare. To pick the transformation fruits, they would have to climb the tree. Perhaps for others ascending was a challenge, but for Jiang Tian and Mei Qingqing it was not difficult. After all, Jiang Tian's teleportation range was 2000 meters. With a thought, he instantly stood atop the large tree, while Mei Qingqing summoned the wood element, causing thick vines to surge up from the ground. After ensnaring everyone, the vines grew higher and higher, lifting the group up to the tree. There are actually so many transformed fruits here. The group looked at the number on the tree, which was nearly 200, with only 5 of them. Each could obtain over. Wait, let me try one first. Just as everyone was preparing to eat one, the wood element master, Mei Qingqing. Though they look similar, we can't let our guard down. The group agreed, allowing Mei Qingqing to test it first, as she was immune to any toxins from the fruits due to her wood element affinity. Thus, having Mei Qingqing test for poison was the best choice. Jiang Tian naturally did not rashly proceed. Even though his armor was high, most toxins were magical damage, and ingesting it could harm him. Not bad, these are indeed transformed fruits, and they are completely ripe, Mei Qingqing exclaimed joyfully, a red glow emanating from her, as she felt her control over the wood element significantly increase. Moreover, her limits had been raised considerably. Next, the group counted how many there were, exactly 225, meaning each could take 45. After distributing the fruits, everyone ate a few, quickly reaching their respective limits, and as for the remaining fruits, they could supplement later when their levels increased. As for Jiang Tian, he also ate one, but after consuming it he felt nothing, and checked his attribute panel, noticing no changes. His strength remained at 700 gene, armor at 500, and speed at 200 unchanged. It seemed this fruit had no effect on him. However, he wouldn't be foolish enough to give his away to others. After all, keeping this could allow him to sell it later for a high price or exchange it for other materials. While Jiang Tian and the others were distributing the transformed fruits on the other side, Qin Yang and the others were enviously watching. They had previously argued about parting ways, but ended up following Jiang Tian to this place. Yet the 3 of them, a shadow, an alchemist, and a weapon master, obviously lacked the ability to climb the tree, and now the distribution was complete. It's fine, they didn't eat much, and the remainder is stored in the spatial wristwatch. Oh, we still have a chance, Qin Yang and others said wickedly from a distance. Now is not the time. With that, the few continued to keep their distance and track stealthily. As for Jiang Tian and his group, their view from atop the large tree broadened immensely, and they actually saw the core inner area where a grand palace stood. The palace emanated a divine glow, and the group speculated that it was the place of divine blessings. After descending, they headed towards the palace, encountering some peak value monsters along the way, but this time the group was enhanced after consuming the transformed fruits. Undoubtedly, Jiang Tian was still the main force, handling 98 of the wild monsters, while the others took care of the remaining 2. It seems this is indeed the place of divine blessings. Arriving at the palace's grand entrance, they found a metallic door adorned with 2 beast heads, each with a pull ring in its mouth. Does this door require us to pull it open? Qin Jun frowned and said, shall we give it a try? Jiang Tian stepped forward, grasping the pull rings with both hands and pulling with all his might, but the door did not budge. However, some writing appeared on it. These characters were different from the current script of the Xia Kingdom. Jiang Tian, as a time traveler and not a local, certainly did not recognize them. Does anyone recognize this? Let me take a look. Xia Wenjing, being the daughter of the leader, had quite a bit of knowledge and had studied some ancient scripts of the Xia Kingdom. It speaks of events from the time of the gods, indicating that this palace was crafted by a main god containing blessings left by a main god and 3 attendant gods. However, opening the door requires reaching the limit of a first-tier divine being, representing the strength limit of a divine being at that tier, which is 1/0 gene of force. As Xia Wenjing conveyed the gist, the group felt both joy and sorrow. Joyful that there were 4 divine blessings inside, and 1 main god blessing, knowing that the main god blessing could definitely evolve their talents to god level. And there were 3 divine blessings, although with only a certain chance, it was still sufficient. However, the sorrow lay in the fact that the limits of divine beings and humans are evidently not on the same level. Even with a god-level talent, a human at the first-tier limit only possesses 7/0 gene of force. This door requires 1/0 gene of force to open, indicating that pushing it open is no small feat. Jiang Tian, how much strength do you have now? Xia Wenjing asked. 7/0 gene. The 4 of us have reached the limit of 7/0 gene, each plus yours, that's only 9/0 gene. It seems we can't open this door. The group said dejectedly. Not necessarily. However, Jiang Tian stepped forward, wishing to try using the divine blessing. If he could attain a god-level talent, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It wasn't a big deal if he couldn't, but he definitely wanted to give it a shot if he had the chance. Boom. Jiang Tian directly activated his 3-meter golden body, immediately doubling his attributes to reveal a force of 1/4 gene. Huh. With 2 golden hands firmly grasping the pole rings, Jiang Tian thought, since it required 1/0 gene of force, he should exert all his strength. Thus he exerted force. In the next second, the door flew open. Huh. The 4 behind him were dumbfounded, and Jiang Tian was also taken aback. Was the limit of a divine being at the first tier really this easy? A mere 1/0 gene seemed not to be a big deal at all. Did you not say you only had 7/0 gene of strength? Xia Wenjing asked, dazed. Jiang Tian must have activated some skill, gaining a power boost similar to our talent skills. The others speculated. Regardless, the door opening was the best outcome. Jiang Tian led the way inside, cautious of any traps, in his 3-meter golden body state his strength and armor doubled. Even if there were traps, they would likely not harm him. Upon entering the palace, they found 4 giant statues of gods carved inside, which seemed to represent the gods of the Xia kingdom, with the central one being the main god. The other 3 were the attendant gods. Each statue held a bright orb in its hands. Divine, the group rejoiced, not expecting to obtain them so easily. Although the statue of the deity stood 100 feet tall, it posed no challenge for Jiang Tian. With a mere thought, he teleported and instantly grasped the divine blessing pearl bestowed by the master god. The others naturally had no objections to this scene. After all, if it weren't for Jiang Tian, they would never have made it here. Even the outer copper-armored corpses were beyond their capacity to overcome. Moreover, having 3 divine blessing pearls was already quite good. Thus, the remaining 3 pearls were also retrieved, but there were 4 of them: the wood element master, Mei Qingqing, the fire element master Jiang Tian, the marksman Xia Wenjing, and the healer Qin Jun. Someone was bound to miss out on one. You all should use them. Being a support type, my combat power can't match yours. In the face of alien beasts, I still need you all. No, Qin Jun, your support ability is domain-wide and quite rare. Your role on the alien beast battlefield is far greater than mine, so I will step back and let you have it. How about you all just use it? I am the daughter of the commander, and I should lead by example. The group pushed back and forth while Jiang Tian watched in bewilderment, feeling that the script seemed to differ from his expectations. Shouldn't the blessing of the deity prompt immediate conflict? Shouldn't it lead to bloody battles and mutual slaughter? Yet instead there was a sense of harmony, and judging by their expressions, they appeared quite sincere, not at all as if they were acting. As for Jiang Tian himself, he had just used the blessing, but unfortunately, he still felt nothing. He was unable to absorb the deity's blessing, not even that of the master god. Moreover, it was obviously impossible to take the deity's blessing away, as the pearl could not leave the divine. Hey, why all the fuss? Just take it. Jiang Tian teleported beside them and tossed the master god's blessing to the group, who stared at him in confusion. Jiang Tian, have you lost your mind? This is the master god's blessing. Indeed, Jiang Tian, you have contributed the most this time. If you don't use the master god's blessing, we would feel embarrassed to use it. Jiang Tian sighed. It's not that I don't want to, I just used it, and it has no effect on me, he said in exasperation, realizing he was still suited to being a modifier. Oh, well fine then. The others soon realized that Jiang Tian was not refusing, but genuinely unable to absorb the blessing, so now each of them could be assigned one. Then came the question, to whom should the master god's blessing pearl be given? Jiang Tian was too lazy to ponder this matter, and simply flashed behind the statue to see if there were any other items to take, perhaps some divine artifacts. Even if there were no artifacts, there would at least be some equipment. Although he was currently very strong, who could refuse? Jiang Tian, Mei Qingqing, Qin Jun, and Xia Wenjing stared at the Master God's blessing pearl lost in thought. After a while they spoke in unison. When dealing with alien beasts, the Wood Element Master has a significant restraining effect, and the Mei family is also one of the main forces on the alien beast battlefield. Therefore we have decided to give the Master God's blessing to you, Qingqing. Xia Wenjing handed the pearl to Mei Qingqing. This. Mei Qingqing looked at the pearl somewhat at a loss. Oh, just accept it, Qingqing. We're all good friends now. Well, all right then. Mei Qingqing stopped hesitating. She knew that the Xia kingdom desperately needed a god-level Wood Element Master, and at that moment, she felt a heavy responsibility on her shoulders. But suddenly several figures appeared. Since you all are refusing, then hand it over to us. 3 figures suddenly appeared, Qinyang, Zhou Xia, and Zheng Niu. You've been following us. We have invisibility potions, so following you is a piece of cake. Damn. Xia Wenjing and the others were about to take action, but at that moment they realized they seemed to be poisoned, feeling drowsy and weak. Wenjing, what's wrong with me, Qinyang? After all these years you have always rejected me. Well, today I will fulfill my unfulfilled wish. With that, Qinyang revealed a lewd grin and unbuckled his pants. What are you going to do? What do you think I'm going to do? Shameless. At that moment they realized it was definitely Zheng Niu, the pharmacist, who had secretly poisoned them, while being invisible, rendering them unable to use their abilities. Don't struggle. That's a potion specifically designed to counter abilities, Xiong'er said, then walked towards Mei Qingqing as he was one of her suitors. Unfortunately for him, Mei Qingqing was not interested in him, not only because Zheng Niu's looks were subpar, but also due to his lack of character. It should be said that the Zheng family as a whole lacked integrity. As a family of pharmacists, the Zheng family often suppressed smaller families, forcibly acquiring them, monopolizing and raising prices, causing many pharmacists to go bankrupt. They despised their arrogant and condescending demeanor the most. Don't come closer. Mei Qingqing only shouted this, but did not resist. As for Zhou Xia, among the 3 she was on Chunyang's side, and naturally would not intervene. Though she felt uncomfortable as a woman, she was on Chunyang's side, and chose to look the other way. Where's Jiang? Xia Wenjing called out. After Jiang Tian gave them the pearl, he vanished. Could he have been taken out by these guys? No way. Jiang Tian's terrifying power surpassed even the deities. How could he be taken down by these 3 ordinary people? Whoosh. Just then a battle spear shot rapidly toward them. It was the purple spirit war spear once wielded by Nan Guantian. In an instant, Chunyang's head flew off. The spear's momentum did not diminish as it struck Zheng Niu's right shoulder, sending him flying along with the spear. Bang! He was forcefully pinned against the wall. Jiang Tian emerged from behind the statue, and upon seeing this, Zhou Xia immediately distanced herself, ready for battle. Jiang Tian, you're actually unscathed. Zheng Niu exclaimed in fear. That toxin was supposed to counter abilities. Could it be that Jiang Tian truly had no abilities and was just an ordinary person? But how could that be? Could an ordinary person wield the purple spirit alloy battle spear? Sorry to disappoint you. Jiang Tian fixed his gaze on Zhou Xia, who immediately activated her shadow invisibility skill. But in the next second, the invisible Zhou Xia was struck by Jiang Tian's fist and revealed herself. There was no helping it. Although Zhou Xia was a kilometer away, Jiang Tian could teleport 2,000 meters. As soon as Zhou Xia activated her invisibility, Jiang Tian teleported beside her and punched her. Cough, cough. Zhou Xia attempted to stand up, but at that moment, she realized that the bones in her chest were broken, and she was in so much pain that she had lost all her strength. It seemed that her internal organs were also ruptured. Where is my battle armor? Zhou Xia looked down and unfastened her outer garments to check the armor beneath, which was already in tatters. As an outstanding descendant of the Shadow family, Zhou family, she naturally possessed the high-tech battle armor developed by the Zhou family. After all, with her talent, while her offensive capabilities were fierce, her defenses were alarmingly weak. Thus, anyone who awakened the Shadow talent would find a suitable battle armor to protect themselves. As for the Zhou family, being a large clan, they had their own dedicated research team, making their technological battle armor exceptionally sturdy. Not only was it lightweight, but it could also withstand most first-tier physical and magical damage. However advanced the technology, it was still merely first-tier battle armor. After all, second-tier items could not be brought into a first-tier divine bestowed instance, especially given Jiang Tian's terrifying strength. After Zhou Xia's punch, although she would not die immediately, she would slowly suffer a painful death from her ruptured organs. This was Jiang Tian's punishment for her. Currently 2 had been dealt with, and only 1 alchemist, Zheng Niu, remained. This guy's combat ability was even weaker, and having been pinned to the wall by a spear, he had no strength to resist. Please don't kill me. Everything is negotiable. How much do you want? I'll give it all to you after I go out. Zheng Niu is quite wealthy. Seeing Jiang Tian easily kill Qinyang and Zhou Xia, Zheng Niu's heart sank. With the strong fighters dead, he, a mere weakling, had no choice but to beg for mercy. The Zheng family has many rare potions, the latest research. As long as you don't kill me, I will give you whatever you want once we are outside. Zheng Niu kept pleading, completely abandoning his previous arrogant demeanor. Please don't beg for mercy, it's so dull. I prefer your rebellious attitude. Just recover a bit. Jiang Tian, big brother, oh no, master ancestor, please spare me. Seeing Jiang Tian, unmoved, Zheng Niu turned to look at Xiao Wenjing. Xiao Wenjing, you are the daughter of the leader. Your influence is greater. Persuade Jiang Tian not to do anything foolish, or else, after a moment of excitement killing me, he won't be able to bear the wrath of the Zheng family. Zheng Niu thought originally he had little enmity with Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's relentless actions must be because he coveted Xiao Wenjing or Mei Qingqing. After all, one was the goddess of the war god, and the other was the goddess of elemental university. Qingqing, I was wrong. Please beg Jiang Tian to spare me. Zheng Niu pleaded again. We the Xia family are not afraid of the Zheng family's anger. However, Xiao Wenjing showed no pity for Zheng Niu. Jiang Tian has the full protection of our Xia family. Jiang Tian, our Mei family also firmly supports you. Mei Qingqing said. In the instance there were rules that life and death were determined by fate, there were no family laws here. Moreover, they had already been treated like that before, so they were not saints and naturally hoped Jiang Tian would eliminate this scourge. Crack! Jiang Tian punched and burst Zheng Niu's head, then withdrew his battle spear. Fortunately, while Zheng Niu's potions were effective against abilities, they did not inflict any real harm. He just needed to wait a while. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Tian reclaimed the 4 spirit orbs from Qinyang's hands. You all absorbed them. Thank you, Jiang Tian. Everyone expressed their gratitude, especially Mei Qingqing and Xia Wenjing, whose faces turned crimson. Once we get out of here, I will definitely tell my father about this and expose the misdeeds of these 3 guys. Xia Wenjing said. We the Zhang family will also join. Although I Qin Jun am not from a powerful family, I will also inform the principal about this. Everyone spoke up, and after resting for a while and recovering their abilities, they began to absorb the spirit. Watching others absorb the spirit orbs, Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel envious. Abilities were truly wonderful. Oh, unlike himself, he could only modify. Boom. However, at that moment, a phantom of the main god appeared above Mei Qingqing's head, followed by divine light, descending, transforming Mei Qingqing entirely. Around her, the wood element swirled with a profusion of flowers and plants blooming everywhere. So it turns out Qingqing's spirit orb is a blessing from the flower goddess of the main god. Xia Wenjing exclaimed as the flower goddess controls the wood element, the primordial deity among the gods for wood elements. Did it succeed? Mei Qingqing herself found it somewhat unbelievable. Indeed, a blessing from the main god was remarkable. Her talent had instantly leaped to that of a divine level wood element master. Previously, she was only at a level. The gap between SSS and SSS levels was enormous. In the moment of success, Mei Qingqing couldn't help but glance at Jiang Tian, again her eyes filled with gratitude and some inexplicable emotions. Meanwhile, the other Xia Wenjing elevated from S-level talent to SS level talent. Earth Element Master Xiong Air advanced 1 level from S to SS level. Fire Element Master Jiang Tian advanced 2 levels from A to SS level. Let's go if it's time, Jiang Tian said, feeling a bit disappointed because he found nothing behind the statue. It was just too clean. Not to mention divine equipment, he didn't even find a broom, which was truly disappointing. Soon after, everyone reached the exit, filled with excitement as they stepped outside. Whoosh! A flash of light shone as they emerged from the divine bestowed instance. You all are out. The leader Xia Jia was guarding the entrance and was delighted to see that several had elevated their talent levels. However, upon seeing that Chun Yang and the other 3 did not come out, Xia Jia's expression grew serious. Jing, where are Chun Yang and the others? Daddy, those 3 have already been killed by Jiang Tian. It's too despicable. Xia Wenjing recounted everything that had happened. Daddy, you must help Jiang Tian, or I will ignore you, she said angrily. Rest assured, for you and Jiang Tian, although the Chun family, Zhou family, and Zheng family wield significant power, we have substantial influence as well. If they want to take action, they must weigh their options. Xia Jia said, many aristocratic families were actually allied together, such as the Chun, Zhou, and Zheng families, which formed an almost unbreakable alliance. But Xia Jia could also ally with the Mei family and Zhang family, as well as the principals of Elemental University, War God University, and National Defense University. As for what Xia Jia would do next, Jiang Tian naturally did not concern himself with it. However, having killed Qin Yang and the other 2, those 3 families would certainly come looking for trouble. But on the surface, he was not afraid. After all, it would be a disgrace to the War God Academy to capture students without any reason. Thus, there was a rule within the academy. Any unreasonable provocations from outsiders could be met with force without hesitation. If someone got killed, it was your skill. As for other matters, the principal would take care of you. This was one of the reasons Jiang Tian had chosen the War God Academy in the first place. Life and death were to be taken lightly. If you were not satisfied, you could fight. After returning to school, Jiang Tian was initially prepared to head back as this trip had worn him out, and it was time for a good rest before going back. First, he contacted the butler robot through Shachong to prepare hot water and snacks so that he could start enjoying himself upon returning to the villa. As he passed by the martial arts training ground, Jiang Tian stopped. He had just taken a glance and discovered that there was a teacher specializing in speed techniques teaching the second-tier universal martial skill Extreme Shadow Step. This was the ultimate martial skill within the second tier, suitable not only for speed-oriented students, but also for those with other talents. More importantly was the function of Extreme Shadow Step. Extreme Shadow Step was a teleportation skill. With entry-level practice, one could teleport 10 meters, with minor success 50 meters mastery, 100 meters, and great mastery, culminating in a maximum displacement of 200 meters. This was quite a terrifying figure considering that the limit for second-tier speed was only 150 meters. Moreover, Extreme Shadow Step and speed could stack, meaning if one mastered Extreme Shadow Step, their maximum speed could be increased to 350 meters, which was undoubtedly very enticing, whether for speed enhancement or combat power for other talents. After all, it allowed one to advance and attack and retreat. Jiang Tian, even though he could currently teleport 2,000 meters, was still very willing to add another 200 meters, otherwise relying on points for modifications. It would cost 100 points for one speed. This meant that 200 points would be consumed, so Jiang Tian decided to give Extreme Shadow Step. He was just a bit worried as he had only just awakened like those first-tier students, and he wasn't sure if he could practice second-tier skills or if the system could actually modify them. With a curious mindset, Jiang Tian arrived at the training ground and listened to the teacher explain his insights and the essentials of Extreme Shadow Step. Extreme Shadow Step is the ultimate martial skill of the second tier. Your teacher here possesses an A-level talent and speed. Thinking back to my early days, it took me just a little time to reach great mastery. How long did it take you? A curious student asked. I wasn't originally planning to say, but since you insist on asking, I might as well tell you it took me 3 months. What? Only 3 months? At this, many students were unable to remain seated. They were all in the second-tier stage between levels 11-20 and a month before this class. The teacher had assigned them the task of previewing the Extreme Shadow Step martial skill, yet over the past month, almost none of the students had reached mastery. Let alone mastery, only a handful had reached minor success, while most were still at the entry level. However, don't think that just being at the entry level is easy. This is because the students of the War God Academy are all prodigies. If it were some other lesser ability universities, it would not be realistic to reach the entry level in a month, let alone in 3 months. Now let me demonstrate, the teacher said proudly, then began to teleport in the training ground, once again stunning the other students. It doesn't seem that difficult. Jiang Tian at this moment borrowed a book on Extreme Shadow Step from a senior beside him, thinking that he wouldn't be able to modify it, but the result. Ding, detected modifiable martial skill Extreme Shadow Step. 436744540. It only required 40 modification points to reach intra-level, and Jiang Tian naturally clicked without hesitation. 436695200. To progress from entry-level to minor success required 200 modification points, then from minor success to mastery required 2,000 points, and finally, to great mastery required 7,000 points. Jiang Tian spent a total of 9,240 modification points directly modifying Extreme Shadow Step to great mastery in 1 second, increasing his speed by 200 points. Wasn't this much better than spending 2,000 points? After finishing his studies, Jiang Tian turned to leave. However, at this moment, the teacher had just finished his demonstration and noticed a student leaving, immediately becoming furious. Student, don't you know it's class time? Are you thinking of skipping class? The teacher scolded as he could not tolerate students leaving early. Sorry, I'm not your student. I just passed by to take a look at Extreme Shadow Step. I've learned it now, so of course I'm leaving. Why else would I stay here? Passing by. And you learned it. Are you kidding me? In such a short time you learned it. Yes, I have already reached great mastery. Upon hearing this, the teacher couldn't help but laugh in anger. You are the most refreshingly boastful person I've ever met. To master an ultimate second-tier martial skill in a flash, are you fooling me? Yes. The teacher. Alright, I'll give you a chance to show off. Come demonstrate your Extreme Shadows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Tian directly teleported, and the entire training ground was filled with his figure. The next second, the teacher fell into contemplation, wanting to be silent, because he felt that all his practice had gone to waste. This thing needs 3 months to practice. Jiang Tian, after finishing his demonstration and leaving, couldn't help but leave such a remark. Class dismissed. The teacher's mentality completely broke down. What kind of class was this, damn it? Why does that guy look so familiar? He seems to be Jiang Tian, the top scorer from Pingjiang province. A student remarked. I think he looks like it too, but the new students haven't reported in these days. Did he come early? Many students pulled out their phones to check the official media videos and indeed saw Jiang Tian's video of single-handedly defeating 15 top-tier exotic beasts during the college entrance examination. Is it really Junior Jiang Tian? But didn't Junior Jiang Tian just finish the college entrance exam? Logically, shouldn't he be first tier? How did he learn the second-tier ultimate martial skill in a flash? For a moment, the senior students of the War God Academy felt a bit self-conscious. As for Jiang Tian, he had not thought that much. He simply wanted to learn the second-tier ultimate martial skill and had no intention of showing off. Soon he returned to his villa. After discovering that he could learn second-tier martial skills, he wondered if he could learn more second-tier martial skills or even third-tier martial skills. So he decided to check the martial skills library at school tomorrow to see if there were any suitable ones. But before going, he still needed to ask Sha Chong. Sha Chong, are there any requirements for going to the martial skills library? There are no particular requirements. Since you were specially recruited by Director Qiao Bing, your access to the martial arts library is at the highest level, which means you can explore all martial arts techniques from level 1 to 9. After listening to Sha Chong's explanation, Jiang Tian decided to visit the martial arts library the next day to see it in person. Although he could also check the martial arts through his student watch, he wanted to experience it firsthand. However, there is a dedicated area for practice on site, and Jiang Tian wanted to test the power of the martial arts techniques there, otherwise he feared he might destroy the villa. After making up his mind, Jiang Tian went to the task challenge area and submitted the items for this challenge task: 10 bronze swords from copper armored corpses, earning 1,000 points. So far, he had accumulated 13,000 points. Thus, Jiang Tian had Sha Chong open the resource library of the War God University to see what he could exchange. Sha Chong opened a list of items, projecting it directly in front of Jiang Tian. Thanks to the advancements in high technology, it was projected very clearly without the need for a projection cloth. And it was in 3D without any code. The first resources that caught his eye were those for body tempering, which could significantly enhance his physique. Jiang Tian saw several rare resources, with the cheapest costing 3,000 points and the most expensive exceeding 1,000 points. Moreover, the key point was that they came in tiny bottles, almost enough to be consumed in a single gulp. Jiang Tian was unsure if using these would be effective for him, especially since he couldn't even use the spirit pearl blessed by the main god. It seemed unlikely that he could use these either. But he decided to give it a try, exchanging for a bottle of dragon blood for 3,000 points through Sha Chong, and then looked at other resources. There were some potions for recovering abilities and healing which Jiang Tian had no interest in, but at the end of the resource list, he spotted a prominent exchange panel for points. There are many ways to earn points in War God. Besides tasks, students can also collect materials to exchange for points. Jiang Tian glanced over and saw a striking line of text: transformation fruit. 1 transformation fruit, 5,000 points. 5,000 points. Jiang Tian was taken aback. He truly hadn't expected this item to be worth so many points. But after thinking it through, he understood. Transformation fruits could only be produced in the divine blessings, which made them extremely precious and had a significant effect on enhancing a person's limits. It is known that a person's limits are almost fixed from birth, and only a few rare materials can enhance them, and the transformation fruit is undoubtedly one of those. Moreover, it is of high quality, so a price of 5,000 points for one is quite reasonable. Since the transformation fruit is of no use to Jiang Tian, he decided to exchange some points for something he needed, such as a war spear made of purple-blue alloy. As for the purple spirit alloy, it weighed 0 gene, which was no longer practical for him, so he needed a purple-blue alloy with higher density and hardness. This way his war spear would weigh 1 gene. Afterwards, Jiang Tian checked the exchange conditions for purple-blue alloy and roughly estimated that a war spear would cost about 2,000 points. Jiang Tian decided to exchange for 4 transformation fruits, leaving him with 44. Of course, although he had many points to exchange, he wouldn't be foolish enough to exchange all his transformation fruits. After all, he might need them in the future. After making his decision, Jiang Tian contacted a teacher from the Resource Management Department through Sha Chong. The teacher would come personally to deliver the dragon blood, collect the transformation fruits, authenticate their authenticity, and award Jiang Tian points. Once everything was settled, Jiang Tian prepared to take a bath and rest when suddenly a projection appeared at the villa's entrance. It was the teacher from the Resource Management Department. Jiang Tian thought to himself, that was fast. But then he realized the teacher from the Resource Management Department was at level 72. It was a piece of cake to get here. Jiang Tian opened the door and stepped outside. Hello, teacher. I am Jiang Tian, the student who wants to exchange points. Oh, you are Jiang Tian. You came to report so early. I have seen your college entrance examination video. Impressive. The teacher seemed to be a bit of a fan, as she was a female teacher. She looked around 26 years old. Jiang Tian had checked her profile through Sha Chong. Her name was Luo Li, and her talent was in gold elemental mastery. Dressed in a pink Lala-style outfit, Luo Li caught Jiang Tian's attention. This outfit did not look like it belonged to a 26-year-old, but rather to an innocent girl of 18. But at the age of 26, she also had the aura of a mature woman, making teacher Luo Li both cute and elegant. "Teacher, this is the transformation fruit," Jiang Tian said. He took out 4 of them, saying, "Please authenticate them, teacher." "So big." Luo Li took a look and became a bit breathless, her body starting to tremble slightly. It was her first time seeing such large transformation fruits. Huge. After all, the largest ones she had seen before were only about the size of a chicken egg, while Jiang Tian's transformation fruits were larger than a fist and had a deep purplish red color. "These are fully matured transformation fruits," Luo Li exclaimed after a short while. "Fully matured?" Jiang Tian asked, confused. He was not an expert in this field and naturally did not know the difference between matured and unmatured effects. Luo Li calmed her excited breaths and explained. "In every divine blessing instance, there is a divine tree that produces transformation fruits, which can be consumed after about 10 years. However, 10-year-old transformation fruits have relatively little effect on enhancing limits. Then there are the 100-year and 500-year varieties, which are much more powerful. But only after 1,000 years do transformation fruits fully mature. Once fully matured, the effect on enhancing limits is quite obvious. Basically, 3 of them can allow an ability user to reach their peak limits at the corresponding stage." Luo Li looked at the transformation fruits in her hand, finding it hard to contain her excitement as she kept touching. "A single transformation fruit like this is extremely rare. You have no idea how many people would scramble for it if it were thrown out, and here you are with 4. Luo Li said enviously. "Do you want points to exchange for resources?" "Teacher, I want to exchange for a purple-blue war spear to give it a try." "What's that?" "A purple-blue war spear." Luo Li pondered for a moment. "How about this? I will use my points to exchange for a similar war spear for you, and all you need to do is give me those 4 transformation fruits. Additionally, I will give you 4,000 points. What do you think?" After all, the point exchange set by the school is at a base price. In reality, the items are worth far more than that in points. Jiang Tian thought for a moment. Since it was all for the purple-blue war spear, exchanging it with teacher Luo would earn him a favor and an additional 4,000 points. Why not? Could this be the generosity of a rich woman? He felt as if he were being pampered by a rich lady, especially a young and attractive one. "All right, then I'll trouble you, teacher. Do you have more of these modified fruits? I am willing to purchase them." "None left," Jiang Tian lied. Faced with such a wealthy young lady, he found it hard to refuse, so he could only say there were none left. After all, money depreciates. Rare resources only become more precious over time. From the trembling state of Lori just now, one could tell how valuable this item was. Jiang Tian even felt that he had come out at a loss. "Well, if there's none, then forget it. By the way, here is the dragon's blood you exchanged for." Lori reached between her breasts with her right hand and took out a small vial of red liquid, which was indeed the dragon's blood. Jiang Tian took it, still smelling sweet, sniffed it, and then downed it in one go. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lori was quick to stop him, but it was already too late. "This thing contains an immense amount of energy. If you drink it all at once, even a level 30 ability user would explode, let alone you. Spit it out." "Explode?" Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, and then felt the dragon's blood circulating within him, realizing that there was indeed quite a bit of energy. However, it wasn't enough to cause an explosion. Soon the energy was absorbed by Jiang Tian, and he glanced at his attribute panel. Strength 7,10000. He discovered that his strength had increased by 1,000 gene. It seemed that the dragon's blood was not useless to him. With this, he could try consuming other resources in the future. "Are you all right?" Lori looked at Jiang Tian incredulously. Even she would feel the energy clashing within her after drinking a vial of dragon's blood. But Jiang Tian was completely fine. Was this guy really that abnormal? Truly abnormal, yet she found it quite appealing. Jiang Tian prepared to exchange for another 10 vials of dragon's blood, thinking that would allow him to increase his strength by several tens of thousands. However, he thought again, would higher grade resources provide even more benefits? "Teacher Lori, I plan to try a vial of Thunder Dragon's blood." The Thunder Dragon's blood requires 3,000 points, 10 times that of the dragon's blood. I wonder if the strength increase is also tenfold. If so, it wouldn't be a loss, and if it's more, then it would be a gain. Although the system modification could similarly increase strength, using existing resources to boost strength would allow for a dual enhancement. Thunder Dragon's blood. That's 7th grade dragon lineage blood, corresponding to level 70 and above. Even I wouldn't dare to drink it, let alone you. What if you explode after drinking it? Lori resolutely refused. After all, if a student encountered trouble while exchanging resources, she would still bear some responsibility. "Just let me try," Jiang Tian pleaded, but without her consent, he couldn't exchange it. "All right, but it must be under my supervision." Lori crossed her arms and said, then took Jiang Tian out of the villa into the resource management office. The resource management office was large with Lori and other teachers managing it together, and many students came here to exchange resources in person. After exchanging for a vial of Thunder Dragon's blood, the two returned to Jiang Tian's villa, originally planning to go to teacher Loris' residence. However, there were other teachers there at that time, making it inconvenient, so they came back to Jiang Tian's place. Alright, I will protect you, but I still recommend you absorb it while soaking in water. Lori prepared a protective shield with her gentle abilities. If Jiang Tian felt any discomfort, the shield would help disperse the energy within him. This way he wouldn't explode. Soaking is too troublesome, Jiang Tian said as he opened the vial and drank it all in one go. Crack, crack. Small arcs of lightning danced within Jiang Tian's body, moving around incessantly, which made him feel comfortable, but soon the energy became agitated. Jiang Tian felt a slight pain, but about a minute later those arcs of lightning disappeared. Alright, alright. Are you sure? Loris' eyes widened as she inspected Jiang Tian, looking for any signs of an explosion. This is impossible. The Thunder Dragon's blood is so volatile, and you absorbed it so easily. Lori had seen others absorb Thunder Dragon's blood before. That person was over level 50 and had to use soaking as a method to absorb it gently. Yet the absorption process was still fraught with danger and immense pain, lasting nearly an hour, but Jiang Tian finished it in a minute. You absorbed it way too quickly, Lori said softly. After finishing the absorption, Jiang Tian checked his attribute panel. Strength 750000, armor 5000, speed 2500. He found that his strength had only increased by 400 gene. The armor remained unchanged, but his speed increased by 300 points. From 2200 to 2500, this made him overjoyed. The Thunder Dragon might not be domineering in strength, but it was absolutely domineering in speed, making this absorption yield the greatest benefit in speed. Jiang Tian wanted to continue with a few more vials, but the school only had 2 points left, so he decided to save them for now. There were still many resources he hadn't looked at. What he had just seen was only about 2 of the resource vault. After all, there were simply too many resources. Alright, since you've finished absorbing, I should take my leave, Lori said. With these 4 modified fruits, 3 were enough for her to reach her limit at this stage. As for the remaining 1, he with her means and channels, the value, when sold, would likely far exceed expect. On the other side, at the Chen family, one of the overseers, Chun Li, was at home. He was the father of Chen Yang, and along with Zhou Qing and Zhou Xia's father from the Zhou family, as well as Zheng Zidin, who was Zheng Niu's father. The expressions of the few were serious. I presume everyone is not very satisfied with the results of this divine gift instance. Chun Li began. Isn't that obvious? We didn't obtain the divine gift spirit pearl, nor the modified fruits, and our son died. How can we be satisfied? Zheng Zidin said angrily. Zheng Niu was one of the favored descendants of the Zheng family head, and was likely to take over the Zheng family in the future, but now he had died in the divine gift instance, and even his status in the Zheng family would plummet. It's all that Jiang Tian's fault, the few said angrily. Naturally, they didn't dare to cause trouble with Xia, Wenjing, Mei Qingqing, and others, so they could only vent their anger on Jiang Tian. I investigated this guy. He has no background, making him easy to deal with. Tomorrow I will send Chen Lin to the War God School to capture him. First let him hand over the modified fruits, and then let him experience the torture of an ability user, Chun Li said with a murderous look. But the War God School is tightly monitored. If we go in brazenly, that guy. What are you afraid of? We just need to be discreet. Every day many people enter the War God School. How could they distinguish our purpose? But what if that guy Mu Qing finds out? She might go crazy. You underestimate Mu Qing. When she goes mad, even our family head cannot handle her. That would be a complete lunatic. Moreover, most of the female teachers in the God of War Academy are also lunatics. When the Demon Lord descends and we gain his power, that will be the time we turn against them. At that point, even that lunatic will die. Speaking of the Demon Lord's descent, several of them showed excitement, as that was the reason for their alliance. On the other side, after comfortably resting through the night, Jiang Tian finally got up at 9:30 a.m. today. He had played games late last night. After all, the 3D immersive experience was just too fun. After getting up, he checked his student watch, where he saw a message from teacher Loli. She informed him that the Ziqing Alloy War Spear would soon be completed and would be delivered around 10 o'clock. She also informed Jiang Tian that this war spear was slightly larger than expected, weighing around 1 million genes. Seeing the weight of 1 million genes, Jiang Tian quickly opened the system modification panel. His strength was only 7500 genes, so he needed to make some adjustments to reach at least 1 million genes. Otherwise, when teacher Loli delivers it, he wouldn't be able to lift it, and that would be embarrassing. He couldn't let her see that he was incapable. Opening the system panel, he found it was a level 5 system. After a night of accumulating points plus the previous and used points of over 2,000, his current points reached 5,000. Host Jiang Tian modifying points increasing 5. Strength increase 7500 genes, currently modifiable. 1.1 gene of strength defense, increase 500 armor, currently modifiable. 50 points 1 armor speed, increase 2500, currently modifiable. 100 points 1 speed critical hit, increase system, level not enough, not yet unlocked. Magic resistance, increase system, level not enough, not yet unlocked. System level 5 energy points needed for upgrade 783000. Note, killing alien beasts will earn energy points. The effect of the next level is an increase of 6 modification points per second. System, add all the points to strength. Jiang Tian clicked without hesitation. After all, the more strength he had, the easier it would be to wield the Ziqing Alloy War Spear. When it came to killing alien beasts, it would be much smoother. Ding. Modification successful. Current strength is 1250000 genes. Feeling the primordial power within him, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction, then washed his face, brushed his teeth, and enjoyed a lavish breakfast prepared by the robotic butler. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and then Shuang Chang's projection appeared at the door. At this moment, Loli had already arrived at the door. Jiang Tian opened the door and stepped outside. This is your Ziqing Alloy War Spear. Loli took the spear out from her spatial watch seemingly without any effort. Teacher, aren't you a metal element master? How can you handle such a heavy spear without any difficulty? Who do you look down on? Loli puffed her cheeks and said, metal element masters can freely manipulate metal, so the weight of the metal is nothing in our hands. Here, Jiang Tian took it over, feeling that it was much more comfortable than the Xiling War Spear. Its sharp armor-piercing ability was also much stronger, and he couldn't wait to find an opponent to test it. Jiang Tian, do you have something to hide from me? At this moment, Loli suddenly asked, leaning closer to Jiang Tian with a smirk. This sudden closeness made Jiang Tian feel a bit uncomfortable. Oh, what? Teacher, you obtained 45 modified fruits from the God-given blessing this time. I told you to buy some yesterday, and you actually lied to me saying there were none. Hehe, I just wanted to keep some for myself as a reserve. Come on, tell me how many you ate and how many are left. Loli pressed on more and more. Honestly, I only have 2 left, and there really are no more. After saying this, Jiang Tian deliberately let Loli see his student watch, which indeed showed he only had 2. In fact, Jiang Tian had anticipated Loli would come to ask him today. After all, given teacher Lola's status, finding out that he had been to the God-given dungeon was not a difficult matter. Moreover, Xia Wenjing had also gone with him and was a student in the God of War Academy, so she could easily ask Xia Wenjing and find out. Fortunately, Jiang Tian had prepared another spatial watch to hide the 38 modified fruits. Sell me those 2 modified fruits, Loli said as she tried to snatch them away. Jiang Tian quickly tucked them away. I can only sell you 1, but what are you planning to use to buy it? How about a bottle of frenzied dragon's blood? Loli rummaged through her pockets and pulled out a bottle of yellow. Although this frenzied dragon's blood is only a 5th-tier resource, it costs 100 points to exchange for it in the school resource library. You definitely won't lose out. Alright, it's a deal. Jiang Tian handed over 1 modified fruit and then received the frenzied dragon's blood, swallowing it in one go. Boom! A surge of violent power erupted from Jiang Tian. The immense energy quickly transformed, and his strength increased from 1.25 million genes to 1.4 million genes. Wow! Jiang Tian exclaimed. This frenzied dragon's blood truly lived up to its reputation as a pure power-type blood, providing a substantial boost. For now, it was a win. Teacher, do you have any more frenzied dragon's blood? I can trade you this one too. You wish? Do you know how rare this frenzied dragon's blood is? Just this 1 bottle was something I managed to get through great effort. They specifically got it for you. Jiang Tian felt a bit touched because he had seen frenzied dragon's blood in the resource library yesterday. It was a top-tier rare resource. Whenever it appeared in the school's resource library, it was immediately exchanged. Thus, even the school's resource library was often out of stock, and for Loli to obtain it indicated she had a remarkable background. This woman has quite a profound background. This was Jiang Tian's judgment. Alright, I've given you the goods, and I should be heading back now, but save the other modified fruit for me. When I find something suitable for you, we'll come back to trade. After bidding farewell to teacher Lori, Jiang Tian prepared to head to the martial arts library. With his current privileges, all martial arts techniques in the library were freely accessible to him. Shaqiang navigate to the martial arts library. Even though Jiang Tian had explored many places in the God of War University over the past few days, it was still only the tip of the iceberg. The God of War University was simply too vast, but fortunately Shaqiang projected the navigation map in a timely manner, allowing him to reach the martial arts library smoothly. However, after walking a short distance, Jiang Tian noticed 5 or 6 individuals dressed in senior student uniforms approaching him, and their target seemed to be none other than himself. However, after walking a short distance, Jiang Tian noticed 5 or 6 individuals dressed in senior student uniforms approaching him, and their target seemed the leader of the group had an unfriendly expression. "Yes, that's me," Jiang Tian replied, observing the group before him. They didn't look like students at all. Even if they were senior students, they shouldn't have such appearances. It seemed they were pretending. Jiang Tian surmised that these individuals were likely from the Qin family or the Zhou family, the 3 major clans here to capture him, since he had killed some of their members. "Our boss invites you to the Qin family for a visit." They surrounded Jiang Tian. "Not interested. You don't have..." Moreover, at this moment, there was no one else around. The leader sneered, and the 6 of them began to attack. These 6 individuals clearly displayed their strength. The lowest was at level 43, while the highest was at level 56, most of whom were power-type supernatural beings. "Take this hammer." The leader wielded a pair of meteor hammers covered in spikes weighing a staggering 25000 pounds. Boom. With a single strike, Jiang Tian grasped his war spear and knocked the leader's right meteor hammer away. Then he brought his spear down, forcing the leader to block with his left meteor hammer. Bang! A loud noise erupted as the left meteor hammer crashed down onto his shoulder, instantly crushing it to pieces. A purple-blue alloy war spear. The leader's eyes widened in horror. As a power-type talent, he naturally understood the density of such alloys. A spear of this size must weigh no less than 1 million pounds, right? He was a class power-type talent and only had 25000 pounds of strength at level 56. How could Jiang Tian, who had just taken the college entrance examination, wield a 1 million pound spear? "What the hell, are you even human?" Crack. The next moment, the leader's entire arm was crushed by his own meteor hammer, but he dared not scream, fearing it would attract the attention of the teachers. Ambush. At this moment, behind Jiang Tian, a level 45 power-type supernatural being swung a large knife down at him. "Watch out." The knife sparked as it scraped against Jiang Tian's back, instantly shredding his clothing. "Got you," the ambusher exclaimed triumphantly. However, the next second, he was dumbfounded as he realized that apart from the ripped clothing on Jiang Tian's back, he seemed to have suffered no injury at all. In fact, the blade hadn't even broken the skin, while his own knife had developed a notch. "What?" The man stared in shock, but before he could react, he saw his own head flying high into the air, separating. "Am I dead?" He couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at his fallen body. "Run quickly, this guy is a devil." The remaining 4 witnessing this scene lost all courage to fight. Not having taken 2 hits at level 56, even if he was only a class talent, he still had the level of 56. "You think you can escape?" Jiang Tian had already assessed that these individuals were not senior students of the God of War and had come looking for trouble for no reason, so he decided to eliminate all of them. With Jiang Tian's current teleportation distance of 2,500, how could these few escape? After dealing with them, Jiang Tian searched their bodies, but found nothing of value. Continuing on his way to the martial arts library, Jiang Tian felt a chill on his back and realized that his clothes had been sliced open. He recalled the moment he was ambushed. After all, it was a level 45 power-type supernatural being, and that strike had left him with a slight tingling sensation. He had a feeling that if he received another 10,000 such strikes, he would definitely break some skin. "It seems I need to find time to enhance my armor, and I can also check the martial arts library for any defensive techniques." Soon Jiang Tian arrived at the martial arts library. He noticed that there were still many students here, some entering freely while others had to queue. There was no helping it, different privileges meant different treatments, and Jiang Tian naturally walked through the exclusive VIP passage. He held the highest privilege. All martial arts techniques were free to browse without spending points. This guy actually has access to the highest privilege passage. As everyone looked on enviously, Jiang Tian walked in. So enviable. The highest privilege, there can't be more than 10 people in our school who have that. Yeah, I haven't seen anyone enter the martial arts library from there for a long time. So envious. Who is he? He seems a bit familiar. He doesn't look like one of those privileged big shots. He seems like a new face. The crowd continued to discuss. As for Jiang Tian, he arrived at the second-level martial arts library located on the 2nd floor. He wanted to see if there were any techniques suitable for him, like the extreme shadow step. The martial arts library resembled a library with many shelves displaying martial arts books. Of course, if one had the leisure, they could flip through the books one by one. If one did not have the time, they could simply call Shaqiang, who would display all the suitable types of martial arts. Shaqiang, are there any speed techniques in the 2nd level? Aside from extreme shadow step, there's nothing suitable for you. If there's nothing, then I'll go to the 3rd-level martial arts library. Jiang Tian ascended to the 3rd floor, which was also spacious with many senior students practicing martial arts. In the center of the building was a designated training area where many senior students were practicing. Jiang Tian similarly had Shaqiang search from power types to defense types to speed types. Finally, in the 3rd level, he selected a power type martial art called 100 Cracking Fists. This was a super martial art. Although it wasn't among the ultimate techniques, its power was very compatible with Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian opened the contents of 100 Cracking Fists. Ding detected modifiable martial art 100 Cracking Fists 342. 0100. Jiang Tian glanced at the points required for modification and found that just to get started required 100 points, while the previous Extreme Shadow Step, a second-level ultimate technique, only needed 20 points to start. It seems that the higher the martial art level, the more points required for modification. But it didn't matter. After all, 100 points equated to just 20 seconds of time. Jiang Tian arrived at the central training ground prepared to test the power of the 100 Cracks Fist. This place was crafted by a spatial ability user, ensuring that any testing conducted within would not leak outside. At that moment, several second-year students in their 20s were also practicing the 100 Cracks Fist inside the training area. Some had been studying it for a long time, while others had only recently started. Consequently, the effectiveness varied among them. Some could only condense a single fist shadow, while others produced several, with the most skilled generating over a dozen. The 100 Cracks Fist, a super martial technique, manifested a single fist shadow at the entry level, over a dozen at the initial mastery, and approximately 40 at the proficient level, while the Grand Mastery achieved 100. Upon reaching Grand Mastery, not only did the number of fist shadows increase, but their power also surged, capable of nearly tearing apart the body of a third-tier mutant beast, hence the name 100 Cracks Fist. Undoubtedly, this was an area effect skill. Jiang Tian chose to learn it precisely because of its area effect. After all, sometimes he had to contend with certain ability users, such as those specializing in shadows or speed. Single-target attacks were not as effective. He needed area attacks to directly restrict movement, leaving opponents with no escape. Haha, I just started, and am already at the entry level in 3 days. What does that count for? I've already reached initial mastery. I, on the other hand, am not talented, yet I mastered it in 5 days, said a buzzcut senior, immediately drawing envy from the others. Aren't you just putting us down? Who doesn't know your talent is enlightenment, and you possess an A-level enlightenment talent? Who can compare to your pace in practicing martial skills? Haha, blame me. As compensation, I'll reluctantly offer you some guidance, said the buzzcut man, his guidance being nothing more than a display of arrogance. However, the crowd was willing to listen, as guidance from someone with enlightenment talent was rare. Let's start with you, the buzzcut man said, pointing at Jiang Tian, who had just arrived. Who, me? Jiang Tian asked, pointing at himself. That's right, you. What's with the lack of enthusiasm? I must inform you that many seek my guidance, and today you are the lucky one. Besides, aren't you holding the 100 Cracks Fist technique? Perfect timing for me to offer you some tips, as I've mastered it, the man said with a smug expression. In his view, Jiang Tian would surely be grateful, perhaps even becoming his little fan. Damn, why isn't this opportunity mine? Several others nearby complained, casting envious glances at Jiang Tian. Sorry, senior, I'm not interested. Jiang Tian directly refused, dousing the buzzcut man's pride with cold water. What did you say? Not interested? Do you realize I don't easily offer guidance? Go help someone else, don't bother. After saying that, Jiang Tian found a quiet spot and summoned the trial dolls. Trial dolls were excellent for testing the power of martial skills. They were made from memory alloys capable of withstanding immense attacks without being damaged and could quickly restore their form. Soon 100 trial dolls were lined up in front of Jiang Tian. What does this guy intend to do? Testing the 100 Cracks Fist with so many trial dolls. Is this for real? He just got the 100 Cracks Fist and is summoning 100 dolls. Does he really think he has mastered it to Grand Mastery? What a joke. Only we have been practicing the 100 Cracks Fist, and no one else has come by during this time. This guy is just a total novice. Anyway, dolls have no limit on quantity. What's wrong with summoning a few more for fun? The buzzcut man sneered. But Jiang Tian ignored them, focusing on making modifications. He first spent 100 points to modify the 100 Cracks Fist to the entry level, then spent 500 points to directly upgrade it to initial mastery, and finally spent 4,000 points to reach proficiency. However, at this point his points were severely insufficient, unable to reach Grand Mastery, as it required 1 of 0 points. Ding, insufficient points, would you like to take a loan? A voice from the system rang out. A loan? Jiang Tian was a bit bewildered. It could be done. He had never heard of a system offering loans. There wouldn't be some outrageous interest, right? Jiang Tian asked disdainfully. No interest, host, can rest assured. The loan limit varies by system level. Currently, a level 5 system has a maximum loan limit of 1,000 points. Alright, since there was no interest, taking a loan was fine. Thus, Jiang Tian borrowed 1,000 points and directly upgraded the 100 Cracks Fist to Grand Mastery. He then unleashed it to test its power. 100 Cracks Fist. Jiang Tian shouted, and instantly the sky was filled with fist shadows. Exactly 100, covering an extensive range. What the hell? The onlookers were dumbfounded. This is the Grand Mastery of the 100 Cracks Fist. Are you kidding me? Just arrived and already at Grand Mastery. Could this guy possess a divine-level enlightenment talent? The buzz-cut man stammered. Others were also left speechless. Turns out we are the fools here. Indeed, with such talent, what need is there for guidance? Even if you reach it in one leap, the power must not be great. The buzz-cut man found an excuse to comfort himself. Boom. Jiang Tian's fist shadows all struck the trial dolls, which were instantly shattered, their limbs breaking apart, and they did not restore to their original form. Did he just shatter the memory alloy? Everyone was astonished. The memory alloy here was all tier 3 and had never been shattered before, yet now it was. This guy is a strength type. Using the 100 Cracks fist, it can't possibly have such power. Someone speculated, as the power of the 100 Cracks fist was derived from strength, and they naturally didn't know about Jiang Tian's terrifying power. As for Jiang Tian himself, he nodded in satisfaction. His 1.4 million pounds of strength under the enhancement of the 100 Cracks fist meant that each fist shadow possessed 5 times his original strength. In other words, each of the 100 fist shadows Jiang Tian unleashed had a force of 7 million pounds. Not to mention tier 3, even tier 5 memory metals could be shattered. After completing his study of the 100 Cracks fist, Jiang Tian went to the martial skills library on the 4th floor, as his strength-type martial skills were sufficient, and he needed to see if there were any defensive martial skills. Or speed-type martial skills would also do. After all, he still had a lone limit of 9,000 points, so what was there to be afraid of? Silly Chong Project, all the tier 4 defensive martial skills for me to see. Tier 4 ultimate passive martial skill Iron Cloth Shirt passively increases defense by 20. A martial skill named Iron Cloth Shirt quickly caught Jiang Tian's attention. Although the Iron Cloth technique is only a 4th level martial skill, it is a passive skill, meaning that active skills require one to expend their own energy. However, once a passive skill is learned, it requires no energy and has a permanent effect, particularly with its terrifying 20 defense bonus. Currently, Jiang Tian has 5,000 armor, and by learning this skill, he will gain an additional 1,000 armor, which will inevitably increase over time. At that time, the passive bonus would be truly terrifying. Thus, Jiang Tian decided to learn this Iron Cloth technique for his defensive martial skills. However, when he excitedly flipped through the pages, he found that the Iron Cloth technique was only half complete, leaving him a bit disappointed, so he asked Shai Chong. But there was still no result. Forget it. Jiang Tian sighed dejectedly. After all that effort to find a suitable defensive martial skill, it turned out to be only half of it. He continued up to the 5th floor, where he found no suitable defensive martial skills or speed techniques. The 6th floor was the same, and finally he arrived at the 7th floor. Here there were still no defensive martial skills, but there was a very suitable speed-type martial skill. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to call it a speed-type skill, as this 7th level martial art is called Sky Step. It allows one to walk on air, and with mastery one can even hover in midair. Jiang Tian thought about his current teleportation distance of 2,500, which only worked on the ground. To teleport in the air, he needed a point of support. Now it seemed that by learning Sky Step, he could remain suspended in the air, which would be quite clever for dealing with opponents or beasts that possess flight abilities. This is the one. Jiang Tian took the Sky Step and went to the training ground, which was different from below, as it was usually occupied by the instructors of the War God Academy. And there he saw a familiar figure. Yes, it was Teacher Luo Li. Besides Luo Li, there were several other instructors training in martial skills, all looking very focused. Teacher Luo Li. Jiang Tian greeted her. Jiang Tian, you are here too. Luo Li's eyes flashed with surprise. Although Jiang Tian had immense strength, martial skills are not solely about strength. Moreover, one cannot practice 7th level martial skills without reaching level 60, which Jiang Tian clearly had not achieved. Could this guy be using the excuse of practicing martial skills to pursue me, the little girl? For a moment, Luo Li began to speculate. Yes, I just happened to see this Sky Step martial skill and thought I'd practice it a bit. What martial skill? Sky Step. What step? Sky Step. Luo Li snatched the martial skill from Jiang Tian's hands, looked at the cover and contents, and realized that Jiang Tian was not boasting. This was indeed the 7th level martial skill Sky Step. This guy doesn't seem to be here to flirt with me. Could it be he's really here to practice martial skills? Do you really want to learn this? What else could I do? Jiang Tian replied, then directly began to modify it. Ding, detected modifiable 7th level martial skill Sky Step. System, I want to buy on credit. Jiang Tian said, then spent 3,000 points to modify Sky Step to the introductory level, then 10,000 points to reach minor success, and 20,000 points to reach mastery. Finally, he spent 40,000 points to upgrade it to great success. Jiang Tian couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This was far too expensive in terms of points. To upgrade a 7th level martial skill to great success cost nearly 8,000 points. If it were an 8th or 9th level martial skill, wouldn't it be in the hundreds of thousands? Host, just be satisfied. Many people spend their entire lives without achieving great success in 7th level martial skills, and you complain after reaching it in a second. Jiang Tian thought about it. The system was right, one should be content. After the modifications were complete, he began to demonstrate Sky Step. Whooshed. The next second, Jiang Tian's figure appeared directly in midair and stayed suspended there. He discovered that as long as his energy was ample, he could remain in the air indefinitely. This meant that he could now traverse the air as if it were solid ground, and each teleportation covered 2,500 meters. This left the surrounding teachers at levels 60 and 70 utterly dumbfounded. Is this the great success of Sky Step? Luo Li's eyes widened, her chest heaving, intensely struggling to calm down her mouth agape in shock. Luo Li is this new teacher at our school. He looks so handsome. Do you have his contact information? Another female teacher walked by, staring blankly at Jiang Tian's figure. It seems that apart from our principal, no one else in the entire school has mastered Sky Step to great success, right? This is the first time I've seen him here. He just got the Sky Step and achieved great success. Unbelievable, this is so Trump-like. A group of male and female teachers almost suffered a brain aneurysm. What new teacher? This is our school's new student Jiang Tian, the top scorer from the college entrance examination in Pingjiang province. Luo Li explained, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. New student. Upon hearing these two words, the other teachers were frozen on the spot. A new student comes in directly, learns a 7th level martial skill, and achieves great success in a second. My goodness, what kind of talent is this? Even divine level comprehension talents are not this outrageous. The key is that this is a 7th level martial skill. How did he manage to cultivate it? Boom. At that moment, a powerful aura descended from the sky outside the martial arts library, followed by a flying sword on which stood a stunningly beautiful and cold woman. What the heck, it's the principal. Why did she come to the martial arts library? Suddenly, the students and teachers outside the martial arts library couldn't help but exclaim. The principal is a level 92 powerhouse, appearing and disappearing without a trace, rarely seen at school except for recruiting the top student from the new student competition. Now that she has appeared at the martial arts library, something significant must be about to happen. The flying sword landed outside the 7th floor of the martial arts library, and Principal Mu Qing stepped onto the air, teleporting a few times before arriving in front of Jiang Tian. We meet Principal. The many teachers immediately saluted as they held immense admiration for the principal. She is currently the only female powerhouse above level 90 in the Xia country. New student Jiang Tian, I greet the principal. Good. Mu Qing nodded. I have been informed about you by Qiao Bing. I just returned from the beast battlefield specifically to recruit you as a student. Do you accept? After Mu Qing spoke, her striking cold eyes fixed on Jiang Tian. She wore a tight-fitting outfit that accentuated her figure, clearly indicating she had trained hard. Her light blue eyes resembled a clear spring with long white eyelashes like two small white brushes, making her look even more attractive and alluring. She perfectly embodied the essence of a high-cold goddess. I do, Jiang Chen replied. With a level 92 teacher as his backing, what did he have to fear from those aristocratic disciples who might provoke him in the future? Excellent. Mu Qing nodded in satisfaction, then tossed him a spatial watch. Consider this my gift. Thank you, master. Jiang Chen caught it. Inside were suitable cultivation resources. Perhaps due to Qiao Bing's report, there was nothing to enhance his abilities. Instead, it contained resources like the essences of powerful exotic beasts, items that would greatly benefit. Spend a day absorbing those things. Tomorrow, it'll take you to the low-level exotic beast battlefield for training, test your abilities, and let you meet your senior sister. After giving her instructions, Principal Mu Qing stepped through the air and vanished in a few teleports. Jiang Chen, I truly envy you. Before even participating in the freshman competition, you've been accepted as the principal's disciple. Luo Li stepped forward to congratulate him, but then looked at him with pity. But the principal is very strict with her students. She trains them harshly, so you might not have much free time. You probably won't get to enjoy a leisurely school life. How pitiful. A more fulfilling life is better. Jiang Chen replied, then prepared to return to the villa to absorb what Mu Qing had given him. Tomorrow he would enter the exotic beast battlefield. Oh, every bit of strength counted. By the way, there was that senior sister. What did she look like? The teacher was female, and the senior sister was also female. How many senior sisters did he have? Were they all beautiful? As Jiang Chen walked back lost in thought, he soon arrived home. Taking out the resources Mu Qing had given him, Jiang Chen examined them and felt the principal had underestimated him. The highest grade items were only 5th-tier exotic beast essences. Many came with instructions on usage, some even requiring multiple doses. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered. He had consumed 7th-tier Thunder Dragon essence like water, so 5th-tier essences were trivial. Gulp gulp. There were 5 bottles in total, and Jiang Chen downed them all at once. 5 surges of energy rampaged through his body, but were quickly suppressed by his formidable physique. With 1 per million gene of strength and 500 armor points, his body was immensely powerful. 5th-tier essences were nothing to him. After barely absorbing them, Jiang Chun checked his attributes. Strength 143-0, armor 510, speed 2550. He found his strength had increased by 3-0, gene armor by 100 points and speed by 50 points. Though the boost was minor, something was better than nothing. Higher tier exotic beast essences offer much greater boosts. Jiang Chun sighed, wondering what tier the exotic beast battlefield tomorrow would feature. He had heard that the battlefield was filled with ferocious beasts. If he could kill a few high-tier beasts and obtain their essences, the gains would be far more substantial. He decided to stop thinking and head to the capital's market, which he had heard was bustling. Having arrived a few days ago, he hadn't visited, yet it sold all kinds of resources. There were also many martial techniques. Perhaps he might even find the other half of the iron shirt technique he had been longing for. Following the navigation from Shachong, Jiang Chun headed toward the market. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Chun family. The Chun estate was a vast manor befitting a long-established clan, grandiose in both size and luxury. But now Mu Qing's figure appeared above the Chun estate. She hovered in the air, her eyes icy cold as she gazed down at the manor. She threw several corpses at the Chun family's gate, the very men who had posed as senior students of Zhan Shun and caused trouble for Jiang Chun earlier that day. They were Chun Lin, one of the Chun family's stewards, and his accomplices. Old bastard, get the hell out here. Mu Qing roared, releasing her pressure over the Chun estate while condensing a massive sword aura. With a mere thought, she could bring it crashing down. Who dares to cause a ruckus at my Chun estate? How insolent! A deep, aged voice rang out from the deepest mansion within the estate, and a figure appeared in the air to confront Mu Qing. Principal Mu, what brings you to my Chun estate? The old man was the Chun family patriarch Qin Jun, a level 91 weapon master with an A talent. But before Mu Qing, he was clearly outmatched, so he had to treat her respectfully. He knew Mu Qing was a madwoman. Her arrival meant she had learned of that matter. Hand over Chun Li, Mu Qing said coldly. Chun Li was the one who had ordered Qin Lin to kidnap Jiang Chun, the father of Qin Yang. May I ask how my son has offended Principal Mu? I have warned you, aristocratic families many times, do not come to my school to trouble my students. Did you take my words as flatulence? By now Qin Jun could no longer feign ignorance, for he had tacitly approved the plan. He had assumed that Qin Lin, with his level 56 strength, would succeed in capturing Jiang Chun. After all, some teachers at Zhan Shun had been bribed by the Qin family, yet it had still failed. Oh, Qin Jun feigned surprise. I knew nothing of this. Let me summon Chun Li to apologize to you, and our Chun family will compensate that student with some gifts. Would that be acceptable? Spare me your nonsense. My rules are absolute. Hand over Chun Li now. Mu Qing's aura grew even more imposing. Honestly, Qin Jun truly did not want to surrender Chun Li. Though not the most talented in the Chun family, Chun Li was an exceptional manager, handling the family's businesses and alliances with other clans. Principal Mu, is there no room for negotiation? Old fool, do you need me to spell it out? He'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't hand him over, he'll lose it. 10-9. Mu Qing showed no mercy, as if Qin Jun were not a level 91 powerhouse, but a level 9 weakling. She immediately began counting down. Qin Jun's mind raced. If that madwoman went berserk here, the entire Qin estate would be destroyed, and he couldn't defeat her when she lost control. After much deliberation, he had no choice but to hand over Chun Li. Damn it! Qin Jun cursed inwardly. That bitch, when the demon lord descends, will crush you 100 times over. Despite his inner curses, Qin Jun dared not show it. Fine, I'll hand him over to you. He relented to after the Qin family handed over Chun Li, Mu Qing slew him on the spot. She then proceeded to the Zhou residence, where she killed Zhou Qing, Zhou Xia's father, and afterward visited the Zheng family to eliminate Zheng Zidong. This man was Zheng You's father. With that, the three troublemakers were utterly eradicated. Mu Qing understood that while this action maximized the enmity of the three families, only such a decisive move could instill fear in them. Moreover, due to certain reasons, her relationship with the three families had long passed the point of reconciliation. Why should she hesitate any longer? To hell with it. She would just do what needed to be done. After Mu Qing departed, the patriarchs of the three families convened at the Zheng residence. Apart from Qin Jun, Zhou Mu, the head of the Zhou family, and Zheng Qian, the head of the Zheng family, were also present. The losses from the God-given dungeon this time are severe, but we cannot simply let this slide. Patriarch Qin speaks the truth. This is not just about losing three promising juniors, it is a direct affront to our dignity. And the root of all this is that Jiang Tian. But that fellow is under protection within the War God Academy, making it difficult to strike at him. The academy has its rules, but do our respective families not have members among the four great academies as well? According to inter-academy protocols, a challenge issued on campus cannot be refused. Then why not each send a junior to challenge that Jiang Tian? We can directly issue a life or death challenge. If he dies in such a duel, even Mu Qing will have no grounds to complain. That is a sound plan. However, to be safe, we should secretly hire some assassins. For those desperados, as long as the money and resources are sufficient, there is nothing they dare not do. Additionally, I have connections with some foreign assassin organizations. They can also lend a hand. The more they talked, the more excited they grew, as if they could already see Jiang Tian lying dead before them. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian was naturally unaware of all this. He had just returned from the market where he had seen many rare resources, but unfortunately, most were of no use to him. The few that were useful were far too expensive. Even though his card balance was close to 10 million, he still couldn't afford some top-tier resources. As for the other half of the martial art iron shirt, he had found no trace of it. However, he did come across a piece of information that might help him locate the missing half of iron shirt. The Luo family was a clan that collected ancient texts and martial arts. Their family repository was rumored to house many lost techniques, even those absent from the 4 great academies. But the Luo family's martial arts library was generally only accessible to family members. Jiang Tian pondered whether he should become a Livian's son-in-law or something similar, so he could freely peruse their collection. After all, some lost ancient martial arts were incredibly powerful, no less formidable than the innate skills of ability users. He'll go ask teacher Luo Li if she can help. Jiang Tian had seen Luo Li's profile and knew she was a member of the Luo family. Besides, hadn't he given her a transformation fruit earlier? That counted as a favor one he could now call in. If that didn't work, he could offer a few more transformation fruits. After all, obtaining iron shirt was a must. Before long, Jiang Tian arrived at the resource management office. Teacher Luo Li, I heard your family possesses a vast collection of martial arts texts. Could I possibly take a look? Jiang Tian cut straight to the point. Luo Li spat out a mouthful of soda. You must be joking. Even I, a member of the Luo family, need to earn contribution points to access our library, let alone an outsider. Besides, isn't the War God Academy's martial arts library extensive enough for you? It's like this: I found a 4th rank martial art called Iron Shirt, but only half of it. I have no clue about the other half, so I was hoping to check if your family has it. A 4th rank martial art. I can go in and look for you, but I can't bring it out. I could make a copy for you, however. Luo Li paused. You're heading into the beast battlefield for training tomorrow. If you enter a 4th or 5th rank zone, bring me 10 Metal Devourer Beast Inner Cores. Metal Devourer Beast Inner Cores. Jiang Tian's mind flashed with information about this creature. The Metal Devourer Beast was a creature capable of manipulating metallic elements, much like human metal element ability users. Its inner core could help metal element users control their abilities more adeptly. It also reduced energy consumption, making it a prized core for such users. However, obtaining one was extremely difficult, as it required slaying a Metal Devourer Beast, a top-tier creature with formidable combat prowess. Besides its various metal element attacks, its body was encased in a hard layer of metallic elements. Though not a defensive beast, its defenses rivaled, or even surpassed, those of many defensive creatures. A crucial point in slaying a Metal Devourer Beast was to avoid using metallic elements, as it would absorb them upon contact. This meant Jiang Tian's purple-green alloy halberd was out of the question. However, he still had the 100-crack fist, which was far more formidable than the halberd, so it posed no problem. Alright, I agree. Jiang Tian nodded. Since the beast battlefield was a training ground anyway, if Luo Li actually found Iron Shirt, it would certainly be worth it. After finalizing the arrangement with Luo Li, Jiang Tian headed back. After all, since he was going to the beast battlefield tomorrow, it was better to rest today. He also planned to review some materials about the battlefield. The next morning, guided by Mu Qing, Jiang Tian arrived at the beast battlefield. This place was called Shanhai Pass, a stronghold where Xia country defended against beasts. It was a 5th-rank battlefield home to beasts ranging from level 41 to 50. At the entrance, besides Jiang Tian and Mu Qing, there were students from the other 4 great academies, as War God Academy wasn't the only one sending trainees here. Many, however, had been forced to come by their teachers, and faint murmurs of complaint could be heard among them. Ugh, the beast battlefield again. Another week of suffering ahead. Several veteran students sighed, knowing the route well enough that they didn't need teacher escorts. With no teachers around, they felt free to grumble. We're ability users. With great power comes great responsibility. We'll be the ones defending against beasts in the future. Stop complaining and focus on training. Besides, there are rewards from the academy for completing the training. I had plans to go on a trip with my girlfriend this week, but I got dragged here suddenly. So annoying. Many students voiced their discontent. Jiang Tian could tell they were truly reluctant. Your senior sister is here, Mu Qing suddenly said. Jiang Tian looked up and saw a flying sword approaching from afar with a graceful figure standing atop. Even from a distance, he could make out the woman's ample figure. Senior sister seems to have quite a background too. Jiang Tian muttered to himself. Let me introduce you. This is your senior sister Lin Jun, and he is your junior brother Jiang Tian. Get to know each other, Mu Qing introduced. Hello, senior sister. Hello, junior brother. As they drew closer, Jiang Tian could see the surging waves even more clearly. Moreover, his senior sister seemed to share the same talent as their teacher. Both were swordsmen exuding the killing aura of a swordsman. I heard that you were the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Pingjiang province, single-handedly taking on 15 top-tier mutated beasts. You're far stronger than I was back in my day. Not at all, not at all. After a round of mutual flattery, Mu Qing led them to the 5th-tier mutated beast battlefield. Every school's teachers and principals would bring their students to the mutated beast battlefield for training. After all, life and death battles with mutated beasts were the best way to hone one's superpowers. Each of the 4 major schools had designated rest points on the battlefield, and different teachers had their own spots. Mu Qing brought Jiang Tian and Lin Jun to a tent. These are your tasks for the next 7 days. Mu Qing had Shachong project a list of tasks. The tasks for the two were different. Jiang Tian had 10 tasks, all related to killing mutated beasts. Lin Jun had 12 tasks, but they were more difficult, requiring her to kill more and higher-level beasts. All right, go ahead. The superpowered army will take you to the front lines of the mutated beast battlefield, Mu Qing said. The superpowered army was the main force of Xia Nation in its fight against mutated beasts. Students from the 4 major schools were not the main force. They were there mainly for training, but they still helped alleviate the pressure on the superpowered army. Division Commander Zhou will trouble you this time, Lin Jun said. This division commander Zhou, named Zhou Wenxiang, was in charge of this section of the mutated beast battlefield, commanding a division of the superpowered army. He was usually responsible for escorting students from the War God School who came for training. This is my junior brother Jiang Tian, this year's top scorer in Pingjiang province. Your junior brother? Zhou Wenxiang looked at Jiang Tian in surprise. Just finished the college entrance exam and already being dragged here by Principal Mu for training. Can this kid handle it? This is a 5th-tier mutated beast battlefield. It wasn't that Zhou Wenxiang underestimated Jiang Tian, but any freshman who had just finished the college entrance exam would be no higher than level 10. Coming to a Tier 5 battlefield with level 4,150 beasts. Wasn't that just asking for death? Worse, he might become a burden to the superpowered army on the front lines. Division Commander Zhou, don't underestimate my junior brother. He's incredibly strong. Lin Jun covered her mouth with a light laugh. Well, since Principal Mu brought him, he must have some skill. They boarded a military helicopter. The mutated beast battlefield was quite far from here, and in the distance other helicopters were carrying students over as well. But those were from other universities: Element University, Divine University, and National Defense University. Before long, they arrived at the main entrance of the mutated beast battlefield. Zhou Wenxiang gathered with several other division commanders responsible for transportation. Jiang Tian spotted several familiar faces, including Mei Qingqing and Zhang Tian from Element University, as well as the simple-minded Xiong Air. There was also Qin Jun from National Defense University, though Xia Wenjing seemed to be absent. Jiang Tian, you're here too. Mei Qingqing and the others came over to greet him. Yeah, just here for some training. Jiang Tian, this time we'll carry you. Fire Elementalist Jiang Tian said with a smile. Last time in the Divine Gift Dungeon, his level and power had been suppressed. But in this mutated beast battlefield, his level was fully unleashed, and after the enhancement fruit, his strength had improved significantly. Yeah, Jiang Tian will protect you this time, Mei Qingqing added. You protect him? Lin Jun looked on with a puzzled expression. These people seemed to know each other, and their relationship seemed deep. Last time in the 1st-tier Divine Gift Dungeon, Jiang Tian carried us to victory. They recounted the events of the Divine Gift Dungeon. Lin Jun finally understood. All right, stop your chit-chat. Get into the mutated beast battlefield now. Zhou Wenxiang handed each of them a token and continued. This token will record the number of mutated beasts you kill and your points. Let's see how many of you can surpass those Divine University guys. Just as Zhou Wenxiang finished, the students from Divine University approached. How, what a joke. The Divine are born gods. Do you think you can surpass us so easily? Our goal this time is 4 digits. 4 digits naturally meant reaching 1,000 points. On the 5th-tier battlefield, the highest score ever achieved in mutated beast training was only 980 points, a record set by a Divine University student that had yet to be broken. After all, that Divine University student had an SS grade talent, specifically a shadow talent, which dealt immense damage. Even Mei Qingqing, who had ascended to SS grade talent after receiving the Divine Gift Spirit Pearl, wasn't confident she could break that record. And the student who set that record was now the principal of Divine University. Is 1,000 points really that hard? Jiang Tian retorted. The Divine University students burst into laughter. Where did this hit come from? First time here, huh? Doesn't even know the scoring rules of the mutated beast battlefield. Forget it, don't waste time on this hick. Would better go kill some mutated beasts and rack up points. With that, damn it, those guys are so arrogant. Get used to it. The Divine are always like that. Let's go. With that, everyone entered the mutated beast battlefield. Unlike the mutated beasts in dungeons, the ones here were more numerous, more varied, and more ferocious. They often cooperated with each other. Thus, students who came for training usually formed teams to hunt together. Seeing the dense horde of mutated beasts on the battlefield, Jiang Tian's heart raced with excitement. Previously, when he entered dungeons to kill beasts for energy points, there had been too few. He had to search for them, and many would flee when found. Not like the fierce beasts here. Looks like it's time to rack up some energy points. Jiang Tian suddenly felt this place was a paradise. If he killed here for a day, wouldn't his system jump directly from level 5 to level 6? If he stayed for a week, the system might skyrocket to level 20 or 30. By then, the attribute modifications he could unlock would be terrifying, right? At that thought, Jiang Tian excitedly pulled out his purple-green alloy halberd. Seniors him off. He swung the halberd and charged forward like a war god. Jiang Tian is too impulsive. Mei Qingqing worried. After all, this is a 5th-tier mutated beast battlefield. Why does he look so happy? Senior sister Lin Jun was even more puzzled. Training on the mutated beast battlefield was a grueling task. Others didn't want to come and looked reluctant. But he was cheerful and excited. Is this guy a freak? Let's go after them too. Lin Jun and Mei Qingqing are old friends, having formed a team together for every beast battle training. Bang! Jiang Tian encountered a charging blue lion standing over 3 meters tall. Crack! In just a second, Jiang Tian struck down the lion's head with a single thrust of his spear and energy points credited. Ding, 1 5th-tier beast killed, gained 5 energy points. 5 energy points. Jiang Tian was a bit dazed. Was the reward really this much? Previously, he had only killed 1-star beasts, so he always thought that killing a beast would only yield 1 energy point. Unexpectedly, there were now 5 energy points. Was this not incredible? He was instantly overjoyed, wielding his war spear with precision, especially since the blue lions in front of him were only just over level 40, making them not very formidable. Jiang Tian also tested the data of the blue lions. Their strength was around 5.0 pounds, and their attacks were quite fierce, comparable to his own armor. A claw landed on him, sending a slight sensation through his body. Roar! At that moment, 2 blue lion leaders charged in, one engaging Jiang Tian directly as its claw struck his spear, which he blocked, then swung his spear in response. The blue lion leader was surprisingly fast, dodging Jiang Tian's strike, while the other leader shot a beam of blue light from behind him. Boom! The beam hit Jiang Tian, and he felt a surge of intense pain. Clearly, this was not physical damage, but magical damage. Smack! Jiang Tian no longer held back, activating his speed and instantly teleporting beneath the blue lion leader's belly, stabbing his spear deep and pulling out its intestines. After swiftly dealing with the 2 lion leaders, Jiang Tian was about to slay the other blue lions when a 5-meter-tall blue lion king charged in from afar. The massive claw slammed into Jiang Tian's spear. Bang! This time the impact was immense. Even Jiang Tian, caught off guard, was pushed back over 2 meters. But he quickly stabilized himself. What is this guy? The several instructors were stunned. They had fought the Blue Lion King before, and that fierce charge would have sent them flying at least several hundred meters. Yet this guy only stepped back 1 or 2 meters. In an instant, all the instructors focused their attention on Jiang Tian. If I'm not mistaken, isn't he the new warrior of the God of War? Yes, I believe he has the potential to break the record of 980 points set by the God of War. But that's not guaranteed. Do you think an SSS talent is just for show? The instructors each had their own opinions. However, at that moment, the beasts around Jiang Tian appeared to be cautious. Perhaps they were intimidated by Jiang Tian's earlier prowess, causing some to avoid him. 100 Strikes Fist. Jiang Tian, too lazy to activate his speed to chase, directly unleashed the 100 Strikes Fist with a wide range of fist shadows pouring down like raindrops. In one blow, over a dozen 5-tier beasts perished, and 70 energy points were credited. After launching several 100 Strikes Fists, the beasts around Jiang Tian surprisingly began to distance themselves from him. Attempting to pull away from Jiang Tian, they formed a vacuum zone. In the air, a flock of large black birds flew in. The feathers of the birds appeared to be black steel needles, each about a meter long and looking extremely sharp. Swish, swish, swish. Almost instantly, more than 100 black feathers shot towards Jiang Tian, and as he looked at these black birds, their data flashed in his mind. 5-tier black feather birds, proficient in speed and feather attacks with attacks that carry electrical damage, but unfortunately the black feather attacks are physical damage. Ding, ding, ding. Jiang Tian felt a prickling sensation all over his body. With his armor at 5,100, it was sufficient now. However, Jiang Tian did not use the 100 Strikes Fist to attack the black feather birds. It was easier to deal with ground beasts than with aerial speed-type beasts. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't hit them, but the hit rate was relatively low. So Jiang Tian directly activated Void Step. Although the black feather birds were fast, they could not surpass Void Step, and with Jiang Tian's teleportation distance of 2,550 meters, his shadow was barely visible. In just a few seconds, the bodies of the black feather birds began to fall from the sky. After resolving the aerial beast, Jiang Tian resumed his slaughter on the ground, chasing a group of beasts. Everyone retreat for now. When the top-tier beast kings arrive, let them deal with this kid. Many beasts spoke up, though after all they were 5th tier and had already awakened their intelligence. They not only mastered the summer language, but even the island language. Terms like Yamad Dai were spoken fluently, often with greater expertise. What the heck is this guy chasing the beasts to fight? The pressure on the allied forces in this area suddenly eased significantly. The speed martial skill he just used seems to be Void Step. Isn't Void Step a 7th tier martial skill? The instructors and the commanding general of this battlefield were also stunned. Many great figures seem to be able to use it, but to master it to the point of staying in the air besides Principal Mu, this guy must be the second. The general was immensely shocked. He had practiced Void Step as well, but it took him years to reach proficiency. This martial skill requires not only strength, but also talent and speed advantages. Now a new student who just finished the college entrance examination has cultivated it to the great success stage. The general found this a bit absurd. On the other side, Jiang Tian ran from one battlefield to another, for the beast battlefield was vast. Even the area Jiang Tian was in was just the tip of the iceberg. The beasts in that area feared Jiang Tian, but those in other regions were unaware of his terror, so Jiang Tian had completely become a god of slaughter. Wherever he went, beast corpses flew up, and energy points and token scores surged wildly. Finally, the first day's training concluded. Jiang Tian looked at the 10 tasks given by his teacher, all of which had been exceeded. His token score had also reached 2,678 points, meaning he had killed so many 5th tier beasts in one day, breaking the record of the God of War principal. It should be noted that the principal's record at the God of War University was set over a cycle, which took 7 days, yet Jiang Tian broke it in a single day and far exceeded it. But what made Jiang Tian even happier was that his energy points had reached 13,400. First, taking a special helicopter, Jiang Tian and his senior sister returned to the camp as the battlefield was too far from the camp. It wouldn't do to keep using Void Step to teleport back. It would consume too much of his stamina, and after a day of slaughter, Jiang Tian was already exhausted. Now he was so hungry that he couldn't bear it at this moment. He didn't even have time to upgrade the system, resting temporarily on the helicopter to replenish his stamina, planning to have a big meal after returning to the camp. After returning to the tent, Jiang Tian first had a meal to replenish his exhausted strength. Despite his fierce killing spree, the energy consumption was equally great, and the energy potions provided by the military had long been used up. After eating his fill, Jiang Tian opened the system panel, preparing for an upgrade. Host Jiang Tian. Available points 352,374. Energy points 13468300. Strength attribute 1430000. Current modifiable 1.1 gene of strength. Armor attribute 5,000. Current modifiable 50 points 1 armor. Speed attribute 2550. Current modifiable 100 points 1 speed. After spending points yesterday, about 24 hours had passed, and Jiang Tian, with his level 5 system, had accrued a point bonus of 432,000, leaving him with 352,374 points after deducting debts. After examining the panel, Jiang Tian unhesitatingly upgraded the system to level 6, with 10,468 energy points remaining, while the upgrade required 5,000 points. He simply upgraded to level 7, leaving him with 5,458 points, but upgrading to level 8 required 7,000 energy points, so he had to put it on hold for now. Looking at the continuously increasing points, Jiang Tian felt a sense of satisfaction, and what excited him even more was that the level 7 system had unlocked the critical hit attribute modification. Critical hit attribute current modifiable 3,000 points 1 critical hit rate. Jiang Tian couldn't help but gasp. The points required for critical hit attributes were indeed substantial, but fortunately the level 7 system could accumulate points quickly, and he decided to spend 300,000 points first. He directly modified the critical hit attribute to 100. Modification successful. Current critical hit attribute 100, remaining points 52,374. With a 100 critical hit, a hidden skill was triggered. Attacks have a chance to deal 10,000 times critical damage. A 100 critical hit attribute means that Jiang Tian's strength and martial arts power would double. For instance, if his strength was 143,000 genes. With the 100 shattering fists 5-fold increase, it became 715,000 genes, and with a critical hit, it would reach 143,000 genes of strength. Moreover, the 100 shattering fists consist of 100 fist shadows, each carrying over 10 million genes of power. At Jiang Tian's age, possessing such terrifying strength was truly unprecedented. let alone the 5th level beast battlefields. Even in the 7th level beast battlefields, Jiang Tian was confident he could sweep through. With the level 7 system, after a few more days of point accumulation, thinking about it was terrifying. After finishing the modifications, he asked, "Teacher, I have completed the task you assigned. Are there any more tasks ahead?" "No, there are only so many tasks in a cycle. I didn't expect you to complete them so quickly." Ui underrated. Mu Qing, although a level 92 powerhouse, looked at Jiang Tian with astonishment. "Junior brother, are you addicted to killing beasts? Others would be eager to return to school after completing their tasks, yet you still want more tasks. How about you do my tasks instead? Dream on." Mu Qing playfully slapped Lin Jun's head. "Do your own tasks. Why look for your junior? Jiang Tian, if you want to go back, I can take you back." No, teacher, I'm very comfortable here. Yeah, I don't want to go." Jiang Tian refused jokingly. Why would he go back after leveling up twice in a day? After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Tian prepared to rest, ready to continue hunting beasts and leveling up the next day. Meanwhile, in the tents of the general and commanders, they were stunned as they looked at the points accumulated by Jiang Tian displayed on the screen. Especially Zhou Wenxiang, who initially thought Jiang Tian was just a joke, was shocked to find that he had broken the points record on the very first day. 2,678 points. This guy killed 2,678 5th-level beasts in one day? How did he do it? The general was greatly puzzled. After all, it took at least a quarter of an hour for a 5th-level ability user to kill a 5th-level beast. Get the battlefield footage up to see. Soon the video of Jiang Tian killing beasts played before everyone. The video, filmed randomly by a drone, lasted a full 5 minutes. However, after watching, everyone still felt it was not enough, as the brutal killing scenes ignited their blood. Apart from the general, other principals and teachers from various schools were checking the points. After just a glance, they were left dumbfounded. Especially those arrogant individuals from Tianjin University. These guys had S-level talents and killed 134 beasts today, accumulating 134 points, thinking their score was the highest in the field. Upon returning, they intended to show off in front of their teacher, only to find that they didn't even have a fraction of Jiang Tian's score. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. "What's impossible?" said Yan Nanshan, the principal of Tianjin School. The previous record of 980 points was set by him, and he was a leading figure of his time. He was almost the most outstanding genius of that era, with many records still unbroken to this day. "You are just too talented and too proud," Yan Nantian said earnestly. He then played the video of Jiang Tian killing beasts, and as soon as it started, the students fell silent. After a long while, one of them exclaimed, "This guy is simply not human. How did he do it? I accept that he has incredible strength, but did he also learn the 7th level martial skill of walking on air? He just finished his college entrance exams." Even the proud geniuses were now hanging their heads in defeat. The impact of the video was too great, and they found it somewhat difficult to kill beasts together. While Jiang Tian, with a set of 100 shattering fists, could directly kill several at once. They couldn't compare. It was simply not on the same level. It's good for you to face some setbacks. It's not a bad thing for your future. Take a good rest. There are still 6 days left in this beast battlefield. After Yan Nantian finished speaking, he left. Following discussions among the military and the principals of the 4 major schools, the 5-minute video of Jiang Tian killing 5th-level beasts was also uploaded to the official media. Once the video was uploaded, it immediately sparked huge discussions among the citizens of Xia country. "Wow, Jiang Tian is just too cool. It seems that our side isn't so powerless in the beast battlefield. At least we have a rising star like Jiang Tian. I hope the military releases more videos like this. I love watching them, and we'll give them a thumbs up. Is this really the limit a human can reach? He just finished his college entrance exams, and the potential he displayed has already surpassed those older students. I absolutely do not believe he is an ordinary person. Could he be a deity experiencing life in the mortal world? I think he is. With such immense strength, he is likely the incarnation of the god of strength. Nonsense, he moves so fast, he must be the incarnation of the god of speed." In an instant, numerous citizens of Xia country were debating, and the video greatly inspired the citizens, boosting the morale and confidence of the army and the populace against the beasts. The next day, Jiang Tian, with a 100 critical hit bonus, was even more enthusiastic about killing on the battlefield of the exotic beasts than he had been the day before, leaving the students from the 4 major academies and the other forces utterly dumbfounded. Why does it feel like his killing power has doubled overnight? The commander looked at Jiang Tian's frenzied, slaughtering figure, filled with confusion. How could a person possibly double their damage overnight? Could it be that this guy is like in a game and can score critical hits? Yesterday, with a single 100 cracks fist, he killed a dozen. Out today, he's killing dozens. This is outrageous. Lin Jun and a few others realized that killing exotic beasts alongside Jiang Tian had nothing to do with them. In response to the demands of the large public, the military began to livestream Jiang Tian's exploits using drones, with several drones providing a 360-degree, unobstructed view of Jiang Tian. What the hell is this killing exotic beasts? Are you sure he's not just squishing little chicks? One viewer commented in the chat, it was simply too easy. What do you mean squishing chicks? Just look at the other forces' live streams, and you'll see how hard it is. Zhang Tian's ease comes from his strength. I think I just saw a 5th-tier Xuanjia beast. I remember encountering one in the last dungeon, and after a long struggle, I couldn't break through its defenses. Yet Zhang Tian just wiped out a whole group. The livestream was not only watched by the public as students from the 4 major academies who weren't training on the battlefield of exotic beasts were also tuning in to Zhang Tian's stream, some even coming to learn techniques. After all, killing certain exotic beasts requires skill. However, upon entering the livestream, they were immediately disappointed. How could they learn any skills here? Within just an hour of the stream starting, the audience in Zhang Tian's livestream exceeded 10 million and continued to grow. Thus, Zhang Tian immersed himself in a frenzy of slaughter every day until the 7th day. On this day, perhaps due to the excessive deaths of exotic beasts beforehand, a group of unexpected guests appeared on the battlefield, a swarm of black bats. These black bats emitted piercing sonic waves. Anyone who heard the sound up close would instantly feel dizzy, and the lower their level, the longer the dizziness lasted. The key was that once someone was dizzy, they would continue to be attacked by sonic waves, furthering their disorientation, and those who were dizzy would experience an explosive reaction, dying moments later. In an instant, the exotic armies fell into complete retreat, losing the advantages they had gained over the past few days. Everyone retreat quickly. The commander ordered, retreat to the Shanhai Pass and activate the high-voltage electric net formation. The dark swarm of bats was so overwhelming that even 5th-tier students, let alone 6th-tier instructors and 7th-tier commanders, dared not confront them directly. After all, once they approached, they would face the bats' attacks. The number was staggering. If not 1 million, then at least 800,000. And at the center of the bat horde, even if they killed the bats charging at the front under the influence of the Bat King, the fallen bats could instantly revive. So to defeat the bat horde, they had to kill the Bat King. To kill the Bat King, they would have to leap over the swarm of 800,000 bats, each capable of dizzying sonic waves, so even the commander lacked the courage to advance. Given that the chances of success were virtually zero, retreating and utilizing the electric net was the best choice. After retreating to the Shanhai Pass, "Where's Zhang Tian?" The commander looked around and found no sign of Zhang Tian. "I didn't see him. He hasn't stayed on the battlefield. When I came back earlier, I saw Zhang Tian rushing into the depths of the beast tide. I couldn't dissuade him. He's completely lost his mind for killing," Lin Jun said anxiously. "What?" The commander stood high at the Shanhai Pass and glanced into the beast tide, spotting Zhang Tian's figure as he charged into the swarm of black bats. Just then he was struck by a sonic wave attack and fell into a daze. "It's over," the commander shouted, and this scene was also seen by the viewers watching the livestream, causing them to panic. "What should we do? It seems Zhang Tian is dazed and standing still. If he stays dazed for a few more seconds, the sonic attacks will explode him. Is there anyone who can save him?" "Are you kidding? If we go to save him now, we would have to deactivate the high-voltage electric net formation at the Shanhai Pass, and the exotic beasts would take the opportunity to attack, leading to the fall of the Shanhai Pass. If the Shanhai Pass falls, we will also be doomed here," an audience member analyzed. "But we can't just watch our..." The viewers grew increasingly anxious, sending comments urging the commander to save Zhang Tian. At this moment, they could no longer see Zhang Tian's situation as the drones had been destroyed by the bat swarm. Zhang Tian, Mei Qingqing, and others were also heartbroken, shedding tears. After all, they were once life and death partners. Junior brother. Lin Jun was extremely saddened, for after these 6 days of interaction and deep communication with her junior brother, she found him quite interesting and full of fighting spirit. Even she was influenced. "Teacher, Zhang Tian is controlled by the sonic wave bats. You must save him," Lin Jun cried softly while shaking Mu Qing's arm. "Open a corner of the formation. I'll go too." The commander stepped forward and said. "The other principals, please follow me to rescue him," Mu Qing said, as there were over 1 million exotic beasts on the other side, and the exotic army was now retreating from direct combat. Thus, with the assistance of the other several level 90 principals, it was much more secure. Soon a tiny gap in the electric net was opened, and Mu Qing and others flew out. "Hurry, hurry, don't let Zhang Tian die. Zhang Tian, you must not die. Don't worry, Zhang Tian." Despite the many viewers trying to comfort themselves, they could guess that Zhang Tian was in danger, trapped alone in a wave of bats, with each second facing tens of thousands of sonic wave attacks. Each wave was a dizzying control. It would be a miracle if he survived. At this moment, Zhang Tian was indeed controlled and trapped in a daze, but he was checking the system panel, because after several days of accumulating energy points, Zhang Tian had just upgraded the system to level 15. Indeed, it was level 15, as the energy points required for subsequent upgrades increased significantly, which is why it took 6 days to reach level 15. However, the level 15 system unlocked the 5th attribute modification. Magic Resistance Attribute Modification. Ding Level 15 System unlocks Magic Resistance Attribute Modification. 40,000 points. 1 Magic Resistance Percentage. Magic Resistance reduces magical damage and the negative effects caused by magical damage. When Jiang Tian saw this function, he felt overjoyed as the Sonic Wave Bat's sonic attacks were indeed magical damage, and the dizziness was naturally a negative effect. As long as he stacked up his magic resistance and modified it to 100 magic resistance, he would no longer fear magical damage. System directly modify to 100 magic resistance for me. Jiang Tian glanced at the modification points, realizing that for the past 7 days, he had been busy accumulating energy points, returning to the tent only to collapse into sleep without checking the modification points. As a result, he had accumulated over 4 million points, allowing him to make extensive modifications. Although 4,000 points equated to a 1 magic resistance bonus, with the system level being high, it didn't seem too expensive after a few days of effort. Consequently, Jiang Tian spent 4 million points. Ding Modification Successful. Current Magic Resistance 100. Jiang Tian felt a miraculous resistance manifesting within him. The sound waves from the sound wave bats were neutralized by this newfound resistance. Ding Magic Resistance has reached 100%. Triggered Hidden Skill Magic Damage Absorption, converting 5 of incoming magic damage into his own stamina. Jiang Tian couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He knew that regardless of whether one was an ability user or an ordinary person's stamina would eventually be depleted. However, with this skill it meant that as long as he charged into the midst of the exotic beasts, his stamina would be infinite. He would no longer feel fatigued, thus accelerating the accumulation of energy points. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian became excited. At that moment, he indeed felt his stamina rapidly restoring. After all, he had been under constant attack from hundreds of thousands of soundwave bats. Moreover, these were all magic damage. With 100 magic resistance, it meant Jiang Tian was immune to magic damage, which was terrifying, as even level 90 super exotic beasts couldn't pose a threat. As long as it was magic damage, he had no fear. Therefore, Jiang Tian quickly recovered from his dazed state and activated his void step, weaving through the swarm of soundwave bats. Boom! A massive 100-shatter fist shadow descended. Due to the dense swarm of soundwave bats, there was no time to evade, resulting in hundreds of bats being killed in the impact. The enormous bat bodies fell thickly to the ground. The Bat King sensed something was wrong. It realized it could no longer control this human, and the sound wave attacks seemed ineffective. It was bewildered, unable to understand why such a terrifying human existed. But instinct told it to flee. If it didn't run now, this human would surely kill it next. Fortunately, the swarm of bats blocked Jiang Tian, and soundwave bats are close to the speed limit of 5th-tier beasts, allowing them to flee swiftly. The retreat of the Soundwave Bat King triggered the immediate withdrawal of the other 5th-tier exotic beasts. The previously established offensive advantage was utterly obliterated under Jiang Tian's 100 magic resistance. Charge! The troops hiding behind the high-voltage electric net and the students from the 4 academies seized the opportunity to pursue the exotic beasts. Everyone felt a surge of excitement. They had initially thought they were doomed, but suddenly they turned the tide. This was a 5th-tier battlefield, and it was the first time the troops pursued the exotic beasts. However, the physical strength of the exotic beasts inherently surpassed that of humans, so they naturally ran faster. Moreover, the retreat was orderly without any stampede incidents among the numerous beast waves. The offensive and retreat of the exotic beasts were both swift. In short, while they vanished without a trace, while Jiang Tian was still eager to continue the hunt, being among the foremost in pursuit. However, when he reached the edge of the northern territory of Xia country, Jiang Tian halted. He knew that going any further would take him into the domain of the exotic beasts. In their domain, the exotic beasts gained formidable advantages, and if a high-ranking beast were to attack him with his current strength, he could not withstand more than a few rounds. After all, while his magic resistance was 100, his armor was not sufficiently high, and many exotic beasts relied on sharp fangs and claws for attack, which were all physical damage. Thus, Jiang Tian knew when to stop. He wouldn't easily venture into the beast domain until the system unlocked all attribute modifications. He preferred to develop steadily. Ha ha ha, what a relief. The commander laughed heartily. How did you recover from the dizziness? If it were me, I would have definitely been done for. Junior brother, are you alright? Lin Jun asked, anxiously checking Jiang Tian for any injuries. I'm fine, Sai. Jiang Tian sighed. Are there any other exotic beast battlefields nearby? Everyone was speechless, thinking Jiang Tian's sigh was a sentiment of surviving a crisis, and yet he wanted to go to another exotic beast battlefield. Others were reluctant to go to the exotic beast battlefield, eager to drive back the beast wave, yet Jiang Tian, right after repelling the wave, wanted to go to another battlefield. Are you addicted? The commander asked. However, currently there haven't been any reports of exotic beasts invading other battlefields. Once there, I'll inform you. Alright. Jiang Tian pouted. Despite his unwillingness to return, he had to go back. Upon boarding the military's exclusive helicopter, Jiang Tian and the others returned to the school of the war. Once back, senior sister Lin Jin stated she was tired from the past few days and needed to catch up on sleep, while Mu Qing naturally granted both of them a break since they had completed their mission. After returning, Jiang Tian went to the resource management office to find Luo Li. Teacher, have you found the other half of the iron cloth shirt? Oh, back so soon. You seem quite energetic. Didn't the principal assign you any tasks? Luo Li asked curiously, knowing that Mu Qing was strict with her students. The tasks assigned were also arduous, so whenever Mu Qing's students returned from the exotic beast battlefield, they were usually exhausted. Yet Luo Li saw that Jiang Tian didn't seem tired at all. The tasks assigned by the teacher were too easy. I finished them in no time. That's right, you're a freak, mastering void step in an instant. Luo Li scrutinized Jiang Tian. But did you find the inner core I asked you to look for? Is this what you mean? Jiang Tian took out a small spatial watch that was specifically designed to hold exotic beast inner cores. He had gained an abundant harvest this time. Inside, besides the inner core of the golden swallowing beast, there were many other inner cores. What is this? Luo Li glanced and was immediately stunned, for the small spatial watch was filled to the brim with inner cores stacked like a mountain. Moreover, these were all inner cores from top-tier 5th-grade exotic beasts. There were none of the ordinary ones. Take the inner core from the golden swallowing beast, for instance. All of those here were from the leaders and kings of the golden swallowing beasts, each round and plump, brimming with energy. Luo Li could feel the violent energy within just by looking at them. The iron cloth shirt has been found. Luo Li took the small spatial watch and produced a copied martial skill, which was indeed the other half of the iron cloth shirt. This time I nearly got discovered while copying it, so to reward you, all these inner cores are mine now. After speaking, Luo Li placed Jiang Tian's spatial watch back into the old spot. Jiang Tian was dumbfounded. Why did Luo Li like to put everything back in the old place? The last time that blood essence was also taken from there. Was there no other place? Jiang Tian thought to himself. On the day after tomorrow is my birthday party. It's at the Luo family. Will you come? Luo Li said with a hint. Of course I'm going. Why wouldn't I? Jiang Tian responded. The Luo family is also one of the prominent families, and a birthday party like this would definitely have plenty of delicious food, certainly more abundant than the school cafeteria, and perhaps even many high-end ingredients. Besides, at such a gathering of prestigious families, there would surely be many beautiful young ladies. It would be a pity not to go and take a look. Just remember to prepare a gift. All right. Jiang Tian had a feeling that Luo Li was just trying to get his gift for free. But it didn't matter. He had heard that the Luo family gives away 3 free slots to enter the martial arts library they have during their annual birthday parties. For a whole day, it might not seem like much to others, as one day wouldn't allow anyone to learn much martial arts. Even for those with divine-level comprehension talent, they couldn't learn a lot. This is also why the Luo family dares to offer these slots. But Jiang Tian was different. He had the ability to modify in 1 second, so as long as he set his sights on any martial art, he could master it in an instant, though he did need to prepare some modification points in advance. But now with the level 15 system, he wasn't lacking in points for martial arts modifications. Hey, race the invitation, remember to come. Luo Li finally pulled out a fragrant invitation card after searching through her belongings. Jiang Tian took it and carefully looked over it. It noted that several other prominent families, such as the Xia family and the Lin family, would also participate. Right, the Qin family and 2 others were included as well. Not only were there domestic families, but there were also foreign families such as the Yagyu family from the island nation and the Abe family, who were coming to the Luo family for martial arts exchange and learning. After reviewing some details, Jiang Tian left the resource management office. With the beast battlefield not yet open, he was too lazy to grind in the 1st or 2nd tier dungeons. The energy points were too low and the beasts were hiding, so he might as well wait until the next beast battle. Now he needed to check his school points. After all, there were many resources that could be exchanged. Ever since he exchanged for blood essence last time, he had very few points left. Silly Chong, check my school points. You have 120,000 points. How much? Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned. 120,000. Jiang Tian couldn't believe it. He stared at the string of numbers in front of him, feeling his mind go blank. He remembered he had only spent a little over 10,000 before. How did it suddenly increase so much? In these 7 days he had been in the beast battlefield and hadn't been at school. Where did these points come from? Fortunately, Silly Chong could check the details of school points, and soon a table appeared before Jiang Tian. Mu Qing transferred 108734 points. Did the teacher transfer this for herself? Why such a large sum all of a sudden? Then Jiang Tian contacted Mu Qing and found out that it was because he had performed outstandingly in the beast battlefield, and the teacher rewarded him with points. Jiang Tian naturally accepted it with peace of mind. Now with 100 points, he could exchange for some resources he could use. He decided to take a look at the resource library as he hadn't finished browsing it last time. However, at this moment, Jiang Tian unintentionally saw the task list for this time. Since the new students had all reported to school, the tasks for the new students had already been released. I must say these tasks were trivial matters for Jiang Tian. Although the points were only a few dozen, the quantity was large, so Jiang Tian simply decided to accept them all. Aside from the new student tasks, Jiang Tian also looked at the tasks for senior students and the most difficult challenge tasks. Challenge tasks range from first tier to sixth tier, but one cannot accept all challenge tasks at once. A student can only accept one at a time and must complete it before taking on another. Jiang Tian looked through the first tier to sixth tier tasks, and the final sixth tier challenge task caught his attention. Sixth tier challenge task content: capture the wanted fugitive Yang Wei. Task duration: no time limit. Reward points: 60000. Introduction: after committing crimes in the capital, Yang Wei fled into Huangshoshan. Please proceed to Huangshoshan to capture Yang Wei. After reading the task introduction, there were also notes about Yang Wei's profile. This person had a level talent, was a poison master, and was skilled in using poison. His current level was 67. Jiang Tian directly accepted the task, and then checked the profile of Huangshoshan. Huangshoshan was located in the southwest of the capital and was a mountain range known for its poisonous flora. Within it, toxic gases lingered year-round, and under the influence of these gases, the plants and animals on the mountain had all become highly toxic. A moment of carelessness could lead to poisoning. Without professional equipment or talent support, even a strong fighter over level 70 wouldn't dare to easily enter the outskirts of Huangshoshan, let alone the inner areas. There was once a guy named Li Yang who accidentally wandered into Huangshoshan, and as a result, just stepping on a poisonous insect led to his death. It's worth noting that Li Yang had level 69 recovery talent. This shows how terrifying the toxins are. Therefore, this 6th tier challenge task had never been accepted, and over time it had become a mere formality. At the same time that Jiang Tian accepted the task, on the other side, several teachers at the task release center were discussing. Someone has accepted the task to hunt down Yang Wei. Who is it? So bold. Exactly, isn't that just asking for death? Unless this person is also a poison master and higher level than Yang Wei, but we only have a handful of poison masters in Xia country, and the others are not here. Isn't that purely looking for death? The teachers began to discuss preparing to contact the student who accepted the task to advise him against taking risks. It's Jiang Tian who accepted it. Then it's fine. As soon as this was said, all the teachers fell silent upon hearing that it was Jiang Tian. Whoever went would be facing a life and death situation. If Jiang Tian goes, Yang Wei would be as good as dead. After all, they had all watched Jiang Tian's live stream. His performance in the beast battlefield was so fierce, dealing with Yang Wei would be a piece of cake. Meanwhile, in the Wuchang branch of the assassin organization. This organization is named Wuchang, and it is said that the person who founded it awakened the talent of black and white impermanence, capable of communicating with ghost spirits and binding souls. He is one of the top masters in Xia country. At this moment, Chen Bing, one of the housekeepers of the Chun family, was chatting with the branch leader here. Please kill someone for me, here's the payment. Chen Bing threw out a bank card. The leader across from him looked at the amount and nodded in satisfaction. So who do you want to kill, eh? Jiang Tian. Who? Jiang Tian. Doesn't housekeeper Chen know he's the student of the war god? Moreover, that crazy woman has already taken him under her wing. Are there people that Wuchang dares not to kill? No, you misunderstood my meaning. Then what do you mean? It needs to be more money. Jiang Tian walked back while observing other resources in the repository, deciding not to visit Huangshoshan to find Yang Wei today, but to go tomorrow, as there was plenty of time. After all, Huangshoshan is currently surrounded by the army of the Xia kingdom, so Yang Wei cannot escape and must continue to stay inside. This battle armor seems quite good. At this moment, Jiang Tian had his eye on a piece of battle armor in the resource repository. It was of the 3rd tier, and among that tier it was top-notch. However, after considering its effects, Jiang Tian decided against it because the enhancement was too minimal. Wearing this armor would only provide an armor bonus of 500 points, though it would allow for greater agility. While 500 armor might be considered quite good for other defensively weak talents, for Jiang Tian, who had 5,100 armor, it was negligible. As for the agility boost, Jiang Tian could currently utilize Void Step to teleport, covering a distance of 2,550 meters, so lightness was unnecessary. Regarding the 4th and 5th tier battle armors, Jiang Tian had also looked at some, but none were suitable until he saw a 6th tier battle armor that caught his attention. Breakthrough battle armor. Jiang Tian mumbled, then checked the attributes of the breakthrough battle armor. Fixed armor bonus increases by 20 exchange points to the 000. After reading this, Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel delighted. A 6th tier resource for just 2 points was indeed a bargain, but upon reflection, he understood the reason for such a low price. Its bonus is based on fixed armor, and current talents derive their armor bonuses from their battle armors, which are external additions, not intrinsic. Therefore, the breakthrough battle armor couldn't provide bonuses. Moreover, some defensive talents prefer the fixed armor bonuses rather than percentage increases. For example, a level 50 grade defensive talent has an armor of 3,200 points, but a 6th tier premium battle armor provides an armor bonus of 2,800 points, totaling 6,000 points of armor. However, wearing the breakthrough battle armor 3,200 multiplied by 120 results in only 3,840 points of armor. Thus, this explains why no one chooses the breakthrough battle armor, because other armors of the same tier provide significantly more fixed armor. However, Jiang Tian is different. He can modify his points, allowing his fixed armor to reach a terrifying level. By the way, speaking of armor, it seems like it has been a long time since I last increased my armor after the last modification. Jiang Tian looked at his armor panel displaying 5,100. Feeling it was insufficient, especially since the Beast King had only lightly scratched him during the recent 5th tier battlefield, he realized it was time to boost his defenses. System, add 11000 armor for me. Jiang Tian said, with 50 points equating to 1 armor, costing him 55000 points. However, with the remaining points from before plus the current growth of 15 points per second, even after spending 550 points, he still had over 100 left, which is the advantage of a high-level system. With plenty of points available, modifications can be done anytime and anywhere. After increasing his armor by 1100, Jiang Tian's armor reached 16100. He then exchanged for the breakthrough battle armor, which would be delivered by Lori. Ding! Iron Cloth perfected defense increased by 20. As the system prompted, a defense panel appeared. Host Jiang Tian armor 19320 magic resistance 120. Ding! Iron Cloth perfected defense increased by 20. As the system prompted, a defense panel appeared. Host Jiang Tian armor 19320 magic resistance 120. Huh. Jiang Tian was stunned again. How did his magic resistance also increase? Could it be that the defense bonus from Iron Cloth applies to all defensive attributes? What a huge gain. Now he was immune to magic damage, which would continuously replenish his stamina along with a staggering 200 points of armor. Physical damage was also reduced to an astonishing degree. With a 100 critical hit rate and a force of 1.43 million, Jiang Tian marveled. It had been less than 20 days since his awakening, and he had already become this formidable. After a month of further development, within a year no one in the Xia Kingdom, or even the whole world, would be able to touch him, and he could eliminate any opponent. As Jiang Tian envisioned a bright future, while walking, Lori's figure soon appeared before him. Here's the breakthrough battle armor you exchanged for. Lori pulled out the battle armor from her usual spot, then panting and hands on her hips said, "Hey, why didn't you exchange it at the resource management office earlier? Now I had to run all the way here. It's exhausting. Isn't it because I wanted to see how broad Laurasensia's horizons are? You're of the shy type, aren't you?" Lori, the breakthrough battle armor is pretty useless. You wasted 2,000 points exchanging for it. Lori continued. No worries, it's useful for me. Alright, what you choose to exchange for is your freedom. I'm leaving now. By the way, remember to dress appropriately when you come to my place the day after tomorrow. Okay. Jiang Tian gestured with his hands. After sending Lori off, Jiang Tian returned to the entrance of the villa. However, at that moment the villa's door was open, indicating that someone had arrived. Jiang Tian thought, could it be his new roommate? He wondered which province his roommate was from. What would their temperament be like, and would they understand each other's dialects? With curiosity in mind, Jiang Tian prepared to walk in. Before he could step inside, a familiar figure came out, his senior sister Lin Jun. Senior sister. Junior brother, you're back. I need to tell you something. I applied to the teacher and he approved it. From now on we will live in the same villa. You'll be on the first floor and I'll be on the second. You're below me and I'm above you. How about it, junior brother? After speaking, Lin Jun revealed a friendly smile. In fact, Jiang Tian had already anticipated this scene because Lin Jun had mentioned it to Mu Qing during those days in the beast battlefield. Mu Qing felt that since Jiang Tian's villa had only one person, having Lin Jun live with him would stimulate her fighting spirit, which was a good thing. Junior brother, I've already set up your things on the second floor. To celebrate my first day moving in, I've decided to cook for you tonight. What do you think? That sounds great. What do you want to eat? Just make something like steamed lamb, steamed venison, tail roasted duck. Lin Jun, is that what you call casual? By the way, senior sister, I heard your Lin family is also a prominent family in the capital, and many disciples from prominent families live at home. Why are you living at school? Jiang Tian asked. Although life in the school villa is luxurious, it still lacks many levels compared to life in a prominent family. What are you looking down on me, your senior sister? Lin Jun pretended to be angry, her cheeks puffed out. I won't talk to you anymore. After Lin Jun said this, she turned to leave. Hey, senior sister, look, a shooting star. Where? Lin Jun was immediately captivated while Jiang Tian leaned in closer. There's none. After Lin Jun watched for a while, realizing there was none, and thinking her junior brother was teasing her, she turned back, and at that moment her lips brushed against Jiang Tian's face. "Senior sister, are you serious? You actually dare to take advantage of your senior sister?" Lin Jun's small face flushed red, not expecting that on her first day moving in she would be taken advantage of by her junior brother. What if they had to live together from now on? How thrilling that would be. After saying this, Lin Jun tugged at Jiang Tian's ear and pulled him into the house. "Be gentle, or I might fall." Once inside, Lin Jun first exchanged some ingredients at the resource management office. Indeed, the resource management office was not just for exchanging resources, everyday items could also be exchanged. It had everything inside, even those adult products. The school did this entirely for the convenience of the students, and the quality of the items was very high. After Lin Jun exchanged for the ingredients she needed for dinner, she was led by Jiang Tian. The two began to play games. They were all popular 3D games at the moment, and soon both of them were deeply immersed, having a great time. After a while, the teacher from the resource exchange office delivered Lin Jun's items, but this time it wasn't delivered by a girl, but by another teacher. The ingredients came in a large bag, which Jiang Tian struggled to carry. Once inside, Lin Jun began to showcase her culinary skills. It must be said, despite her fierce demeanor on the monster battlefield, she was quite skilled in the kitchen, handling various frying and cooking techniques effortlessly. Soon a table full of dishes was laid out on the dining table on the first floor. "Junior brother, let's eat. You need energy to play games afterward." Lin Jun also brought 2 bottles of high-end wine, but these were not exchanged, they were brought by Lin Jun herself. Indeed, one of Lin Jun's hobbies was drinking, but she only drank a little during leisure time, not during important moments. "Senior sister, I can't drink." Jiang Tian declined. "Can't?" Lin Jun chuckled inwardly, thinking it was perfect as she could drink while he couldn't. Once he got drunk, she would have her fun with him, ha. With this mindset, Lin Jun poured the wine and began to drink with Jiang Tian one cup after another without stopping. After all, she wanted to get Jiang Tian drunk as soon as possible. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Tian looked at Lin Jun, who was sprawled on the table, unconscious, deep in thought. Is this what drinking well looks like? He hadn't even tried hard, and his senior sister had already passed out. Now he had to help her upstairs to rest, or there would be no one left to play games later. "If you can't drink, don't show off," Jiang Tian complained, then glanced at Lin Jun, who was still lying on the table. Lin Jun already had a great figure, and now lying on the table made her look even more alluring. Just a glance from Jiang Tian caught sight of her snow-white skin. "Why is the air so hot lately?" Jiang Tian wiped his nosebleed and said. After eating and drinking for a while, Jiang Tian handed the dirty work to the housekeeper robot, then helped his senior sister upstairs to rest. Although Lin Jun had just arrived today, the second-floor room and decorations were already well arranged. After all, she only needed to choose a decoration template from the collection. Then, by sending the data to the housekeeper robot, it would quickly transform the room's layout and decorations. On the second floor, everything was decorated in shades of pink. Jiang Tian could tell that his senior sister loved a pink home atmosphere, as he occasionally caught sight of her cosmetics, lipsticks, and manicures. He wondered if everything was pink. After helping Lin Jun onto her bed and making her comfortable, Jiang Tian resumed his game from earlier. The game from earlier was almost completed. The game Jiang Tian was playing was called Miracle Heroes, a level-based game with a total of 100 levels, and he had reached level 92. However, it was difficult to progress without forming a team, so Jiang Tian had to shake his device in the game to see if anyone else was available. "Little girl." Suddenly, a game ID caught Jiang Tian's eye. He suspected that it was teacher Luoli playing, but wasn't she? Could it be that the teacher was slacking off at work? No matter, he sent a team invitation. After all, anyone who could reach level 92 was not an ordinary player, so Jiang Tian initiated the team invite. On the other side, Luo Li was idly passing time at the resource management office, thinking about how to clear level 92. Suddenly, she saw a player with the ID named Qi Tian De Sheng inviting her to join a team. "Alright, I'm bored anyway, let's play together." Luo Li accepted the team invite and turned on voice chat. "Hey, is this Qi Tian De Sheng?" Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Tian inside the villa was immediately stunned. It really was teacher Luo Li. "Teacher, it's me, Jiang Tian." Luo Li was also a bit dazed upon hearing Jiang Tian's voice, but since the level challenge was about to start, it was better to focus on the game first. Both of their skill levels were top-notch, so they cleared the levels quickly from level 92 all the way to level 99 without much trouble until they reached level 100, where the difficulty was genuinely high. After battling for almost 2 hours, they still hadn't cleared it. Luo Li had already finished her work and continued playing on her way home, and the two kept at it until midnight. "Oh yeah, we finally cleared it." Amazing, Jiang Tian. Luo Li lay on her bed using voice chat, excitedly unable to sleep. "Alright, it's time to sleep, teacher." Jiang Tian said goodnight, and then fell asleep immediately. The next day, Jiang Tian woke up around 9:30 and went to check on Lin Jun, who was still asleep. So after having breakfast, he headed to Huang Shoshan to complete his challenge tasks. Huang Shoshan was nearly 1,000 kilometers away, and Jiang Tian took the super train, a travel method faster than high-speed trains, which took just over 10 minutes. The super train sped from the capital to Huang Shoshan. The entire Huang Shoshan was shrouded in toxic mist, appearing somewhat hazy. Outside Huang Shoshan, teams of soldiers from the Xia Nation were patrolling, partly to guard against the fugitive Yang Wei. Secondly, to prevent tourists from accidentally entering Huang Shoshan and getting poisoned, as such incidents had happened many times before. Are you Jiang Tian? Great. I finally see you in person. I've been watching your live streams, Tai Kula. As Jiang Tian reached the edge, the patrolling soldiers greeted him excitedly. There was no denying that Jiang Tian was now somewhat of a celebrity. Hello, Jiang Tian responded. You're going in to catch the fugitive, right? That's great. With you in action, it's bound to be a piece of cake. Jiang Tian thought these soldiers were overly enthusiastic. By the way, do you need any auxiliary items or supplies? We have everything in our military camp. Feel free to choose. The soldiers brought Jiang Tian to the team leader. Oh, Jiang Tian, you're here. That's great. There were two team leaders stationed here, one named Chen Xiang and the other Zhang Dapio, who was also a fan of Jiang Tian. Thus, he was extremely enthusiastic, while Chen Xiang, on the other hand, treated Jiang Tian with cold eyes, seemingly disapproving of him. Jiang Tian, this is the detox pill, which can resist the miasma of Huang Shoshan, but for other toxins it's uncertain. Additionally, here is a map of Huang Shoshan. However, the concentration of the toxic fog is too thick now and visibility is very low, so the map may not be very useful. Captain Zhang Dabiao said. Thank you. Jiang Tian took it and inquired about other matters, then prepared to enter Huang Shoshan. The entrance to Huang Shoshan was a very narrow path flanked by lush jungles, but they were filled with highly toxic plants, and there were often venomous snakes lurking above. As soon as he stepped inside, the thick miasma rushed toward Jiang Tian. He first consumed a detox pill, but was ready to test the potency of the miasma's toxins. The key was to determine the type of damage the toxins inflicted. If it was physical damage, he would see if his current armor was sufficient. If it was magical damage, then he would ignore it. After all, he had 100% magic resistance. Jiang Tian touched a wisp of miasma, and when it came into contact with him, it was digested by a mysterious force, some of which even transformed into his stamina. The stamina he had just consumed was fully restored. This greatly delighted Jiang Tian, as it seemed this miasma undoubtedly inflicted magical damage. He just didn't know about the other toxins, so he decided to test them one by one. From the miasma to various highly toxic plants, Jiang Tian, not in a hurry, began testing out of boredom, and the results were all magical damage despite some toxins being particularly ferocious. Thus, Jiang Tian stopped taking the detox pill and directly followed the map deeper into Huang Shoshan. After walking a few steps, he found himself moving slowly and activated his teleportation, arriving in a canyon with majestic mountains on both sides after several teleportations. Ha ha, Jiang Tian, you dare to come find me. Today is your day of demise. At that moment, a figure appeared, and then large rocks began to fall from the two towering mountains. In an instant, the canyon was filled. A dark-faced man appeared, his icy gaze fixed on the piles of rocks which were traps he had set up while hiding in Huang Shoshan. He initially thought Jiang Tian would be overwhelmed by the surrounding toxins, but to his surprise, those toxins— in fact, just yesterday he had received information on his phone that Jiang Tian was coming to capture him, so Yang Wei had been waiting for a long time. He initially thought Jiang Tian would be overwhelmed by the surrounding toxins, but to his surprise, those toxins were not potent enough to kill Jiang Tian. Then he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Alas, such a bright future, yet you come to find me, a premature demise. Yang Wei lamented as he looked at the pile of rocks, watching Jiang Tian's livestream out of boredom while hiding in Huang Shoshan. Moreover, Jiang Tian had become quite popular recently, so he had seen Jiang Tian's livestream and had some understanding of him, but he was not afraid. After all, he was now level 70. At level 70, he could activate a second awakening of his talent with a very small chance of awakening a second talent, which he had successfully achieved in addition to his Poison Master talent. His second talent was a strength-based talent, and it was great. With his level 70 status, his strength was now approximately 95000 pounds, rounding to 1,000,000 pounds of force. Ha ha ha. Yang Wei laughed triumphantly. Are you that confident? However, in the next moment, Jiang Tian appeared directly above him, followed by a teleportation strike. What? So fast? Yang Wei felt something was amiss. The two were a full 2,000 meters apart, yet Jiang Tian reached his side in a second. Was this guy's speed that incredible? Even a speed-type talent couldn't be this terrifying, right? After receiving the message yesterday, he was advised to be cautious, but he hadn't taken it seriously, thinking it was ridiculous to fear a recent high school graduate at level 70. But after the real combat, he finally realized Jiang Tian's terror. Puff! Yang Wei steadied himself and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, looking incredulously at his battle armor. When escaping from the capital, Yang Wei had bought several pieces of equipment, including a 6th-tier defensive battle armor, which had saved him many times, yet today it was shattered in a single blow. "Ha, I must say your strength is indeed remarkable." Yang Wei laughed maniacally. "Do you know my talent? I am a poison master skilled in using toxins. One could say I am saturated with toxins, and when you struck me just now you were also tainted by the toxins on my skin." "Ha ha, that is a super toxin concocted from hundreds of poisonous insects found in Huangshoshan. Just wait to die." Yang Wei mocked, looking at Jiang Tian as if he were a corpse. "This toxin won't kill you immediately. It will slowly torment and corrode your body. You will suffer so much that you will beg me to end your life. This toxin can only be neutralized by my secret antidote, but if you pledge loyalty to me and my organization, I will help you remove the toxin. What do you say?" Yang Wei pondered. After all, Jiang Tian was a highly promising genius, and many of his organization's members had recently been captured by the Summer Kingdom, making them short on manpower. If he could control Jiang Tian, it would be a significant achievement. Smack! However, the same scene played out again as Jiang Tian punched Yang Wei straight down into the pile of rubble. Cough cough. Yang Wei did not expect Jiang Tian to still have strength after being poisoned. "You were impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The toxin I concocted would kill even a level 70 healing talent within an hour of being poisoned. You should not be alive." Yang Wei shook his head in terror. Toxins were his pride, but now it seemed they were ineffective. The other party appeared to be immune to toxins. In reality, when he entered, the poisonous insects Yang Wei had raised were monitoring Jiang Tian along the way. At that time, Yang Wei only thought Jiang Tian was wearing some armor and detox pills that could merely block the toxins, preventing them from killing him, but now it appeared that this guy was completely unafraid of toxins. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Tian, tired of wasting words, launched a flurry of punches and kicks, preparing to take Yang Wei back. Don't take me back. If I go back, I'm dead for sure. Spare me." Yang Wei began to plead, but the intense pain made it impossible for him to stand. "Let me go. I have something good to offer you." "Something good? What good thing?" "It's the key to the Demon Fire Dungeon." Demon Fire Dungeon. On the other side, inside the tents of the two team leaders, Chun Xiang and Zhang Dabiao, were drinking tea. "Haha, with Jiang Tian going to capture Yang Wei, it's secure now. We finally don't have to stay here to block the way. Damn it, I've wanted to go to the beast battlefield to achieve merit for a long time." Zhang Dabiao complained. He had been stationed here for several months, while his peer Zhou Wenxiang had already been promoted to captain. How could he not be angry? "Captain Zhang, you might be overthinking it. Yang Wei is a level 72 poison master, and he has awakened a second ability. How can Jiang Tian deal with him? Are you kidding me? Moreover, Yang Wei has been trapped in the inner perimeter of Huangshoshan for so long, there must be some traps and such. Even if Jiang Tian wants to reach the inner perimeter of Huangshoshan, it will be fraught with difficulties. So stop thinking about it. Let's just stay here honestly. Besides, why risk our lives in the beast battlefield? Isn't it comfortable here?" Chun Xiang said leisurely. "If I'm different from you. You have the Chun family behind you, being a team leader is nothing to you. You lack nothing in resources, unlike me, a grassroots who has to fight for everything myself. I'm envious of you. You were born with a silver spoon. It doesn't matter if you have talent or not. Sometimes it's also good to lie down like a salted fish." Zhang Dabiao mocked. He and Chun Xiang had always been at odds. This guy only hesitated on the battlefield and feared for his life. This team leader wouldn't even have the qualifications if it weren't for the Chun family's backing. Zhang Dabiao, on the other hand, was a beast, having come from a beast's blood. In terms of true capability, Chun Xiang couldn't even match him with one hand. So he looked down on Chun Xiang, and naturally Chun Xiang looked down on him too. Besides, Jiang Tian can easily handle a level 5 beast in the battlefield, dealing with someone like Yang Wei is definitely a piece of cake. A piece of cake. Just wait for the corpse to be delivered. Chun Xiang said, taking a sip of tea. How do you know they'll be bringing back Yang Wei's corpse? Suddenly, Jiang Tian's voice came from outside the tent, and then Yang Wei's corpse was thrown inside. Uffed. Chun Xiang couldn't hold it in and sprayed tea everywhere. You killed Yang Wei. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. I hit too hard and killed him with one punch. Jiang Tian lifted Yang Wei's corpse, revealing a gaping bloody hole in his chest, looking gruesome. You killed him with one punch? Chun Xiang asked in surprise once more. What else could it be? Do I need 2 punches to take down such trash? Jiang Tian said, as Yang Wei had been evasive about the location of the key to the Demon Fire Dungeon, always leading him in circles. Therefore, Jiang Tian got impatient and directly dealt with Yang Wei. He's really dead. Zhang Dabiao also came to check and found that he was completely lifeless. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, feeling that everything was surreal. Although he believed Jiang Tian could handle Yang Wei was still a level 72 ability user, and with traps and such there would definitely be a fierce battle. But how long has it been? He had just sat down to have a cup of tea, and in just a quarter of an hour he brought back Yang Wei. Furthermore, it was estimated that Jiang Tian must have spent quite a bit of time going back and forth, which clearly indicated that Jiang Tian had resolved Yang Wei, a level 72 user, in a very short time. This was indeed a bit terrifying. After all, at this age, he had never seen anyone capable of taking down a level 72 user, not even in the history of the Xia country. Unfortunately, I lack education. Oh, a single boast can take me far. Zhang Dabiao gave a thumbs up. All right, Yang Wei will be handed over to you military folks. After all, this task was jointly issued by your military and the 4 major schools. Hurry up and report it. Once the school verifies it, I can also receive my points. Jiang Tian emphasized, and then left the tent, taking the super train to return. As soon as he arrived at the school, Sha Chong sent a message saying the reward points had been credited. Meanwhile, on the other side at the 4 major schools, inside the Celestial School. What? The level 6 challenge task has been completed. Who is it? How detestable. I was planning to take it on in a month, but now someone has stolen it. That's 6,000 points. Who is so detestable? You were saying the same a month ago. You never took on the tasks. Besides, with your strength, would taking it on not be like seeking death? We can form a team. Moreover, my roommate is in the healing department, which increases our chances greatly. All right, stop bragging. Let's see who completed it. Many students looked down. Jiang Tian. He completed it. Wasn't this guy just back from the beast battle? He rested for a night, and then went to capture Yang Wei. My goodness, this guy is truly terrifying. Just a freshman, and he managed to take down Yang Wei. Furthermore, did you see the military's announcement? They said Yang Wei was killed by Jiang Tian. Are today's youngsters this terrifying? Even the students of the Celestial University, who were all exceptionally gifted and being directly admitted, felt their innate pride defeated upon seeing this news. Faced with such news, they could no longer maintain their pride. Just asking if any of these seniors went alone, they would probably collapse before even seeing Yang Wei. In the teacher's office at Celestial University, even the experienced teachers of level 70 or 80 and those 2 level 90s couldn't help but be shocked. Jiang Tian was an ordinary person when he awakened with no abilities at all, but how long has it been and he has grown to such an extent? This is not normal. This guy hasn't been rejected from engagement, nor do his parents die. He doesn't fit the script of an underdog. If he develops for a few more months, perhaps even we teachers won't be able to defeat this guy. This is a good thing, as our Xia country has produced another outstanding talent. For this upcoming international forum, we will send Jiang Tian as the primary representative. I believe he will perform exceptionally well. Also, let our students see this to stimulate them. Not only the Celestial University, but teachers from several top universities like Element University and National Defense University were also watching this news. On the other side, in a villa, Lin Jun woke up feeling a throbbing pain in her head. Did I drink too much yet? Did my junior brother overpower me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Am known for my drinking capacity. How could I be taken down by a junior brother who can't drink? After a little while, it seems I really did get drunk. Heavens. Lin Jun hurriedly checked her body, rummaging through her pink personal items and inspecting the condition of the bedroom. It seems my junior brother really didn't do anything to me. Not bad, he's a decent person. After returning, Jiang Tian did not head straight back to the villa, but instead took on the freshman tasks, which were not many in number. Only 50 in total, all of which he accepted. For other freshmen, these tasks posed quite a challenge. However, for Jiang Tian, they were relatively simple, such as killing a first-tier beast a certain number of times. The only issue was that the task locations were somewhat distant, situated in an outdoor dungeon. After arriving there, Jiang Tian quickly completed the tasks. In just half an hour, he finished all 50 freshman tasks. After completing them, Jiang Tian submitted them for review at the task center, and his points were credited soon after. He earned about 5,000 points this time, which made him quite pleased. At the freshman task review center in the teacher's office, one teacher frowned and said, "Didn't Jiang Tian just complete a 6th-tier challenge task half an hour ago? How has he completed all the freshman tasks again so quickly?" Another teacher who was responsible for the review expressed concern. If this continues, freshmen won't have any tasks left to earn points, and they'll start complaining about the school. I don't think so. Jiang Tian is a freshman, and taking on freshman tasks suits him perfectly. Besides, he has strong capabilities, so it's normal for him to complete many tasks. The speaker was a female teacher dressed in a snug professional outfit that accentuated her figure with long legs adorned in lace black stockings. With a delicate oval face, subtle makeup, a refined nose, and beautifully shaped eyebrows, her lips were painted a vivid red, making her quite commendable to behold. However, you are correct in saying that this guy's strength is indeed abnormal. He completed such dangerous tasks with ease. The previous teacher remarked. I should arrange a duel with Jiang Tian sometime, the female teacher murmured to herself, as she had a penchant for powerful freshmen, especially ones like Jiang Tian. On the other side, after completing the tasks, Jiang Tian was on his way back and decided to grab something to eat. Having been busy since morning, he was indeed hungry and wanted to treat himself. He thought about indulging in some high-calorie food, and the best place to go was KFC. The nearest KFC was right ahead of Jiangtian, and today was a discount day, which made the restaurant quite crowded. Once he entered, he found it difficult to find a place to sit. Inside the restaurant, aside from people from Xia country, there were also a few foreigners. Jiangtian could easily tell that these individuals were from the island nation, even though he had never learned their language. However, before crossing over, having browsed numerous websites and watched many movies, he had managed to self-educate himself. At that moment, the islanders were animatedly discussing something, but the people nearby had no idea what they were saying. Jiangtian leaned in to listen. Yoshi, where to dig potatoes? Translation: good, those girls are really something. The islanders were clearly referring to the girls at the next table. Jiangtian glanced over and found them quite attractive, but still not quite on par with Lin Jun and Luo Li. Not digging potatoes today, just a sack of potatoes. Translation: their waists are so slim, I wish I could. Potatoes are no good, just don't dig for coal. Translation: they're little, but are quite perky, really sexy, I want it. After saying that, the islanders grinned lecherously while looking at the girls at the next table. The girls, unable to understand them, simply returned polite smiles. Smack! Jiangtian picked up his tray and smashed it over one islander's head, then swiftly slapped the others to the ground. The islanders were instantly stunned. They never expected to be ambushed. The people nearby were even more bewildered, wondering what was happening and why the sudden attack. You guys are really unfriendly to dare hit me. I'm going to call the police on you. One islander pulled out his pineapple phone 250 and dialed the security bureau. These guys just used their island language to say that your breasts and butts were big and wanted to touch you, and also mentioned plans to. Jiangtian explained to the girls. What? Upon hearing this, the girls were instantly enraged, and the bystanders also became furious. Previously, they couldn't understand, but now with a professional translation, their anger was undeniable. You filthy scoundrels, I'm going to kill you. The second person to take action was the waitress who had served those islanders. She grabbed a plate and struck. Kill them, kill them. The crowd surged forward. Baka! The islanders shouted, displaying their strength, revealing that they were all no less than level 30. Among those dining here were also individuals with abilities many exceeding level 30. The moment they saw the islanders attempting to resist, among those dining here were also individuals with abilities many exceeding level 30. The moment they saw the islanders attempting to resist, they immediately showcased their power and pummeled them. So despicable. The girls, who were not ordinary people themselves, but freshmen from the Elemental University, also joined in to beat up the islanders. Crack. The sound of breaking bones continued as the hands of the islanders were already crushed. So brutal. It was uncertain who shouted that. In an instant, those attacking the islanders were split into two factions. One faction, the brutal faction, believed that dealing with these guys required no mercy and that they should be beaten to death. The other faction, the conservative faction, thought that the brutal faction was still too lenient. Just breaking hands. What about breaking legs, pulling out teeth, and shattering bones? How could you present our Xia country's friendliness this way? At this moment, the shop owner also came out brandishing a large wolf's fawn club. The massive commotion naturally attracted some passers-by outside the shop who came in to see what was happening. They're beating up islanders. Shouldn't I go in and lend a hand? Shouldn't I go in and stomp a few times? Although my mother told me to come out and buy soy sauce, time is tight, but seeing this scene, why buy soy sauce? Just beat the ghosts. The shop owner ran out and shouted to the outside. Today we're launching a special event, beat up the ghosts and get free KFC. 1 hit gets a free meal, 10 hits get a VIP pass, and 100 hits enter our luxury car raffle. The steel rods are gone, but mops and brooms are always available. If we don't strike those island nation scum with something, they won't feel the pain. After all, we're just ordinary people, not superhumans. Those bastards have supernatural powers to protect themselves, but we need to use some tricks. You're right. Luckily my home is nearby. They'll go back and grab the chainsaw first. When you come back, remember to bring your kitchen knives and other tools. Kitchen knives? Yeah, I'm a butcher. Killing those island nation bastards is no different, isn't it? The people waiting in line buzzed with chatter, but then they spotted the security officers arriving in their security vehicle. Since the fight inside wasn't over yet, they hadn't had a chance to get involved. Naturally, they couldn't let the security vehicle drive up to the scene. So the crowd blocking the line directly obstructed the security car. Some, fearing the officers might get out and walk over, deliberately made up excuses. Officer, my sow is having a difficult labor. You must come home with me and take a look. Officer, my great-grandmother is remarrying. Ooh, would you like to attend the wedding banquet? Officer, my 7th great-uncle's 6th aunt's 5 great-grandpa fell into a cesspool. You need to save him quickly. Officer wants some discs. High-definition ones. Several security officers were blocked on the road, unable to move. But since they were not far from the Kentucky Fried Chicken store, a single glance revealed the beating happening inside. Alas, the security officer sighed. Too many people. We didn't bring enough gear. The security officer opened the trunk of the vehicle, revealing a full arsenal of tools, batons, stun sticks, and other equipment exclusive to security personnel. Come, everyone line up. For those who haven't had a turn yet, we have tools here. What? That's great. The people who had blocked the way initially thought the security officers were there to break up the fight, but instead they arrived bearing supplies, warming the hearts of everyone around. How thoughtful. At that moment inside the Kentucky Fried Chicken store, after nearly 10 minutes of brutal beating, those Island Nation bastards were barely breathing. Stop hitting them. If you keep this up, they'll really die. Leave them with a breath of life, or let them be carried back for treatment. Even if they recover, they'll be nothing but cripples. Several superhumans said this, having deliberately targeted vital areas during the beating. It was truly a case of beating the eggs and smashing the basket. What? They can't take a beating, dying after just 10 minutes. Though reluctant, a dozen or so people had to stop. Some put away their steel rods, others their spiked clubs, some their spatulas, and others their soy sauce bottles. Seeing the commotion cease, the security officers finally entered. They observed the barely alive figures lying on the ground. In my opinion, it's best to hand them over to the embassy. No sooner had the words been spoken than several more Island Nation individuals arrived, representatives from the Island Nation's embassy in the capital. The earlier victims had also sent messages to their embassy via phone. What's going on? The leader, Ambassador Abe Shrimp, a contemptible figure, looked at the scene with a stern expression. Who did this? To be so ruthless. He glanced around, trying to identify the perpetrators. Exactly who did it? To be so vicious, echoed those who had struck the hardest, having already hidden their weapons. So now everyone wore an innocent expression. Their hands no longer held spatulas or steel rods, but instead clutched Kentucky Fried Chicken hamburgers and chicken wraps. After all, beating people was exhausting, and they needed to replenish their energy. They were waiting to see if they could take a swing at this so-called Ambassador Abe Shrimp as well. Tisk, 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 how tragic. Who could have done this? I don't know, I just walked in and saw them like this on the ground. Maybe, Ambassador, you should wake them up and ask who the culprit is. Faced with the crowd's remarks, the Island Nation Ambassador Abe Shrimp flew into a rage. Are you sure you're not messing with me? Besides you all, is there anyone else here? I believe it was you who did the beating. And they're barely alive, how can I wake them up to ask? At these words, the crowd immediately chimed in. The ambassador has a wise idea. Since they're on the verge of death, take them back for treatment. Don't let them die here from delay. The soil of our Xia kingdom is not for burying bastards like you. What did you say? How dare you call this ambassador a bastard? Don't misunderstand him, not targeting you specifically. I'm saying all of you are bastards. Don't insult dogs, they can't give birth to such trash. Ambassador Abe Shrimp was seething with rage, then pointed at the security officers and said, I want to see the surveillance footage. Once it's pulled up, we'll have evidence and know who did it. Surveillance footage. The security officers glanced around the store, inwardly alarmed. The Kentucky Fried Chicken store had comprehensive surveillance coverage. If it were truly retrieved, things would go badly. Surveillance. Sorry, our store's cameras are broken. The store owner stepped forward and said. During the beating, he had already anticipated this. So he had directly damaged the surveillance system and deleted all previous footage. With current technology, reinstalling the cameras would only cost a few hundred. He could easily afford that small expense. What? Broken? Are you sure you're not messing with me? Ambassador Abe Shrimp fumed. Why was everything going wrong for him today? I have no time to play tricks with a monkey. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. After the store owner spoke, several Island Nation embassy staff checked and found the cameras were indeed broken. Hurry up and drag these piles of shit back. They'll die if not treated soon. If it were me, I wouldn't bother treating them. It's a waste of resources. Faced with the crowd's words, Abe Shrimp had no choice but to arrange for his men to take the figures on the ground away. Without evidence, he would have to revive them and question them later. Once he obtained proof, he planned to use the embassy to pressure the Xia kingdom and shape international public opinion to his advantage. He was determined to smear the Xia kingdom's reputation. He didn't believe they wouldn't hand over the culprits. After handling the matter, the security officers naturally drove back. They retrieved the gear they had distributed, now stained with blood, which would need a thorough cleaning. The crowd dispersed, each going about their own business. The new students from the Elemental University approached Jiang Tian. Thank you. No need to thank me. Wait, you look familiar. Are you Jiang Tian? Oh my god, you really are Jiang Tian. Several female students exclaimed. They were also from Pingjiang province, though they hadn't been in the same exam hall as Jiang Tian before. But they had watched Jiang Tian's live stream and felt proud that such a powerful figure came from Pingjiang province. Thus they had become his devoted fans. It's really Jiang Tian. The people nearby, too absorbed in the beating earlier, hadn't looked closely and only now recognized him. By the time Jiang Tian emerged from the Kin Chicken shop, an hour had already passed. There was no helping it. The enthusiastic fans wanted photos together. Some even invited Jiang Tian to watch movies and go shopping at night, to which Jiang Tian replied that he currently had no time for such arrangements. The shop owner also gifted him a Supreme VIP card. As soon as he stepped out, Jiang Tian overheard several students discussing, "Have you heard? The Wanbao shop on Commercial Street has opened." Many were heading towards the street. Jiang Tian was aware of this Wanbao shop. It is an international business association known for its strong background and substantial funding with branches in various countries. The branch in Xia country had been decorated and set up for several months, so its opening naturally attracted many customers. "I heard everything is 20 off for the opening." That's not all. On the first day, customers who register for a VIP card have a chance to enter a lottery, and the ultimate prize is said to be quite mysterious. Although the specifics haven't been disclosed given Wanbao Association's usual grandiosity, it could be a key to a certain dungeon or more likely a second gift awakening stone. The second gift awakening stone. That's something money can't buy. It's said to have a 50 chance of helping someone awaken a second gift. That's really enticing. After all, having a second gift greatly enhances one's combat ability compared to, you need to be level 70 to awaken a second gift. We're still freshmen, thinking about that is too far-fetched. But what if I'm the lucky one? That's not the point. I heard that this time silver VIPs are getting a robotic girlfriend. Have you guys seen the promotional posters? Really? To feel the intimacy. Wow, is that for real? I should definitely get one. Absolutely. My cousin's brother-in-law was frying oil sticks right in front of the Wanbao Association, and he heard it with his own ears. I can vouch for it too. My aunt's second cousin sells beetle nuts there. Jiang Tian also planned to try his luck there. After all, the Commercial Street is vast, and tomorrow is Teacher Laura's birthday party. He certainly couldn't go dressed in battle gear. He needed a decent suit, especially since he hadn't yet bought a gift for Teacher Lori. But what should he give her? Jiang Tian fell into deep thought. Teacher Lori didn't seem like a person who lacked money, so the gift had to be creative. Besides, something too expensive was beyond Jiang Tian's budget. Despite having over 10 million in his bank account in Commercial Street, even high-end resources might not buy a... While lost in thought, Jiang Tian unknowingly arrived at the street. It must be said that although it was usually lively today, it was truly crowded. Especially in front of the Wanbao shop, it was packed with people, many of whom were lined up. Everyone, don't panic. We still have plenty of VIP cards available, so no need to rush. The store manager occasionally maintained order at the entrance. Jiang Tian observed that there were 2 channels for VIP card registration. One was through cash, such as the bronze VIP card, which wasn't expensive, requiring just a recharge of 1 million. There were also silver, gold, purple, gold, diamond, and Supreme cards, of course, each more expensive than the last. The Supreme card, for instance, had only 3 available. The amount required to recharge was staggering, needing 3 billion. Of course, for the major families in the capital, this isn't a substantial amount of money, but for most people, it's a sum they might never earn in their lifetime. Jiang Tian was confident he could earn it, but even if he did, he wouldn't recharge. Instead, he would buy a seaside villa and watch bikini ladies swimming every day. Oh, wouldn't that be more enjoyable? As for the second channel for VIP cards, it was for potential talents recruited by the Wanbao Association. Although it is a business association, Wanbao Association understands that having money and resources also requires strong personal abilities, so they are always looking for various talents. Starting from level 50, as long as one meets the Wanbao Association's requirements at each tier, they will be recruited. Once successfully joined, one enjoys not only permanent 20-off shopping, but also priority access to resources within the association. When traveling abroad or on business trips, one could stay at a local Wanbao Association branch for free at their 7-star hotel, complete with specialized technician services, truly everything one could need. Before Jiang Tian crossed over, he had thought about how vast the world was and wanted to see it, but unfortunately his wallet was too small to go anywhere. However, now with strength and financial resources, Jiang Tian thought he would definitely travel abroad in the future, as there are many dungeons and beast battlefields overseas. Those places are also great for earning energy points. Thus, Jiang Tian decided to become a VIP of the Wanbao Association through the second channel. Currently, he was the only person entering this channel. While someone just entered the second VIP channel over there. No way they reached level 50 at such a young age. I remember the minimum requirement for the Wanbao Association is level 50. Perhaps that person just took a wrong turn. I think so too. Even if they went in, they couldn't possibly become a second type of VIP. After all, several disciples from prominent families in the capital have tried going in before. Perhaps that person just took a wrong turn. I think so too. Even if they went in, they couldn't possibly become a second type of VIP. After all, several disciples from prominent families in the capital, that's true, otherwise the second type of VIP wouldn't be called a guest elder. As the crowd discussed, Jiang Tian had already stepped into the VIP channel, greeted by a blonde, blue-eyed young lady. "Hello, my name is Annie. How may I assist you?" The service lady had undergone specialized training, so her tone was extremely pleasant. Jiang Tian also surveyed Annie from head to toe. He had to admit Annie's development was even better than Lin Jun's. Jiang Tian guessed she was on par with teacher Lori. Besides that, her unique eyes resembled a clear spring, and her long white eyelashes added an alluring touch. Even when standing straight, her perky curves were still noticeable. "Hello, I want to become a guest elder of the Wanbao Association," Jiang Tian said. "Well, that's really exciting," Annie exclaimed, thrilled. In her time working, she hadn't encountered a guest elder before. If this one succeeded, she would be promoted to a dedicated service attendant for guest elders, exclusively serving them. "Come, I'll take." Annie's tone was very polite. She quickly led Jiang Tian to a nearby device, a high-tech instrument created by the Wanbao Association capable of testing any talent's values. "Here are the requirements for level and talent values. You can take a look first before deciding which type of guest elder you want to be," Annie pointed to a chart and said. Jiang Tian looked over. Jiang Tian glanced at the table, which contained detailed introductions such as the categories of the guest elder of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and the level of the VIP card is quite similar. First is the bronze guest elder, whose level requirement is only 50, and there are no restrictions on talents, whether strength type, speed type, and so on. However, regardless of the type of talent, the numerical values must be met. After all, the guest elders of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce do not accept trash. Jiang Tian carefully looked at the values. For level 50, a strength must reach 420 pounds, while this level, according to extreme research, is 4500 pounds of strength. Of course, other types also have numerical requirements. For example, the speed type requires 450 points at level 50. For Jiang Tian, regardless of the type, it was trivial. Thus, he directly skipped the bronze guest elder, as this level of guest elder was the most worthless. Since he wanted to obtain the guest elder identity, he aimed for the most prestigious one. He then looked at the silver, gold, purple, gold, and diamond guest elders, along with the final supreme guest elder. The supreme guest elder has the highest privileges, enjoying a 30% discount at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and wherever he goes, the branch leaders must treat him with respect. Jiang Tian decided to pursue this, but upon examining the requirements for the supreme guest elder, he found that he needed to be at least level 70. He fell into deep thought. He was not a supernatural being and had no level, so what should he do? However, the assessment requirements for the supreme guest elder were not too difficult for Jiang Tian. He looked at the evaluation criteria for the strength type supreme guest elder. If it were a level 70, assessment strength would need to reach 300 pounds, which is approximately the limit for strength-type talents at level 70, and it must be at least a talent. This might be a challenge for others, but for Jiang Tian, it was a small matter. His current strength was 14300 pounds. Although he was still short by 15700 pounds from 300 pounds, he could modify it. Now, with a level 15 system, after 1.5 days of accumulation, his modifiable points had reached 19500. He opened the attribute panel. Host Jiang Tian. Modifiable points 1953478. 15. Strength increase 143000. Armor increase 25000. Critical hit increase 100. Magic resistance increase 120. Other attributes awaiting unlock. System level 15. Energy points 235818000. System skills 3-meter golden body, 10,000 times critical hit probability, magic damage absorption and transformation. After a simple review of his attribute panel, Jiang Tian decided that since the assessment was for strength, he would simply allocate all the increases to strength, as it had been a long time since he had increased his strength. System, add 19500 pounds of strength. Ding, modification successful, current strength 3380000. Jiang Tian felt a surge of immense strength within him, making his flesh and meridians surge with vitality, feeling an endless supply of energy. Annie, I want to take the assessment for the Supreme Guest Elder at level 70. Jiang Tian said. Annie was instantly stunned. What the hell was this outrageous statement? Having seen so many things at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, she had encountered many braggarts, but someone this arrogant was a first for her, which shocked her. Is this guy's strength really that abnormal? Ha ha ha, kid, stop bragging. However, just as Annie was in shock, another blue-haired foreign girl walked over, her attire indicating a position higher than Annie's. This blue-haired woman was Monica, Annie's superior and head waitress, who had just finished serving a VIP and came out to see what was happening out of boredom. As soon as she came out, she heard someone wanted to take the assessment for the Supreme Guest Elder. It's not that she looked down on Jiang Tian, but over the years throughout the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, let alone in Shagua, there had only been 7 successful assessments for the Supreme Guest Elder globally. Each of them was a big shot above level 90. Now a student wants to take the assessment for the Supreme Guest Elder. You don't even have any supernatural powers and you want to take the assessment for the Guest Elder. Are you kidding me? Where's the security? Throw him out. Monica shouted. Such bad luck encountering a fool on the first day of business. Annie, you too, this person doesn't have any supernatural abilities, clearly just an ordinary person, and you brought him to take the assessment. I see you don't want to work at our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce anymore. Don't eat sour pickles. Monica scolded Annie with disgust. With no background, and being more attractive than her, she had long been displeased with Annie and wanted to get rid of her. At this moment, Annie finally recovered from Jiang Tian's bold claims. She sensed Jiang Tian and found that he really seemed to lack any supernatural powers. However, looking at Jiang Tian's confident demeanor, it clearly wasn't just empty words. He should have some confidence, so she spoke up for Jiang Tian. Supervisor, our Chamber of Commerce doesn't stipulate that only supernatural beings can take the assessment for guest elders, so my guest has the right to take the assessment. Besides, I did not violate any regulations of the chamber. Even if you were the supervisor, you can't fire me. After saying that, Annie led Jiang Tian directly to the assessment device. Annie's words made Monica even more furious. Okay, I'll see if it's really as you say. Since you want to take the assessment, then go ahead. I'll also take the opportunity to see how you fail and bring shame. Haha, Supreme Guest Elder, what a dream. Annie and Jiang Tian arrived at the device. Jiang Tian was to take the assessment for the level 70 Supreme Guest Elder, which was a strength value assessment, so they came to a piece of memory metal. This piece of memory metal was crafted from the most advanced technology of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, capable of finally testing the strength of the assessor. It is said to be accurate to 100 decimal places. Moreover, no matter what kind of impact it bears, this memory metal will not deform, demonstrating its high degree of toughness. Use your maximum strength and punch the memory metal. Annie said. All right. Jiang Tian stepped forward and punched out. Ding, triggered 10,000 times critical hit. Boom. A huge sound reverberated and the memory metal was directly penetrated, and the walls here were also completely shattered. Detected intrusion by unidentified power, suspected divine being, initiating super defense system. Then even the technological system inside the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce transmitted this message. The technological defense system in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was created by supernatural beings with intelligent talents. It would only activate in the event of an emergency attack, generally requiring an attack from a strong person of at least level 85 to trigger. Now it was triggered by Jiang Tian's punch. Meanwhile, outside the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, people were in line. Boom. What was that sound? Quick look, did the room at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce collapse? Oh my god, what expert dares to attack the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce? Although it's just a branch, being pursued by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce means there's basically no place to stand globally. Who on earth is so fierce? Who is this person's subordinate? When the room beside the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce collapsed, the Vice President Wakani Jier, who was receiving guests in the lobby, was instantly dumbfounded. A high-pressure electric net with superpowers enveloped the entire Wanbao Chamber, and after confirming that there was no further attack outside, Jier notified the military near Xia country before heading to the collapsed room. Fortunately, at the moment of the collapse, the intelligent robot had timely caught the falling roof and quickly began repairs, showcasing the benefits of high technology. Therefore, it did not take long for the collapsed room to be repaired, but the high-tech memory metal was something the intelligent robot could not fix at the moment. Oh my god, what on earth happened here? Even the memory metal is shattered. Jier trembled in surprise upon seeing the broken memory metal. When he first opened the branch in Xia country, the scientists there had told him that this memory metal could only be destroyed by a divine being, and no one in the world could break it. Jier looked around and found that besides Annie, Monica, and an unfamiliar young man, there was no one else. Annie, can you explain to me what happened here? President, this young man named Jiang Tian from Xia country said he wanted to assess the Supreme Guest Elder, so I brought him here, and then he punched the memory metal, and that's what happened. Annie's explanation was straightforward. Monica, is it really like this? Jier turned to ask Monica. Monica replied while trembling. She had been so scared moments ago that she almost lost control, and now she was clenching her legs tightly, trying to calm herself. Did you really do this? Jier approached Jiang Tian respectfully and asked. Otherwise, was it you? Jier still found it hard to accept. After all, this young man before him was merely a university freshman, yet breaking the memory metal was impossible. Bard, please pull up the surveillance footage from here. Jier called out. Bard was the high-tech AI developed by the Wanbao Chamber, similar to Xia country's Shiqiang. This place was naturally under Bard's surveillance, and since Bard was an independent system, even with the memory metal destroyed and the room collapsed, the footage would still be available. Soon a video projection appeared before Jier. Oh my god, this can't be real. Despite seeing the video, Jier felt his mind go blank. Only divine power could break the memory metal of the Wanbao Chamber. Could it be that this guy is a divine being? But he doesn't seem like one. He doesn't exhibit any superpowers. Regardless, he had passed the assessment of the Supreme Guest Elder and had done so exceptionally well, making Jier immensely happy. In any branch, the appearance of a Supreme Guest Elder would earn the branch president recognition, and it would also add extra points towards future promotions. This is the Supreme Guest Elder Medal of our Wanbao Chamber. Jier handed it over with trembling hands. Thank you. Jiang Tian accepted it. Please enter your information into the BART system. Jie became exceedingly polite. There was no choice. With this supreme guest elder added, there were only 8 in the Wanbao chamber, while there were about 100 branch presidents, making the hierarchy clear. Hello, supreme guest elder. If you have any questions regarding your privileges or the Wanbao chamber, you can call for Bard at any time, and Bard will clarify for you. Jie stated. The Supreme Guest Elder medal was actually a high-tech medal that not only showcased status, but also sent location signals, requested assistance, and checked the latest activities of the chamber. For instance, it could indicate where in the world there were the latest resources up for auction or direct sale. In summary, this medal was incredibly powerful, surpassing the functions of a typical smartphone. Jiang Guest Elder, according to the treatment of Supreme Guest Elders, I will now arrange a dedicated service personnel for you. You can rest assured that our staff will comply with any of your requests. No matter the nature of the request, it will be no exception. Zhang Tian was not surprised by this. After all, the female staff at the Wanbao chamber were all chosen for their beauty and had no backgrounds. With their status, being able to work at the Wanbao chamber was already incredibly fortunate, and if they served a supreme guest elder, their status would rise dramatically. Moreover, if they were lucky enough to become a supreme guest elder, it would be akin to soaring to great heights. Monica, from now on you will be Jiang Guest Elder's exclusive service personnel. You do not need to perform any other duties. I will arrange for others to take over your work. Really? That's wonderful. Monica, who had just recovered, heard this astonishing news. Given her looks, even if she tried to charm her way up, she would likely only be a supervisor at the Wanbao chamber. Now, as the exclusive service personnel for the Supreme Guest Elder, her status was in many respects no different from that of a branch president. She wouldn't have to do anything, yet her salary would exceed her previous one by tenfold, along with enhanced chamber benefits. For a moment, Monica felt as if she were in a dream. Wait. However, Jiang Tian interrupted her. As the exclusive guest elder, I have the right to freely choose my dedicated service personnel, right? Yes, of course, you can even replace me if you find me displeasing, Jie replied. Then that's settled. My exclusive service personnel will be her. Jiang Tian pointed at Annie and chose her not because she was the most beautiful or well-proportioned. Not for that reason, but for that reason. Of course, that was one factor, but most importantly, Jiang Tian valued Annie's perspective and how she handled herself, which was much better than Monica. Besides, Annie seemed much more agreeable. If anything was needed in the future, Annie would be able to help him. Annie was somewhat incredulous. After all, she was merely a basic service staff member and had never tried to curry favor with the leadership. Since Jiang Guest Elder says it's you, then it is you. You better do well from now on. Jie remarked meaningfully. Additionally, fire her for me. Jiang Tian ordered again. Since even the president could be replaced, dismissing a supervisor was a trivial matter. Indeed, being a supreme guest elder was impressive. All right, Monica, starting now, you are no longer a staff member of the Wanbao chamber. After you collect your salary for this month, you can leave. Although Jie had some unspeakable dealings with Monica, he would not offend the supreme guest elder for a one-night stand. Besides, after their initial transaction, he had fulfilled his obligations to Monica both financially and in terms of her supervisory role. It had been a transaction with no feelings involved. Please don't fire me, I beg you. Monica immediately knelt down and cried. If she was dismissed from the Wanbao chamber, where else could she work? Where could she find such a good job? Where are the security personnel? Throw her out. Jiang Tian repeated Monica's earlier words, a fitting response. Watching Monica's regretful figure as she was sent flying, Jiang Tian couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He hadn't expected this assessment to be so successful, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike. After all, the probability of a 10,000-fold critical strike was extremely low. Previously in the beast battlefield, he had slain countless beasts without triggering it, yet now with a single punch it had been activated. Originally possessing 38 million gene of force, coupled with a 100 doubling from the critical strike, amounting to 76 million gene, and then triggering the 10,000-fold multiplier, the resulting damage was truly astonishing. No wonder the technological defense system of the Universal Treasures Chamber had judged it as a divine attack. Supreme Guest Elder, you are from the Xia Kingdom, are you not? Today, our Universal Treasures Chamber is holding its grand opening, and many noble families from the Xia Kingdom have arrived. Allow me to introduce you to them. Volcani Gil said. Though he was merely a branch president, his background placed him among the world's premier aristocratic families, making it only natural for Xia Kingdom's noble houses to come and offer their congratulations. Very well, Jiang Tian agreed, thinking that since he was already here, he might as well meet them. Annie followed closely behind Jiang Tian, as she was now his exclusive attendant bound to serve him at all times. Soon Jiang Tian and Gil arrived at the reception hall of the Universal Treasures Chamber. There Jiang Tian saw many noble families, including the Chun Zhou and Zheng families. There were also the Luo and Lin families, among others. Jiang Tian spotted two familiar figures, Luo Li and Lin Zhun. Luo Li was dressed in a perfectly tailored gown, her unique attire accentuating her figure and temperament. Lin Jun was also adorned in a gown. Though she had appeared as a tomboy on the beast battlefield, clothes truly made the man. In her custom-made dress, Lin Jun's charm and elegance were unmistakably displayed. President Gil, what just happened? Was the Universal Treasures Chamber attacked by some powerful expert? Asked the heads of the various noble families given the tremendous commotion. Moreover, they had prepared to offer assistance, hoping that Gil would call upon them, thus allowing the Universal Treasures Chamber to owe them a favor. A rare opportunity indeed. It's nothing serious. Someone merely passed our Supreme Guest Elder assessment. The disturbance you just heard was caused by our newly appointed Supreme Guest Elder striking the memory medal with a single punch. Allow me to introduce him. This is the 8th Supreme Guest Elder in the history of our Universal Treasures Chamber, Jiang Tian, Gil announced solemnly. What? The heads of the Chun Zhou and Zheng families nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets, their hearts sinking with dread. They knew they were in deep trouble. Previously, they had hired assassins from the Wuchang organization, and by now the killers were likely already dispatched. Had this been before, they might not have been so worried. But now matters were entirely different. A Supreme Guest Elder of the Universal Treasures Chamber possessed formidable strength. Moreover, harming a Guest Elder of the Chamber meant making an enemy of the Universal Treasures Chamber itself. Though the Wuchang assassins would never betray their clients, what if something went wrong? Given the vast resources of the Universal Treasures Chamber, they might indeed uncover clues. If that happened, having this globally spanning organization turn against them would be disastrous. Furthermore, it was rumored that the owner of the Universal Treasures Chamber had connections with a deity. With this in mind, they had to urgently contact their contact within the Wuchang organization to cancel the assassination mission. Losing the money was acceptable, but courting death was not. Truly a young hero. Congratulations, congratulations. The three family heads quickly recovered their composure and offered their congratulations with forced smiles. The Lin and Luo families were also major aristocratic houses. Despite Jiang Tian's sensational live broadcast earlier, the family heads had not thought highly of him. Compared to their own deep-rooted and wealthy lineages, Jiang Tian seemed little more than an internet celebrity to them, while they were magnates who naturally looked down on him. But now everything had changed. They knew just how difficult it was to pass the Guest Elder assessment of the Universal Treasures Chamber. Within their own families, they only had a single silver Guest Elder, and even that was considered an impressive achievement. Let alone a Supreme Guest Elder, the 8th in the entire history of the chamber, which had stood for several hundred years. This spoke volumes about the immense prestige of the title. Congratulations, Guest Elder Jiang. We look forward to more exchanges and closer ties in the future. The heads of the Lin and Luo families spoke politely, stepping forward excitedly to shake Jiang Tian's hand. I hear that Guest Elder Jiang is a freshman at War God University. My daughter is a teacher in the resource management department there. I wonder if you two are acquainted. The speaker was Luo Kuang, head of the Luo family, referring to his daughter teacher Luo Li. Hello, Jiang Tian. Luo Li greeted him. I can't believe you became a Supreme Guest Elder of the Universal Treasures Chamber so easily. Congratulations. You know me. This was nothing but a piece of cake, Jiang Tian replied without modesty. So you and my daughter are already acquainted. Excellent, excellent. Do deepen your bond in the future, Luo Kuang said with a meaningful tone. Everyone could see what he was implying. A teacher-student relationship is what it is, but my daughter is different. I hear Lin Jun shares the same teacher as Guest Elder Jiang, said Lin Ji, head of the Lin family. In his view, though Luo Li was more mature than his own daughter, she was already 26 years old. His daughter Lin Jun was only 19. Yes, Lin Jun is my senior fellow apprentice. Oh, that's wonderful. You are always welcome to visit the Lin residence, Guest Elder Jiang. Lin Ji fawned. This scene filled the surrounding mid- and small-sized families with envy. They rarely even had the chance to exchange a few words with major families like the Lin family, let alone curry favor with them. Yet now so many great families were fawning over Jiang Tian. Truly a sight to behold. President Gil in particular displayed a respect and courtesy that came from the very depths of his being. Additionally, Guest Elder Jiang, tomorrow is my daughter's 26th birthday. Our Luo family will be hosting a grand banquet. Would you do us the honor of attending? Luo Kuang said. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd grew even more envious. Many would have given lavish gifts just for a single invitation to the Luo family's birthday feast. At such an event, there were countless opportunities to curry favor with influential figures. Securing the patronage of just one could propel a small or mid-sized family to instant prominence. An opportunity they could never obtain was now being personally offered by the head of a major family who even seemed afraid of being rejected. Such treatment was truly remarkable. And to think Jiang Tian was only 18. When I was 18, I was still running a street stall. I was even worse. I was delivering water at 18. We simply can't compare to Guest Elder Jiang. Comparing people only drives one mad. This guest elder Jiang has boundless prospects. I hear that supreme guest elders are assigned a personal attendant. The woman beside him must be that attendant, with that face and figure. Do you think guest elder Jiang might ask her to do certain special things? What things, eh? Better not to say such things aloud. It's possible. Guest elder Jiang is young and full of vigor. But that attendant sure is lucky. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their envy palpable. Amidst the discussions outside the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the customers who had been queuing to purchase items were all secured, as the military commander of the capital of the Xia Kingdom had mobilized the strongest troops to this location. After all, the capital is the facade of the Xia Kingdom, so the caliber of this troop is undoubtedly high, with soldiers having a minimum strength level of 45. In addition to the commander, there were 4 prestigious principals from the Xia Kingdom: Yin Nanshan, the principal of Tianshan University; Zhou Yun, the principal of Element University; Han Yuan, the principal of National Defense University; and Mu Qing, Jiang Tian's teacher. There was no choice, as the tremendous commotion caused by Jiang Tian's punch had completely incapacitated the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's defense system, creating quite a stir, especially since Gil had exaggerated a bit when reporting the incident. Thus, the commander had invited these 4 powerful figures from the Xia Kingdom. President Gil, may I ask if you faced any security threats inside? Commander Zhou Wu shouted, and for a moment they hesitated to interfering that there might be some traps inside. Therefore, it was better to call out and confirm. Inside, Gil, who had been chatting and laughing, frowned upon hearing the shout. Oh no, I forgot to report the incident. Excuse me, I need to step outside. Gil quickly walked to the entrance and saw the serious lineup and the imposing figures. He couldn't help but admire how efficient the Xia Kingdom was in handling matters, and he smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the earlier commotion. It was caused by our newly appointed Supreme Guest Elder's assessment, and everything is fine now. It was a false alarm, but in return for everyone's presence today at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, I have decided that all items will be sold at a 30% discount. Gil's voice was loud as he spoke, and this announcement quickly earned applause from the guests. Fantastic! A 30% discount. This has never happened at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. You must know that discount is a privilege only for Supreme Guest Elders. Exactly. This time we are fortunate thanks to the new Supreme Guest Elder. I wonder who this Supreme Guest Elder is. Could it be a hidden super expert from the Xia Kingdom? I think it's possible, especially since none of the principals from the 4 major schools reached the corresponding evaluation value for the Supreme Guest Elder. Why don't we ask President Gil? Many people in the crowd began to inquire. Not just the guests, but also the commander and the 4 principals were filled with curiosity. After all, the status of a Supreme Guest Elder was truly remarkable. This 8th Supreme Guest Elder is Jiang Tian, Jiang Guest Elder. Gil proudly announced this news, but once said it immediately caused an uproar. What did President Gil just say the Supreme Guest Elder's name was? I think it was Jiang Tian. Jiang who? Jiang Tian. Is this a joke? Many people couldn't believe it, digging at their ears thinking their hearing was off, while others rubbed their eyes suspecting they were hallucinating. Some even slapped the person next to them. Why did you hit me? That hurt. So it's not a hallucination, this is real. Jiang Tian, the one who was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Pingjiang province, and then went on a killing spree in the level 5 beast battlefield. Yes, that's him. I've seen his live stream too. No way. Everyone felt their minds go blank. This Jiang Tian is only 18 years old, yet everything he does is sensational. He accomplished things that the 4 principals couldn't even manage so easily. For a moment, everyone forgot why they had come. Meanwhile, the commander and the 4 principals were also momentarily dumbfounded. One was level 85, while the other 4 were all above level 90. Upon hearing this news, they fell into a brief state of shock. There was no way around it, it was simply too shocking. They initially thought it was a hidden master from the Xia Kingdom, but unexpectedly, it was their own student. Mu Qing's mouth was slightly agape, almost wide enough to fit a donut. Adding in 2 more eggs. Principal Mu, Jiang Tian is your student, right? Congratulations. The commander and the other 3 principals cast envious glances. If Jiang Tian's performance in the college entrance examination and the beast battlefield hadn't impressed these principals enough, then now with the identity of a Supreme Guest Elder, he certainly did. Moreover, they now had to treat Jiang Tian with respect. The commander and the 4 principals had to treat Gil with respect, and Gil had to treat Jiang Tian with respect. The gap had widened significantly. Let's go, we should head inside and talk. Gil instructed the staff at the sales counter to continue their work, then led the commander and the other 4 in. Is it really him? Mu Qing's body trembled slightly as she walked, causing her to still be somewhat skeptical, but she knew Gil wouldn't lie. Before long, everyone arrived at the main hall, which was a high-end reception area where only the wealthy and influential could enter. Everyone here was also acquainted with each other. Upon entering, the commander and the 4 principals saw several clan heads surrounding Jiang Tian. Jiang Guest Elder, my daughter just turned 18, And since Jiang Guest Elder is also 18, isn't this fate? I wonder if Jiang Guest Elder minds, and if not, I would like to play matchmaker. The one speaking was Nyo Isho, the head of the Nyo family. Oh, Nyo family head, this isn't something I would expect you to say. Recently, I went to propose to your family, and you flatly refused. Now you're willing to part with your precious daughter. Jiang Guest Elder's status is not something your son can compare to. In any case, my daughter refuses to marry anyone but Jiang Guest Elder. Haha, Jiang Guest Elder, don't listen to this guy. His daughter is not as pretty as mine. My daughter is 21 now, although she's 3 years older than Jiang Guest Elder, as the old saying goes. A girl 3 years older than you is like hugging a gold brick. As long as Jiang Guest Elder is willing, I can arrange your engagement right now. Faced with the polite matchmaking from a crowd of clan heads, Jiang Tian felt a bit overwhelmed. Since Gil had stepped out, he had been surrounded the whole time. While he was very skilled at fighting, interpersonal relationships were truly a weak point for Jiang Tian. Oh, the clan heads are having a lively chat with Jiang Guest Elder. Gil entered, and upon seeing this scene couldn't help but smile slightly. Commander Zhou, the principals have also arrived. The clan heads greeted Zhou Wu and the others politely. Seeing is believing. Jiang Guest Elder is now full of vigor. Allow me to introduce myself. Oh, I am Yin Nanshan, the principal of the War God University. After Yin Nanshan, the other two principals also stepped forward to greet. I wonder if Jiang Guest Elder has any interest in attending our Tianjin University. During the chat, Yin Nantian began to poach talent right in front of Mu Qing, who had a dark expression. Do you think I don't exist? Oh, my apologies, I forgot you were here too. Yin Nantian said awkwardly. Jiang Tian, our elemental university is not bad either. If you're willing to transfer the treatment our school offers, you will be twice that of War God Academy. How about it? Elemental University, Principal Zhou Yun said. What's twice? Come to our National Defense University, and you can name your terms. Han Yuan retorted. These words from the two principals left Mu Qing's face shifting between shades of fury, nearly unleashing a torrent of verbal abuse. President Gil, sensing the tension, stepped in to mediate. Today marks the opening of our Chamber of Commerce. Why don't you all take a look at the premium resources we have here? I believe you will find them quite intriguing. As for other matters, I suggest you discuss them after leaving the chamber. Let's not have a quarrel break out over a single word. After speaking, Gil instructed the AI Bard. Bard, bring out the collection. Soon cabinets materialized on the walls of the hall housing the top-tier resources of the 10,000 Treasures Chamber. These cabinets were encased in superglass forged with advanced technology. This superglass could only be breached by a combined assault from several level 90 experts. No single individual could shatter it in a short time. The display of treasures instantly captivated everyone. As expected of the 10,000 Treasures Chamber, such an abundance of rare items. The crowd observed that the lowest grade resources were all 7th-tier materials used by psychics above level. Among them were several level 90 resources, though labeled as limited editions, and some were even marked as not for sale. What is that? Luo Li spotted a massive object that stirred a surge of excitement within her. She approached it for a closer look. Upon seeing it, she clenched her teeth, overwhelmed with emotion. Before her lay the enormous inner core of a King Devourer beast. An 8th-tier King Devourer beast's inner core. Luo Li's eyes were fixed on it, recalling that her last breakthrough came from a Devourer beast inner core Jiang Tian had brought her. But that was only a 5th-tier Devourer beast. The higher the tier, the rarer the beasts, and the lower the chance of obtaining an inner core. She dreamed of owning a 7th or 8th-tier Devourer beast inner core. This was crucial for awakening her second talent. After all, Luo Li had already reached level 72, but had yet to awaken her second talent, as the window for awakening lay between levels 70 and 75. Awakening a talent depended partly on luck, but certain items could aid the process. As a gold elementalist, the Devourer beast's inner core was the perfect catalyst. This 8th-tier inner core was a perfect match for her. Even through the super glass, Luo Li could feel her gold elementalist talent stirring restlessly. President Gil, can you sell this Devourer beast inner core to me? Luo Li asked. I'm sorry, Miss Luo, but this inner core is not for sale. It is reserved exclusively for our internal guest elders, and only those of at least the purple gold rank. Gil replied courteously. The 10,000 Treasures Chamber did not sell all its resources. Not everything could be bought with money. On the contrary, to attract and retain powerful guest elders, the chamber offered many rare resources exclusively to them. This 8th-tier Devourer beast inner core was one such item. I see. Luo Li shook her head in disappointment. Her Luo family had no purple gold guest elder. But Lin Jin stepped forward and said, Sister Luo Li, isn't there a supreme guest elder here? Lin Jun's words sparked a glimmer of hope in Luo Li's eyes. Indeed, wasn't the supreme guest elder right before her? She had played games with this supreme guest elder, and as his teacher she had helped him quite a bit. Surely asking Jiang Tian to make the purchase wouldn't be out of line. She would pay for it, of course. Jiang Tian. Luo Li called out as she approached. Jiang Tian had already noticed. Luo Li had been staring at the devourer beast inner core for a long time. When a woman fixates on something, she truly desires it. Coincidentally, Jiang Tian was planning to attend Luo Li's birthday banquet tomorrow. This would serve as a gift for teacher Luo Li, who was the first teacher he had encountered at War God Academy. Teacher Luo Li was quite kind. President Gil, can I buy this 8th-tier devourer beast inner core? Jiang Tian asked. Of course. As a supreme guest elder, the original price is 100 million, but you get a 30% discount, so it's 70 million. After speaking, Gil verified his fingerprint with Bard. The cabinet containing the 8th-tier devourer beast inner core then opened. Annie stepped forward, packed the inner core in a premium gift box, and handed it to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian intended to pay, but he only had over 10 million in his card. So he approached Luo Li, his gaze falling upon her chest. He whispered, Teacher Luo Li, I don't have enough money. I know you have money, and you like to hide things in your usual place. Should I take it, or will you? I'll pay for it myself. Luo Li blushed deeply, turned around, and pulled out a card with a substantial amount. Here. No password. After Jiang Tian paid, he turned and handed the devourer beast inner core to Luo Li. Since he was going to give it to her tomorrow anyway, it was better to do it now and avoid the trouble of keeping it safe. He wouldn't want to lose it. Of course, he also returned the card. Thank you. Luo Li expressed her gratitude. Even though she had paid for it without Jiang Tian, she wouldn't have obtained it. She understood the debt of gratitude. She was pondering how to repay Jiang Tian when Luo Kuang, the head of the Luo family, declared loudly, I never expected guest elder Jiang to have such a close bond with my daughter. Young people should indeed spend more time together privately. Luo Kuang wore a satisfied smile. His words, spoken loudly, drew the attention of the other family heads, generals, and principals who were examining the resources. My daughter, how do you plan to repay guest elder Jiang? Luo Li's face flushed crimson under the gaze of so many. She knew her father wanted to save face in public, so she. Mua, a gentle kiss landed on Jiang Tian's cheek. This scene left everyone stunned. Was Luo Li really this forward? But then again, if their daughters were in her place, they might have been even bolder. After all, guest elder Jiang's status and looks could charm countless young women. Jiang Tian touched his cheek in surprise. He hadn't expected Luo Li to do that. Are you serious? To be honest, in Jiang Tian's eyes, Luo Li, though dressed in a pure and youthful style, exuded a mature aura at 26. A mature lowly. Who could resist that? Lin Jun felt a twinge of discomfort as she watched from the side. Although her suggestion had helped sister Loli solve her problem, she couldn't shake off a sense of jealousy. Heavens, could it be that I've developed feelings for my junior brother? Lin Jun thought shyly to herself. At this moment, Jiang Tian also felt a bit awkward. He dared not continue looking at Luo Li, as their recent close contact had nearly caused his nose to bleed again. After all, observing from a distance and examining closely were entirely different experiences. Jiang Tian turned his head away, choosing instead to inspect the high-end collectibles. He had his eye on some rare items, such as a space orb crafted with spatial affinity. Once activated, it could teleport to any location within 1,000 miles. However, the destination was random, and Jiang Tian found it somewhat impractical, so he decided against purchasing it. Primarily because it was too expensive. Later, he spotted a box of golden pills named something like the diamond pill, and he didn't bother to look further after seeing the name. There were also some foreign martial arts techniques, and upon reviewing their descriptions, Jiang Tian realized many were unsuitable for him. Annie, I'm attending teacher Luo Li's birthday party tomorrow. What kind of outfit do you think I should wear? Jiang Tian, Annie, having undergone systematic training at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, was not only proficient in various sales strategies, but also well-versed in fashion coordination. Thus, Jiang Tian sought her opinion. Jiang Keqing, follow me. Annie said, leading him to a room specially designated for tailored clothing reserved for senior personnel of the Wanbao Chamber. As a supreme guest, Jiang Tian was naturally qualified, and the tailored outfits were free of charge. Jiang Tian glanced at the materials here and found them to be top-tier world-class materials. For example, the several suits for men before him would fetch at least $1 million if sold at market price. He was quite pleased to be able to acquire one without cost. Getting something for free makes me happy. Later, after following Annie's professional advice, Jiang Tian's suit was tailored and ready. Standing before the mirror after putting it on, he felt like a true prince. He wondered how many young ladies would be enamored with him at the Lu family banquet tomorrow. Alas, why am I cursed with such good looks? After finishing up, Jiang Tian planned to head back. After all, the suit fitting had taken nearly 2 hours, and the military leaders outside had already left. The items from the Wanbao Chamber had long since sold out. Jiang Keqing, this is your dedicated vehicle, President Gil said. Supreme guests of Wanbao Chamber were provided with exclusive transportation, and the Rolls-Royce before him was one such vehicle. This was Jiang Tian's dedicated car. The Rolls-Royce was a brand exclusive to the Wanbao Chamber and one of the most luxurious car brands worldwide. However, only internal personnel were allowed to use the Wanbao Chamber's Rolls-Royce, and others couldn't even buy. Even the cheapest Rolls-Royce started at 100 million, and Jiang Tian's was even more luxurious priced at a staggering 10 billion. This was the treatment afforded to a supreme guest. Once inside the car, he naturally sat in the back seat. With today's technology, there was no need for a driver. The company had developed its own AI. Bard, take me to War God University. Jiang Tian merely needed to call out to the AI, and Bard would naturally drive him to his destination. This way he wouldn't have to worry about DUI checks. Jiang Tian could even sit in the back leisurely drinking. Annie, why did you come along? Jiang Tian was about to open the car refrigerator to see what drinks were available when he noticed Annie had also entered the car. Jiang Kaching, don't joke. I'm your dedicated attendant, so naturally I'm here to serve you at all times and in all places. Wherever you go, Annie goes too, so you won't have to worry about needing assistance and finding Annie absent. Jiang Tian checked his privileges through the Supreme Guest Medal and found it to be true. The attendants for Supreme Guests were always at their side. Though not much use in combat, they provided excellent service for various everyday matters. Bard stopped for a moment. Jiang Tian called Bard to a halt. All right, Annie, I don't need you following me. You only need to serve me well when I'm at the Wanbao Chamber. Otherwise, if others see you following me every day, they might think I... Jiang Tian gestured for Annie to get out of the car. He truly didn't need her, and there was also a senior sister living on the second floor. What if the two women had a quarrel? He wasn't skilled at arguments. Wu does Jiang Kaching dislike Annie? To his surprise, as soon as he said this, Annie's tears began to flow uncontrollably. What you don't know, Jiang Kaching, is that as a dedicated attendant to a supreme guest, if I am sent back, I will no longer be employed by the Wanbao Chamber and will be placed on a blacklist. Annie still needs this job, so please don't send me away, Jiang Kaching. Annie cried, looking pitiful, making it hard for anyone to refuse. Annie's service is very meticulous. I'm sure Jiang Kaching will like it, so please don't send me away. Annie pleaded again, her appearance so sorrowful that it was impossible to turn her down. Jiang Tian fell into deep thought. Annie would have a bedroom in the villa if she returned, but would she stay on the first floor or the second? Would she get along with his senior sister on the second floor? As for the first floor, the house was large enough, 800 square meters should suffice. However, sending her away would indeed be inappropriate, as it would be tantamount to cutting off her means of livelihood. Very well, then you can come with me. Thank you, Jiang Kaching. Don't keep calling me Jiang Kaching, but sounds a bit awkward. Just call me Jiang Tian instead. Isn't that inappropriate? It would seem disrespectful to Annie. In my presence, don't worry about too many rules. All right, Jiang Tian. Thus Annie had to comply. Thank you, Jiang Tian. Let me pour you a drink. After all, Bard will take a while to dry. Annie took out a bottle of chilled drink from the car refrigerator. This drink was no ordinary one. It was brewed from exotic fruits obtained from dungeons, and drinking it not only refreshed the mind, but also quickly restored energy. After taking a sip, Jiang Tian found it quite pleasant. After finishing a cup, he indeed felt invigorated. You should have a cup too. No, this is specially prepared for the supreme guest. Annie doesn't have the right to drink it. Annie suddenly looked flustered, her tear stains from earlier still visible. Her adorable appearance was undeniably heart-wrenching. If you don't drink it, then don't follow me anymore, Jiang Tian feigned anger. All right, Annie will drink it. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Tian discovered that Lin Jun had not yet come back. He thought that his senior sister must have returned to the Lin family, as she belonged to a prominent family and couldn't possibly stay in the school villa indefinitely. Next, he needed to arrange a place for Annie to stay. The first floor of the villa had a layout of 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms with a total area of approximately 800 square meters. This resulted in 3 bedrooms, each nearly 100 square meters in size, making it very convenient for Annie to settle in her belongings. When Annie arrived, she naturally brought her personal items. In front of Jiang Tian, she felt a bit shy about taking them out as they were mostly cosmetics and the like. As for other bedding items, they were unnecessary since the villa was already equipped with everything. Jiang Tian. Annie placed her suitcase inside, fiddled around for a bit, and then came out to sit with Jiang Tian in the living room. The living room was quite spacious with a sofa that could double as a bed. Jiang Tian was currently playing a game. Just after returning, he received a team invitation from Lori. Ever since clearing the game Miracle Alliance last time, Lori had found another game called Adventure Challenge. Surprisingly, it was quite enjoyable, and after just a few attempts, Jiang Tian became hooked. I'm a bit hungry, Jiang Tian replied, having not eaten anything for several hours since leaving Kennedy Chicken, and given his current physique, he got hungry quite easily. Shall I cook? You can cook, Jiang Tian asked, but soon realized that the service girls trained by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce were essentially multi-talented, capable of handling almost anything besides fighting. They could dine in elegance and also master the kitchen, excelling in various other areas. All right, then I'll exchange for some ingredients. Jiang Tian opened the exchange mall of the school's resource management center, which had everything. Buying ingredients was of course a breeze, it was that convenient. Annie, what ingredients do you need? Jiang Tian let Shichong project the exchange panel, which was filled with various ingredients, and Annie focused intently on selecting this one, and that one. Upon seeing the ingredients, Annie became immensely happy. Soon it would be her time to shine. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. After exchanging for the items, it wasn't long before a teacher from the Resource Management Center delivered them. Since Lori was not present, it was another teacher who brought them. Once the items arrived home, Jiang Tian didn't help Annie, as she busied herself alone, skillfully navigating the kitchen like a seasoned housewife, while Jiang Tian silently observed her back. With her beauty, grace, figure, and culinary skills, she was probably the dream of countless homebodies. So, alright Jiang Tian, our team session ends here. I need to prepare for tomorrow's birthday banquet. Lori sent a voice message. Okay, see you tomorrow. Just then, Annie had finished cooking, and Jiang Tian was ready to eat. He devoured his food ravenously, showing no regard for his personal image, while Annie took small, delicate bites, appearing exceedingly refined. This tastes great. After a few bites, Jiang Tian found the flavor superior to that of a 7-star restaurant. You could open your own restaurant. Thank you, Annie replied. After finishing the meal, the cleanup was handled by the robotic butler, while Jiang Tian, feeling bored, began playing games with Annie. The two entered the 3D game adventure challenge, starting from the place they had just cleared with Lori. I'm not very good at this, Annie said a bit shyly. No worries, the controls are really simple. And so they began their in-game battle. An hour later, they had already cleared up to level 78, completing 45 levels in a row, mainly due to Annie leading the way. Initially, she was indeed unfamiliar, but after clearing a few levels, she got the hang of it. Jiang Tian felt a bit speechless. Was this what not being good meant? However, this was also beneficial as it made his own progress much easier. This game had a total of 1,000 levels, and the 3D realistic effects made it feel immersive. Moreover, each level changed the map, which made Jiang Tian increasingly excited. Thus, the two of them played from 6:30 p.m. until 3 a.m. The next day, while Jiang Tian was still deep in sleep, he heard someone calling him affectionately. Jiang Tian, it's time to get up, or we'll be late for the banquet. Jiang Tian groggily opened his eyes and saw Annie by the bed. She had already freshened up and was dressed in a professional body-hugging skirt, paired with high heels and black stockings, exuding a strong professional vibe. You're up so early? Aren't you going to sleep in? Jiang Tian, you need to attend Miss Lori's banquet today. It's just the right time to get up and head over now, Annie said thoughtfully. Right. Jiang Tian quickly got up to freshen up, then contacted the AI Bard, and the exclusive Rolls-Royce arrived in front of the villa. Once they got into the car, Jiang Tian stated their destination, and Bard began navigating to the route to the Lori family. The Lori family was located in the northern part of the capital of Xia country, occupying a vast area. To call it a manor would be an understatement. It was more akin to a royal palace or a garden. At the entrance of the Lori family, countless luxury cars were parked, and more luxury cars kept arriving on the road. Of course, anyone who could come here was someone of status from the capital or other cities. The receptionists at the entrance also had an air of nobility about them. It seemed that working as a receptionist at the Lori family had transformed them into noble women at heart. Wow, look, it's a Beamer. This car is quite rare. I heard it starts at 10 million. A few receptionists commented upon seeing a Beamer drive by. That car behind is even better, it's a Benz. I heard it costs over $1 million. We could never afford that in a lifetime, one of the receptionists said enviously. If I could sit in one of those just once in my life, I'd be willing to do anything. Didn't your boyfriend buy a car? Yeah, but the small junk he bought is so embarrassing. If it weren't for the long distance, I wouldn't even want to ride in it. Wow, a Gemma worth $5 million. And there's a Ferrari sports car behind it. Although a middle-aged man from the Mediterranean stepped out, he looked incredibly handsome. Several receptionists were daydreaming, fantasizing about going for a ride in a Ferrari. Even if it were just once, they wanted to take a photo and post it on social media. While a few receptionists were expressing their disbelief, a Rolls-Royce that attracted everyone's attention slowly drove up to the entrance. Then from the car, a remarkably handsome young man stepped out. At this moment, even the guests arriving in luxury cars like the Bentley and the Rolls-Royce were looking over at this handsome young man. Wow, that's a Rolls-Royce. Isn't that the exclusive car brand of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce? And looking at this model, it should be the Rolls-Royce goddess worth 10 billion. 10 billion. Oh my God. Is that real? Our family's total assets don't even add up to such an outrageous amount. Who is this handsome young man? I don't know, but he must be a big shot from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. You know, even President Gil doesn't own such a luxurious Rolls-Royce. Tisk, the Luo family is still the Luo family, able to invite such a prominent figure. In no time, the various wealthy car owners were all discussing animatedly. As for the reception ladies, they were already captivated. The most expensive luxury car and the most handsome face. It was clear they had fallen for him. This handsome young man was, of course, Jiang Tian. After getting out of the car, Annie followed closely behind him. Seeing such a stunning beauty accompany Jiang Tian, the reception ladies felt a pang of jealousy. Once the two entered the Luo family residence, Annie first headed to the restroom, while Jiang Tian set his sights on the array of delicious food displayed beside the hall. Feeling hungry, he dashed over to the food to indulge himself. The guests in the hall were engaged in lively conversation. They were all glamorous and dressed splendidly, but upon listening closely to their discussions, Jiang Tian realized they were only talking about one thing. That is, Miss Luo Li seemed to have a close relationship with a supreme guest elder from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Tian had become a supreme guest elder just yesterday. Of course, this was an internal matter of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and had not been overly publicized, while the Luo family maintained an air of mystery. Did you hear? Yesterday, Miss Luo Li even kissed that supreme guest elder. One of the guests said proudly while holding a glass of wine. Is that true? Miss Luo Li is usually so aloof towards us. She actually took the initiative to kiss someone. Of course she's cold toward losers like you. Just look at who that person is. That's the supreme guest elder of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. There are only 8 of them in the world. Can you compare to that? That's true. But I heard the kiss was not on the face, but on the lips. Yes, I've heard that too. They kissed for a full minute. Do you think today's birthday party for Miss Luo Li is to announce her engagement to that supreme guest elder? Now that you mention it, I do think so. In such a grand occasion, an engagement is definitely on the cards. Jiang Tian, while eating, listened to the discussions of the crowd and felt a bit speechless. What on earth are they spreading? Rumors, absolutely rumors. At this moment in the hall, Luo Li's sister Luo Ting felt uneasy listening to everyone's chatter, and it was impossible not to feel envious. Now, among the younger generation of the Luo family, there were only Luo Li and Luo Ting. If Luo Li really did find a supreme guest elder as her husband, it was likely that the Luo family's assets would not include her share. If you can find a good man, why can't I, Luo Ting? Thinking about the numerous families attending today, she resolved to flirt a bit. Who knows, she might attract a young master from a prominent... Is it just because she has slightly bigger breasts, a rounder backside, a more seductive waist, and a bit more talent? Other than that, what else does Luo Li have that's better than her? If you can find a good man, why can't I, Luo Ting? Thinking about the numerous families attending today, she resolved to flirt a bit. Who knows, she might attract a young master from a prominent family. Luo Ting constantly scanned the hall, looking one after another, but there weren't many who caught her eye. Either their backgrounds didn't match, or they had low looks. Soon, however, she spotted a handsome guy who was devouring food at the dining table. This handsome guy, both in demeanor and looks, was the best in the room, causing Luo Ting's heart to skip a beat. Luo Ting took a glass of fine wine from a waiter and walked over to Jiang Tian. Hello, handsome. Hello. Jiang Tian was focused on his meal when he suddenly heard someone greeting him from behind. He politely turned around. Handsome, the moment I saw you, I couldn't help but come over to greet you. You are simply so charming. Luo Ting complimented. Thank you, Jiang Tian replied again, but he could roughly guess that this girl was here to flirt with him. Based on his knowledge of the Luo family, this girl should be Luo Li's sister Luo Ting. Nice to meet you, let me introduce myself. I am Luo Ting. May I ask which prominent family you come from, handsome? The Jiang family. The Jiang family. Luo Ting mentally listed the famous prominent families, but it seemed there was no Jiang family among them. Thus a trace of disappointment flashed in Luo Ting's beautiful eyes. After all, the Luo family was a prominent family. How could an obscure small family be worthy of them? That wouldn't do. May I ask what profession you are in, handsome? Just a college freshman. I don't really have a profession. If I had to say, would selling goods on the street count? Jiang Tian said, as he indeed had sold goods on the street before. Selling goods on the street. Upon hearing those words, Luo Ting immediately lost her patience. How did a street vendor like you get into my Luo family's gathering? Luo Ting showed a face of disdain, having thought he was a young master from a prominent family, yet he turned out to be a nobody. How frustrating after all her previous efforts. Someone invited me, so I naturally came. Oomph. Luo Ting sneered. An invitation? Who would give an invitation to a street vendor like you? I bet you probably stole it just here to eat and drink. You better get out of here. Luo Ting no longer bothered to pretend, transforming into a shrew. Security, where's security? Get this freeloader out of here. To be fair, if Luo Ting turned into a shrew, her voice was quite loud. After her outburst, all eyes in the hall turned toward them. After all, Luo Ting was the young lady of the Luo family. Being so furious must have a reason. What's happening over there? Let's go see. Due to the large number of guests, many couldn't see clearly at once, so they moved closer. The leading guests were naturally headed by the head of the Luo family, Luo Kuang, President Gil, and other heads of prominent families, such as the head of the Lin family. As for Jiang Tian on this side, oh, so you couldn't hold it together upon hearing I'm a street vendor and turned into a shrew. Yelling so loudly in public, you're really giving your Luo family a good name. Just get lost. Luo Ting looked at him with disdain, as if she were shooing away a beggar. At this moment, Luo Ting also realized that she was surrounded by people and felt that her voice had indeed been a bit loud earlier, which was somewhat inconsistent with her usual demure image. Thus she restored her noble and elegant demeanor and smiled at the guests around her, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but today at our Luo family's birthday banquet, an impostor has sneaked in to eat and drink, which must have disappointed you all." After saying that, Luo Ting looked at the approaching security guard and said, "Security, it's him, that scoundrel, quickly throw him out." The two security guards were momentarily taken aback, having seen Jiang Tian at the entrance earlier. They couldn't help but remember, as that Rolls-Royce was simply too eye-catching, there was only one at the venue, making it impossible to forget Jiang Tian. Upon hearing Luo Ting's words, the two security guards exchanged glances, somewhat incredulous. What did the young lady just call this handsome guy? A scoundrel? Is there a scoundrel driving a Rolls-Royce? That's a luxury car worth 10 billion. The young lady must have lost her mind today, or perhaps taken the wrong medication. What are you still dawdling for? Why aren't you taking action? Do you not want to work for the Luo family anymore? Luo Ting glared at the motionless security guards and continued to scold them. At this moment, Luo Kuang President Gil and the head of the Lin family, Lin Ji, also approached. Seeing her father arrive, Luo Ting felt more confident and pointed at Jiang Tian. "Father, an impostor has sneaked into our Luo family today to eat and drink. It's truly infuriating." These two security guards are still not obeying orders. With her father present, Luo Ting felt even bolder. Luo Kuang and President Gil finally managed to push through the crowd and clearly saw that it was Jiang Tian. Wait a minute, something seems off. Luo Kuang thought for a moment. The scoundrel Luo Ting referred to, couldn't it be Jiang Keqing? Jiang Keqing, you're here, that's wonderful. Why didn't you notify us in advance so I could personally greet you at the entrance? Luo Kuang smiled. President Gil also eased the awkward atmosphere by saying, "Jiang Keqing, it is truly a pleasure to see you again." The other family heads also came forward to shake hands with Jiang Tian. "Jiang Keqing, you look even more handsome than before." This scene left some members of the mid-level families and Luo Ting dumbfounded. They had come to watch a show after all, since an impostor had entered the Luo family. Something interesting was bound to happen. But now it seemed to be even more intriguing. "Father President Gil, what did you just say?" "Jiang Keqing, he's the 8th supreme guest of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. He's not an impostor." Luo Ting's expression immediately changed, looking as if she had eaten something unpleasant. But even she, being foolish, knew that her father and the others would not joke about such matters. Could this person really be Jiang Keqing? But how could that be possible? The supreme guests of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, which one of them wasn't an old monster? Now a university freshman running a stall is the 8th supreme guest. Ridiculous, this is utterly absurd. "Scoundrel!" Luo Kuang angrily pointed at Luo Ting, saying, "This is the esteemed Jiang Keqing, not just any scoundrel." Quickly apologized to Jiang Keqing. President Gil also stepped forward and said, "Luo family head, how could one of our supreme guests from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce be treated as an impostor at your Luo family? It seems you are quite dissatisfied with our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, I must reconsider the collaboration between your Luo family and our chamber." Upon hearing this, Luo Kuang and Luo Ting were utterly frightened, as yesterday after Luo Li kissed Jiang Tian, Gil was ready to hand over the cooperative project to the Luo family. That project could make the Luo family the foremost family with profits and various resources beyond imagination, and it was also the first step for the Luo family towards internationalization. Now just like that, it was gone. "I'm sorry, Jiang Keqing, I was blind and offended you. Please forgive me," Luo Ting said, her face pale with fear. "Kneel down and apologize to Jiang Keqing." Luo Kuang continued. "Kneel." Luo Ting thought she must have misheard. After all, although the Luo family was not the foremost family, they still held considerable prestige, especially with so many people watching. As a dignified young lady, how could she kneel down to apologize to someone else? Slap. Luo Kuang slapped Luo Ting across the face, angrily saying, "What is my word not enough?" Luo Kuang said with a furious expression. Thud. In an instant, Luo Ting knelt on the ground and then bowed her head to apologize. Although she valued her pride, she understood that her pride was nothing compared to the future of the Luo family. Moreover, if she did not obtain the forgiveness of the supreme guest, the Luo family's decline was inevitable. At that time, what pride would she have left? "Please forgive my offense, Jiang Keqing." Luo Ting knelt on the ground, not daring to get up. "Forget it," Jiang Tian said, too lazy to fuss over it. A dog bit him. He couldn't bite back or it would ruin his appetite. "Did you hear that? Jiang Keqing has forgiven you. Why aren't you leaving, you shameful thing?" Luo Kuang shouted, and Luo Ting hurriedly stood up and ran away. "Jiang Keqing, Luo Li has changed into her dress. Oh, I'll have her come down to meet you," Luo Kuang said. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Luo Li slowly walking down the spiral staircase from the second floor. Today she wore a golden dress. Although the dress was quite spacious, it still couldn't hide Luo Li's grace. Her exquisite makeup further highlighted her elegance. Jiang Tian was somewhat mesmerized by the sight, Indeed, one must dress to impress. Wow, Miss Luo Li's outfit today is incredibly charming. Tisk tisk, whoever marries Miss Luo Li will truly be blessed. It is said that Miss Luo Li has quite good innate talent. She is now at level 72. A strong woman, undoubtedly a strong woman. The crowd continuously praised. This elegance is indeed a perfect match for Jiang Keqing. Indeed, beautiful women and handsome men make an excellent pair. In my view, today is definitely a combination of an engagement banquet and a birthday party. Luo Li walked down gracefully. Just as she was about to speak, she saw 4 individuals walking in at the entrance. These 4 were not dressed in the typical attire of Xia country, but rather in the garb of island warriors. Luo Li's heart tightened. What had to come had arrived. Ha, Luo family had long time no see, said the leader of the 4 islanders, an elderly man appearing to be in his 60s. He had 2 long samurai swords strapped to his waist. Upon seeing this, everyone was puzzled. Why are islanders here? They can't be here to join the banquet for a meal, can they? I don't think so. Look at that imposing aura. They seem like they're here for a fight. A fight? That can't be. There are so many experts here, and the Luo family has many hidden masters. Besides, the presidents of the 4 major schools in the capital can come to support at any time. If they want to fight, they probably don't have the guts to do so. You've finally come. Luo Kuang showed no surprise at the arrival of the group. Patriarch Luo, who are the... Faced with Gil's inquiries, Luo Kuang recounted the tale. 30 years ago, the Yagyu clan, a renowned swordsman family from the island nation, had come to Xia country to issue a challenge. They declared their intent to defeat all swordsman families in Xia country. To quickly gain renown, they set up a challenge arena in the capital. Many swordsman families who accepted the challenge were defeated. At that time, Luo Kuang was not yet the patriarch of the Luo family, but since the Luo family was also a swordsman clan, he was sent to fight. Luo Kuang naturally defeated the Yagyu clan's challenger. However, the clan patriarch Yagyu Taijima no Kami insisted that his personal defeat did not mean the island nation's swordsman families were weak. Thus, he made an agreement with Luo Kuang. 30 years later, their respective younger generations would compete in swordsmanship and martial skills. The elderly man before them was none other than Yagyu Taijima no Kami, whom Luo Kuang had defeated all those years ago. Luo Kuang, enough talk. Send your younger generation to fight. Yagyu Taijima no Kami grew impatient, confident of victory this time. For among his younger generation, 2 exceptional swordsmen had emerged. One was his son Yagyu Ichiro and great swordsman talent. The other was his daughter-in-law from the renowned Moni swordsman family. His daughter-in-law Moni Naoko was a grade swordsman talent. The 2 had also trained together in a synergistic dual sword technique rumored to be immensely powerful. Neither of my daughters is a swordsman, but I will still send them to fight, Luo Kuang said. Though he was a swordsman, talent was not genetically determined. A father's talent did not dictate his offspring's. Thus, Luo Li was a gold elementalist and Luo Ting possessed a support talent lacking combat capability. Are you mocking me? We agreed on a swordsmanship duel, and now you claim your family has no swordsman talent. Yagyu Taijima no Kami was incensed. Who do you think you are? The onlookers grew restless. These nuclear wastes from the island nation were far... Though I'm not a Luo, I am a swordsman. Let me test your mettle. A young man stepped forward, appearing to be around the same age as Yagyu Ichiro. His name was Ma Yuan, a scion of the middle-ranking Ma family. Though not a graduate of the 4 great academies, he had graduated from a prestigious university and immediately volunteered. A mere piece of trash like you. Yagyu Ichiro sneered contemptuously at Ma Yuan. A paltry level 42 dares challenge me. What are you scared? Come on then. Ma Yuan retrieved a war blade from his spatial watch. Forged from a super alloy, it weighed over 20,000 gene, a testament to his formidable strength. Sword chi sweeps the field. Ma Yuan roared, unleashing a 5th-rank high-level martial technique. A wave of sword chi surged forward. A paltry trick. Yagyu Ichiro swiftly drew a short blade from his waist and countered with a far larger wave of sword chi. Boom. Ma Yuan's sword chi was severed, and the residual force struck his right shoulder, leaving a deep gash. He fell unconscious. Fortunately, the Luo family had a dedicated healing-type talent on hand. Ma Yuan received timely treatment. My apologies for the heavy hand. I didn't expect him to be so fragile, Yagyu Ichiro sneered. In truth, his current strength was level 76. Sending a level 42 opponent against him was practically suicide. Will anyone else care to challenge? I hope among you there is someone worthy of making me draw my long blade. After that single strike, the onlookers finally grasped the terror of Yagyu Ichiro. He's actually level 76. It must be said to have such strength at his age is impressive. And that sword chi technique seemed to be at least a 7th-rank martial skill, likely a high level 1 at that. As the crowd murmured, Yagyu Ichiro spoke again. I doubt anyone present, or even in all of Xia country, can defeat someone my age, he taunted. He was not boasting. Before coming to Xia country, he had already challenged every swordsman family in the island nation, as well as other talent families, defeating all his peers. In other words, he had bested every 25-year-old awakened in the island nation, a record worthy of his. Let me try. Several more youths from middle-ranking families stepped forward, but all were severely injured by Yagyu Ichiro in a single blow. Jiang Tian couldn't help but admire their courage. Though only around level 50, they had the guts to face him, showing true backbone. Father, let me handle this. Luo Li sensed the dire situation and prepared to fight. Though she was 3 levels lower, her dual talents should suffice. However, she needed to change clothes first. The gown was beautiful, but unsuitable for battle. Wait, you look lovely in that dress. Changing would be a hassle. Let me deal with these nuclear wastes from the island nation. I'm full and could use some exercise. Jiang Tian stepped forward. But as soon as he spoke, Yagyu Taijima no Kami and his companions grew even more enraged. Are you insulting us? Sending such a young boy to challenge us? He doesn't even possess an ability. If I accidentally cleave him in 2, you Xia people will have the army arrest us for intentional homicide, using it as an excuse to imprison us. Pa, you Xia people are truly treacherous. Father, don't worry. They'll leave him breathing. Yagyu Ichiro laughed loudly, then approached Jiang Tian. Boy, do you even know swordsmanship? No, but I can learn on the spot. Jiang Tian's words made Yagyu Ichiro laugh even harder. Ha ha, learning martial techniques on the spot. Are you joking? What kind of clown are you? But Jiang Tian ignored him. Patriarch Luo, as a swordsman family, you must have high-level sword techniques, right? 8th or 9th rank would be fine. 7th rank is too low level. I don't need many. Just bring a few over. He'll glance at them and then take care of these nuclear wastes. Jiang Tian's declaration stunned everyone present. 8th or 9th rank techniques, just a few glance at them. What kind of outrageous statement was that? Learn such high-level techniques just by looking. Not even a divine insight talent was that absurd. Was guest Elder Jiang trying to show off? But this act was bound to fail. Failing would mean losing face in public. The crowd was puzzled. What was guest Elder Jiang up to? Learning high-level techniques on the spot was clearly impossible. But Luo Li had witnessed Jiang Tian's terrifying ability before. He had mastered the 7th rank technique Sky Step in a single second. 8th or 9th rank would likely be no different. So she stepped forward. Father, trust Jiang Tian. He is incredibly formidable. Jiang Kaching is fierce. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts froze for a moment. This statement carries quite a lot of weight. Does it imply that Jiang Kaching and Miss Lori have already? Otherwise, why would they say he's so fierce? Yes, it must be like that. Everyone speculated in their hearts. Can this really work? Luo Kuang expressed his doubts. 8th and 9th grade martial arts are no joke, especially sword techniques, which are particularly esoteric and difficult to understand. But since his daughter had said so, coupled with Jiang Kiking's status, he couldn't exactly dismiss it, could he? Fortunately, it was also to defeat the islanders, so Luo Kuang instructed his subordinates to gather all the 8th and 9th grade sword techniques from the martial arts library. Before long, several subordinates arrived, each carrying a dozen martial arts books. There were a total of 5 subordinates, each holding books of different grades: low, medium, high, super, and ultimate. Jiang Kaching, here are the low-grade martial arts of the 8th and 9th grades. Why don't you take a look first? Luo Kuang stepped forward, but Jiang Tian simply skipped over them. He moved to the ultimate martial arts section, believing that if one is to learn, one should learn the powerful techniques. After all, he had accumulated over 1 million modification points throughout the night. Even the ultimate martial arts of the 8th and 9th grades could be modified to a perfect state in just a sec. After a careful look, Jiang Tian selected 2 ultimate sword techniques. One was a single target attack, called 1 cut to break the sky, an 8th grade technique, and the other was 12 cuts to slay immortals, a group attack technique. Jiang Tian opened the cover and started reading, which left the others exchanging glances. However, they dared not disturb Jiang Tian. At this moment, Gil was watching Jiang Tian intently, wanting to see what tricks he would play. After all, he had witnessed so many grand spectacles at the Wanbao Commerce Association. He also didn't believe that Jiang Tian could master these 2 ultimate techniques in such a short time. The 3 from the Yagyu clan were even more furious. You bunch of despicable Xia people, are you trying to toy with us? These 2 8th and 9th grade martial arts have copies on our island as well, and I have trained in them myself. It takes a whole month to barely reach the entry level, and now you want someone without any abilities to train. Wouldn't that make us wait until the next millennium? Despicable. I see you are just afraid of losing and don't want to compete, said Yagyu Ikaru, while his wife Mononeko also frowned, clearly furious. If you're too afraid to compete, just admit defeat. It's not shameful at all. Meanwhile, in Jiang Tian's mind, ding, detecting modifiable 8th grade ultimate martial arts 1 cut to break the sky, ding, detecting modifiable 9th grade ultimate martial arts 12 cuts to slay immortals, directly modify to perfection. With Jiang Tian's command, both martial arts were modified to the perfected state. However, due to the high grade of the techniques, the modification points spent were astonishing. The 8th grade technique cost 150 modification points, while the 9th grade technique cost 200 modification points. But Jiang Tian wasn't concerned. After all, once learned martial arts are skills he can use forever. As the saying goes, having more skills is never a burden. Alright, I've learned it. Is there anyone who can lend me a sword to try? Jiang Tian put back the 2 martial arts books and looked around. Off. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was dumbfounded. You learned it just like that? Is Jiang Keqing joking? He barely even finished the books. He had only glanced at the cover and the first page. Yeah, I saw that too. Given Jiang Keqing's status, it doesn't seem like he would joke, but to learn without finishing the martial arts book. Even gods can't do that. Despite their disbelief, someone still took out an alloy war knife from their spatial watch and handed it to Jiang Tian. Thank you. Jiang Tian walked up to Yagyu Ikaru and Mononeko saying, you both come at me together. As soon as this was said, Yagyu Ikaru and Mononeko were immediately enraged. As members of a famous swordsmanship family, they felt deeply insulted by such dismissive words. You are underestimating us too much. Alright, since you're looking for a beating, I'll oblige. Yagyu Ikaru drew his short sword and Mononeko joined the fray. Darling, let's attack together and finish this battle quickly. The two attacked from the left and right. One cut to break the sky. Jiang Tian wielded the war knife and 2 immense slashes of sword energy fell, each a full 10 meters long, fierce, and filled with endless killing intent. What the hell? As soon as these 2 slashes appeared, everyone was stunned, including Yagyu Ikaru and Mononeko, who were rushing forward, slowing their pace. Jiang Keqing really did it. Everyone shouted for the perfected state of the 8th grade ultimate martial arts. One cut to break the sky means unleashing fierce sword energy 10 meters long. Now Jiang Tian had achieved this completely, and he even easily unleashed 2. What kind of monster is he? They had seen Jiang Tian barely finish the book, only glancing at the cover and the first page. Nanny. Facing this fierce attack, Yagyu Ikaru and Mononeko could only grit their teeth to defend, but as soon as their war knives touched the sword energy, they were instantly sent flying, and the sword energy continued to fall straight down. Darling quickly used the joint attack technique. Okay. Yagyu Ikaru nodded, and he and Mononeko simultaneously drew their long swords and executed Godslayer one cut. Both of them were at level 76, so their joint attack technique was indeed quite impressive. Unfortunately, their martial art was only a 7th grade joint attack technique. Moreover, its level was merely super, which couldn't compare at all with the 8th grade ultimate martial arts. Hence, when the Godslayer one cut met one cut to break the sky, it was instantly obliterated. Puff. The next second, Yagyu Ikaru and Mononeko were sliced in half, blood splattering. Damn it, you dare to kill my son. Upon seeing this, Yagyu Damashu felt immense heartache. Yagyu Ikaru was his most outstanding descendant, and he was instantly killed. This grudge must be avenged at all costs. Thus he drew his samurai sword and swung it at Jiang Tian, just in time to test the power of 12 cuts to slay immortals. Jiang Tian swung the war knife. The next second, Yagyu Damashu was turned into a meat paste. TCH, I thought it would be impressive, is that all? Jiang Tian felt somewhat speechless. He had thought this group would put up a robust fight, expecting an exhilarating battle. Yet they were utterly helpless. What a joke. Here, take your war knife back, and you all can arrange for someone to clean up. Jiang Tian returned the war knife to its owner. At this moment, the entire scene was silent. A deathly silence. There was no way to accept that a 9th grade ultimate martial arts perfected state could instantaneously kill 2 level 76 opponents and 1 level 80 opponent. Everyone felt their brains were not functioning. Jiang Keqing is indeed fierce. It was then that everyone understood why Lori had said so earlier. Patriarch Luo, I've heard that the martial arts library of your clan is remarkably extensive, containing many lost classical techniques. Might I be permitted to take a look? Jiang Tian inquired courteously, for this was indeed another purpose of his visit today. Of course, certainly. Since our esteemed guest Elder Jiang is interested, my daughter, why don't you accompany him for a tour? Luo Kuang's eyes gleamed with shrewd intent. He was creating an opportunity for Jiang Tian and Luo Li to spend time alone together, hoping to see if their relationship might develop further. The onlookers seemed to grasp the implication. Although the Luo family banquet would select 3 lucky individuals to spend a day perusing the Luo family's martial arts library. This was different from Luo Kuang volunteering his daughter to accompany guest Elder Jiang inside. To some extent, Luo Kuang was treating Jiang Tian as one of his own. One might even say as a future son-in-law. The crowd couldn't help but feel envious for quite some time, as the treasures within the Luo family's martial arts library were inaccessible to them, even with money. All right, everyone, let's continue discussing other matters. Luo Kuang said briskly. Meanwhile, under Luo Li's guidance, Jiang Tian arrived at the Luo family's martial arts library. Although its floor area was slightly smaller than that of the War God University's martial arts library, the difference was negligible. Jiang Tian approached the shelves containing 7th rank martial arts manuals. He only needed to flip open the cover and peruse the first page to discern the enhancements gained from cultivating the technique. If he decided to practice it, he would simply modify it to perfection within his mind. Luo Li quietly accompanied him, not daring to disturb Jiang Tian. The collection of 7th rank martial arts was quite substantial. Even just flipping through the covers took him over an hour, yet few techniques suited him. Next came the 8th and 9th rank martial arts. Among the 8th rank techniques, Jiang Tian found a halberd style that suited him. The soaring halberd art, which complemented the million gene force of his purple-green war halberd. Its power was immense, so Jiang Tian directly modified it to perfection. Among the 9th rank techniques, Jiang Tian discovered several, the most captivating being a fist technique, called the Heaven-Penetrating Fist, a pinnacle 9th rank ultimate art. While the previous 100-splitting fist granted a 5-fold power boost, the Heaven-Penetrating Fist offered a 100-fold increase, truly terrifying. However, it was unfortunately a single-target high-damage attack technique. Afterward, Jiang Tian modified several other suitable techniques to perfection, finally finishing his review of all 7th, 8th, and 9th rank ultimate martial arts. By then, 3 hours had passed, and it was nearly noon. "Let's head out," Jiang Tian said to Luo Li, who was gazing at him with dazed, beautiful eyes. After all, a man at his most focused is at his most handsome. As Jiang Tian studied the manuals with rapt concentration, his devastatingly good looks stirred Luo Li's heart into a tumultuous wave of emotion. "Oh, okay," Luo Li replied. Just then, Jiang Tian's phone buzzed with an incoming message. He opened it to see, "Blazing fire, evil god Jiang Tian, your son is in my hands." The message was that simple. Jiang Tian assumed it was someone's prank, so he replied. Attached to the message was a photo of Jiang Tian's father Jiang Guo bound with ropes, along with a location. "Blazing fire, evil god, sorry, my mistake. It's your father who's in my hands. If you don't want him dead, come to Sin City to save him." Attached to the message was a photo of Jiang Tian's father Jiang Guo bound with ropes, along with a location. Jiang Tian realized this was no prank. Someone had truly kidnapped his father. Rage surged within him. He had been reincarnated into this parallel world for 5 years now, and his only attachment was his father. For their 5 years together had forged a deep bond. Whoever dared to kidnap his father was courting death. But Jiang Tian quickly calmed down, pondering the mastermind behind this. The sender had clearly used a pseudonym. Who the hell would be bored enough to call themselves Blazing Fire, Evil God? Moreover, sending a location image indicated confidence and capability to finish him off, likely pointing to an assassin organization. He hadn't provoked any major trouble recently except for killing the 3 juniors of the Chunzheng and Zhou family. Thus, it was highly probable that these 3 families were behind this. As to which family, or if all 3 had acted together, he would have to go to Sin City, meet this Blazing Fire, Evil God, and confront him directly. Then he would rescue his father and return to settle the score with whichever family was responsible. Yes, that was the plan, Jiang Tian thought. Moreover, Sin City had a divine gift dungeon that had emerged just last month, still largely unexplored. Jiang Tian was eager to see what treasures lay within that 6th rank divine gift dungeon. "What's wrong, Jiang Tian? Is something troubling you?" Luo Li noticed his furrowed brow and sensed something amiss. "Nothing, just didn't sleep well last night. Played games too late." "That's a relief," Luo Li sighed. Just then, the artificial intelligence baiter within Jiang Tian's supreme guest elder badge chimed in. "Your current mission: travel to Sin City, explore the 6th rank divine gift dungeon, Mirror Fairy, and obtain and submit 1 divine gift spirit pearl." Jiang Tian examined the details carefully. He was well aware that the 10,000 treasures chamber assigned tasks to its guest elders, as they couldn't sustain them with resources for nothing. Thus, from time to time, they would dispatch missions of varying difficulty according to the elder's rank. That a 6th rank divine gift dungeon was assigned to him, a supreme guest elder, spoke volumes about its peril. Moreover, it was an uncharted divine gift dungeon fraught with even greater dangers. But coincidentally, he was heading to Sin City anyway, so this would be a convenient side trip. "Silly Chong, book me a private jet from the school," Jiang Tian said. He had initially planned to fly to Sin City commercially, but after checking, all the nearest tickets were sold out. Clearly, many ability users were heading to Sin City and had snapped up the seats. However, War God University had its own private jets available for a certain number of points. "Why do you need a private jet, Jiang Tian?" Luo Li asked. "To Sin City. You're going there to explore. It's extremely dangerous. Last night, I heard that Lin Zhen's brother Lin Chang disappeared after going there." Lin Zhen's brother. Jiang Tian pondered. No wonder Lin Zhen hadn't shown up today, and why Lin Ji, the Lin family patriarch, looked so grim. "Jiang Tian, if you really want to go, it's better not to use the school's private plane. Use our Luo family's private plane instead. This way you can save 100 school credits." Luo Li said, being a teacher at the resource management department, she naturally knew that using a private plane would cost a lot of credits. 1 credits is no small amount. Moreover, using the Luo family's private plane could be seen as returning a favor to Jiang Tian. All right then. Jiang Tian instructed Sha Chong to cancel the school's private plane. Do you want me to accompany you? Sure, Jiang Tian replied. This trip to the Sin City was primarily to rescue his father from the hands of the Fire Cloud, evil god, and afterwards someone would need to take care of him. He certainly couldn't bring his ordinary father into a divine dungeon after all. He still had to complete the task from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. With this in mind, Jiang Tian walked into the hall. By this time the banquet was almost over. Those who needed to leave had already done so, but a few remained. One was Chairman Jill, and another was Lin Ji, the head of the Lin family. Lin Jun was also there, but her eyes were red as if she had just cried. Jiang Tian. Lin Jun burst into tears upon seeing him. Jiang Tian remembered that this senior sister of his was very strong. She hadn't shed a tear, even when injured by beasts in the beast battlefield. Now seeing her cry so intensely, it seemed just as Luo Li had said. Her brother had either died in the 6th level divine dungeon or had gone missing with no news. Jiang Kaching, you received the task assigned to you by the Chamber of Commerce, right? Jill asked. Yes, I received it. I can set off now. Does the Chamber of Commerce have a private plane? Jiang Tian thought, since it's the Chamber of Commerce's task, he might as well take advantage of the plane. Of course we do. Your exclusive vehicle, the Rolls-Royce Goddess, is the highest tech product of our Chamber of Commerce. It can transform automatically. Planes and tanks are no problem. Jill said proudly. This aspect of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce far exceeded that of other firms and forces. Is there really such a feature? Jiang Tian was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected technology to be so advanced. Yes, you just need to give Bart a command. Lin Ji and Lin Jun also approached Jiang Tian. Jiang Kaching, I must trouble you with one thing. My son Lin Chong has disappeared in the 6th level divine dungeon. We don't know if he's dead or alive, so please keep an eye out for him while you're in the dungeon. We of the Lin family will definitely reward you handsomely afterward. Lin Ji himself wanted to go, but if he left, the Lin family would be unprotected, which was very dangerous. Although he was level 80, once he entered the 6th level divine dungeon, his level would be suppressed to 60. He had no extreme stats at level 60, so he wouldn't have any advantage. All right, I will help. Jiang Tian, let me go with you. Lin Jun stepped forward. You'd better not come along. Jiang Tian refused, as his senior sister wasn't yet level 60. Entering the 6th level divine dungeon would be a burden. He wasn't foolish. Let's go. We should set off. Jiang Tian called out, and at that moment Luo Li had also changed into her outfit. Meanwhile, Annie closely followed Jiang Tian. You are coming too. Annie is your exclusive attendant, of course. She will follow you wherever you go to ensure there are no inconveniences in your life. But rest assured, Annie will not enter the dungeon and become a burden to you. Annie said with a caring tone, as she knew her own capabilities. Though she indeed had some skills, she was still not that capable in the aspect of superpowers. Her following Jiang Tian was mainly to take care of his daily needs, such as food, clothing, and accommodation. All right then. Jiang Tian did not refuse, since there was a branch of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in Sin City. Having Annie there would mean he could leave his father in her care once he rescued him. He could have them stay in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, ensuring their safety. After preparing everything, Jiang Tian, Luo Li, and Annie set off. Daughter, good luck. Luo Kuang did not forget to remind her. After leaving the Luo family, the three of them got into the Rolls-Royce Goddess. Luo Li was quick and sat in the back with Jiang Tian, leaving Annie with no choice but to sit in the front. Bard, head to Sin City. Jiang Tian instructed. Understood. Due to the distance to Sin City, the vehicle will require some time, so it is about to transform into an airplane. After Bard's words, the Rolls-Royce Goddess began to transform into airplane mode. The transition was very smooth, and the three of them felt no bumps or jolts. Before long, the plane ascended into the sky. Jiang Tian felt the speed of this plane. It was faster than the military plane he had taken to the beast battlefield. That was a military aircraft of the Xia country, gathering the country's top technology. Yet now it was surprisingly outpaced by his plane, demonstrating the formidable technological strength of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Truly a global enterprise. Naturally, the airplane was larger than the vehicle mode, and the space increased. This was related to the memory expansion metal used in making the Rolls-Royce. Even if it expanded dozens of times, it wouldn't affect the quality of the metal, which is also why the Rolls-Royce could transform into various forms. As Jiang Tian flew towards Sin City, within the Wuchang assassin organization, the heads of the Chun family, the Zhou family, and the Zheng family, along with the person in charge here, had gathered together. Would like to ask regarding the matter of assassinating Jiang Tian that we discussed before. Can we retract that now? The three heads asked cautiously. Retract? What do you look down on our Wuchang organization? The person in charge said a bit unhappily. Who is Wuchang? That is the most formidable assassin organization in Xia country, who wouldn't tremble upon seeing them. No, we definitely trust your organization's capabilities, it's just that we want to retract on our side and don't want to kill him. Whether the money is refunded or not is irrelevant. Upon hearing this, the person in charge's face immediately. I had already given orders about this matter, but whether the assassin acted or not is unknown. Let me contact and ask. The person in charge made a quick call. Before long, the contact was completed. Fortunately, the assassin did not go directly to kill Jiang Tian. The person in charge's statement eased the anxious hearts of the three heads. That's good. The three heads lifted their teacups and took a sip. However, he has kidnapped Jiang Tian's father, attempting to use him to threaten Jiang Tian. The three heads simultaneously sprayed the tea they had just sipped toward the person in charge. The person in charge. Hurry and let that assassin release Jiang Tian's father. Don't let things escalate. What's so special about Jiang Tian? The principal of the War God University isn't that remarkable. Our organization's leader isn't afraid of Mu Qing. The person in charge took a sip of tea. Yes, you may not fear the War God University, but now he has a new identity. He is now the Supreme Kiching of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. As you know, there are only 8 in the world. What did you say? Upon hearing the 4 words Supreme Kiching of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the person in charge sprayed tea all over the face of the head of the Chun family closest to him. The patriarch of the Chun family wiped his face and repeated, the supreme guest of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The teacup in the hands of the person in charge began to tremble violently, then fell to the ground and shattered, causing him to tremble slightly. He hurriedly tried to contact the assassin, but found that he could not get through. It's over. The person in charge suddenly found himself without the strength to shout, as although the Impermanence organization was a decent assassin group in Xia country, they also had their own blacklist. The so-called blacklist consists of those that cannot be provoked. Any one of them is not to be offended, and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is on that list. Let alone the status of the supreme guest, and now he could only hope that Jiang Tian would directly eliminate. However, the probability of this happening was minimal, as the assassins were also recruited from within the Impermanence organization. It was impossible to expect absolute loyalty without leaking any information. After all, with current technological means and some tools, it was quite simple to force an assassin to reveal the truth. The Sin City is a modern city located beyond the borders of northern Xia country. It does not belong to any country and is a free area, hence many forces come here to develop. After all, there are no national laws binding here. As long as one has strength, they are considered superior. Therefore, many fugitives from various countries end up here, making it quite dangerous. Jiang Tian and his group spent nearly 2 hours flying to Sin City, and then Bard transformed into a car, driving into the city. Naturally, the first place they visited was the branch of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Firstly, Jiang Tian was a supreme guest which was effective globally, and secondly, this branch was somewhat local. Familiar with some local places and forces, Jiang Tian planned to ask around. Bard quickly navigated them to the entrance of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. To avoid trouble and mockery, Jiang Tian, along with the Metal Annie and Loli, prepared to enter directly. As soon as they entered, the branch president had already come to greet them at the door, as the high-tech recognition system of the chamber automatically scanned each person. When Jiang Tian became a supreme guest, his information was recorded long ago. Thus, as soon as he appeared at the entrance, the artificial intelligence Bard notified the branch president. The branch president here is from a family of a financial conglomerate in Han country, and this family is surnamed Park, while the president's name is Park Guochang. You must be the supreme guest Jiang Tian. We warmly welcome you, Park Guochang said, standing with a group of attendants. Who is this young man? He has 2 beautiful women with him. While they are truly stunning, said a scar-faced man. I don't know, but someone who can be welcomed so grandly by President Park must not be an ordinary person in my opinion. He must be a young master from President Park's family, or someone from a higher authority checking in. A higher authority. The higher-ups of President Park must be the people from the headquarters of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Such achievements at such a young age. Impressive. People were discussing among themselves, all of them envious of Jiang Tian, firstly for his status, and then for Loli and Annie, whose figures and looks were simply exquisite. President Park, you are too kind. I won't speak much about idle chatter. I am here to find a place called Lava Valley. Do you happen to know it? The Lava Valley mentioned by Jiang Tian refers to the fire cloud evil god, the one who kidnapped his father, who ultimately provided Jiang Tian with the location. He said that Jiang Tian should go to Lava Valley to save his father. Lava Valley. I haven't heard of it. Park Guochang's response left Jiang Tian in disbelief. Based on the situation, Park Guochang did not seem to be lying, and as the supreme guest, he had no reason to deceive him. However, the fire cloud evil god said that Lava Valley was here. Jiang guessed our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is not an old force in Sin City, so it's normal not to know some place names. After all, some places have changed names. However, there is a relatively old force here. This force is called the Shadow Pavilion. I think it would be better for Jiang guests to inquire there. Park Guochang suggested. All right then, I will trouble President Park to take me there. Also, please arrange accommodations for them. Jiang Tian pointed at Loli and Annie. These two will stay here. Of course, since they are Jiang guest companions, they will be treated with utmost respect. Park Guochang instructed his subordinates to take Loli and Annie away. Jiang Tian, be careful yourself. The two women voluntarily left, knowing that waiting here was the best choice. Let's go. Park Guochang led the way, and the two boarded a dedicated Rolls-Royce to head to the Shadow Pavilion. It wasn't far, and only took 5 minutes to arrive. Jiang Tian looked at the building before him. It was a structure that seemed out of place with modern society, entirely made of wood, exuding an antique charm resembling an ancient brothel from Xia country. Jiang Tian suspected that this was the place. The Shadow Pavilion had 3 floors. The first floor was quite enclosed, while the second and third floors had many young women in traditional clothing smiling and waving fans. Conversely, when they saw Jiang Tian standing at the entrance, they merely covered their mouths and giggled, leaving Jiang Tian puzzled as to why no one entered this Shadow Pavilion to have fun. After all, since he arrived here, he had not seen anyone go in or out. Among the passers-by near the Shadow Pavilion, there were also many burly men, all of whom watched the young women on the second and third floors from a distance. But they dared only to look, not to enter. This struck Jiang Tian as extremely strange. However, he didn't dwell on it. His purpose for coming here was to find out where Lava Valley was. Jiang guessed, for certain reasons you should go in alone. I will wait for you outside. Park Guochang maintained a distance from the entrance, as if the door of the Shadow Pavilion would kill him. In reality, once you entered the door, you would indeed be in trouble. Jiang Tian walked in with his head held high. Oh, this young man dares to go in like this. Well, he clearly isn't a local. He must be a newcomer to the Shadow Pavilion. There have been many young and reckless fellows like him before who didn't believe in danger, went in, and came out completely depressed for the rest of their lives. Jiang Tian stepped into the Shadow Pavilion, and immediately the ladies on the second and third floors turned their heads to look at him. He felt a powerful mental attack coming his way. This mental attack made him feel dizzy and flushed. However, he quickly dispelled this sensation and was replaced by a refreshing feeling. Jiang Tian deduced that these mental shocks were indeed magical attacks, as his 120 magic resistance had just activated. If it weren't for this magic resistance, he would have certainly become a puppet of those ladies. This made Jiang Tian recall a peculiar supernatural talent, Yinji. The Yinji talent is particularly adept at mental attacks. A once enchanted one would be controlled and lose their wits. Jiang Tian pondered, perhaps this is why no one enters the Shadow Pavilion. If that is the case, then the enchanting abilities of the owner here must be even greater. Ignoring the mental attacks from the ladies, Jiang Tian walked straight through the front courtyard and arrived at the quaint back garden. This was the domain of the Shadow Pavilion's owner, Hume. Oh, I didn't expect that you could withstand the assault from my sister's little brother. At that moment, a soft voice reached his ears, instantly overwhelming Jiang Tian with an even stronger mental attack. It seemed that the owner, Hume, was indeed formidable. However, as long as these were magical attacks, they would have no effect on him. After all, he had 120 magic resistance. Soon Jiang Tian laid eyes on the real Hume. She was a delicate woman with furry ears, barefoot, with a pair of exquisite jade feet, and behind her there were 9 white foxtails. However, those were not real foxtails. They were merely part of Humei's cosplay, and today she was dressed. Let's skip the small talk. I want to know where the Lava Valley is. Jiang Tian got straight to the point, having no intention of playing along with Humei's roleplay. Oh, are you in such a hurry? How about you accompany Hume for a chat first? Hume walked gracefully to Jiang Tian's side, and with each step the mental attack intensified. Jiang Tian assessed that such a level of mental attack could only be resisted by someone above level 85. This woman before him was no simple character. She must possess at least level 88 strength. The unique charm of Yinji made Jiang Tian contemplate who else besides himself could possibly withstand her allure. How many people had she enchanted? Enough nonsense. Jiang Tian grabbed Hume by the neck and slammed her onto the table. Tell me, where is the Lava Valley? You really are quite rough. Hume chuckled softly, not saying anything. Jiang Tian tightened his grip even more. Whooshed. Suddenly, Hume slipped away from Jiang Tian's grasp like an eel, and in a flash appeared on the second floor. You really don't understand how to cherish beauty, do you? But since you want to know about the Lava Valley, why don't you try and catch Hume first? If you manage to catch me, I will surely tell you. Hume giggled. Her strength and abilities in teasing a naive youth like Jiang Tian were clearly impressive. However, she underestimated Jiang Tian's power. Although her shadowy technique was swift, it paled in comparison to Jiang Tian's 7th level ultimate martial art Void Step. Moreover, Jiang Tian's speed was currently 2,550 points. Within this Shadow Pavilion, he could teleport anywhere he desired. Cough, cough, cough. The next moment, still covering her mouth with a giggle, Hu Mei was once again seized by Jiang Tian, and this time he exerted considerable force as if he would kill her if she did not speak. What, that was so fast? The group of ladies nearby were stunned upon witnessing Jiang Tian's speed. They knew that within the shadow pavilion, Hu Mei's shadowy technique was almost impossible to catch. In the past, some powerful male supernaturalists had tried to seize Hu Mei but failed, including one fellow at level 89 who was close to level 90. Such high-level experts could not capture Hu Mei, yet a youth under 20 had succeeded. That was indeed absurd. Cough, cough, cough. Let go. Hu Mei will tell you. Upon seeing Hu Mei relent, Jiang Tian also released his grip. I've never met a man so lacking in romance. How disappointing. Hu Mei softened her tone and continued, I can't explain where that lava valley is. Here is a map for you. After saying that, she handed over a scroll map, which Jiang Tian accepted. Thanks, I apologize for the earlier offense. Jiang Tian took the map and quickly exited. Sister, that little brother actually managed to withstand all our charms. He's quite impressive. But I don't see any supernatural ability on him. Indeed, it's a bit strange. A group of ladies giggled behind. Meanwhile, Hu Mei observed Jiang Tian's departing figure with great interest. On the other side, at the entrance of the Shadow Pavilion Park, Guochang noticed that Jiang Tian had not yet come out and felt a bit worried. What's going on? Jiang Kaching hasn't come out yet. Could it be that he fell under the enchantment? That shouldn't be. The strength of the supreme guest is quite terrifying. Park Guochang, the vice president, had the authority to view the preliminary information of the supreme guests. The previous 7 supreme guests were all at least level 95. Jiang Kaching must be formidable as well, so he would definitely come out. He thought this inwardly, but since ancient times heroes have struggled to withstand the charms of beauty, many a gallant man has perished beneath the pomegranate skirts. What if Jiang Kaching couldn't hold himself back? At that moment, however, Jiang Tian strode out with his head held high. Park Guochang, seeing this, let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Kaching, it's great that you are all right. Did you find out where it is? I did find out. Do you need me to accompany you, Jiang Kaching? No need. Jiang Tian, holding the map, did not take a carriage. Previously, he had asked Bard for navigation, but Bard's positioning system could not locate the lava valley, so Jiang Tian needed to go there himself. With the map in hand, Jiang Tian directly stepped into the air and teleported forward to save time. The distance of a teleportation is 2,550 meters, which is 5 kilometers. Jiang Tian merely took a minute to arrive at the lava valley. It is called the lava valley because it is located at the site of a volcano situated beneath a vast mountain range and is quite far from the city of Sin. Thus, very few people are aware of it. Jiang Tian, you have arrived. A figure appeared before Jiang Tian in the center of the lava valley, right at the volcanic vent. It was a man with thinning hair wearing a white coat and shabby slippers. He was floating in midair, which Jiang Tian speculated was due to some martial technique he practiced. Where is my father? Jiang Tian's gaze turned icy. Who instructed you to kidnap my father? Defeat me first, then we can talk. The figure opposite him, known as the Fire Cloud, Evil God, replied. He was a martial fanatic awakened with the Fire Element Master ability, and later at level 70 he awakened a dual talent. His second talent was of the Strength type, both being a grade, which made the Fire Cloud Evil God exceptionally powerful with no equals of the same level. He joined the Impermanence organization merely to find a worthy opponent. Upon hearing that Jiang Tian was a master, the Fire Cloud Evil God took on this task for free. This was just so he could face Jiang Tian. Lava Giant. The Fire Cloud Evil God roared, and his entire body began to enlarge, engulfed in flames, as his Fire Element ability and Strength ability merged. This was a martial technique he developed himself, which showed that he indeed had some skill. Immediately, the Fire Cloud Evil God transformed into a 10-meter-tall lava giant, and the volcano beneath him continuously supplied fire element energy. Though his current strength was only level 82, his combat power was nearly at level 85. However, in the next moment, Jiang Tian's figure vanished from his sight, and when he reappeared, he was already before the giant frame of the Fire Cloud Evil God. What's so fast? Slap. Jiang Tian delivered a powerful slap to the Fire Cloud Evil God's face, sending his massive form flying hundreds of meters away. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The Fire Cloud Evil God steadied himself, disbelief etched on his face. He had fire element energy protecting him with a high armor value. Jiang Tian's strike had at least 2 million pounds of power. How could this kid who seemingly had no abilities achieve? His own A-grade strength talent at level 82 barely broke 600 pounds of force. At that moment, fear began to creep into the Fire Cloud Evil God's heart. He had heard that Jiang Tian possessed martial skills. If he unleashed them, did he still have a chance? Bang! But before he could think further, Jiang Tian's iron fist struck him, sending his entire body crashing down, creating a massive pit. Cough, cough. The fire cloud evil god coughed a few times, feeling pain all over, and the fire element energy shield around him was shattered by a single punch. You should know that if I weren't afraid of killing you and losing the chance to find my father, you wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from me. Jiang Tian stood midair like a judge. And indeed this was the case. The strength he had just used was controlled to 2 million pounds, and he hadn't even unleashed his full strength of 38 million pounds. If he did, that guy would definitely be dead from a single punch. Let alone the terrifying 9-stage ultimate martial skill, the Heavenly Fist, which had a 100-fold power increase. I say. The fire cloud evil god struggled to stand. If he still couldn't see the situation clearly now, he had truly lived in vain for so many years. He understood that it was impossible for him to defeat Jiang Tian. The fire cloud evil god waved his hand, and immediately a fire element prison formed below the volcano, within which was Jiang Tian's father Jiang Gua. Father, Tian, I'm sorry I have burdened you. Jiang was set, his face full of weariness and guilt as he realized his son's time at War God University must be very precious. Coming to rescue him must have delayed many classes, and how would he make up for them when he returned? The prison landed and automatically unlocked as the fire cloud evil god spoke. I am a 9th-tier bronze assassin from the Impermanence Organization. The task I received was to kill you, but given your status in the Xia country, I couldn't touch you, so I kidnapped your father. To lure you here to the city of sin and eliminate you, but unexpectedly you are even more terrifying than what those people said. As the fire cloud evil god spoke, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his insides had ruptured. In reality, although Jiang Tian had held back, he had still infused a considerable amount of internal energy into his strikes, which would damage internal organs and disrupt his qi and blood. Even though the fire cloud evil god was trustworthy, Jiang Tian still intended to kill this guy. Anyone who dared to harm his father deserved death. Moreover, there were no laws governing the city of sin. As for who wants to kill you, I believe you can easily guess. It's the Chun, Zhou, and Zheng families. Spitting out blood, the fire cloud evil god collapsed before finishing his sentence. He soon lost all signs of life. Tianer, is he dead? Jiang was said in disbelief. When he was captured, there were experts arranged by the military and the charity city to protect him, bodyguards of level 70. More than one, yet they couldn't withstand a single move against the fire cloud evil god. But now his son had killed the level 82 fire cloud evil god in just 2 moves. Doesn't this mean that his son's current strength could easily annihilate an opponent of level 82? A surge of emotions rose within Jiang Gua. It had been less than a month since his son finished the college entrance examination. While other candidates might still be on vacation, his son could already defeat a 9th-tier opponent. How could this be so extraordinary? The more he thought about it, the more shocked and excited he became. His son had achieved such accomplishments, and as a father he felt immense pride, wishing for his son to become a dragon. Father, let's go home. Jiang Tian took Jiang Gua and swiftly returned to the city of sin in just over a minute, then headed to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. As for the accounts with the Chun, Zhou, and Zheng families, he would deal with them after clearing the 6th-tier divine gift. Anyway, they couldn't run away, but just to be safe he would contact his teacher first and have him monitor the movements of the 3 families closely. If they found any signs of escape, his teacher would surely have means to deal with them. Oh, Jiang Kuching is back so soon. This person must be your father. Park Guchang approached politely as someone who could be supported by Jiang Kuching. Surely it must be someone with a close relationship. This person was just the right age to be Jiang Kuching's father. Yes, this is my father Jiang Gua. Jiang Tian turned to introduce Jiang Gua. This gentleman is the branch president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Park Guchang. The branch president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Gua's heart suddenly trembled. Although Sealy City does not have a Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, he often watches international news and knows what kind of colossal entity it is. It is a global business chamber. Moreover, it is ranked as the #1 chamber of commerce. Many national business families aspire to join, but they lack the qualifications either due to insufficient strength or inadequate funds. Jiang Gua had once calculated that his lifetime salary would not be enough to obtain even the lowest level bronze membership card in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Yet the branch president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce treats his son with such courtesy, even using sir in his address. For a moment he found it hard to imagine. Even the position of president of the War God University was not enough to stand before such a branch president. Yes, Mr. Jiang, your son Jiang Tian is now our chamber's supreme guest. However, before Jiang Gua could finish being astonished, Park Guochang's next statement made him question his existence. Supreme guest of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Am I hearing things? Am I dreaming? He couldn't even afford a bronze membership card, let alone that unattainable supreme membership card, and the status of supreme guest was said to be even higher than that. In an instant, Jiang Guo understood why Park Guochang was so courteous to Jiang Tian and himself. President Park, hello, hello. After regaining his composure, Jiang Guo greeted politely, never expecting that one day he would come into contact with such a significant figure. Jiang guest Miss Loli and Annie are waiting for you in the Supreme Guest's private suite. After speaking, Park Guochang led the way ahead. Indeed, as the world's #1 chamber of commerce, not to mention their abundant financial resources, the treatment for Supreme Guests is envied by countless others. In addition to exclusive Rolls-Royce vehicles, there are multiple exclusive benefits, with the suite being one of them. The specifications of this suite can be said to surpass those of any high-end hotel globally, equipped with everything one could need. Before long, they arrived at the exclusive suite. While it was called a suite, it was more accurate to refer to it as a manor, given that there are only 8 Supreme Guests and a manor is still considered modest. Looking at the manor before him, Jiang Tian couldn't help but be astonished. Jiang guessed each branch of our Wanbao chamber has its own Supreme Guest manor. Ours has been constructed for some time, but we have never hosted a Supreme Guest until now. Now you are the first. Park Guochang spoke with immense pride as they walked through the manor's gates. Welcome, Jiang guest President Park, and Mr. Jiang. Along the way, Park Guochang had already informed the manor's staff through artificial intelligence, so everyone was prepared. The first to welcome them were the black-clad maidens lined up in 2 rows. These maids were not mere ceremonial attendants, but held a higher status. They were carefully selected by the Wanbao chamber, each one of them matching in height and build, creating a visually pleasing uniformity, dressed in maid outfits with striking features and long legs. They came in various ethnicities, adding to their allure. Since it was his first visit and Jiang Tian needed to venture into the 6th-year Divine Gift Dungeon later, he decided to spend a little more time here. Thus, he began strolling around the manor with Park Guochang. The manor was not small, and after familiarizing themselves with it, Jiang Tian and Jiang Guo felt their legs grow sore. Eventually, they arrived at the large villa at the center of the manor, which was to be Jiang Tian's residence. Jiang Tian stepped inside, gazing at the surrounding facilities, which were far more spacious than those at the War God School. Not to mention, no global luxury hotel could match this scale. Even if such a place existed, staying for a night would cost at least $1 million, yet he as a Supreme Guest could enjoy it for free. Jiang Tian welcome. Upon entering, Loli and Annie greeted him, saying, "Hello, Mr. Jiang." They then turned to Jiang Guo, aware of the situation regarding Jiang Tian's father. "Father, let me introduce you. This is my teacher from the Resource Management Department at War God University, Loli, and this is my personal attendant, Miss Annie. Hello, hello. I hope you will take good care of this child Tian Air in the future. Mr. Jiang, that's too kind. Jiang Tian has been taking care of us." The 2 girls responded politely. After some pleasantries, the maid leading the group, named Lisa, stepped forward. "Jiang guest, the exclusive welcoming banquet prepared for you and your friends is ready. Please follow me." Lisa led Jiang Tian and the others to the basement of the large villa. This was an exclusive kitchen where specialized chefs with extraordinary abilities cooked. These chefs were highly skilled, with the lowest at level 50 and the head chef at level 79. Although they were not adept at combat, they excelled in cooking, and their dishes could invigorate and replenish one's energy. As everyone sat down, Jiang Tian and the others were already quite hungry, so they began to eat heartily. There were numerous dishes, most of which Jiang Tian had never eaten in the cafeteria at War God University, including some rare beast meats and exotic fruits that were not available in the War God's resource vault. This illustrates just how rich the resources of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce are. "Annie, why are you standing? Come sit down and eat with us," Jiang Tian said, noticing Annie standing beside him. No, Annie does not have the qualification. In the villa at school, Annie was less particular, but in front of so many people, she felt the need to clearly understand. She was fully aware that she was merely a servant. There are no such formalities. If I ask you to do something, Jiang Tian pulled Annie down to sit. "Annie, you shouldn't refuse Jiang guest's kindness." Park Guochang also chimed in, recognizing that Jiang Tian was sincere and not being insincere. Then, all right, Annie finally sat down. This scene made the black-clad maids envious. They all hoped to become the exclusive attendants of a guest, even if it were not a Supreme Guest, just a bronze guest would suffice. Envy aside, they were trained professionals, and they were confident they could serve Jiang Tian comfortably. "By the way, President Park, I heard that a 6th-tier Divine Blessing artifact has emerged in the Sin City, which must have attracted many people, right?" Jiang Tian casually inquired with Park Guochang. After all, he is a local, making it easier to ask. Moreover, this dungeon has been around for quite a while, so there must be quite a few challengers who have ventured inside, and they would have some information. Just as you said, Jiang Kaching, a large number of people have entered and many messages have come out. It is said that the dungeon houses 3 of the most powerful exotic beasts. These 3 exotic beasts are the leaders. Each possesses 2 or more 6th-tier limit values and controls all the resources within the dungeon. What resources are there? Although they are merely 6th-tier resources, they are quite rare, such as Fire Dragon Ginseng and Emperor Lotus, and so on. Upon hearing about these resources, Jiang Tian couldn't help but be taken aback, for he had never seen such resources in the resource library of the War God Academy, indicating that they are indeed rare 6th-tier resources. After all, many resources may have low tiers, but possess powerful effects, yet their growth conditions are stringent. The ones mentioned above can only grow within the Divine Blessing Dungeon. These rare 6th-tier resources, through the operations of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, have a minimum value starting at 100 million. Thus, upon hearing this, Jiang Tian decided to acquire all the resources inside. Are the leaders of those 3 exotic beasts very strong? Jiang Tian continued to ask. I don't know, no specific news has come out regarding them. I suspect that those who have fought them must be dead. However, Jiang Kuching, your task this time is to obtain a Divine Blessing Spirit Pearl. Do not concern yourself with those resources. If conflicts can be avoided, then avoid them as much as possible. After all, there are many fugitives from various countries inside, and they are all desperate individuals. The longer you stay, the more dangerous it becomes. Park Guochang advised. Do you have any maps? There are some, but they are not comprehensive, so they are almost as good as non-existent and not very helpful. Jiang Tian, do you need me to accompany you? After all, I have successfully awakened my second talent. Luo Li said, having awakened her second talent with the help of a swallowing golden beast's core. She wanted to thank Jiang Tian, and this was a perfect opportunity to train her combat skills. That's fine, Jiang Tian nodded. Luo Li entering the 6th-tier dungeon would be restricted to level 60, and her dual talent elemental characteristics would provide significant assistance. Afterward, everyone chatted for a while, and by the time the banquet ended, it was already evening. Jiang Tian decided to rest for a night and head to the 6th-tier Divine Blessing Dungeon, the Mirror Fairy, the next day. The next morning after breakfast, Jiang Tian and Luo Li set off, having prepared many items in their spatial watches. The entrance to the Mirror Fairy Dungeon is located in the eastern part of Sin City, requiring them to travel across a stretch of ocean, so their exclusive Rolls-Royce transformed into an airplane. After approximately a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the Mirror Fairy. The entrance is not located over the ocean or land, but at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and there is only one spatial passage. All technological products will fail within this passage. This means that relying on airplanes and such is not possible for entering the passage to reach the entrance. Such a rigid condition eliminated many who wanted to enter the Mirror Fairy Dungeon. After all, without airplanes and technological products, one would need to rely on their own special flight talents or flying martial skills to enter, and the lowest tier for flying martial skills is 6th tier, which means that only ability users over level 50 can enter this dungeon. After arriving at the spatial passage, Luo Li immediately activated her golden elemental talent skill, transforming herself into a metal helicopter, preparing to fly up to the 10,000-meter entrance. Jiang Tian, do you want to come into my cockpit? The helicopter that Luo Li transformed into opened a hatch. Yes. Jiang Tian nodded, eager to enter the cockpit. Although he possesses the 7th-tier martial skill Void Step, experiencing it in Luo Li's cockpit is a different kind of enjoyment. As they ascended, a large number of ability users surged into the passage from time to time. If there were no passage restrictions, there would be even more. Soon the helicopter entered the dungeon entrance. After a dazzling burst of white light, Luo Li and Jiang Tian found themselves in a mountainous area. Without a map, they could only rely on exploration. Jiang Tian flew the helicopter higher, attempting to use the view to locate the center of the dungeon, but the high altitude was shrouded in fog. They couldn't see clearly, so they had to descend to the ground and explore slowly. Jiang Tian, let's catch a few exotic beasts and ask them. The exotic beasts inside the dungeon are native and may know the route to the Mirror Fairy Dungeon. That's a good idea. Jiang Tian nodded. It seems that Luo Li, despite her ample bosom, is not brainless. She quickly came up with a solution. Indeed, one should not underestimate this woman. But how do we find them? Jiang Tian was troubled by the fog at high altitude. Just watch me. Luo Li's second talent is that of a wood elementalist, and they are currently in the mountains surrounded by forests which are all wood elements. As long as Luo Li uses the wood elements as her eyes, every place where the forest stands can become her field of vision, and these wood elements will also provide her with combat power. Soon a large net woven from wood elements appeared in Luo Li's mind with many red dots on it marking the exotic beasts. However, unfortunately, these red dots are quite far away. Even the nearest one is several hundred miles away. There's no helping it. This is a 6th-tier Divine Blessing Dungeon, not a 1st-tier, so the area is vast. But a few hundred miles is not a problem for the two of them, and since Luo Li knows the route, she immediately transformed back into a helicopter and loaded Jiang Tian inside. Then they set off towards the nearest exotic beast. Meanwhile, as more and more people entered the Mirror Fairy Dungeon, those transported to various locations within the dungeon also increased, with some having good luck. Some arrived safely while others encountered exotic beasts immediately upon entry. The worst cases landed right in front of the exotic beast leaders. They were directly eliminated. In a certain cave, the gathering place of the exotic beast leaders, 3 exotic beast leaders were discussing matters. This time the dungeon opening is a great opportunity. As long as we devour enough ability users, we can break the dungeon's shackles and leave this damned place. You're right. That detestable mirror fairy has locked us up for so long. I hate her with a passion. Once we break the shackles, we should destroy the items she left behind, since we as exotic beasts cannot use them. We won't let those humans benefit from them. While the 3 beast leaders were conversing, a subordinate rushed in from outside the cave to report. Boss, according to our monitoring, a helicopter is heading this way. The helicopter being reported was none other than that of Luo Li and Jiang Tian. As they progressed, Luo Li continuously activated her with elemental master skills, quickly locating the 3 leaders, while Jiang Tian had lost interest in searching for resources. Capturing the leader first would ensure they could gather resources for themselves. Wouldn't that be much more convenient? Who is this? So bold. Just what I needed to whet my appetite before a meal. The 3 leaders exchanged smiles as they had no objection to consuming someone who had come to seek their doom. In this dungeon, they all had limit values, truly the pinnacle of combat power. Meanwhile, over with Luo Li's transformed helicopter was somewhat shaky. After prolonged flight, it consumed a lot of her abilities, and she was suppressed at level 60, unable to sustain her powers. Jiang Tian, hurry out, I can't hold on any longer. The helicopter landed and Luo Li opened the cockpit, noticing that Jiang Tian had not emerged yet and his energy was severely drained. Fortunately, they were now quite close to the beast leader's cave. No way, teacher Luo Li, has your energy run out already after such a short time? Jiang Tian retorted, as it had only been about 10 minutes of flight. Given Luo Li's level and abilities, that shouldn't be the case. Huff. Luo Li gasped for breath. The metal transformations of a gold element master consume a lot of energy, and I have repeatedly unleashed large-scale with elemental skills. I currently have about 10% of my energy left. After speaking, Luo Li took out a vial of energy potion from her space watch and drank it. The potion could restore 30 of her maximum energy within 3 minutes. This was a complimentary gift from Pu Guchang before they set off. If bought, it would cost at least 1 million per vial, and at this price it was in high demand these days as many were entering the dungeon. Everyone needed this stuff. Alright, take some time to recover. Jiang Tian thought about whether he should carry Luo Li and move forward, but decided it was better to let her recover first. Oh, we seem to have encountered 2 lucky ones. At that moment, a lewd voice came from the surroundings, followed by a man with a scarred face stepping forward. Behind him was a group of accomplices, each looking fiercely threatening. Jiang Tian recognized the scar-faced man at a glance. He was a fugitive wanted by many factions in the crime-ridden city for murder, arson, and burglary. This man was notorious for his evil deeds. It was surprising he had entered the dungeon. Hand over all the resources you've gathered, or we'll kill you immediately. The scar-faced man leered, and his accomplices surrounded Luo Li. Hey, little girl, so. Bang, bang. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Tian activated his teleportation, giving each of them a light slap, and they fell to the ground, unable to get back up. They stated that if they didn't have 50 million today, they wouldn't even open their eyes. Am I dead? The scar-faced man's head rolled to the ground, and despite just dying, he still had a trace of life left, staring in disbelief at his own body collapsing. How could he, a level 52 wanted criminal with a group of 7 known for their brutal methods and combat power, be taken down so easily? This guy looked harmless, yet his strikes were so ruthless. Before dying, the scar-faced man deeply regretted it. He had evaded capture for so long, had killed many who tried to hunt him down, and thwarted many factions that wanted him dead, but now he met his end here. Unfortunately, there was no remedy for regret. Even if there were, he had no life left to consume it. After dispatching these thugs, Jiang Tian rummaged through their space watches only to find some potions and no resources whatsoever. A bunch of broke losers. Jiang Tian cursed. At this moment, Luo Li had finished her first vial of potion and immediately drank another one. Jiang Tian examined the potion. It was a turquoise liquid. It looked like it was made from herbs. Gulp, gulp. After drinking, Luo Li wiped her mouth and felt satisfied with the energy restoration. Let's go. Luo Li led the way, as she had almost fully recovered, and by the time they reached the beast leaders, her second potion would be fully restored. She would have about 70% of her energy, ensuring she wouldn't hold Jiang Tian back during the battle. The territory of the beast leaders was also within a forest, which was why Luo Li could scout their location. It was a tall cave. At this moment, 3 beast leaders of varying heights stood at the entrance. One was a humanoid gorilla about the same height as Jiang Tian, while another was a colossal stone golem towering 7 to 8 meters tall. The third was a large snake with 9 heads, and all 3 were now watching Jiang Tian and the others. Jiang Tian was not surprised. The beast leaders had many subordinates and monitored the dungeon comprehensively, so they naturally knew who was approaching. Ha ha ha, quite bold, said the stone golem. No more nonsense. Oh, I've heard you know all the resources in this dungeon, so let your minions gather them now. Jiang Tian spoke without reservation. This caught the three beast leaders off guard, as normally one would either flee or cower in fear upon seeing them. Those who couldn't escape would be forced to fight. But this young man actually treated them as subordinates. Did he consider himself one of their minions? They had always commanded their own subordinates. Ha ha ha. The stone golem laughed heartily. Then let me give you a punch first. Having said that, the stone golem swung a fist the size of a truck downwards. Oh, one of its limit values was strength, which it took great pride in. Bang! Facing a punch that could devastate the sixth-tier divine dungeon, Jiang Tian merely extended a pinky and effortlessly caught the stone golem's attack. Is that it? Jiang Tian mocked. The stone golem's attack, with a strength reaching the sixth-tier beast's limit of 1.5 million gene, would have flattened any other ability user. But unfortunately for it, with Jiang Tian's power of 38 million gene plus 100% critical hit, it totaled 76 million gene. Catching this blow was far too easy. The stone golem looked at its full power strike being caught by just a pinky, instantly doubting its beastly life. The other two beast leaders were also left dumbfounded. Stone, are you holding back? The two leaders scolded. Even at this time, you're still conserving your strength. I wasn't holding back, that was my full power strike. The stone golem was instantly enraged, passionately greeting the mothers of the two leaders beside him. Upon seeing the serious expression on the stone man's face, the other two leaders realized that the situation was serious. The young man before them, along with the voluptuous human woman, was certainly not ordinary. Even a human at the peak of the 6th rank with the highest divine talent would have a strength barely exceeding 8.0 gene, which clearly could not withstand the stone man's powerful strike. However, the ease with which the human before them caught the attack made them question whether Jiang Tian was a deity traversing the mortal realm. Could this guy be a god? What does it matter? Just ambush him. The Hydra leader shouted, and then 9 heads unleashed 9 beams of light known as Death Rays, a unique skill of the Hydra. One beam was enough to kill a group of humans at level 50 or above, and if all 9 beams struck a single target, no one in the 6th rank could withstand it. What element would shield? Loli activated her second talent skill, causing thick tree trunks to surge from the ground, shielding Jiang Tian. Boom. The 9 beams quickly pierced through the wood shield, but more wood shields kept appearing one after another, leading to a deadlock between the Hydra and Loli. Boom. The 9 beams quickly pierced through the wood shield, but more wood shields kept appearing one after another, leading to a deadlock between the Hydra and Loli. Seeing this, the humanoid gorilla spotted an opportunity for a sneak attack. This creature was small and incredibly fast, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, it reappeared behind Jiang Tian. It understood that the voluptuous woman was easy to deal with, but the man was not, so the opportunity to ambush had to be aimed at him. Gotcha, the gorilla leader said triumphantly, then spewed a beam of green light aimed at Jiang Tian's back. Whoosh. What? He's even faster than me. The gorilla leader's pupils contracted. However, just as the beam was about to hit Jiang Tian, his figure swiftly vanished, and the gorilla leader was struck from behind by a punch, sending him crashing into a massive rock, shattering it. Cough, cough. The gorilla leader emerged from the pile of rubble, feeling as if its body was falling apart. Speed was its strength, but defense was not. Bang, bang. At this moment, the Hydra was also grabbed by Jiang Tian and slammed heavily from side to side, causing its 9 heads to spin with stars. Stop, stop. We surrender. The 3 leaders pleaded. They had thought this guy was seeking death, but his strength was so formidable. In just a short while, their once proud strength was completely crushed. It seemed the opponent had shown them mercy, or otherwise they might have been killed. Tell your subordinates to gather the resources and bring them here. Remember all 6th rank rare resources, including those taken by other intruders. Jiang Tian emphasized, since he wanted to take everything, he would take it all. He didn't care who was good or bad. There were no rules in the dungeon. All right. The 3 leaders nodded and sent a special signal to their subordinates, instructing them to collect. Thus, in various places where resources grew, many ambushing beasts poised to attack humans received the same. What? The boss wants us to withdraw the ambush. Gather the resources and take them back. Many beast leaders were confused upon receiving the message. We've been lying in wait for so long, and now that the humans are almost here, we are told to go back. What is this? My subordinates and I just spotted a group of humans, and we're ready to catch them only to receive the boss orders. Why would the boss want us to take these resources back? The beast leaders grumbled to each other, knowing that returning meant their days of ambush and preparation would. But beasts are like that, they absolutely obey their leaders. Despite their confusion, they complied, and soon groups of beasts began to harvest resources. Not only that, but they also aimed to recover resources that had been taken by humans. To ensure their success, they also took away things like the human spatial watches. Thus, half a day later, at the entrance of the three beast leaders' cave, it was surrounded by beasts with heaps of resources piled high, not just one mountain. There were 3 small mountains in total. The first mountain was made up of 6th-rank rare resources such as Fire Dragon Ginseng and Emperor Lotus. The second mountain consisted of some common resources, which were also somewhat rare, but not too expensive. Since they had been collected, Jiang Tian naturally accepted them. The third small mountain was made of spatial watches stolen from humans, and the number was at least tens of thousands. Jiang Tian was surprised by how efficient these beasts were. They first used spatial watches to store the 2 piles of resources, filling 10 watches before finishing. Afterward, they began to check the contents of those watches. Jiang Tian thought that opening each one would be time-consuming, so he had the beasts dump everything from the spatial watches all at once. There were many items, various kinds, with the most common being various ability potions. However, these were useless to Jiang Tian since he didn't rely on abilities, so he handed them directly to Loli. Since he already had many spatial watches, he simply let Loli carry them, making it easier for himself. Apart from the potions, there were also some weapons made of alloys. Jiang Tian glanced over them. None were suitable for him because they were too light. They couldn't compare to his purple-blue alloy battle halberd. Additionally, there were battle suits. Jiang Tian even saw many 7th and 8th rank battle suits, but after checking their attributes, he couldn't be bothered to take them as they were inferior to his broken sky battle suit. There were also martial skills, but most lacked appeal. Compared to the martial skills of the war god and the Luo family's library, these were child's play. Then there were the uncommon items, such as some toys. Jiang Tian was speechless while Loli blushed at this. What in the world are these people? This is a divine dungeon, not a dating dungeon. Why are they bringing these things? There were even beautiful figurines. What a talented bunch. Jiang Tian sighed. He certainly wouldn't want any of these items. By the way, since you are local beasts, you must know what is in the Mirror Fairy dungeon, right? Yes, what remains here is an artifact of the Mirror Fairy called the Shadow Mirror. It is said that with just a glance one can create a clone of oneself. As for the strength of the clone compared to the original, we don't know, as we cannot enter the core area. Very well, Jiang Tian said, treating the beast leader as his mount. Jiang Tian and Loli stood directly atop the 2 heads of the Hydra, with a gorilla and a stone man following closely behind, rushing towards the core area. Having a mount is indeed advantageous, as it spares one from exhausting their own stamina or abilities, while also providing a striking appearance that helps avoid unnecessary troubles along the way. Most importantly, these creatures know the route, thereby saving Jiang Tian the trouble of navigating himself. Along the way, he encountered many twists and turns, in some places resembling a vast labyrinth. With deserts and oases as well as some canyons, finding the core area would rely solely on luck and some special items if one did not have a map or local beasts as mounts. Damn, the beast leaders have mobilized. Everyone run. Is that the Hydra? One of the 3 beast leaders. Why are there 2 people on its head? Am I seeing things? Those people rubbed their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. After all, they had heard that some powerful forces from the sinful city, disbelieving in fate, sent a team of experts to challenge the 3 leaders. They aimed to subdue these 3 creatures, and the experts sent were all at levels 75 to 85. Even though they were suppressed to level 60, their combat power remained formidable. This massive team, totaling 10 members, went and never returned. Not a single one. Since then, anyone entering the dungeon would typically avoid these 3 leaders, but now these creatures had become... It really seems like there are 2 people. My goodness, they've truly become mounts. What are we waiting for? Let's follow them. These local beasts must know the route to the core area, saving us the trouble of finding our way. Indeed, it took me nearly a whole day to traverse that desert just now. Instantly, many people began to follow Jiang Tian and the others. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the core area of the dungeon, several teams had gathered with an estimated total of around 30 individuals. Those who were able to reach here had ventured into the dungeon long ago. These teams were all from powerful factions in the sinful city, and due to heavy losses earlier, they were now looking for reinforcements. To avoid having no cannon fodder available at the core area, they were attempting to recruit some individuals who the Black Dragon Gang is recruiting. As long as you join, there will be plenty of potions, and the second-in-command of the Black Dragon Gang is stationed here, ensuring absolute safety. The subordinates of the Black Dragon Gang shouted there. Though they were subordinates, their strength was not low. The weakest among them was level 54. This shout immediately attracted the attention of many. The Black Dragon Gang is recruiting. Haven't they always acted alone? Some people questioned, and those who gathered began to discuss. Those who reached the core area had clearly undergone a selection process. In addition to luck, their intelligence couldn't be too low, and they were all locals. Naturally, they understood the characteristics of the Black Dragon Gang, known for their extremely cruel tactics, willing to kill entire families for a small resource. Now recruiting members, they were mostly looking for cannon fodder. Whatever you do, don't go to the Black Dragon Gang. I saw that group when I entered. There were originally 20 people, now only 6 are left, which means the other 14 have died. And those 14 weren't even from the Black Dragon Gang. They were just recruited scapegoats. After hearing this, others were naturally unwilling to join the Black Dragon Gang. The Green Dragon Gang is recruiting. Join now and receive 1 million as a signing bonus with a starting reward of 10 million upon completion. The second-in-command of the Green Dragon Gang, Nie Xiao, stated, I think the Green Dragon Gang is a good option as their reputation isn't too bad, and they are relatively trustworthy. Someone reflected, walk by and don't miss out. The Red Dragon Gang is recruiting to enter the core area together. Join now and receive a free set of Tier 5 battle gear. And it's a permanent gift. With this statement, people were intrigued as a Tier 5 battle gear couldn't be bought for 1 million, and such gear had significant benefits. We're joining. Many people joined the Red Dragon Gang, and the number of members surged from 7. Some of the remaining individuals joined the Green Dragon Gang, as they were going in anyway, might as well take the million, and it wouldn't be easy to venture in alone. Who knows what dangers lie ahead? After both the Green Dragon Gang and the Red Dragon Gang filled their ranks to 20 members, they entered the core area, leaving the Black Dragon Gang still empty-handed. What now? There are no other factions left. You should join our Black Dragon Gang, said the second-in-command of the Black Dragon Gang. In his view, the remaining group had no choice. The Yellow Dragon Gang is recruiting. At this moment, another faction arrived here. I'm heading to the Yellow Dragon Gang. Hurry and join. Immediately, all those who were just there joined the Yellow Dragon Gang, which annoyed the Black Dragon Gang, who were on the verge of recruiting. Is this really okay? Hey, Yellow Dragon Gang, are you intentionally causing trouble? The second-in-command of the Black Dragon Gang angrily questioned. Haha, are you not aware of your own style? Do I need to cause trouble for you? The second-in-command of the Yellow Dragon Gang, Li Huan, mocked. Even if you offer money and battle gear, it's not guaranteed anyone will join you, right? In response to the Yellow Dragon Gang's remarks, the Black Dragon Gang had no words to say. They were well aware of their own notorious reputation. In the past, mothers would scare children with the Big Bad Wolf. Now they use the phrase Black Dragon Gang, and it works much better than the Big Bad Wolf. As several gangs gathered enough members to enter the core area, the second-in-command of the Black Dragon Gang was anxious, pacing back and forth. Second-in-command, we should go in first. No way, just getting here has exposed us to so many dangers. The core area will definitely be worse. We won't go in without cannon fodder. The second-in-command stated. Though anxious, he remained composed. If worse comes to worst, we can forcibly recruit those who pass by later. The second-in-command said, not bothering to pretend any longer, continuing with their usual tactic. Second-in-command, someone is coming, the subordinates exclaimed happily. It seems to be a man and a woman. The man looks like a student. He has no abilities. The members of the Black Dragon Gang stared in disbelief. How could one arrive here without abilities? But they didn't care. As long as there was cannon fodder, it was fine. Moreover, there was a big-breasted girl behind, rich in abilities. Second-in-command, we are going to recruit people now. The subordinates said lecherously. Remember, don't scare my 8th wife. The second-in-command said with a lewd look, having already acquired 7 wives, and now seeing Lolly, he felt she would be the 8th. It seems today is a good day. Plenty of cannon fodder and a new wife. Kid, we are from the Black Dragon Gang, recruiting to form a team to enter the core area. Are you interested? And please don't refuse. Although the subordinates spoke politely, their tone carried an undertone that left no room for refusal. Loli merely looked at the attire of the people before her and immediately recognized them as the infamous members of the Black Dragon Gang. With a swift invocation of her innate skills, sturdy blood-red vines emerged from beneath the feet of these thugs, wrapping around them with lightning speed. The binding was solid, and the red vines bore sharp thorns that pierced through their skin, drawing forth their blood. In mere moments, these henchmen had been drained to the point of becoming desiccated corpses. These parasitic vines were ones Loli had discovered on her way here. As in shrank would elemental gifted individual, she could manipulate any plant and its characteristics. The parasitic vines were no exception, and this particular type of plant was exceptionally resilient, with strong penetrating spikes, making it a formidable ally. What? In the blink of an eye, only one of the Black Dragon Gang's second-in-command remained. But don't think that defeating these useless fools means you can defeat me. With that, the second-in-command's clothes tore apart, transforming him into a tall black gorilla. This was his unique ability, beast transformation, allowing him to morph into the form of a beast at will while wielding the powers of that beast, though only one transformation could exist at a time. Loli directed the blood-red vines to ensnare him, but the now enlarged second-in-command was surprisingly agile, easily dodging the advancing vines. However, he underestimated the power of enshrankability. Loli immediately unleashed a vast swath of parasitic vines that spread across the ground, seemingly infiltrating every nook and cranny, even reaching into the air. With no escape route available, the second Dinkaman found himself thoroughly bound, though the spikes of the parasitic vines had yet to pierce his skin. He transformed again, becoming a water beast, his body soft and fluid-like. This was the capacity of the water beast, rendering him immune to physical attacks. Only mental attacks could affect the water beast, and clearly the parasitic vines were not particularly effective, while Lola's primary ability as a metal elemental also relied on physical attacks. Thus, for the moment, she was at a loss for how to deal with the second Dinkaman. Unless she had a psychic-type ability or water elemental powers, the water beast would escape. Roar! At that moment, Jiang Tian let out a roar, causing the water beast to spew blood and revert to its original form as the second Dinkaman, who was then bound by Loli. This was the mental attack technique Jiang Tian had acquired from his spoils of war, unexpectedly proving useful. Damn. If it weren't for the fact that I can't unleash my full power here, do you think you could defeat me? Yeah. Although the second Dinkaman felt unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He fished out a shattered orb from his spatial watch. The orb emitted a dazzling light, and then the second Dinkaman vanished from sight. That's a spatial orb from a spatial ability user. Loli remarked that such an item can only be crafted by spatial gifted individuals of level 70 or above, and the materials are incredibly rare. Anyone able to acquire such an item in the Sin City is undoubtedly someone of significance. However, both of them now knew that the other was a member of the Black Dragon Gang. The monk may have escaped, but the temple could not. Once they exited the dungeon, they would head directly to the Black Dragon Gang to demand retribution. Oh no, they would obliterate the Black Dragon Gang. After all, these thugs were a group of unrepentant villains. Moreover, it seemed that the fellow had not fled in humility. If Loli guessed correctly, he would surely call for reinforcements to ambush them at the dungeon exit. That would work out nicely, saving them the trouble of searching for him. Jiang Tian and Loli officially entered the core area. Inside the core area stood an ancient giant tree, though it bore no modified fruits, which made Jiang Tian feel somewhat regretful, as the ancient tree had already withered. Moving forward, they encountered a palace where several teams were entering. Naturally, Jiang Tian and Loli, upon entering, Jiang Tian discovered that those who had come in earlier were engaged in combat with themselves. Indeed, they were fighting against themselves. This was because inside the palace there were no other entities, the surroundings were lined with mirrors, and anyone who gazed into a mirror would encounter a duplicate of themselves. Jiang Tian and Loli stood at the entrance, having yet to enter, thus they had not looked into the mirrors. He planned to observe the situation first. He noticed that the duplicates emerging from the mirrors possessed combat powers significantly superior to their originals, which was why the teams ahead were caught in a protracted struggle. Everyone, don't panic. This is merely a test of the Mirror Fairy's artifact. While these duplicates may possess combat prowess equal to ours, we have spatial watches, we can outlast them. The second in command of the Qinglong Gang, Honglong Gang, and Huanglong Gang exclaimed. The battle continued, with each original unleashing their skills, which the duplicates replicated perfectly and with even greater force. Everyone gritted their teeth, attempting to outmatch one another in their abilities. Thus they began to continuously unleash their skills while the duplicates did the same. 2 minutes later, the originals had nearly exhausted their abilities, and the duplicates were also running low on energy. Ha ha ha. The 3 second-in-commands of the gangs laughed maniacally. Now that we've produced our rapid ability recovery potions, how will you respond? These rapid ability potions can restore 20 of maximum ability within 10 seconds, and now they are all drained of their abilities. Just 10 more seconds, and once their abilities are restored, they can turn the tide of battle. Thus they were filled with joy. As long as their 3 leaders won, the remaining henchmen's duplicates would be no issue in their eyes. Consequently, the mirror's powers would become moot. Ha ha ha. Gulp. However, the next second, the second-in-commands found themselves unable to laugh, for from the surrounding mirrors emerged a continuous stream of rapid ability recovery potions. The duplicates quickly consumed them, restoring their abilities. But the crux was that only the second-in-command had the qualifications to utilize the rapid ability recovery potions. They were simply too expensive. Yet now each of the duplicates possessed a vial. There were far too many. The originals attempted to snatch the potions, but they were unable to touch them, clearly indicating that the items produced by the mirror were only effective for the duplicates. In an instant, the hearts of those gang leaders felt a chilling sensation. What they thought would be their victory had unexpectedly become their own demise. Even more terrifying was that the potions consumed by the duplicates restored 100 of their ability. Watching their opponents instantly regain their energy, everyone in the 3 gangs felt despair. Even the courage to continue resisting evaporated. Retreat. Everyone quickly retreat. As long as we reach the entrance, these replicas will disappear, said the second-in-command of the Huanglong gang, for there had been others who entered here before. Thus there were some words of wisdom. Upon hearing the command, everyone hurriedly retreated towards the entrance, and sure enough, as they emerged, the replicas vanished. Damn it! The divine copycat dungeon is indeed unsolvable. We can't obtain anything inside. It's a pity. This divine copycat dungeon has just appeared, and there must be plenty of treasures inside, including the divine spirit pearl for sure. Several second-in-commands of various gangs expressed their dissatisfaction. However, dissatisfaction aside, it was of no use. This mirror was unbreakable for anyone who approached it. In other words, they weren't at a suppressed level, their strength remained at level 80. Encountering this mirror, they would still be replicated, and any talent or martial skill they employed would also be replicated, becoming even more formidable. Thus, this is what makes it unsolvable. Let's go. No one can break through this divine copycat dungeon. It can almost be said to be the most tricky one currently, with more people making it even harder. A group of people had already retreated to Jiang Tian's side. "A little brother, you don't have any special abilities on you." The group curiously sized up Jiang Tian. "Coming here without special abilities is no simple feat. However, I advise you not to go in if this mirror cannot be cracked. Why don't we all go out together?" The group urged Jiang Tian. After all, they had just fought hard, and Jiang Tian had seen it all. They hoped that under their persuasion, this little brother would retreat in the face of difficulty. "Thank you for your kindness, but I believe I can get through," Jiang Tian said confidently. At that moment, another team rushed over, arriving at the entrance. They hurriedly entered, and naturally the result was the same. They were replicated by the mirror, exhausted of their abilities, and retreated dejectedly. Several even ended up being killed by their own hands. Damn that mirror fairy. Setting up such a checkpoint, who can get past it? Isn't this just trying to toy with us? The gods who set up the divine copycat dungeon must be insane. Can't it be simpler? Who can take on such difficulty? This group of people was indeed very unrefined in their complaints. Gradually more people came in, and soon the entrance to the palace was surrounded. Some newcomers, seeing the dejection on the faces of those in front, gave up even before entering. "What? Isn't that the second-in-command of the Huanglong gang? If they can't get through, we shouldn't waste our effort. It wouldn't be good to lose our lives." "True. If they can't get it, neither can we. Everyone will go out empty-handed. Oh, no one can claim to be incompetent." That's right. Some who were unwilling to try felt justified. "Let me go and test it." At this moment, Luoli said to Jiang Tian. She and Jiang Tian were not affected by the nearby crowd. Since they had come, they definitely intended to enter. Be careful." Jiang Tian nodded. This was good. He had just observed some situations, and now with Luoli entering, it would perfectly validate his guesses. Luoli stepped into the palace. Soon in the mirror, a replica emerged identical to Luoli. Big breasts. Of course, there were also special abilities and talents. Gold element handgun. Luoli activated her first talent, transforming her right hand into a metallic handgun, firing several bullets. Luoli began her attack. Jiang Tian watched in awe, not expecting Luoli's talent as a gold elementalist to be so formidable. Luoli began her attack. Jiang Tian watched in awe, not expecting Luoli's talent as a gold elementalist to be so formidable. Wood element, wall of wood. Luoli activated her second talent, and a wooden shield appeared in front of her, blocking the bullets, while the replica mirrored her actions. Bang bang bang. Luoli, using her wood element talent sensitivity, was currently testing the attack strength of the replica against her wooden shield. After testing some talent skills, Luoli retreated to the entrance. What were the results of the test? Jiang Tian stepped forward and asked. "It's about what you guessed. The strength of the replica is 1 4 times that of the original," Luoli replied. Jiang Tian smiled slightly. As expected, the treasures within the divine copycat dungeon are unsolvable, just like the last first-tier divine copycat dungeon, if it weren't for his modifications that allowed his values to far exceed the first-tier limit. Then he would not have been able to get through the first-tier divine copycat dungeon. Now this sixth-tier divine copycat dungeon is even more unsolvable, far more formidable than before, with the original at 1 4 times the strength. No one can overcome it. However, it's a pity that even though he can replicate the original, Jiang Tian still has his own methods to break through. After coming up with a plan, Jiang Tian stepped into the palace. "Jiang Tian, be careful," Luoli said with concern. Jiang Tian nodded. As Jiang Tian entered, the surrounding people watched with great interest, eager to see what would happen next. After all, they were too afraid to enter themselves, but they were very willing to watch others and would comment on it. "Do you think this little brother can get through?" said the second-in-command of the Huanglong gang. "It's hard, very hard. Without special abilities, it's even more difficult. Get through. Don't be ridiculous. Don't let yourself be killed." Someone else sarcastically remarked, one of those who were too afraid to attempt to enter. "I also think so. This is a 6th-tier divine copycat dungeon, not a 6th-tier beast battlefield." Just a sixth-tier beast battlefield. This guy will probably be turned into a meat pie the moment he steps in. Everyone was discussing fervently with all kinds of opinions, but undoubtedly apart from Luoli, no one thought Jiang Tian could succeed. Luoli naturally believed in Jiang Tian, but also felt a slight worry inside. After all, with the original strength at 4 times, even if Jiang Tian was a monster far exceeding the limits of values, he would still be replicated by the mirror. Go for a Jiang Tian, Luoli silently cheered him on. What's wrong? However, soon Luoli felt that something was a bit off. Jiang Tian was her student, and she was his teacher. Isn't it normal for a teacher to care for their student? She comforted herself, but she couldn't distinguish whether her concern for Jiang Tian was merely that of a teacher and student or something more. At that moment, Jiang Tian had already engaged the replica Jiang Tian in combat. Boom. Jiang Tian did not use any martial skills, merely relying on sheer strength, for he knew that if he used martial skills the opponent would also employ them. So he decided to conserve some stamina. Both struck with their fists. Jiang Tian was pushed back several meters, while the replica remained stationary. 5,150,000 pounds of strength. Jiang Tian personally sensed this and found that the opponent's strength was indeed precisely 4 times that of the original. It seemed Luoli's testing was very reliable. But Jiang Tian smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. I, the original, can modify, but you, the replica, cannot. Jiang Tian opened the system in his mind. Current available points for modification 7652345. After a period of point accumulation, Jiang Tian now has a terrifying 6 million points at his disposal, just in time for a modification. System, grant me an increase of 62 million gene in strength. Ding received. Strength has increased, costing 62 million points. After finishing the modifications, Jiang Tian carefully reviewed his attribute panel. Host Jiang Tian. Points modified, increasing 15. Available points 103245. Strength enhancement 100 gene, currently modifiable 1.1 gene of strength. Defense enhancement 2500, currently modifiable 50 points 1 armor. Speed enhancement 2550, currently modifiable 100 points 1 speed. Critical strike enhancement 100, currently modifiable 30 points 1 critical strike rate. Magic resistance enhancement 120, currently modifiable 40 points 1 magic resistance. System level 15. Energy points required for upgrade 23874180000. Note: killing exotic beasts will yield energy points, and the effect of the next level is an increase of 16 modification points per second. Jiang Tian roughly estimated that his strength had already reached 10 million gene, and regarding speed and the others, he decided they were sufficient and made no further modifications. The remaining 1 million points will be set aside for future needs, providing a cushion when necessary. After completing the modifications, Jiang Tian once again swung his fist to strike. Boom. This time he was not pushed back a few meters, rather the copy was directly obliterated with a single punch. There was no other word for it, just sheer brutality. After all, the outcome between 10 million gene and 15 million gene was evident. At the moment the copy was shattered, a white vortex appeared where Jiang Tian stood, and he was subsequently sucked into it. The palace vanished entirely. This guy actually passed the test. At the moment Jiang Tian's figure disappeared, those around felt somewhat unreal, considering he had just been at a disadvantage in that last blow. Unexpectedly, with a second strike, he obliterated his opponent in one punch. This was unrealistic, as the mirror copies the original. Could it be because this guy is an ordinary person? Someone speculated. That should be it. This is great news for an ordinary person without abilities. If we had known, we should have brought a few ordinary people from the start. Bringing ordinary people in, just dealing with the outer, middle, and inner circles filled with exotic beasts is already a challenge, let alone bringing in ordinary people, someone countered. However, it is also a fact that nearly all of the companions with abilities have perished from the entrance to the core, not to mention an ordinary person. If one can't even handle the exotic beasts, how could they spare the energy to protect an ordinary person? But since this kid has been teleported away, I believe he must have entered the true inheritance realm, and perhaps he has already obtained the divine gifted spirit pearl. Someone remarked, causing the crowd to become immediately fervent. That is the divine gifted spirit pearl, capable of evolving one's talent into a more advanced one. Such a precious item, who wouldn't want it? I believe we can split up to find that little brother and see how many divine gifted spirit pearls he has. After all, this is a level 6 divine gifted instance, and there must be more than one pearl. Perhaps we could buy one from the little brother. Buy one? I think we could buy them all. That little brother is an ordinary person. Holding the divine gifted spirit pearls would be useless to him and would only bring him disaster. Selling them to us is the safest option. Buying might not guarantee we get it, but robbing could be more effective. Perhaps using some tricks would be better. Some with ill intentions cast glances at Loli as she was with Jiang Tian, and from the earlier scene it appeared their relationship was quite close. Perhaps they are a couple, or perhaps a young married couple, one can never tell. Regardless, capturing this woman would greatly increase the chances of obtaining the divine gifted spirit pearl. Pardon me. A few second-in-commands from the forces of the Sin City surrounded Loli. This force is the Wolf Pack, though not as notorious as the Black Dragon Gang. But they are not to be trifled with either, and the Wolf Pack is ranked 5th in Sin City. Moreover, with the second-in-command present, they naturally gain the confidence to challenge Loli. You all come at me together. However, Loli didn't take it to heart at all. Everyone's level is capped at 60, and Loli possesses dual talents. An A-level gold element talent and an S-level wood element talent. Moreover, being in the forest, she can manipulate an abundance of wood element. For these people to fight her is akin to seeking death. Elemental masters are inherently powerful, and with the favorable terrain, they are virtually invincible. Loli couldn't imagine how she could lose. Dare to underestimate us. The second-in-command of the Wolf Pack charged in first, followed by his subordinates attacking, while the other forces around essentially chose to watch. One reason is that they couldn't provoke the Wolf Pack, and the other is that they harbored intentions to seize the divine gifted spirit pearl. Wood element, Thousand Hands, Great Buddha. Loli activated her second talent as a wood element master. Being in the forest, the utilization of wood elemental power consumes almost no energy, allowing her to make full use of her terrain advantage and talent. If she were elsewhere, Loli wouldn't dare to use the Thousand Hands Great Buddha. After all, even if her level weren't capped at 72, using the Thousand Hands Great Buddha would last a maximum of 3 minutes, with energy consumption being terrifying. But now, it was just right to test the might of the Thousand Hands Great Buddha in the forest. Boom. With a thunderous sound, a giant wooden figure towering 100 meters appeared, its back covered in a multitude of arms looking incredibly rugged. Moreover, every arm was equipped with a weapon condensed from wood element, and the arms could extend or change into various shapes. S-level talent, Wood Element Master. The crowd was instantly stunned upon seeing the Thousand Hands Great. It is known that the Thousand Hands Great Buddha is a unique skill of the wood element and can only be released by at least an S-level Wood Element Master. This busty woman before them is actually S-level talent. Such talent is rare, and they had just seen Loli display the skill of a Gold Element Master. Consequently, their fear intensified. With dual talents, one being S-level and the other talent must also be of high level, all while having the advantageous terrain on her side, it would undoubtedly be a losing battle. Run. The second-in-command of the Wolf Pack said without hesitation. The advantage on the opposite side was too great, he wouldn't confront them heated. Fire overcomes what do I don't believe I can't burn this Thousand Hands Great Buddha. The third-in-command of the Wolf Pack shouted angrily. He was a fire element master and immediately activated his talent, unleashing a sea of flames. I almost forgot about you. The second-in-command awkwardly replied, having been startled earlier and forgetting that there was a fire element master in their group. Fire overcomes wood. Brothers, let's charge together. Seeing a fire element master appear, some in the surrounding forces also stirred restlessly. Who else wants to come at me? Come at me together. Loli stood atop the Thousand Hands Great Buddha and said, simply inviting them all to join, saving herself the trouble of dealing with them one by one. Everyone charge together, don't be afraid. The second-in-command of the Wolf Gang called out. Instantly, the other factions around, regardless of their affiliations, such as the Qinglong Gang, the Honglong Gang, and the Huanglong Gang, surged forward. They all rushed in, as capturing this voluptuous woman would yield the God-given spirit pearl. However, they were all acutely aware of Lola's terrifying talent, so each faction seized the opportunity to send a subordinate to exit the dungeon and inform their respective leaders. They headed to block the dungeon exit, fearing that Jiang Tian would leave Loli behind and escape first. After all, once someone obtained the God-given spirit pearl, who would care about others' lives? Self-preservation was paramount. Whoosh! A raging sea of fire surrounded Loli's thousand-handed Buddha. The third-in-command of the Wolf Gang revealed a smug expression, but soon his smile stiffened. He realized that his sea of fire was utterly ineffective against the thousand-handed Buddha, as the flames extinguished upon contact with it. Damn it, is it because of the vast talent gap? The third-in-command sighed. He was merely 8B level fire elemental talent, which paled in comparison to an S-level talent, falling short by 3 tiers AA and S. Naturally, the fire elements he spewed forth were inferior, and here in the forest the wood elements thrived, effectively isolating the fire elements. Boom. The others began to assault Loli, attempting to destroy the thousand-handed Buddha, first leaving her defenseless. Yet no matter how fierce their attacks were, aside from some marks, the thousand-handed Buddha remained unscathed. Even when wounds appeared, the wood elements in the forest immediately repaired the thousand-handed Buddha. Moreover, the wood elements isolated the surrounding abilities, causing the powers within these ability users to dwindle with each strike, leaving them all panting after the battle. Retreat! Someone shouted, and then everyone scattered, believing that by dispersing Loli could not possibly capture them one by one. However, they underestimated Loli. Wood element prison of wood. Loli clapped her jade-like hand above the thousand-handed Buddha, and instantly the forest began to grow wildly, quickly forming a sealed forest prison. These giant trees had exceptionally high resilience and strong regenerative abilities. Despite their desperate attacks, they could not break through the prison. Thus some began to plead for mercy. This ability, user, we have no enmity of life and death between us. It was merely a minor grievance. There's no need to push this to the extreme right. The one speaking was the second-in-command of the Wolf Gang. Humph, you were the one leading the charge and shouting the loudest, and now you claim there's no life and death feud. Loli's murderous intent was evident. I am the second-in-command of the Wolf Gang. My subordinates have already gone out to report. If you kill me once you exit the Wolf Gang, we'll hunt you down. Outside, there's no level suppression, and without the forest terrain, do you think you can escape? Let's each take a step back. You don't kill me, and I will not hold it against you. How about that? The second-in-command threatened, though in his heart he thought that as long as he could escape, he would have to eliminate the other party. Seeing this, the second-in-command from other factions also followed suit. I am the second-in-command of the Qinglong Gang. If you are willing to let me go, I will offer all my wealth upon exiting, roughly estimated to be several hundred million. What is several hundred million worth? If you let me go, I will gift you a battle suit from my collection, including one. That's an incredibly rare item. The crowd was filled with a desperate desire to survive, each offering something different. But despite her ample bosom, Loli was not foolish. She knew that the people from the crime-ridden city were mostly international fugitives and could not be trusted, so it was best to kill them. Moreover, keeping them alive would only allow them to target Jiang Tian. Thousand-handed Buddha, annihilation. At that moment, Loli resembled a deity of death. On the other side, after Jiang Tian disappeared, when he reappeared, he found himself in front of a massive statue, just as he had anticipated. Once he cleared the God-given dungeon, he would arrive before the deity's statue that was set up for the dungeon. The statue before him stood about 50 meters tall. It depicted a goddess, and Jiang Tian speculated it must be the Mirror Fairy. She held an oval mirror in her hands and wore a jade crown embedded with 3 pearls. Besides that, there was nothing particularly remarkable about her. Jiang Tian first stepped forward and directly approached the crown, and those 3 pearls were indeed the God-given spirit pearls. Jiang Tian's heart raced slightly. These were 6th-tier God-given spirit pearls, which had a significantly higher probability of enhancing talent levels compared to 1st-tier spirit pearls. Unfortunately, the Mirror Fairy was not the main deity, so there were no main deity God-given spirit pearls. But 3 were already quite good. Once he went out, who knows how many would rush to snatch them away. Jiang Tian took the spirit pearls and stored them in his spatial watch, then approached the statue's hand and picked up the mirror. The mirror was an item, and touching it would reveal its specific information. Soon detailed information appeared. Item name: Shadow Mirror Broken. Level Divine. Item effect: after activation summons a doppelganger with strength equivalent to the user's. The doppelganger lasts for 15 minutes, and the user can control it to unleash all their skills. Note this item can be repaired. After repair, the number of doppelgangers changes from 1 to 3, and the duration extends to 1 hour. Required repair items: 3 divine crystals. Damn, this is amazing. After reading the item information, Jiang Tian exclaimed in excitement. This doppelganger was tailor-made for him, especially for his next venture into the beast battlefield. Creating a doppelganger to fight alongside him against the beasts would double his energy points, and wouldn't his system level increase at an astonishing rate. Leveling up to level 20 or 30 would be a breeze, and then he could unlock subsequent attribute modification. Just thinking about it was exhilarating, and aside from hunting beasts for energy points to level up, he would also be a formidable fighter. In the midst of battle, he could summon the doppelganger to fight. He could rest in the back, equivalent to having a free hand to fight. Worth the trip. Jiang Tian, filled with excitement, stored the shadow mirror and checked to see if there was anything else around, but unfortunately, there was nothing. He had no choice but to turn and leave, opening the large door behind the statue. Whoosh. In the next moment, Jiang Tian reappeared before Loli. Ah! Loli screamed. She hadn't left alone, fearing that Jiang Tian would teleport back again. Sure enough, it was just that the teleportation was too sudden, startling her as her chest heaved up and down. Did you kill all of these? Jiang Tian looked at the scene nearby, momentarily stunned. He had seen the strength of these individuals. Now they all lay lifeless. It seemed Loli was indeed quite formidable. No wonder she had dual talents. The two retraced their steps and quickly exited the dungeon. However, after exiting the dungeon, the two found themselves surrounded at the exit by the major factions of the crime-ridden city, and the leaders of those factions had also arrived, clearly aiming to target Jiang Tian. In an instant, Jiang Tian frowned. Boss, it's her. She killed our second-in-command, and that kid beside her must have passed the Mirror Fairy, definitely obtaining the divine gift Spirit Pearl. A lackey from the Wolf Gang pointed at Lori and then at Jiang Tian, particularly emphasizing the words divine gift spirit pearl loudly. Upon hearing this, the various forces rushing to the exit began to feel envious. Kid, you killed the second-in-command of my Wolf Gang. This is a grudge that cannot be overlooked. Now, as the leader of this gang, I give you a chance hand over everything you obtained from the dungeon. I, as the leader of the Wolf Gang, guarantee that as long as you hand it over, I will not hold you accountable. The leader of the Wolf Gang spoke earnestly, as if he were a man of great integrity. You are talking nonsense. But he was immediately interrupted by the leader of another force. My second-in-command from the Azure Dragon Gang also died in there. Hand everything over to you. In your dreams. The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang spat angrily, and then turned to look at Jiang Tian and Lori wearing a smile. Little brother, the reputation of my Azure Dragon Gang is not as tarnished as that of the Wolf Gang. I assure you that I will keep my word. If you hand over the items, I will guarantee your safety. The guy patted his chest, speaking with conviction, but how could Jiang Tian believe such a trick? Handing over the items would certainly mean death. Besides, Jiang Tian had no intention of handing over the items. Since all the forces in Sin City had come, he might as well eliminate them and let the Wanbao Merchant Association dominate here. Don't listen to his nonsense, little brother. My Huanglong Gang has the best reputation here. It would be better to hand the items over to me. Impossible. My Black Dragon Gang has the most deaths. If this kid does not hand over the Divine Gift Spirit Pearl today, I will not let him go. More and more forces began to speak up, each wanting the Divine Gift Spirit Pearl. But Jiang Tian did not nod, he simply smiled at these forces. Little brother, don't hesitate. I advise you to agree. You are just an ordinary person. Even if the big-breasted woman beside you has dual talents, she is only level 72. Moreover, there are no advantageous terrains here like in the forest, and we have quite a few experts above level 80. At least more than 20. Think about it, can you fight against them? Seeing Jiang Tian hesitate, someone kindly persuaded, clear the way, clear the way. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. It was Park Guochang's voice. He had brought all the experts reserved by the Wanbao Merchant Association to support Jiang Tian. There were about 9 of them, all at levels 80 to 87. In Sin City, the largest gangs only had 3 experts above level 80. The Wanbao Merchant Association had a full 9, illustrating its profound strength. Jiang Kaching, are you? Park Guochang approached Jiang Tian. From the moment he received the news that all the forces rushed to the dungeon exit, he had known. There must be something important going on. Plus, since the Supreme Guest Qing was going in to get the Divine Gift Spirit Pearl, he deduced that with such a commotion, those forces must have come to intercept Jiang Tian. They intended to snatch the Divine Gift Spirit Pearl from Jiang Tian's hands. As the vice president of the Wanbao Merchant Association, he had the responsibility to protect the Supreme Guest coming here and assist in completing the task, so he brought the association's experts. This indeed had a certain deterrent effect. In an instant, all the forces' gazes were focused on Park Guochang. President Park, why are you here? Seeing Park Guochang, the leaders of many gangs became respectful. Why are you here? Do you dare to touch the supreme guest of our Wanbao Merchant Association? You really underestimate us, don't you? Park Guochang immediately became furious. Supreme guest. Many forces looked puzzled. Didn't they say that the supreme guests of the Wanbao Merchant Association were all over level 95? Who are these two? That can't be. One is level 72, and the other has no special abilities. Supreme guest. It's simply unimaginable. He is our Wanbao Merchant Association's supreme guest, Jiang Tian. Park Guochang pointed at Jiang Tian and said, so please do not provoke our Wanbao Merchant Association. Upon hearing this, the various forces fell into contemplation. The Wanbao Merchant Association is a global power. Even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to provoke them. But Park Guochang's words had too many loopholes. President Park, we are all old foxes here, don't play that game. You just want the Divine Gift Spirit Pearl, don't you? Just say it directly. Why point at an ordinary person and call him a supreme guest? Suddenly, the leader of the Wolf Gang laughed. Others also realized. President Park, this is rather mean. We have so many gangs, and so many second-in-command and subordinates have been killed by them. Now your Wanbao Merchant Association wants to intervene, to snatch our Divine Gift Spirit Pearl. I tell you that's impossible. If you insist on intervening today, then I'm sorry, my Wolf Gang will not give you face. The leader of the Wolf Gang shouted loudly. In reality, his force alone could never compete with Park Guochang, but with so many forces here, everyone wanted the Divine Gift Spirit Pearl, and their gang members had been killed. Thus, with his rallying cry, all the other forces immediately responded. Those from the gangs that had been killed, and those who hadn't been killed, also joined in. Because they were usually oppressed by the Wanbao Merchant Association and were afraid today, they also wanted to push back against the Wanbao Merchant Association and vent their anger. Exactly, you guys from the Wanbao Merchant Association have been acting tyrannically, but now our families have been killed by them, and you want to stand up to protect them. Let me ask you, if your family was killed, what would you do? Some people spoke more and more absurdly. My wife went into the dungeon to find something and was brutally killed by these two. Their methods were extremely cruel. If I do not avenge this today, I will not be called Guidongshi. My father was killed in the dungeon just for criticizing their behavior and was chopped into meat paste. It's too hate. In an instant, all the forces were speaking whatever they wanted. They didn't mind throwing more mud. With so many forces here today, the Wanbao Merchant Association definitely could not compete. Eventually, that kid would have a lot of resources with the divine gift items from the dungeon. They could also get a share. So you are definitely going to oppose our Wanbao Merchant Association. Then I will have to report to the headquarters and request that they send experts above level 90 to come and eliminate you all one by one. Park Guochang spoke coldly. In fact, this statement did indeed frighten those forces because there were no experts above level 90 in Sin City. They naturally knew how terrifying such experts are, and the Wanbao Merchant Association definitely lacked none. President Park, there's no need to scare us. They killed so many of us without reason. Even if we are all fugitives, we have long gotten used to fleeing, and with the divine gift Spirit Pearl we can escape. I refuse to believe that in such a vast world you can find us. Several gang leaders spoke with a threatening tone, which greatly angered Park Guochang. Normally, these guys wouldn't dare to speak to him like this. Indeed, it was the divine gift Spirit Pearl that drove them mad, but Park Guochang would never allow it to be snatched away. If something happened to the supreme guest, he would no longer be president. His family in Han country would also be implicated. Now he could only delay for a while, until Jiang Keqing fully. Park Guochang thought to himself that Jiang Keqing was the supreme guest, and he knew he had the ability. However, having just cleared the divine gift instance, he must have consumed a lot of energy, and had not yet fully recovered, so he needed to buy time. Gentlemen, our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce can compensate for your fallen subordinates. How much can you offer? If he doesn't hand over the item, there will be no peaceful resolution. Our family is priceless. That kid must hand over the item. If he doesn't hand over the item, there will be no peaceful resolution today. President Park, don't say we aren't giving you face. As long as you let that kid hand over the item, we won't kill them. Those forces helped anyway. Their goal was to obtain the divine gift Spirit Pearl. Whether their subordinates died or not didn't matter. They were all fugitives. Forming a gang for profit, there were no feelings involved. I indeed have a divine gift Spirit Pearl, but only one. How about this? Whoever defeats me will get it. At this moment, Jiang Tian, who had been watching the show, suddenly stood up and took out a divine gift Spirit Pearl. It's the divine gift Spirit Pearl. It really is the divine gift Spirit Pearl. As soon as it appeared, everyone fell into a frenzy. Wow, this is my first time seeing this thing. This thing belongs to our Han country. This tiny pearl can elevate our talents. It's incredible. At this time, Park Guochang also approached Jiang Tian. Has Jiang Keqing recovered? Is that why he has the confidence to pull out the divine gift Spirit Pearl and confront them? Recovery? I don't need to recover, Oi. Why didn't you say so earlier? I nearly lost face by delaying for you, but it's fine. Let's watch these guys tear each other apart and then reap the benefits. However, things did not develop as Jiang Tian had anticipated. These fugitives still had some intelligence. This guy brought out the divine gift Spirit Pearl, clearly setting us up for infighting, allowing Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to benefit. In the end, we can't fall for this. The 6th tier divine gift instance has appeared for the first time. How could there only be one divine gift? Let's do this. We first join forces to deal with the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, then seize that kid's item. And robbing is fine, but we can't afford to provoke the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Who cares? Let's join forces to rob the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. There are plenty of good things inside. After we take those resources, we can hide elsewhere. With the divine gift Spirit Pearl elevating talents, who fears not being able to level up later? Seeing those people so frantic, Park Guochang was somewhat surprised and began to feel nervous. After all, there were too many people on the opposite side. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. Are we going to fight now? From afar, some spectators started discussing. The show is about to begin. Fight. The more that die, the better. The more chaos, the more lively. Who do you think will win? I think Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is in trouble. Does it need saying? With so many forces united, how could Wanbao Chamber of Commerce compete? At this moment, on Jiang Tian's side, President Park, in the future, there will only be your power in the city of Sin. It won't be a hassle to lead them right. President, do we still need to assist guest Elder Jiang? Asked the 9 experts above level 80 beside Park Guochang, who had earlier worried whether Jiang Tian could handle the situation. Probably not. Half of their experts have already fallen within these few seconds, replied Park Guochang. Indeed, there was a reason the supreme guest elder had attained the supreme rank. Each one was terrifyingly formidable. Meanwhile, the onlooking spectators in the distance were so stunned their jaws nearly dropped. Is that young man really this fierce? If I were that strong, I'd have established my own sect here long ago. Over a dozen sect leaders besieging him, yet he not only holds the upper hand, but has already slain one. 2306. Well, they're all dead now. Amid the spectators' chatter, Jiang Tian had already concluded the battle. These opponents were merely above level 80, and he had previously modified his strength to 10 million gene. With a 100 critical strike rate, that became 20 million gene. Even without amplifying techniques, a simple little fist pounding on their chests was enough to shatter those sect leaders' ribs. President Park, I've dealt with the leaders. The remaining rabble are yours to handle. As for taking over their territories, I trust you're quite experienced. Jiang Tian said with a smile. Experienced. Park Gukchang gazed at Jiang Tian before him. Though the face was familiar, the aura now felt more terrifying than death itself. Even his years-honed, unflappable demeanor began to tremble slightly. As for the level 80 experts behind him, they too found their breathing labored. What are you all standing around for? Jiang Tian asked. All right. The experts snapped to attention and charged at the remnants of the opposing forces. Without their level 80 leaders, they were like tigers among sheep. Though outnumbered, the opposition was no match, and the 10,000 Treasures Guild swiftly pacified them. Park Gukchang watched the annihilated factions with exhilaration, feeling as if he were in a dream. He had never imagined the guild could dominate this region alone. Yet with Jiang Tian as their supreme guest elder, it had been accomplished so effortlessly. The next step was to dispatch men to take over their territory, shops, and the like. As for Jiang Tian, though he knew the shops were profitable, he had no desire to manage them himself. He was not adept at commerce, and the effort required was too great. It was better to let the professional Park Gukchang handle it. He need only collect his share during each dividend distribution, naturally the lion's share. Let's head back, Jiang Tian said, turning to enter the Rolls-Royce goddess with Luo Li. Bader auto-navigated, and they soon returned to the mansion. Jiang Tian, have you found Lin Zhen's brother? Luo Li asked with concern, as finding Lin Chong was one of their objectives. No, he likely didn't die in the dungeon. Park Gukchang has been inquiring these past few days. He'll notify us if there's news. Luo Li nodded, and the two entered the grand villa. Inside, Annie was attending to Jianghua comfortably, and they were chatting cheerfully. Tiana, you're back. Guest Elder Jiang, Miss Luo Li, Annie greeted. The task acceptance team dispatched by the 10,000 Treasures Guild headquarters has arrived. Guest Elder Jiang needs to submit the task. Annie reminded him. Supreme Guest Elder tasks typically involved seeking extremely rare items, so upon completion, a specialized acceptance team was sent to inspect them. After passing inspection, the task was submitted and recorded by the AI Bader, marking its full completion. Father Luo Li, you two chat. Annie and I will go submit the task. All right, Jianghua and Luo Li replied. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian and Annie headed to the task submissions. Since the task results of a Supreme Guest Elder were highly valuable and prone to robbery, en route the acceptance team comprised not only expert appraisers, but also elite fighters from the guild's headquarters. This group of experts, all between levels 90 and 95, and numbered 12. They each had different talents and areas of expertise, and their coordination was seamless. The 12 stood in 2 rows with stern expressions. As Jiang Tian approached the entrance, he caught their faces, which seemed to suggest he owed them money. Greetings, Guest Elder Jiang. Yet when Jiang Tian stepped inside, all 12 bowed at a 90-degree angle with warm salutations, their expressions shifting as swiftly as a performer's mask. Suddenly, they were brimming with enthusiasm. Do these people have a face-changing ability? Jiang Tian muttered inwardly. But upon reflection, it made sense. They hailed from the guild's headquarters, which reportedly housed 4 Supreme Guest Elders. These 12 likely encountered them often. Knowing well the might of a Supreme Guest Elder, they naturally became courteous. In the center stood a woman wearing fishnet blue stockings. Her long blue hair was incredibly smooth, as if washed with a premium brand, and her large round eyes sparkled like azure springs. Her irises were also blue, complementing her hair to create an alluring aura. Even her eyelashes were blue, long, thick, and curled like 2 tiny blue brushes. Hello, Guest Elder Jiang. I am the expert sent to accept your task results. My name is Lena, she said, extending her delicate hand warmly. It was an exceedingly slender hand, fair and clean, with long fingers adorned by blue nail art that accentuated her enchanting beauty. Hello. Jiang Tian took her hand. I hear you're from the United States, expert Lena. According to your custom, should I kiss your hand and cheek? That won't be necessary, Lena replied, her cheeks flushing. She had met other Supreme Guest Elders, but they were all rigid and stern. Jiang Tian was the first she had encountered who was both handsome and humorous. Thus her fondness for him soared. Without further ado, let's get down to business, Lena said, pulling out a blue remote control and activating it. Above the task center building, a grand array coalesced from psionic energy. This was a precaution against potential ambushes during task. This psionic array was also integrated with high-tech voltage, a full 100 million volts. A single touch would reduce anyone to ashes in a second. Though protected by 12 headquarters experts, caution was paramount. Just a formality. Here, Jiang Tian said, producing the divine gift spirit pearl and handing it over. Lena's eyes gleamed as she carefully took out an exquisite box and placed the Divine Gift Spirit Pearl. This is the Divine Gift Spirit Pearl. Lena stared entranced. Since becoming a headquarters appraisal expert, this was her first time seeing a 6th-tier Divine Gift Spirit Pearl. The 12 headquarters experts, standing in 2 rows, were also drawn to it. A 6th-tier Divine Gift Spirit Pearl significantly increased the probability of upgrading one's talent, making it immensely alluring. Even for a group of level 90 experts, it was impossible to remain composed. Jiang Keqing, I need you to go through the process now. After staring at the Divine Gift Spirit Pearl for a long time, Lena realized that there was a supreme guest Qing beside her. There was no helping it, as she was simply too captivated. Jiang Tian was also engrossed, but he was looking at the ball. All right. Jiang Tian cooperatively recorded a short video with Lena, then opened the Task Submission Center in Beta and uploaded the video. After taking some more photos and recording another video with just Jiang Tian and Lena, the process turned out to be quite cumbersome, taking about 15 minutes. The task is complete. Lena sighed in relief. Wait, Jiang Keqing, there's something I want to discuss with you privately. She saw Jiang Tian about to leave and stopped him. What is it? He asked. You all can leave first. Lena said, taking out a blue item again. Ahem, wrong, it was a blue remote control, and then she closed the external ability voltage array. After all, since the task was completed, there was no need to keep it open. Keeping this thing on for even one more second wasted resources that could be converted into money starting from hundreds of thousands. Moreover, she had some matters to discuss with Jiang Tian that could only be talked about privately in the room. It was best that others did not overhear it, as it concerned high-level resources. Once the 12 experts from headquarters left, Lena pulled Jiang Tian into a smaller room and quickly Jiang Tian had a bad premonition within. What on earth did this woman want to do? Hee Jiang Keqing. Lena smiled as she scrutinized Jiang Tian. The 6th-tier Divine Gift instance has appeared for the first time. There must be more than one Divine Gift Spirit Pearl, right? Yes, so what? Do you want to snatch it from me? Since Lena had guessed it, Jiang Tian simply laid it all out. No, Jiang Keqing, you misunderstand. I wouldn't be foolish enough to steal something from a supreme guest Qing. That would be tantamount to seeking death and annihilation of my clan. Lena wants to trade something else to exchange for a Divine Gift Spirit Pearl from you. Just one will do. Lena pleaded, urgently needing a Divine Gift Spirit Pearl to elevate her talent to S level so that her status at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce headquarters would be even higher. Moreover, she could become one of the power holders within her family and would qualify to annul the marriage arranged for her by her family. Jiang Keqing, I'm also helpless in this matter. Lena recounted her story. However, Jiang Tian showed little interest. He didn't believe it was true. After all, the allure of the Divine Gift Spirit Pearl was too great. People would do anything to obtain such items. Furthermore, a woman's words are often deceiving. Not to mention the simplicity of spinning tales. Jiang Keqing, the items I brought out, you can take a look first and then decide whether to trade or not. After finishing her story, Lena took out a spatial earring. She didn't like spatial watches, so she had a spatial ability user make it into an earring. Jiang Tian took the earring and looked inside. He had to admit the items within were quite precious, but regrettably most of the resources were useless to him. Some were useful, but the quantities were too small, so he simply tossed it back. Sorry, not appealing. After saying this, Jiang Tian turned and left. He wouldn't lose his rationality just because he was a fan of Lena. Jiang Keqing, thank you. At that moment, however, Lena abruptly stepped forward and hugged Jiang Tian. This is the first task record completed with a supreme guest Qing, so thank you for your cooperation. Lena embraced Jiang Tian, holding on for a long time. Even when she finally released him, there were tears in her eyes. Those tears seemed to belong to a little woman who had suffered some grievances. Jiang Tian also felt a bit puzzled. An expert from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce headquarters must have seen a lot of things, and there were supreme guest Qings at headquarters. But what was with the crying? This wasn't normal. However, Jiang Tian couldn't figure out what this woman meant by her actions. Jiang Keqing, let's exchange contact information. Lena said. Both of them were from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, so they could use the AI Beta to add each other. When they needed to get in touch, they just had to inform Beta. After adding the contact information, Jiang Tian walked straight out of the task center, leaving Lena standing. Looking at Jiang Tian's departing figure, a sly smile appeared on Lena's lips. On the other side, as soon as Jiang Tian exited the task center, Beta's voice came through. Congratulations, you have successfully submitted the task and received 200 Supreme Points. Supreme Points? Jiang Tian asked. Yes, guest Qing receives corresponding points for completing tasks from lowest to highest, from bronze to supreme. With the corresponding points, you can exchange for the resources you need in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's resource repository. Then Beta opened the resource mall. Jiang Tian took a rough look. The resources in the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's mall corresponded to the rank of guest Qing, which were Bronze Mall, Silver Mall, Supreme Mall. The higher the mall level, the more resources that can be exchanged. The rarer the items, of course, the higher the required points level, and the higher the rank of guest Qing. For example, a bronze guest Qing can only exchange in the bronze mall, while a silver can exchange in both bronze and silver malls. He was a supreme guest Qing possessing access to all malls. Jiang Tian first checked the bronze mall. Even though it was only at the bronze level, the items inside could rival the resource repository of the War God Academy. Then he checked the silver mall, where Jiang Tian also saw some items he liked, such as certain alloys. When he finally reached the supreme mall, he found that the variety of items was much less, but each was the most precious of resources. Memory expansion alloy. Jiang Tian quickly found something he desired. This was an alloy that was harder than the previous purple-blue alloy, with greater armor-piercing capabilities. Moreover, it could change shape freely. He planned to use the memory expansion alloy to forge a battle spear since his strength had now reached 10 million gene. The purple-blue alloy was already too light and unsuitable. Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel a little troubled. The downside of having a cheat was that the attributes increased too rapidly, necessitating frequent changes in weapons. Just a few days ago, his strength was 3 million gene, and now it had jumped to 10 million gene. So what a dilemma. 200 supreme points. Jiang Tian had beta replicate the shape of the purple-blue battle spear, then switched to memory expansion metal, which calculated to require 200 supreme points. That was considered cheap. After the exchange with points deducted, Jiang Tian was now waiting for someone from headquarters to deliver it. Let's see if there are any other items. I wonder if there are any divine crystals here. If there are, the Shadow God realm can be repaired. Jiang Tian continued to browse with eager anticipation. Looking down at the Supreme Mall, the items inside became increasingly rare, most of which he had never seen before, and the points required also increased correspondingly. From the initial few hundred Supreme points, to later thousands, tens of thousands, and even hundreds of thousands, and 1,000,000 points needed to exchange for resources. 1,000,000 points was the ceiling for resources, and Jiang Tian saw something he desired inside. Indeed, he was quite tempted, but after deducting 200 points, he only had 1,800 Supreme points left, which was a far cry from 1,000,000. He currently had no tasks, and even if there were, accumulating such a large number of points would require hundreds of attempts. So Jiang Tian gave up on exchanging for the divine crystal in the Supreme Mall. After checking out the resource pool, there was also a dedicated martial arts library. Most of the techniques here were from foreign superpowered individuals, some of which were quite novel. Jiang Tian planned to see if there was anything suitable for him. These several are not bad. It's a pity my points are insufficient. He indeed saw several sets of martial arts techniques, but he had only completed one supreme task, so his points were lacking. He had to give up, but it didn't matter. Having better options didn't affect his modifications. Jiang Kaching, you have any stepped forward and said, "Just now, when you submitted the task inside, Chairman Park contacted me saying he has found some information about Lin Chong." Since Jiang Tian submitted the task at the task center, which was quite important, the signal outside could not reach inside because of the existence of superpower formations. Then let's go take a look. Jiang Tian and Annie headed towards Park Guochang's office. Soon the two arrived at their destination. Jiang Kaching, here is the video material, please take a look. Park Guochang went straight to the point, knowing that Jiang Tian was quite anxious about this matter. The video wasn't very long, and inside Lin Chong could be clearly seen getting into a conflict with two islanders, eventually being taken away by them. These two islanders, one was a cyclops with two samurai swords at his waist, and the other was one-armed, only having a left hand, but his combat power was extremely formidable. The information conveyed by their words was limited. Jiang Tian could only discern that the few seemed to be arguing over something which Lin Chong had obtained. "Chairman Park, do you recognize these two islanders?" Jiang Tian asked. "I don't know them." Jiang Tian frowned. If he knew who they were, he could ask them for Lin Chong's whereabouts, but the key was that he didn't know, and he had no idea where Lin Chong was taken. Thus, Jiang Tian decided to return to Xiaogua, first bringing the video back to Lin Ji and Lin Jun, as the Lin family had business dealings with the islanders and were familiar with them. It was likely that they would know what background those two islanders had. Additionally, Jiang Kaching, all shops of other forces have been settled, and every year's dividends will be transferred to your Kaching account via beta, roughly estimated to be 300 billion a year. How much? 300 billion. Jiang Tian was stunned upon hearing this. Was there really that much money? If it were before he crossed over, wouldn't that mean he could surpass Jack Ma in just 1 year? Jiang Kaching, please don't think it's too little. Since it's just unified the territories of those forces currently to stabilize the customers, the prices of goods have not been raised yet. Once it stabilizes, we will monopolize the market resources, and at that time prices will increase, with profits at least multiplying by 10 times. Park Guochang flattered not that he was bad at fighting with superpowers, but when it came to business, he was quite skilled. After all, his superpower talent was businessman. That's quite a bit. Jiang Tian steadied his excited heart. This money came too quickly. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, both Jiang Tian and Park Guochang received messages from the headquarters of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce on their badges, and upon opening them, they were astonished. The message on Park Guochang's side roughly meant that Jiang Tian helped the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce unify the evil city, so the headquarters decided to change Jiang Tian's annual dividend from a 30-70 split to a 7,030 split. Previously, Jiang Tian received 30, and the chamber received 70. Now it has been changed to Jiang Tian receiving 70. This means Jiang Tian's 300 billion directly became 700 billion. As for Jiang Tian's information, there were two pieces. The first one was to thank him for his outstanding contribution to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. In Evil City, the headquarters decided to grant him an additional 100 Supreme Points as a reward. 101,800. Jiang Tian looked at his Supreme Points, unable to remain calm. He had only earned 2,000 Supreme Points after completing a Divine Gift Instance task. Now receiving an additional 100 was equivalent to completing 50 tasks. With this, he could exchange and learn the foreign martial arts techniques he liked. The second piece was the news about the dividends, which was the same as what Park Guochang had seen. Jiang Kaching, I believe you have seen the news. Your dividend has changed to 70, which is 700 billion. If you urgently need money now, I can advance it to you. I shouldn't need it for now. Jiang Tian currently had more than 10 million in hand, enough for now, and as for those resources in martial arts, he didn't need to spend money. Whether it was the resources from the God of War University or those from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, he had enough points. Jiang Kaching, since it's your first time here, I took the liberty of arranging a tour group for you to take you, your father, Miss Lawley, and Annie to explore Evil City. Don't worry, it's all free. You won't have to spend a penny. I wonder if you have time. Park Guochang asked carefully. In fact, this was also his way of trying to curry favor with Jiang Tian, wanting to build a good relationship with him. After all, being able to meet a Supreme Kaching was rare. Once he established a good relationship with Jiang Tian, it would have an extremely favorable impact on him, taking over his own family's financial group. Thus, he personally funded this free tour arrangement. In reality, even if he didn't, Jiang Tian would have gone for a tour, and it would still be free. Supreme Kaching enjoys free everything in any chamber, and there are professionals to serve them. That's the prestige of being a Supreme Kaching. Chairman Park, you are very considerate. Jiang Tian did not decline. His father had been kidnapped, and was also frightened. Taking him out for a tour would be a good way to soothe his spirit. Moreover, Jiang Tian had long wanted to see some sights in Evil City. He had been a travel enthusiast before crossing over, and he couldn't miss this opportunity. It's wonderful that Jiang Kaching is willing to accept the invitation. In that case, let's take a rest tonight, and officially start tomorrow. Park Guochang said. After all, Jiang Tian had just come out of the Divine Gift Instance today, and his body was still quite fatigued. In his tired state, the young ladies he arranged might not be able to serve him very well. He needed to let Jiang Kaching rest for a night. Remember, these young ladies were all top stars from Han country, each not only stunningly beautiful, but also skilled at winning hearts. If it were an ordinary person, they would have to work a lifetime just to buy a ticket to one of these stars' concerts. But Park Guochang was different. As a financial tycoon, he had access to everything in Han country, so he naturally could easily get those stars. While Jiang Tian was traveling in the capital of the United States, Niuli City. Niuli City, headquarters of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Inside the office, a group of high-ranking officials from the headquarters gathered, including the President Bailey Chris and his brother Vice President Jilly Chris. Additionally, the 4 supreme guest elders stationed at the headquarters were present, the strongest members of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce tasked with safeguarding the headquarters. They were Yorick Baran, level 99, with the extraordinary ability of being an elemental master of lightning, a unique profession in the United States. Next was Mary Trump, ranked 2nd, the only female supreme guest elder at level 98, with the extraordinary ability of a paladin. Ranked 3rd was Reese Mack, also a level 98 paladin, and finally Luke Wheely with an extraordinary ability in wind element at level 97. These prominent figures held the highest status globally and were exceptionally powerful, yet their faces were filled with astonishment. Before them played 2 videos, both featuring Jiang Tian. The first video showed Jiang Tian and the Luo family mastering an 8th tier, 9th level ultimate martial art in an instant and then defeating several islanders. The second was a video of Jiang Tian uploading a mission record. The video was not long, but after it finished, the group fell into deep thought, their expressions serious. After a long while, President Bailey spoke. I remember we have a diamond guest elder at the headquarters with the extraordinary ability of comprehension. His fastest martial arts learning speed was 7 days, right? Yes, President, he comprehended a 6th tier super martial art to perfection in 7 days. I recall this person has an SS level comprehension talent, but Jiang guest elder learned it in a second. Could it be a divine level comprehension talent? Bailey speculated. However, President, according to news from Gil and Park Guochang, Jiang guest elder is just an ordinary person with no extraordinary abilities. An ordinary person. The others continued to ponder. They absolutely could not believe Jiang Tian was an ordinary person, who among ordinary people could be this terrifying. Can an ordinary person clear a 6th-tier divine-provided dungeon in just one day? Yorick, I remember your record was 15 days, right? Bailey said, referring to Yorick, the level 99 Supreme Guest Elder, who had set the record when he was young. He was known as the world's #1 genius, reaching level 87 at just 25 years old, having cleared the 6th-tier divine-provided dungeon in the United States alone. This record has yet to be broken, and Yorick had always taken pride in it, but now it was shattered by an even younger genius. Moreover, it was a complete overwhelming, as Yorick took 15 days while Jiang Tian did it in one. There's another piece of news regarding this Jiang Guest Elder. Recently, he exchanged for a memory metal war spear in the Supreme Marketplace, based on that size and the density of the memory-expanding metal. The weight is 10 million pounds. What? At Bailey's words, everyone was left stunned. 10 million. Bailey repeated, I know you're all shocked, but the current dilemma is how we transport the memory-expanding metal from the headquarters to the Xia country. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, despite its advanced technology, faced the challenge of transporting 10 million pounds over a distance of several 100,000 kilometers from the United States to the Xia country. Among our headquarters, the strongest ability user can only lift 5 million pounds. They can't even move that spear. Then he'll personally transport it. Yorick said. He, as an elemental master of lightning, could electrolyze any metal into the Sea of Thunder. Then, using the lightning escape, he would be able to fly to the Xia country in just one day. A few days later, after finishing his travels, Jiang Tian returned to the capital of the Xia country with his father Jiang Gua. Upon his return, he first went to the Luo family, as Jiang Tian planned to arrange a place for his father to stay in the capital, which was much safer than Sealy City. Moreover, with his reputation, the guards of the capital would certainly provide extra protection for his father. Fortunately, the Luo family had a villa district developed in the guard headquarters, and the head of the Luo family directly gifted Jiang Tian a villa, which he naturally accepted. In this way, Jiang's safety was assured, as the guard headquarters gathered many experts from the Xia country, including several at level 90. Anyone who dared to act against him, there would be seeking death. After arranging for his father, Luo Kuang then brought out an exquisite box and handed it to Jiang Tian. Jiang Guest Elder, I heard from Luo Li that you need this. Since I have no use for it, I'm giving it to you. What is? Jiang Tian carefully opened it, feeling a familiar sensation. Divine crystal. He exclaimed excitedly, having only seen it in the Supreme Marketplace before, but never a real divine crystal. It is said to be the main material for creating god-level artifacts, and for repairing damaged god-level artifacts. Previously, Jiang Tian had casually asked Luo Li about divine crystals, and he didn't expect Luo Li to take it so seriously. Thank you. Jiang Tian felt a warm sensation in his heart. Divine crystals are already rare in the world. They only appear in certain divine-provided dungeons. The Luo family's divine crystal was said to have been passed down from their ancestors, regarded as the family heirloom, and even the head of the Luo family needed approval from the elders to use it. For Luo Kuang and Luo Li to give it to him, it must have been a significant burden. Regardless, Jiang Tian made sure to remember this favor. Jiang Tian, have you found my brother? Just as he received the divine crystal, Lin Jun and Lin Ji rushed in from outside. Jiang Tian had contacted Lin Jun as soon as he returned. Hey, race the video, you can watch it yourselves. Jiang Tian instructed Bud to play Lin Chan's video. After watching, he exclaimed, damn, it's actually the Oda family from the island country. They are so despicable. After watching Lin Ji, the head of the Lin family was furious. It turned out the Lin family had many businesses in the island country, and with some unique potion technology, they dominated the potion market there. But this also attracted the jealousy of island families, with the Oda family being one of them. Initially, they had sent people to negotiate, but the Lin family refused. Later, they even threatened them. Unexpectedly, they had their sights on Lin Chong and kidnapped him while he was in the crime. Thank you, Jiang Guest Elder. I will negotiate with the island country regarding the follow-up matters. Lin Ji hurriedly went back, as it was best to get his son back as soon as possible. If the Lin family needs help, I can assist. Jiang Tian called out, as he and Lin Jun had the same teacher. When encountering such matters, he was willing to help. After Lin Ji and Lin Jun left, Jiang Tian's expression turned cold. Chen family, Zheng family, Zhou family, prepare to face my wrath. These three families teamed up to kidnap my father, and this matter is far from over. Jiang Keqing, we should go help as well, Luo Kuang said, knowing that Jiang Tian was heading to seek revenge against the three families of the Qin clan. Luo Kuang himself, along with several experts from the Luo family, who were above level 70, including Luo Li, also joined in. Luo Kuang was aware that this lineup might not be very effective against the three families, but nonetheless, it was the thought that counted. Alright then. Jiang Tian did not refuse. Soon Luo Li transformed into a metallic helicopter carrying Jiang Tian inside. They flew ahead with Luo Kuang following behind. Among the three families, the closest was the Chen family, so Jiang Tian headed there first. On the way, he contacted his teacher Mu Qing, who had been monitoring the three families, and had also instructed her brother Mu Chong, the commander of the capital's defense forces. They had surrounded the three families, cutting off their escape routes, so, as of now, no one had managed to flee. Jiang Tian felt a slight emotional stir upon receiving the news. Before long, they arrived at the Chen family. At that moment, several hundred military helicopters hovered above the Chen family estate, filled with experts specifically trained by the military. In addition to the helicopters, various military weapons were present, and Mu Qing and Mu Chong stood in midair. Jiang Tian felt a bit confused. Oh, was this lineup not a bit too overwhelming for just the Chen family? But after looking down, Jiang Tian understood. At that moment, the heads and experts of the Chen, Zheng, and Zhou families had gathered together. These three families were not foolish. Upon realizing that the defense forces had surrounded them, they knew that Jiang Tian was likely there to seek revenge for his father. Rather than scattering, it was better to unite. "Commander Mu, are you really going to cut off our escape routes?" said Chen Jun, the head of the Chen family below. "You hired assassins to kill people, and those were students from the War God University. This is unforgivable. In fact, if Jiang Tian were just an ordinary student from the War God University, someone of Mu Chong's level would definitely not intervene, as facing the three families would truly come with significant costs. His subordinates would suffer considerable casualties, as the three families had their own strengths. However, since Jiang Tian was the student of his sister, it was different. More importantly, Jiang Tian was now the 8th supreme guest of the Wanbao Merchant Association. He had once dreamed of becoming a supreme guest of the Wanbao Merchant Association, but unfortunately his own strength was insufficient. Moreover, he knew that supreme guests enjoyed the right to exchange all resources within the association. In case he needed some rare resources in the future, he could seek Jiang Tian's help to exchange them from the Wanbao Merchant Association, though he would certainly pay for it. Thus, helping Jiang Tian this time was less about Mu Qing asking him to come and more about his own willingness to assist, leaving Jiang Tian with a small favor in return. "Ha, very good. Mu Chong, do you really think that with just your strength you can handle our three families?" Below, the heads of the three families laughed heartily. Their faces were filled with pride. "Could it be that the old head of your three families is still alive?" Mu Chong questioned, puzzled, as that would mean facing the three families would come at a significant cost. But he remembered that those three old men had long since died. He had attended their funerals. "No, brother, I think their confidence must come from Wu Chang." At this moment, Mu Qing spoke up, stating that the only organization daring enough to accept the assassination order against Jiang Tian was Wu Chang. Now that the matter was exposed, Wu Chang was bound to the three families, so this time Wu Chang would definitely assist the three families. "Ha, Mu Qing, since you guessed it, we won't hide it anymore." Several voices echoed from within the Chun family estate, followed by the appearances of figures in black and white accompanied by numerous Wu Chang assassins. "Hey, by Wu Chang." The expressions of Mu Chong and Mu Qing turned serious. These two were the founders of Wu Chang, and their strength had reached level 94, surpassing even Mu Chong. Moreover, the assassins had generally experienced numerous life-and-death battles, which made their actual combat capabilities even stronger, especially since many high-level assassins from Wu Chang had also arrived. Mu Chong recognized quite a few faces among the assassins, with at least 3 at level 91 and over a dozen ranging from levels 80 to 89. Each of them held considerable renown in the assassin world. With such a lineup from Wu Chang, the balance of power between the two sides had drastically shifted, and the advantage of the defense forces had completely vanished. "Damn it!" Mu Chong exclaimed angrily, realizing there was nowhere to find high-level experts, especially those above level 90. They only had 2 on their side. The opposing side, however, boasted 7 such individuals. "I wonder if we will be enough when combined with our forces." As the voice spoke, several figures flew in from the direction of the 4 major schools of the capital. First to arrive were the principals of the other 3 major schools: Yin Nanshan, principal of the War God University, Zhou Yun, principal of the Element University, and Han Yuan, principal of the National Defense University, each above level 90. Among them, Yin Nantian was at level 92, instantly bringing the number of top-tier experts on Mu Chong's side to 5, nearly leveling the high-end combat power. Moreover, in addition to the principals, all the strong teachers from the 3 major schools also arrived, along with some close friends of the principals. This was undoubtedly Mu Qing's strategy. She anticipated that Wu Chang would likely intervene on the side of the 3 families, so she notified the other 3 school principals to come help. As the principals of the 4 major schools, there was still some mutual obligation among them. "Hello, teacher." "Greetings, principals." "Commander Mu." Jiang Tian emerged from the cockpit of the helicopter, enthusiastically greeting them. Meanwhile, the teachers from those schools also focused their attention on Jiang Tian, eager to see the one who had scored over 100 points in the 5th tier beast battle. What did the supreme guest Jiang Tian, who had shattered the defenses of the Wanbao Merchant Association with a single punch, look like? Upon seeing him, they found he was quite handsome. "You are Jiang Tian," called out Heibai Wuchang from the opposite side. As leaders of the assassin organization, they had naturally heard of the currently famous Jiang Tian. If one were to speak of the most renowned individual in the capital recently, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Tian. "You are the ones who sent assassins to kidnap my father." Jiang Tian stepped forward towards Heibai Wuchang. "That's right, it was us," Heibai Wuchang replied. These two had long wanted to spar with Jiang Tian. "Then you shall die." Jiang Tian was too lazy to waste words and immediately launched an attack, using his ability to step through the air and teleport, appearing in front of Bai Wuchang in the next moment. Boom! A punch struck forward, cutting through the air with a whoosh. Yet Bai Wuchang did not dodge at all, allowing Jiang Tian's punch to land. Yet, just as Jiang Tian's fist was about to strike Heibai Wuchang, the figure vanished in an instant, reappearing 5,000 meters away from its original position. "Haha, the esteemed guest elder truly lives up to his reputation, but you're still a bit too green to hit me," Heibai Wuchang said, though inwardly he was quite astonished by Jiang Tian. He had estimated Jiang Tian's speed at around 2550 points, a mere half of his own, yet his second talent was in strength speed type ability. Coupled with his high level of 94, he achieved a speed value of 5000. At Jiang Tian's age, he hadn't even reached 500 speed points, let alone 2550. But who cares? I'm higher level. That's my pride. Can't hit me. Jiang Tian had now gauged Heibai Wuchang's speed value. Indeed, it was remarkably high enough to ensure self-preservation with ease. Unfortunately for him, he was up against Jiang Tian, a cheat who could modify anything. Jiang Tian opened the modification panel. He hadn't altered his speed in a long time. After modifying his strength earlier, he had 1.03 million modification points left. Then came 5 days in Sin City, plus half a day of accumulation after returning. Now his modification points had soared to over 8 million. Available modification points 8532378. Jiang Tian glanced at the speed attribute. Speed boost 2550, currently modifiable 100 points, 1 speed point. After some thought, he realized he was still 2450 points behind his opponent. Modifying only to 500 wouldn't do, since he wanted dominance and had enough points. Jiang Tian decided to boost his speed significantly. System increase my speed boost to 200. Ding, modification successful. Spent 174500 modification points. Remaining 678778. As for the other attributes, Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered. First, he would deal with that Heibai Wuchang. Haha, feeling inferior because of my speed. Heibai Wuchang saw Jiang Tian frozen in place, assuming he was intimidated, and began to gloat. Haha, daring to fight our boss. This kid's overreaching. Our boss' second talent is strength speed. Jiang Tian's only fit to eat our boss dust. Haha, can't touch me, can't touch me. Seeing their boss triumph, Wuchang's assassins began to taunt. On their side, Mu Qing and Mu Chong were also worried. Heibai Wuchang's speed talent was nearly double Jiang Tian's. If he used his rich combat experience and speed to outmaneuver Jiang Tian, the latter might end up defeated. He's still too young, he needs time to grow, Mu Chong said. But by then Jiang Tian had finished modifying. They'll let you run for 3 seconds first, Jiang Tian declared. With a speed of 2000, 4 times his opponent's, dealing with Heibai Wuchang was like walking a dog. Haha, what are you saying? You couldn't catch me before, and now you can. Let me run first. What? Trying to lure me out of the battlefield so you can kill my Wuchang experts. Fine. Since the dog wouldn't run, Jiang Tian decided to kill it directly. Whooshed. Jiang Tian's figure vanished from his spot. I won. Bang. Before Heibai Wuchang could finish gloating, Jiang Tian's iron fist was already at his face. However, the punch didn't land on Heibai Wuchang himself, but on a piece of equipment, a 9th rank battle suit. It could automatically condense energy into a protective barrier when danger struck. Crack. Though the energy barrier was thick, Jiang Tian's strength was 20 million gene, with a 100 critical hit rate, making it 40 million gene. The 9th rank suit was clearly inadequate. Thus it shattered in a second. Still, it bought Heibai Wuchang a moment to teleport away. Bang! The next second, Jiang Tian appeared before him again. What? So fast? This scene stunned not only Heibai Wuchang, but everyone around. Jiang Tian's speed was now on an entirely different level. Previously unable to catch Heibai Wuchang, he could now toy with him effortlessly. Check this item. Heibai Wuchang activated another item. A pair of white boots, also 9th rank, which doubled his speed. Now my speed is 10000. I don't believe you can catch me. Heibai Wuchang boasted again. As a sly old fox, he had plenty of items if nothing else. Let's see. Heibai Wuchang teleported 10,000 meters in a second. 2 seconds later, he turned to see if had lost Jiang Tian, only to find him right before him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Heibai Wuchang felt as if head swallowed filth. In 2 seconds, head covered 2000 meters. Jiang Tian needed just 1 second to catch up, meaning his speed had reached 2000 points. Wasn't his speed only 2500 points? He couldn't understand how someone's speed could increase so rapidly. But time was running out as Jiang Tian's iron fist was already upon him. 2 items had already been destroyed. Heibai Wuchang knew his defensive items were useless, but deploying them would only result in more breakage. If he couldn't outrun, he would fight Heaton. Boom! Jiang Tian's fist struck Heibai Wuchang, but it felt like hitting a shadow, ineffective. When Jiang Tian looked closer, Heibai Wuchang's form had turned ethereal, immune to all damage, both physical and magical. Then Jiang Tian struck Bai Wuchang with the same result. Upon contact, his form also turned into damage immunity. Jiang Tian was slightly taken aback. Was this talent the ultimate defense? With Jiang Tian and Heibai Wuchang locked in combat, the others also began a brawl. The 3 families and the Wuchang forces clashed with the Guard Army and the 4 Great Academy's opponents. The battle erupted instantly with all kinds of abilities lighting up the sky. The scene was more spectacular than fireworks, and naturally the commotion was immense. It drew the attention of many capital citizens. Some onlookers munched on sunflower seeds and spicy snacks, watching with keen interest. A few internet influencers, seeing an opportunity, started live streams capturing as many battle details as, "Hello everyone, I'm your host Beggar Bro. I'm near the battlefield right now." As the feed appeared, the stream instantly attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers, skyrocketing to over 1 million in just a few minutes. "Get closer, streamer," some viewers urged. The distance was too far to see clearly. Unable to refuse, Beggar Bro, seeing such a huge audience for the first time, braced himself and moved closer to the battle center. Just then a shockwave rippled outward. Smack! The next second, Beggar Bro was reduced to a pile of ashes. At this moment, the battlefield had devolved into a fierce melee. Jiang Tian single-handedly held off the 2 leaders of Wuchang, resulting in a temporary, unknown standoff between the top fighters of both sides. Mu Chong, on the other hand, was gradually gaining the upper hand thanks to his level 93 advantage, but the others were in a tougher spot as the assassins from Wuchang had experienced numerous life-and-death battles. The execution of certain martial techniques and the control of combat details were certainly much more ruthless than those teachers who only taught in schools. As time passed, Wuchang had also gained a slight advantage. Therefore, everyone anxiously watched Jiang Tian's side, as the outcome of that battle would determine the fate of the entire confrontation. If Heibai Wuchang emerged victorious, then the Chun family and Wuchang would dominate the future of the Xia kingdom. Conversely, if Jiang Tian triumphed, then the 3 families and Wuchang would forever vanish from the Xia kingdom. Haha, even if you're that fast, it's still useless. Unless someone helps you, you won't be able to reach me with my extraordinary abilities. Heibai Wuchang revealed a sinister smile. Whenever either of the brothers was attacked, they could become intangible due to their extraordinary abilities. With their speed advantage of 5,000 points, unless Jiang Tian summoned a helper above level 90 with a speed exceeding 5,000 points, it would be impossible to break through his extraordinary skills. This was also the basis of Heibai Wuchang's confidence. Why did he dare to organize Wuchang in the Xia kingdom? Why was the leader of the Xia kingdom helpless against him? Why did he dare to help the elderly cross the street? Isn't it all because of this reliance? However, this did not mean Jiang Tian was without options. After all, he had several foreign martial techniques yet to learn, but he didn't plan to use them. Instead, he intended to try out a new item he had acquired. A divine-grade item, Shadow Reflection Mirror. A broken mirror appeared in Jiang Tian's hand, immediately releasing a pink glow. Ha, you think I am helpless against you? Are you just going to pull out a mirror to look at yourself? I advise you to take a piss and look at yourself instead. That would be clearer. Heibai Wuchang mocked again, believing there was no way Jiang Tian could break his abilities. Ha. Burp. Heibai Wuchang laughed boisterously, but the next second, when he saw a second Jiang Tian emerge from the mirror, he suddenly choked, feeling as if a screw had lodged in his throat. A clone martial technique. Thinking about it, without extraordinary abilities, you can only learn martial techniques, but clones and martial techniques generally possess no more than 20 of the original strength. Unless you are learning a 10th tier ultimate clone technique, otherwise it would be useless. After comforting himself with this thought, Heibai Wuchang regained his arrogance. However, when he clearly saw the item in Jiang Tian's hand, his pupils constricted. Previously, he had been too pleased to notice, but now he understood. A divine-grade item. With Heibai Wuchang's shout, the melee around them came to a halt, as divine-grade items were exceedingly rare. Only 2 people in the entire world possessed such an item, both having obtained it from divine gift dungeons. Of course, divine-grade extraordinary ability creators could also manufacture them. But there were simply no materials available, as the required divine crystals were far too many. Therefore, divine-grade items became extremely rare, and crucially, their functions were quite powerful. Heibai Wuchang suddenly felt a wave of deathly pressure enveloping him. The clones created by the divine grade item would undoubtedly possess at least 80 of the original strength. With Jiang Tian's speed of 20,000 points, the summoned clone would be sufficient to deal with his extraordinary abilities. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, quickly turning into droplets. That glow seems off. A true divine grade item should primarily emit a golden glow with pink as a secondary hue. At this moment, Wuchang's second-in-command shouted. This second-in-command was currently battling Mu Chang. Upon hearing this, Heibai Wuchang instantly reacted. If that's the case, then it must be a damaged divine grade item. I wonder how damaged it is, but I've heard that once a divine grade item is damaged, its functions are significantly reduced. Well then, let them come. The anxiety and fear that had plagued Heibai Wuchang vanished once more. Though he was correct that the functions of divine grade items would be severely diminished, Jiang Tian's shadow reflection mirror had its clone quantity reduced from 3 to 1. However, the quality of the clone remained unchanged, possessing all the strength and martial techniques of the original. Controlling it was also quite simple. Ha ha ha. Bang. Yet before Heibai Wuchang could finish laughing the next second, two Jiang Tian struck directly at his figure. One shadow dodged Jiang Tian's small punches by becoming intangible, but the other was not so fortunate. Puff. The one hit was by Wuchang, who felt as if his entire body had shattered into fragments. Luckily, at the critical moment, he threw out a 9th-tier defensive item that blocked half the power of Jiang Tian's punch. Otherwise, with that punch, he would undoubtedly be dead. What a terrifying punch. Heibai Wuchang wiped the sweat from his brow, knowing he couldn't confront this guy Hedon, as he was simply insurmountable, super fast, and overwhelmingly strong. These two attributes had already far exceeded human limits. Was this guy even human? Bai Wuchang struggled to support his body, then pulled out a vial of green potion and gulped it down in one breath. Soon his vitality was revitalized. He stood up again, full of vigor. Then both Heibai Wuchang took out a vial of blue potion and drank it down. Boom! The aura around them surged violently. They actually drank violent potions. The surrounding onlookers exclaimed. Moreover, it's a 9th-tier violent potion. It seems these two were truly pushed to the brink by Jiang Tian. A violent potion drains one's vitality, one would never drink it unless absolutely necessary, and the higher the tier, the more intense the boost, but at a greater cost to oneself. Jiang Tian is indeed formidable. As expected of the Supreme Guest Elder, in such a short time, he has pushed Heibai Wuchang to this point. However, the upcoming battle may be even more thrilling. As the momentum of Heibai Wuchang surged, both their powers rose from level 94 to level 96. Once an extraordinary being reaches level 95, it signifies a qualitative change. Various metrics would undergo earth-shattering changes. Ha ha ha, such powerful strength, Heibai Wuchang laughed. Sneak attack. Bang. However, in the next second before he could revel in his success, the two Jiang Tians had already launched a sneak attack, smashing Heibai Wuchang into the ground. Two human-shaped craters were revealed. As the smoke dissipated, the once formidable Heibai Wuchang found himself overwhelmed, his aura diminished. They were clad in tattered battle garments, and on the ground lay two shattered 9th-tier defensive artifacts, clearly indicating that despite the surprise attack, the artifacts had indeed played a role. After all, once battle garments and defensive artifacts are bound to a user, they automatically activate in the face of danger. However, even with the enhancements from the battle garments' defensive artifacts and the armor-boosting berserk pills, Jiang Tian's punch still inflicted significant damage. I wonder how many artifacts you have, Jiang Tian mused, initially believing that his attack would either incapacitate or severely wound them, only to realize that his opponents were indeed well-equipped. But thinking it through, it made sense. After all, they were at a level above 90 and the leaders of an assassin organization. Surely having many enemies warranted carrying several artifacts for self-preservation. Yet if a single attack could destroy an entire set of battle garments and an artifact, both 9th-tier Jiang Tian figured that if he continued his assault, they would eventually run out of artifacts. 9th-tier artifacts, after all, aren't as common as cabbages. You bastard! Heibai Wuchang exclaimed as he saw Jiang Tian charging forward again and threw out a formation artifact at 10th tier 1. This artifact was almost their last line of defense. Heibai Wuchang had nearly exhausted all his resources to acquire it. This 10th tier formation artifact could either shield its user from attacks or trap the attacker within it. After a moment of contemplation, Heibai Wuchang decided to use the latter function to ensnare Jiang Tian. Although they knew they couldn't hold Jiang Tian for long, they figured it would buy them some time. Otherwise, they would be letting down the reputation of a 10th-tier artifact, allowing Heibai Wuchang to join the fray and quickly eliminate the experts from the 4 great schools. Once they dealt with their opponents, even if Jiang Tian broke free from the formation, he would have already expended considerable energy and would then have to face numerous level 90 experts on their side. Heibai Wuchang couldn't believe that Jiang Tian could withstand such an onslaught. Should I just run away? A thought crossed his mind. Damn, how could I have such a thought? I am the leader of Wuchang, to flee first. Wouldn't that be too? But if he ran, what would happen to his subordinates? They had been with him for many years, sharing both hardships and camaraderie akin to brothers. Could he just abandon them like that? Ultimately, he decided to stay, and through the 10th tier formation artifact, add Jiang Tian. Boom. Instantly, a transparent circular energy shield enveloped Jiang Tian, who recognized it. As a 10th tier artifacts are heralded as the pinnacle of artificial creations, he was eager to test how many of his punches it could withstand. Bang! Jiang Tian's fist struck the formation barrier, creating a crack. Though small, a perfect egg wouldn't be easily crushed. Yet, just a small gap could lead to a complete rupture, and with Jiang Tian's second punch, a large hole had already appeared in the formation. What? He Bai Wuchang, about to charge at Mu Chang, believed that by eliminating this foe, victory would tilt in their favor. He Bai Wuchang and those around him felt a chill run down their spines. Was Jiang Tian really this terrifying? In truth, Jiang Tian hadn't even used any martial techniques yet. He Bai Wuchang and those around him felt a chill run down their spines. Was Jiang Tian really this terrifying? In truth, Jiang Tian hadn't even used any martial techniques yet. Had he done so, a single punch would have reduced it to dust. Master Chen, it's time to use our last trump card. This guy is too formidable for us to handle right now, He Bai Wuchang said to Chen Jun. All right. Chen Jun nodded, feeling that they had reached a point of no return. If they didn't use their last resort, they would be finished today. The heads of the Chun Zheng and Zhou families vanished into the depths of the Chen family estate. Before long, from the depths of the Chen family estate, a black aura surged skyward, piercing through the heavens, as if the blue sky had been tainted. Thick black mist enveloped the entire Chen family estate, finally coalescing into a massive, ghostly visage looming above the estate. We welcome the Lord of Demons. As soon as the ghostly visage appeared, the members of the Wuchang organization and the three families immediately knelt. What is this? A deity. On the side of the four great schools, apart from Jiang Tian, everyone else furrowed their brows, as they were all too familiar with this ghostly visage. It was one of the ancient deities of the Xia Kingdom. An evil god, its exact level of power unknown, with abilities also unseen. However, it was capable of inciting the darkest desires within people. Just this alone was enough to command the battlefield. This is not a true deity descending, but merely a manifestation left behind by a deity before it fell asleep. Mu Chang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. According to the historical records of the Xia Kingdom's deities, there had once been a great war among the gods, causing all righteous and wicked deities to fall into slumber. However, before their slumber, some deities left behind corresponding manifestations for their devoted followers. Who would have thought that these three families would actually worship an evil god? The members of the four great schools expressed their disdain. At this moment, the ghostly visage's eyes moved, finally locking onto Chun Jun and the others. You dare to use my manifestation against this group of ants? It scanned the four great schools, noting that none of them were above level 95. Lord Evil God, that guy over there is too troublesome. The heads of the three families pointed at Jiang Tian. The ghostly visage scrutinized Jiang Tian, noticing he had no abilities at all, instantly becoming furious. You use my manifestation as a joke. No, Lord Evil God, you just have to try it yourself to find out. Although the evil god didn't believe it was best to deal with the opposing side first. Thus it exhaled a cloud of black mist which spread towards the members of the four great schools. Immediately screams echoed. Under this black mist, the ability users below level 70 from the four great schools were reduced to mere ashes. The others, frightened, hurriedly activated their abilities and artifacts for protection, but the artifacts held for barely a second, and the energy shields immediately shattered, forcing everyone to retreat. Even Mu Chang, a level 93 expert, felt his abilities freeze upon contact with the black mist. As for the hundreds of helicopters in the sky, they were all reduced to ashes. Mu Chang felt a pang of heartache. Those were all his elite subordinates. Everyone retreat. This evil god is too terrifying. The people from the four great schools immediately withdrew from the Chen family estate, but fortunately the range of the black mist wasn't too large. Otherwise, if it spread, everyone in the entire country would turn to ashes. The crowd was engulfed by terror. Even a mere manifestation of a deity was too horrifying. Just the gentle exhalation of its breath rendered these top-level 90 experts powerless. After the crowd retreated from the Chun family manor, merely observing the evil god's manifestation from afar sent chills down their spines and struck fear into their hearts. Even ability users below level 90 fell to their knees. Watch me. A teacher from Divine University with a level 86 strength produced a flying sword artifact that resonated with his swordsman ability talent. The flying sword transformed into a beam of light and shot toward the evil god's manifestation, but upon contact with the black mist, it instantly vanished. It can even devour attacks. This black mist is troublesome. The crowd frowned, realizing they couldn't even bypass the mist to strike the deity. Moreover, the manifestation seemed likely to persist for a long time. If it continued, the black mist might break free. Let's all attack together, Mu Chong declared, and all ability users above level 90 unleashed their signature attacks. Bang! But without exception, the attacks vanished upon touching the black mist. Haha, Mirance. Ability talents are gifts we deities bestowed upon you. Do you think you can use what we gave you against us? The evil god's manifestation sneered. What do we do? A wave of terror gripped the crowd. Our deities left us no manifestations when they slumbered. How can we counter this? Without a divine manifestation to summon, this single evil god's manifestation could annihilate the entire Xian nation with just a few bursts of black mist. After all, anyone below level 100 remained in a mortal state, their life essence incomparable to that of a deity. Even a level 99 ability user stood no chance against a level 100 opponent, as their life forms were no longer on the same plane and their abilities had undergone a fundamental transformation. By the way, where's Jiang Tian? Mu Qing called out. They had been too focused on dodging the black mist to notice him. He's over there. Mu Chong pointed. The crowd looked and saw Jiang Tian walking through the air toward the ghost-faced head surrounded by thick black mist. Yet no matter how dense the black mist, Jiang Tian seemed unharmed. How is he doing that? Below, everyone realized the true terror of Jiang Tian. When he fought the black and white impermanence, they thought that was his peak, but it was only the beginning. Could Jiang Tian truly ignore a deity's attacks? Even those at level 90 would be reduced to ashes within seconds in that mist. Maybe he really can drive back this divine manifestation. Mu Qing's lips parted slightly, filled with hope for Jiang Tian, and the rest pinned their hopes on him as well. The chances are slim. I can only say that a divine manifestation has countless tricks. The black mist is just the first and weakest one. Perhaps Jiang Tian is gritting his teeth to resist. Yan Nantian spoke, having experienced the black mist's power firsthand. He doesn't need to defeat the manifestation. All divine manifestations have a time limit. Jiang Tian only needs to hold out until it ends. Easier said than done. A divine manifestation can last at least a quarter hour. Can Jiang Tian endure that long? The principals and teachers of the 4 major academies debated. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian faced off against the evil god's manifestation. Unexpected. Though you're but a mortal, my black mist can't devour you. The evil god's manifestation showed a hint of approval toward Jiang Tian. You're impressive. Would you be willing to serve as my agent in this realm? Abruptly, the evil god's manifestation uttered these words. An agent? The term left the onlookers momentarily stunned as they fully understood what it meant. An agent could inherit a portion of a deity's divine power. Breaking through from level 99 to level 100 and becoming a god required such power. Without it, one could not ascend on their own. But divine power originated from the deities themselves. To obtain it, one had to earn a deity's favor. Without a doubt, Jiang Tian had caught the evil god's eye. This stirred envy among the crowd. If Jiang Tian agreed to become the evil god's agent, he could effortlessly take over the Xian nation. The deity would also reveal numerous dungeons as they were created by the gods. These dungeons held many treasures, including the divine crystals Jiang Tian needed. Lord Demon Sovereign, didn't you say you'd choose us 3 as your agents? Protested the Chen family head. You're too weak. Even inheriting my divine power, it would take you ages to reach level 100. Now I've found a more powerful agent. With him, perhaps not only the Xian nation, but agents of other deities in other countries will be no match. The evil god spoke excitedly. So boy, my divine power is formidable. Have you decided? I've decided, Jiang Tian replied. And your answer? I've decided to kill you. Though Jiang Tian's tone sounded like a joke, it carried a murderous intent. Hearing this, the people from the 4 major academies breathed a sigh of relief. The offer of becoming a divine agent was too tempting. If Jiang Tian had agreed, they wouldn't have known how to stop him. Fortunately, he refused. This kid rejected Lord Evil God, said the black and white impermanence. He considered himself unmatched in talent, having awakened in great speed ability as his second talent, something to be proud of. Yet even so, no deity had ever chosen him as an agent. Damn it. Why don't I get such a golden opportunity, he lamented. The evil god's manifestation now seethed with rage. You refused. Very well. It seems you don't understand the benefits of being an agent. Allow me to enlighten you. Enlighten your sister. Jiang Tian cut off the evil god's manifestation mid-sentence and charged toward the ghost-faced head. In his 5 years since transmigrating, he had learned all about divine agents. Whether a deity was righteous or evil, becoming an agent meant serving them in countless tasks. Righteous deities mostly assigned benevolent deeds, while evil ones demanded nefarious acts. Serving a deity brought rewards that greatly aided ability breakthroughs or reaching level 100. But Jiang Tian had no desire to become some damn agent. With his point modification system, given time to develop, even deities would be mere underlings before him. Fine. Since you seek death, I'll kill you first. There are plenty willing to be my agent. The evil god's manifestation condensed an even denser mass of black mist in its mouth, far more concentrated than before, and over 100 times more powerful. Boom. The thick black mist instantly engulfed the charging Jiang Tian. Surely you won't survive this. The avatar of the evil god revealed a triumphant smile. However, in the next moment, Jiang Tian's heroic figure emerged from the swirling black mist. Although covered in the dark energy, no matter how intense it was, it still could not corrode him. In fact, when the first wave of black mist surged, Jiang Tian had already tested the damage of this dark energy. If it were physical damage, he could directly modify his armor to resist it. But unfortunately, it was not physical damage, but magical damage. With his current 120 magic resistance, as long as it was magical damage, he could achieve immunity to both damage and debuffs. Impossible. The evil god's avatar stared incredulously at Jiang Tian with its lantern-like eyes. Just now that move was something a level 97 or 98 Esper could execute. Even using a 9th-tier defensive artifact and battlesuit, one would not survive even a second, turning into a pile of ash. But Jiang Tian was completely unscathed. However, as a deity, he naturally realized something. It must be that Jiang Tian possessed exceptionally high magic resistance. Yet he was puzzled, as magic resistance could only be enhanced by rare artifacts or divine-grade items bestowed by gods. There were no visible artifacts on Jiang Tian that provided such enhancement. Even if there were artifacts with magic resistance, it should be impossible to completely immunize against his own black mist, right? Could it be that he has universal resistance? To verify this hypothesis, the evil god's avatar employed a second method, the evil god's temptation. This skill also dealt magical damage, and it carried debuff effects that would awaken a person's inner evil thoughts, causing a series of halos to spread out. The halos spread rapidly. Not only Jiang Tian, but even those outside the manor were affected by the attack of the halos. The damage from the halos wasn't very high, but the negative effects manifested quickly. Come, let's duel. An over-level 80 teacher, after being affected, regarded those around him as enemies and began attacking. This was not the end. The others were similarly affected. Not just this one teacher, but others were also hit. The evil thoughts of those below level 90 were all ignited except for Luo Li, who was somewhat okay. After all, with her Scrade Wood element talent, she inherently had restorative and healing effects, and could also reduce her own negative effects. So although Luo Li was affected, she could still hold herself together and not attack others. Those above level 90 were better off with artifacts, but even so, Mu Qing and the others were also losing control. I will kill you. Mu Qing shouted at her brother Mu Chong, and thus the over-level 90 powerhouses began to slaughter each other. Haha, this is truly entertaining and exhilarating. The people from the three families and Wu Chang watched with great interest, not needing to intervene themselves. It's a pity there are too few people. Oh, it would be better if there were more. The speaker was a murderer from Wu Chang whose mind was extremely twisted. Such a large-scale massacre before him still couldn't satisfy him. He even wanted to personally join the battlefield and engage in slaughter. If the Lord of the Evil God were to descend with just a thought, he could make everyone in Xia country start such a massacre. That would truly be thrilling. Chen Jun, the head of the Chen family, said. He too felt the urge to engage in slaughter upon witnessing such a scene, wishing he could join the fight immediately. At this moment in the sky, Jiang Tian frowned as he observed the scene below. Sometimes inciting people to slaughter each other was far more terrifying than direct damage, for it meant the enemy would collapse from within. Kid, are you not going down to organize them, or do you want to continue fighting me? The evil god's avatar smiled as it looked at Jiang Tian, questioning whether he could immunize against magical damage, but still be immune to the accompanying debuffs. I'll hit you, sister. Jiang Tian replied, and charged forward once more. What? Could it be that debuffs have no effect on you either? The evil god was shocked. Jiang Tian's immunity to both magical damage and its accompanying debuffs had nearly rendered his avatar half useless. Then let's try physical damage. The evil god's avatar said, as a deity, it had countless methods at its disposal, with both magical and physical attacks available. There were 1,000 ways to kill Jiang Tian. You are immune to magic, huh? Then I'll stab you to death with high physical damage. After speaking, the evil god began to conjure several black spikes, one of his proud techniques, the heart-piercing nails. These possessed extremely high armor-piercing capabilities and physical damage densely packed, leaving Jiang Tian no opportunity to evade. Whoosh whoosh. Jiang Tian had no way to avoid them, and could only take them heeded. However, he knew that the deity's avatar was indeed terrifying, and the physical damage would certainly be extraordinary. Thus his current 2500 armor would surely not suffice. To be safe, Jiang Tian decided to open the modification panel and continue adjusting his armor. He needed to withstand the physical damage from his opponent before he could have the opportunity to strike back and save those who were currently attacking each other. Defense Enhancement 25,000 Armor Current Adjustable 50 points 1 Armor Current Available Points 670 3789 1515. How much armor enhancement would be appropriate? Jiang Tian pondered that since it was a deity's attack, it would be better to modify more. Otherwise, what if those nails pierced him to death? Let's try modifying to 1000 armor first. System adds 7500 armor to me. Ding. Modification successful. Current armor 11500 cost 3750 points. Remaining points 2953789 due to the Breaking Heaven battlesuit, providing an additional 20 defense attribute. When Jiang Tian increased his armor by 7500, the battlesuit also granted an extra 15000. Now the total armor reached 11500, which was certainly an astounding figure. After the modification, Jiang Tian noticed that before the modification, he could still sense some dangerous energy from those spikes, but now it seemed to have vanished. Then let me give it a try. Jiang Tian directly embraced those heart-piercing nails, while others were evading. He lunged right at them. It was like a muscular man leaping at a black silk lady. Is this guy crazy? The evil god's avatar, along with those from the three families and Wu Chang, were left dumbfounded. Could it be this guy has been scared silly? A scream echoed, but it was not Jiang Tian's cry. Oh, rather it came from the teachers of the four major schools below. Due to the excessive number of heart-piercing nails aside from those aimed at Jiang Tian, 9 out of 10 were directed towards the teachers of the four major schools below. The first to suffer were the male and female teachers who were engaged in mutual slaughter. However, they were not at a loss, as they had all perished by their own hands. After such a barrage, nearly all the level 90 and below ability users were dead, except for those lucky few who were not hit by the heart-piercing nails. Among those above level 90, powerful figures like Mu Chang and Yin Nantian bore injuries, some with their shoulders, pierced, others with their thighs. Pierced. The scene was nothing short of brutal. The most unfortunate was President Zhou Yun of the Elemental University, who almost had his heart pierced. Lying on the ground, his breath was weak, and had it not been for others being injured as well, it was estimated that he would be killed by his own people. As for Jiang Tian here, bang bang. When the heart-piercing nail struck him, he felt only a slight numbness, even going so far as to wish to experience more heart-piercing nails. Jiang Tian directly teleported with a speed of 200, using himself as a human shield, yet he still did not feel much. However, he did intercept many heart-piercing nails, otherwise those below would have been wiped out. Hey, that evil god, give me a separate order of this nail set. That numb feeling from just now was like a massage, quite pleasant. Jiang Tian remarked, as the nails were like acupuncture needles from traditional Chinese medicine, puncturing various acupoints on his body. After this chaotic barrage, he felt much better. Don't get too cocky. The evil god was furious, nearly exploding in anger. When the first scream echoed, he thought Jiang Tian had perished as he was in the front. But unexpectedly, this guy was too tough. He could not be harmed. Just how much armor did he have? Heart-piercing nails are merely area physical attacks, not single-target attacks. I have a far stronger single-target physical attack. Do you dare to take it? The evil god resorted to his provocation technique. In truth, this single-target attack had extremely high damage, but its hit rate was quite poor. At Jiang Tian's terrifying speed of 200, he could not be hit. However, if it did hit, the evil god believed Jiang Tian would surely be killed. After all, this was his avatar's strongest attack. If it could not take down Jiang Tian, then so be it. In fact, he felt that there was no enmity between Jiang Tian and himself. As the saying goes, make a big deal small, and small matters go away. What is there to fear? Good as a deity. This is the first time I admire a mortal. You are quite impressive. If you can take my blow, I will call you grandfather. In order to trick Jiang Tian into taking his attack, the evil god was willing to lose face. If it's so easy to fall for it. The evil god thought to himself, after all, he was still young and impetuous, easily provoked. But Jiang Tian did not think so. The evil god was nearly out of tricks by now. This blow should be his last resort, and it was just right for him to test how powerful the deity's avatar's strongest attack was. If he could withstand it, then as long as the true deity did not descend, he could do as he pleased. If he could not withstand it, then he would have to play it safe and accumulate points for modifications before acting freely. Here it comes. After the modification was complete, Jiang Tian found that the tense feeling in his heart had disappeared, meaning that the spear posed no threat to him. Bang! The spear struck Jiang Tian's chest. Ha ha, Jiang Tian, you really are a fool. I didn't expect you to fall for it so easily. This spear is enough to kill any level 99 defensive talent ability user. Just wait and die. The evil god, seeing Jiang Tian fall for it, became unabashedly proud. The people from the three families and the Wu Chang organization all breathed a sigh of relief, as this troublesome Jiang Tian had finally been dealt with. The remaining individuals were no longer a threat. The heart-piercing nails had killed off most of them, and the remaining level 90 users were nearly depleted of their abilities due to internal strife. They wouldn't even need these level 80 or 90 powerhouses to act. Simply sending out a few level 70 ability users could easily handle the remaining opponents. Lord Evil God, rest assured this kid is bound to die. As for those guys on the other side, let me take care of them. From within the Wuchang organization, a psychopathic killer stated as he set his sights on Muqing Luo Li and several surviving female teachers across the way, stirring up his thoughts. Surely they must have quite a few good items on them. With a loud bang, the spear of the evil god's avatar struck Jiang Tian's chest. However, the anticipated scene of the spear piercing through Jiang Tian's body did not occur. Instead, the spear shattered upon hitting Jiang Tian, as if an egg had collided with a stone. Puff! Conversely, the evil god's avatar suffered considerable damage, its ghostly face contorted in agony. Can you reflect damage? Or is it real damage? Are you even human? The evil god's avatar was frustrated by Jiang Tian. This spear was its proud physical attack method. How could it be that the opponent was completely unfazed while it was injured? As a deity being hurt by a mere mortal, wouldn't such news ruin its reputation? Yet being a deity with extensive experience, the evil god's avatar knew that Jiang Tian must possess some kind of damage-reflecting artifact, one that was undoubtedly powerful. An artifact capable of reflecting damage against a deity could not be of the 10th rank. It would have to be a divine-level artifact. Could it be that this kid entered a divine blessing instance and obtained such a damage-reflecting artifact from a deity? The more the evil god's avatar thought about it, the more convinced it became. After all, it could not deal with this terrifying Jiang Tian, and clearing the divine blessing instance must have been a piece of cake for him. Kid, consider yourself lucky to have a divine-level damage-reflecting artifact. You lost. You should call me Grandpa now. Jiang Tian scoffed, curious about the experience of being called Grandpa by a deity. Ha ha ha, impossible. I won't call you anything. What can you do about it? Besides, I can't deal with you, nor can I deal. The evil god's avatar referred to Muqing and the others, knowing that with just a slight exertion of power to provoke evil thoughts, they would either be killed or kill each other. Do you really think I can't kill you? I was just playing with you before, Jiang Tian said as he gathered the 100 shattering fist, a technique that quintupled his strength. With a 100 critical hit rate, that meant a tenfold strength increase totaling 10 million pounds of force, equating to 100 million pounds of power. The 100 shattering fist is an area effect technique, and immediately a dense array of fist shadows gathered above the Chun family estate, raining down like a storm. The first to bear the brunt were the experts of the Chun family estate, including the heads of 3 families, some of Wuchang's assassins, and the black and white Wuchang. Seeing the fist shadows from Jiang Tian approaching, they did not dare to be careless, each one quickly taking out their most robust defensive artifacts ranging from 6th to 9th rank. Even the black and white Wuchang had a 10th rank defensive artifact. One must admit that this fellow had a lot. However, screams continued to echo as the Chun family estate was reduced to a meat paste by Jiang Tian's 100 shattering fist, with only the evil god's avatar remaining intact. After all, it was a force of 100 million pounds. Globally, only those with level 98 or 99 divine defensive talents could withstand Jiang Tian's 100 shattering fist. Yet, even that was only a possibility. Jiang Tian had not tested whether anyone could truly withstand it. Bang bang. The fist shadows then struck the evil god's face. You are the first mortal to make me feel pain. The evil god's avatar's face twisted in evident agony. However, this was still insufficient to destroy this avatar. Moreover, a faint golden aura enveloped the avatar. Jiang Tian knew that this golden hue was unique to deities. The emergence of gold meant it was likely the immunity from among the divine beings. The reason deities were deities was not only due to the elevation of their life level, but also because of many special attributes, among which divine power and divine immunity were significant. Divine power would deal extra damage to targets without divine immunity, while divine immunity could negate considerable damage. Fortunately, the evil god's avatar's divine power was quite weak, and although it had some divine immunity, it was not substantial. After all, it was merely an avatar, not the true self. Is this all your means? I expected much greater. The evil god's avatar scoffed. Indeed, Jiang Tian's attacks were fierce, but who made him a deity? Without the boost from divine immunity, he would certainly have perished from that volley of 100 shattering fists. Then let's try the sky-soaring fist. Jiang Tian decided to unleash the 9th rank ultimate martial art, the sky-soaring fist, learned from the Luo family martial arts library. This would grant him a 100-fold power boost. Boom. A colossal fist shadow fully 100 meters in size appeared before the evil god's avatar. What is this? The evil god's avatar suddenly sensed a dangerous aura in its mind. As a deity, it could naturally perceive danger. This aura was more intense than any danger it had encountered before or after becoming a deity. and it presented a potentially lethal threat. But at this moment it could not evade due to its massive size, and Jiang Tian's speed in executing the technique was rapid. Dong! Another loud bang resounded. Following this, the evil god's avatar was struck by Jiang Tian's sky-soaring fist on the verge of shattering. Even with divine immunity to negate substantial damage, it still could not withstand the hundredfold power of the sky-soaring fist. After all, Jiang Tian's base strength was exceedingly high. With 10 million pounds of force, a 100 critical hit doubling, and the hundredfold boost from the sky-soaring fist, this amounted to a staggering 2 billion pounds of strength. Who could withstand that? Even a king-level bomb would crumble under it. Good lad, a single punch shattered my avatar. You are indeed formidable, but in over a month we deities will awaken. At that time I will personally come find you. You know what my purpose is for coming down, right? To eat shit. Jiang Tian responded without hesitation. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. My true self is over 1,000 times stronger than this avatar. When the time comes, let's see how you endure my wrath. Tremble, mortal. After saying this, the evil god's avatar completely vanished. With the avatar's disappearance, Jiang Tian's heart grew solemn. If what that sand dollar evil god said was true and his true self was so powerful, then he needed to quickly enhance his own strength. For now, the best approach was to level up the system, as that would be the most effective means of strengthening. This would require him to slaughter madly in the Beast War Zone. Given his current strength of 10 million pounds, the higher the level there the better, allowing him to accumulate energy points faster. Of course, there was also the option of repairing the Shadow God Mirror, enabling him to summon 3 avatars with power comparable to his true self, greatly increasing his chances against actual deities. Having thought of this, Jiang Tian prepared to turn back and see how the teachers were doing. However, as soon as he turned around, he felt overwhelmingly fatigued, nearly losing his balance. The sky-soaring fist indeed has a tremendous power boost, but it consumes energy drastically. Jiang Tian noted, realizing that one execution of the sky-soaring fist had drained nearly half of his stamina. It is worth noting that his stamina was only 15000, and this attack had consumed 7500. Jiang Tian arrived below, and before him lay the scene of his teachers impaled by heart-piercing nails, with the survivors gravely injured, all at the hands of their own. This scene still caused Jiang Tian to feel that the evil god was indeed terrifying. Had it been the true body that descended, these people would have long since slaughtered each other. Thus, Jiang Tian decided he needed to find a martial technique capable of resisting wide-area mental attacks. Otherwise, what would he do if those people went mad and attacked him? Those were all his teachers, especially Mu Qing and Luo Li. If they turned on him, could he really bring himself to? Of course he could. If such a situation arose, he could only rely on his fists to subdue them. Teachers, how? Not bad, just a bit heavily injured. That's good to hear. They'll go check on the others. Jiang Tian arrived at the Luo family's side. The experts brought by Luo Kuang had suffered around 90% casualties. There was no helping it, these people were all just over level 80. It was a miracle that anyone survived. This made Jiang Tian develop some goodwill towards the Luo family. A Luo Kuang was indeed someone you could work with. He really stepped up. How are you? Jiang Tian approached a thick vine upon which sat a huge flower bud tightly closed. Jiang Tian knew that Luo Li was inside, using wood elements to resist the evil god's mental attacks. I'm doing fine. A trembling voice came from within the bud, which then opened a petal, allowing Jiang Tian to enter. What about this? Please use void walking to take me back to the Luo family. The aftereffects of the evil god's attack haven't passed yet, and I'm afraid it'll attack others if I go out. Luo Li pleaded. All right. Jiang Tian stepped out, lifting the entire massive flower bud effortlessly for him. With a strength of 10 million Jin, it was a trivial matter. Although his stamina was exhausted, using void walking to reach the Luo family was still more than enough. Teachers, you all head back yourselves. I'll take Luo Li first. After greeting them, Jiang Tian left while holding the flower bud, now reaching a speed of 2000 points. In less than a minute, he returned to the Luo family. He had been to the Luo family before, but had never entered the depths of the Luo family estate. Fortunately, Luo Li guided Jiang Tian's progress from within the flower bud. Soon they arrived at Luo Li's private room. Jiang Tian placed Luo Li and the flower bud at the door of the room. Well, I'll take my leave then. Okay. After leaving the Luo family, Jiang Tian headed straight back to the school villa, not returning to the military headquarters villa. Seeing him in such a fatigued state would surely worry Jianghua. Welcome home. As soon as he stepped into the school villa, the robotic butler greeted him warmly. Jiang Tian instructed the robotic butler to prepare some delicious food to replenish his energy. Inside the villa, senior sister Lin Jun was not present, as she must have gone to attend to some high-profile family from the island nation. But that was fine, being alone here allowed him to completely let loose. He first took a comfortable shower, as he was quite dirty. Although the heart-piercing nails had not harmed him, his clothes had been torn to shreds. After finishing his shower, a large table of delicious food was ready. Jiang Tian devoured it ravenously, and after eating fell asleep immediately. Meanwhile, Mu Chang had also called in the remaining guards to begin cleaning up the Chun family estate, and this matter quickly spread through the capital and even the entire Xia country. Have you heard? The Chun family, Zheng family, and Zhou family actually defected to the evil god. It's utterly shameless. This time it even drew the 4 great academies and the 3 families into battle, reportedly extremely fierce, with even the evil god's avatar descending. What? An avatar of a deity? That can't be true, right? Isn't the deity supposed to be in slumber? That's the avatar left behind before the deity fell into slumber. Oh my, who can withstand that? After all, it's a deity. I've heard rumors that it was Jiang Tian who smashed the deity's avatar's head with a single punch. What? Is that true? Don't lie to me. Jiang Tian is indeed powerful, but that's the avatar of a deity. Why would I lie to you? My cousin's 2nd brother's sister-in-law's aunt's 5th aunt's 6th brother is cleaning toilets in the guards. He heard it with his own ears. You all should quickly check the official forum. There's been a post about it. Someone shouted, and soon nearly all citizens of Xia country flooded into the official forum, almost crashing it. On the forum, several posts had risen to trending topics. Shocking, the Chun, Zheng, and Zhou 3 families actually worship the evil god. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality? The evil god's avatar descended immensely powerful and was finally repelled by the combined efforts of Guard Commander Mu Chang, the heads of the 4 great academies, and Jiang Tian, along with other experts. There were many posts, each one starting from billions in views. However, the information coming from the posts and the guards or the citizens near the battlefield differed, leading many netizens to comment below the posts. Shan de Lao, who didn't they say the evil god's avatar was smashed by Jiang Tian with a punch? How did it become a joint effort to repel it? This comment also trended, with many others agreeing and demanding that the official provide a reasonable explanation. However, after the official posted, they fell into silence and did not respond directly. The next day, Jiang Tian woke up at noon. Upon waking, he discovered that his student watch was flooded with messages. As it was the watch of a student from the War God University, both teachers and students from the school could send him messages. After all, with the current advanced technology of artificial intelligence, it only takes a simple command. Jiang Tian briefly skimmed through the messages, starting with those from the students. There were messages from both freshmen and returning students, most of which expressed admiration. They claimed that Jiang Tian was simply too impressive, their idol, and they would no longer chase after Kuan, but would pursue Jiang Tian instead. Some female freshmen even wanted to ask Jiang Tian out for shopping. Jiang Tian did not have time to deal with these matters, as the deity was set to awaken in just over a month, and he needed to focus on strengthening his own abilities. He also did not bother to read the messages from returning students, as most were requests for him to join certain clubs, which did not interest him much. Then there were the messages from the teachers. Mu Qing mentioned that the matters regarding the 3 families and the Wu Chang had been handled, and that the business in the real estate industry behind the 3 families had also been merged into the Mu family. Jiang Tian thought to himself that this should be Mu Chang's doing. After all, the Mu family was already powerful, and with these 2 siblings being over level 90 experts, it was not a problem to swallow the 3 families' industries. It was just a bit regrettable, as Jiang Tian had hoped to negotiate for a territory for the Luo family. He believed that Mu Chang would surely agree if he asked. However, he did not expect the Mu family to act so quickly. With such a swift takeover, it would be difficult for him to speak up now. The Luo family's requests could wait. For now, Jiang Tian decided it would be better to enter the dungeon and hunt exotic beasts to level up his system, but the nearby dungeons were either too low in rank or had too few enemies. He needed 1800 energy points to level up, so he had to go to the exotic beast battlefield. However, the exotic beast battlefield had not yet opened, and the beasts were still outside the territory of the Summer Kingdom. If he recklessly charged in, he could definitely protect himself. But the beast territory was vast. How would he find the gathering place of the exotic beasts? Would he even know if he got lost? Regardless, Jiang Tian decided to venture into the beast territory alone. Before he went, he wanted to check the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to see if there was a map of the beast territory. There was no map of the beast territory in the resource library of War God University. Jiang Tian thought that the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would surely have one. With a map, it would be easier to locate the gathering spots of the exotic beasts without blindly searching. After making up his mind, Jiang Tian stepped out the door. However, as soon as he exited, he found himself surrounded by a crowd with red flags waving, people everywhere, and drums and firecrackers sounding. Most of these people were students from War God University, including both freshmen and returning students, along with some from other prestigious schools. These students included those from Element University, National Defense University, and quite a few from Tiansheng. Jiang Tian remembered that these students from Tiansheng University were quite arrogant, as they were naturally endowed with a level talents or above. He did not expect them to gather in front of his villa now, but upon reflection it made sense. Zhang Tian had shattered the divine avatar's head with a single punch, which was certainly explosive news, thus garnering admiration from those students. At the forefront were some clubs from War God University composed of individuals with similar talents or extraordinary abilities. Having been at War God University for a while, Zhang Tian was aware of these clubs. Before he could speak, the members of the clubs and the students erupted into excitement. Zhang Tian is out. Quick everyone. Oh my God, Zhang Tian is out. Surround him. Someone shouted, and immediately the crowd surged in, leaving no way out. Zhang Tian felt a bit speechless. Oh, why did he feel like a wanted criminal being chased? Zhang Tian, please give me an autograph. Zhang Tian, am your loyal fan. Can you take me with you on your next adventure? Take you. Zhang Tian can now punch through divine avatars. At least he will be in the level 8 exotic beast battlefield or dungeon, and you are only at level 10. Wouldn't you just be asking for death? That's a good point. Then Zhang Tian, can we go on a movie date? The little fangirls chimed in. Zhang Tian, am a student from Tianjin University. May I ask if you could share the details of your battle with the divine avatar yesterday? Zhang Tian, I heard the scene was extremely intense yesterday. Could you describe it for us? Immediately, many more questions flooded in. Zhang Tian found it difficult to respond. What could he say? Should he mention that the teachers from the 4 major schools had been bewitched by the evil god and turned against each other? Before he could decide what to say, someone else spoke up. Zhang Tian, am the president of the War God Club. Zhang Tian, am the president of the Qingfeng Club. As long as you join us, you will be the president. Zhang Tian, am the president of the Shaolu Club. Would you join our club? Immediately, the presidents of various clubs extended their invitations, making those around them envious. They wanted to join these impressive clubs. However, they would have to go through various task challenges, as well as level and talent certifications, and it was extremely difficult to even meet the club presidents. Yet now the presidents themselves were personally inviting Zhang Tian, which was truly enviable. But the crowd thought about it and realized that for Zhang Tian this was perhaps quite normal. Given his current strength, he was underappreciated with such treatment. What nonsense are you all up to? At that moment, a stern voice rang out from above, and everyone looked up to see a striking figure in the sky. It was Zhou Huihui, the enforcement teacher of War God University with a strength of level 87, who was usually responsible for maintaining order at the school. Hurry and disperse. Aren't you all supposed to be in class? Aren't you going to fight in the dungeon anymore? Being a fan has its limits. Zhou Huihui scolded, and the many students reluctantly scattered. After everyone left, Zhou Huihui approached Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian took a look and thought that this female teacher was quite easy on the eyes. Her looks were pretty good. She was dressed in a cool off-shoulder outfit that exposed her navel, clearly going for a sexy look. Zhang Tian, could you give me an autograph? Zhou Huihui's previously serious face suddenly changed, looking at Zhang Tian like a starstruck fan. Where should I sign? This left Zhang Tian a bit at a loss. Just sign here. Zhou Huihui pointed to her right shoulder. After signing the name for Zhou Huihui, Zhang Tian directly stepped into the void, moving at an astonishing speed of 2,000 points. In just a few seconds, he could travel from the villa of the Battle God University to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Jiang Keqing, you have arrived. The exclusive attendant Annie warmly greeted him as soon as he appeared at the door. Yesterday, Zhang Tian did not let her take revenge against the 3 families. Her combat power was not of much use. Moreover, the people of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would not interfere in the internal disputes of any country, such as personal vendettas or political matters, which is also why the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce can establish branches in so many countries. Of course, with Zhang Tian's status as a supreme guest, if he were to take action, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would still send some assistance, though they would be disguised. President Gil is waiting for you, Annie said. On the way, Zhang Tian had sent a message to Gil through Bader informing him to look for the map of the Beast Domain. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has its own exploration team specifically responsible for creating maps, including the map of the Beast Domain. If someone else wants to buy it, it starts at tens of millions of American coins. 1 American coin, 7 xia coins. In conversion, that is 70 million xia coins. After all, the Beast Domain is extremely dangerous, and the maps created by the exploration team are acquired at the cost of their lives. Furthermore, the maps are not in paper format, but electronic, and only the artificial intelligence Bader from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce can open them, effectively preventing any malicious individuals from pirating them. However, even the professional exploration team of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce does not dare to enter the Beast Domain deeply. Those powerful beasts residing there are not to be underestimated. Jiang Keqing, you have arrived. The map you requested has been transmitted to your Supreme Metal via the database by... Thank you, but President Gil, do you know where I can find the Divine Crystal? Divine Crystal. I remember there is one in our Supreme Mall. 1 million Supreme points, I don't have that many. Jiang Keqing is joking. Our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's supreme guests can apply for additional challenge missions besides the tasks assigned by the headquarters, which offer a substantial number of points. A substantial number of points. How much can that be? 10,000 supreme points for each mission. With your strength, wouldn't that be easy? But I need 3 divine crystals, and the Supreme Mall only has 1, which is not enough. Then you can check the headquarters of the Qianling Chamber of Commerce. After all, it is the second-ranked global chamber of commerce, and its strength is considerable. They must have something like the divine crystal. All right. Jiang Tian nodded, having long wanted to visit the Qianling Chamber of Commerce. Additionally, the headquarters has sent Supreme Guest Yorick to deliver the Memory Extension Medal to you, which should arrive in a few days, so please pay attention. Gil reminded. Oh, okay. Jiang Tian suddenly recalled that he had exchanged for this item a few days ago. After checking the map of the beast domain sent by Bader, Jiang Tian left the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. After all, even if he obtained the divine crystal, he could only restore the Shadow God Mirror. However, his own strength was too low, making it pointless, so it would be better to upgrade the system first. Thus, Jiang Tian decided to venture into the beast domain. With the void step activated, Jiang Tian did not take any with him this time. After all, the beast domain was extremely dangerous. Bringing anyone along would only be a burden, so it was better to go alone. The void step was swift, and soon Jiang Tian's figure arrived at the border of Xia country. However, at that moment, dark thunderclouds loomed in the sky ahead, and the several masters stationed at the border of Xia country wore serious expressions. From the thunderclouds drifting over, they could sense an overwhelming might, certainly that of an ability user above level 95, while the commander station here was only at level 92. Activate the high-pressure barrier for ability users, the commander commanded, waving his hand, and immediately a dense electric net blocked the thunderclouds ahead. Halt! You are entering the territory of Xia country. Please state your identity, the commander said sternly. Anyone reaching the border of Xia country must present their credentials and pass through the checkpoint. However, the thunderclouds before them showed no sign of doing so. Either they were intruding or they were indeed a major figure. Even if it were a major figure, the border could not be invaded. He would defend it to the death. A high-pressure electric net of 1 billion volts, quite interesting. It seems that the technology of Xia country is not so backward after all. Suddenly, the thundercloud transformed into a figure. It was none other than Yorick, who could have reached Xia country in a day, but was delayed on the way, arriving a few days late. Looking at the electric net before him, Yorick scoffed. After all, he was a lightning element master, inherently insensitive to electricity, and at level 99, one of the elite few at the pinnacle of the global hierarchy. Are you declaring war? The commander responded, neither servile nor overbearing. War with trash like you. Don't insult me. I have no time to play with children. I'm here to deliver the Memory Extension Medal. Memory Extension Medal. The commander pondered. He had heard of it, a unique technological medal from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the #1 chamber in the world. But this item is not for sale. How could it be sent to Xia country? Moreover, it was personally escorted by this great figure, who has such high standing. Could it be Jiang Tian? The commander's mind quickly flashed the name Jiang Tian. Considering the current prominence and power of Xia country, he could think of no one else. Thank you for your trouble. At that moment, Jiang Tian arrived, stepping forward to stand before Yorick. He had the supreme medal and would occasionally look at the profiles of people from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. He had seen all 7 other supreme guests. He recognized the face of this individual as Yorick. Seeing is believing. Hello, Jiang Tian, Yorick said, breaking his serious demeanor with a smile as he extended his hand. As fellow supreme guests, he would not underestimate anyone. Hello, Jiang Tian said, shaking Yorick's hand. This is the memory extension medal you exchanged for at the Supreme Mall. Yorick retracted the lightning sea, and then a spear-like memory medal appeared. Thank you for the escort. Jiang Tian took it and glanced at the spear. It was quite nice, weighing 10 million pounds, feeling slightly heavy in his hands. Moreover, when Jiang Tian held the memory extension medal, his brainwaves seemed to resonate with it. Whatever shape he imagined in his mind, the memory extension medal immediately transformed into that form: a spear, an axe, a kitchen knife. Indeed, it is a good item. High technology is indeed high technology. All right, the item has been delivered. I must head back now. Jiang Tian, see you at the headquarters next time. Beyond the borders, Jiang Tian asked Bader to pull up the map of the beast domain, preparing to see which areas had a higher concentration of strange beasts, so that he could go there to hunt them and level up the system. Unfortunately, although the map of the strange beast was large, it was still insignificant compared to the entire beast domain, which was simply too vast. Moreover, this map only covered the outer edges of the beast domain. Even if there were strange beasts gathered, they would only be of the 1st or 2nd rank, and at most some of the 3rd rank. Killing one would only yield 3 energy points, making it a slow process to level up. It seems I need to venture deep into the beast domain alone, Jiang Tian said. Although his attributes were astonishing now, he still had to be cautious, for if he ventured too deep, he he could be surrounded by strange beasts. That would be a very dangerous situation. Ding ding ding. At that moment a video call came through on Jiang Tian's student watch. He glanced at it and saw that it was a video request from Summer Nation's leader Xia Jie. This guy, is he going to ask me to go to some divine gift dungeon again? Jiang Tian wondered. The last time Xia Jie contacted him it was for a first-rank dungeon, this time who knew what rank it would be. He really had no time for any divine gift dungeons right now, all he wanted was to make money. Cough cough, energy points. But out of politeness Jiang Tian still clicked to answer. Jiang Tian, I have a matter that requires your assistance. You are the only one who can resolve it. However, before Jiang Tian could speak, Xia Jie's hurried voice came through. Moreover, Xia Jie looked tattered as if he had just been in a fight, and the background seemed to be from a battlefield with strange beasts. Through a corner of the video, Jiang Tian saw a tidal wave of strange beasts approaching. I know you will refuse, but as the leader of the Summer Nation, I cannot force you. After all, when you battled those 3 factions yesterday, I was unable to assist you. I just rested for a night and audaciously disturbed you, but now there is a situation on the strange beast battlefield that I must inform you about. It's quite dangerous. I am currently at the 8th rank strange beast battlefield where a strange beast lair has emerged. This lair can continuously produce strange beasts, and the dead ones can immediately resurrect from it. Thus, this 8th rank strange beast battlefield is practically an insurmountable existence. The borders are in urgent danger. We can only defend against the strange beasts with a 10 billion volt electric net. However, the stored energy is running low. At most it can last for 3 days before the borders will be breached by the strange beasts. At that point the entire Summer Nation will fall. I know this is very dangerous, but I plead with you for the sake of the people of the Summer Nation. Xia Jie implored from the other side of the video. After all, a strange beast lair represents what? It signifies an endless supply of 8th rank strange beasts which will not cease unless a deity personally intervenes. Otherwise, even a peak-level Esper at level 99 would eventually be worn down. Over time, they would also be exhausted. Therefore, Xia Jie likely believed that Jiang Tian would not return. Is there really good news? Hearing Xia Jie's words, Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. This was truly a case of wanting something, and it appearing Xia Jie was essentially delivering a benefit to him this time. The 8th rank strange beast battlefield with an unending supply of strange beasts. What does that represent? It means Jiang Tian wouldn't have to venture deep into the beast domain. It means he could have an endless supply of 8th rank strange beasts. Each one grants 8 energy points, and with a tidal wave of strange beasts, he could easily harvest a large number. Using the shadow mirror, 2 of him could gather energy points. How delightful would that be? Send me the coordinates, I'll hurry over. This opportunity is too timely. Jiang Tian said excitedly. Huh. Xia Jie on the other side of the video looked a bit dazed. Why did Jiang Tian seem unafraid? He seemed quite excited instead. When Xia Jie contacted other experts in the Summer Nation for help, those experts had all displayed fear and reluctance, even those above level 90 or from hidden families. Upon hearing about the strange beast lair, their faces were filled with terror. After all, it represented an inexhaustible supply of strange beasts. If they didn't act, the Summer Nation would fall even faster. Thus, those experts had no choice but to steel themselves and head to the 8th rank strange beast battlefield. They hoped that their resistance along with the 10 billion volt electric net could hold out until the lair's energy was depleted. After all, this thing didn't produce strange beasts infinitely. Even the big shots among the strange beasts had no idea what was going on with it. Regardless, the strange beast lair had suddenly appeared in the beast domain, but no matter how one looked at it, it was good for the beast domain, as it could significantly drain the resources of the human race. It could even help the strange beasts breach human borders. I've sent you the coordinates. Although Xia Jie didn't understand, he still sent them over, believing that with Jiang Tian, who could destroy a divine being's avatar with a single punch, they should be able to stall the strange beast lair. At least it could prolong the time before the borders of the Summer Nation were breached, allowing the people to evacuate and continue organizing their defenses, buying time. On Xia Jie's side, after sending the coordinates, he quietly awaited Jiang Tian's arrival. Boom! A loud noise erupted as the tidal wave of strange beasts charged towards the 10 billion volt electric net, causing a frenzied depletion of energy. However, those strange beasts that charged forward fared no better, as they were mostly electrocuted into ashes. Besides Xia Jie, Mu Chong, Mu Qing, and the head of the Mu family, Mu Youqian, along with experts from other families who had rushed over for support, were present. It could be said that besides the necessary officers stationed in other locations, almost all experts above level 70 in the Summer Nation had been summoned here by Xia Jie. After all, this was a matter concerning whether the Summer Nation would fall. If they couldn't hold back the strange beast lair, the Summer Nation would be doomed. At that point, being captured and enslaved by the strange beasts would still be a better outcome. Some strange beast leaders, when their beastly nature surged, could even kill multiple women. They were violent, Who could withstand that? Thus, women were likely to face a tragic fate. And the fate of men wouldn't be much better. Therefore, for the safety of themselves, their descendants, and all the people of the Summer Nation, these experts had come to the 8th rank Strange Beast battlefield. Some had just arrived, while others had been fighting for nearly half a day, their bodies already tattered. Even Xia Jie had personally joined the battle. The group of experts managed to hold off the beast tide for over an hour before their abilities were exhausted, but this was akin to a drop in the bucket. No one knew how much energy the strange beast lair had left, or how long it could sustain itself. Unless someone could approach the lair and destroy it, this crisis could not be resolved. However, approaching the strange beast lair was simply impossible, at least that was what everyone currently believed. Moreover, the endless army of strange beasts was enough to make one's scalp tingle. No matter how powerful an Esper was, they could at most advance 1 or 2 kilometers before exhausting their abilities and having to retreat back to the 10 billion volt voltage array, or else they would be torn apart by the strange beasts. And after advancing 1 or 2 kilometers, what awaited them was still an unending tide of beasts. This was enough to fill their hearts with despair. Where is Jiang Tian? Hasn't he arrived yet? Mu Qing said as Jiang Tian had become everyone's hope. I just sent him the coordinates. He might be too far away and needs time to arrive. Xia Jie said. Who is calling this handsome guy? Just as Xia Jie finished speaking, a handsome guy appeared before everyone. Jiang Tian, you've come. Seeing Jiang Tian's figure appear, for some reason Xia Jie felt as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. His stern and tense expression softened into one of profound calm. The faces of the Xia Kingdom's experts around him also lit up with joy, as if Jiang Tian were their savior, as if he had already vanquished the beast nest. You got here so fast, Xia Jie remarked. It had only been a little over a minute since he had video called Jiang Tian, and he had already arrived. In truth, the border where Jiang Tian was stationed was already close to the 8th tier beast battlefield. Coupled with his current speed of 200 points, each teleportation covered 40 li. How could he not be swift? Jiang Tian, the current situation is. Xia Jie immediately got down to business, briefing Jiang Tian on the conditions of the 8th tier beast battlefield. Enough talk, just follow me up there and fight. However, Jiang Tian indicated that explaining things was a waste of his time. It was better to head straight to the battlefield and slay beasts. His great eagle was already itching for action. Very well, if that's the case, all of us will clear a path for you. Let's see how far we can push. If we can reach the beast nest, that would be ideal. Xia Jie then instructed the group to advance first, telling Jiang Tian to conserve his strength so that when they had pushed far enough, Jiang Tian could make his move. As for how far they could actually push, that would depend on Jiang Tian's prowess. After their discussion, the group passed through a special passage and surged from within the billion-volt electric grid into the 8th tier beast battlefield. Though Jiang Tian wanted to kill beasts first to gather energy points for upgrades, the fate of the Xia Kingdom hung in the balance. Thus, he heeded Xia Jie's advice and prepared to advance alongside the others. If before everyone's energy and his own stamina ran out, they could indeed reach the beast nest, Jiang Tian would not destroy it immediately. He would spend 3 days slaughtering beasts, then destroy it just before the Xia Kingdom's grid power was depleted. This way he could gather energy points while saving the Xia border. But if neither the group nor he could push all the way to the beast nest, then he would have no choice. He would fight for 3 days, then protect the group as they retreated to a new defensive line. At that point, he could only hope that the people of the Xia Kingdom had successfully evacuated behind the second line. Although this approach allowed him to kill more beasts and level up, the safety of the entire Xia Kingdom was at stake, and he truly hoped the second scenario would not come to pass. Roar! The group now faced a tide of beasts so vast it made even Jiang Tian's scalp tingle. These creatures were relentless, swarming across the ground and sky, even burrowing through the earth, blotting out the light, as if night had fallen. Heaven-severing sword chi. Mu Qing and Mu Chang transformed into sword wielders, a colossal sword formation manifesting behind them as countless streams of sword chi surged forth with ferocious intensity. The 8th tier beasts were mostly slain instantly, but their corpses vanished quickly and the gaps were filled by an endless stream of reinforcements. Still, they managed to advance a short distance. And so it went. First, Mu Qing and Mu Chang led the charge, and when their abilities were nearly depleted, the next person took over, conserving enough energy for the retreat. If they exhausted it completely, death would be near. My turn, said Yan Nanshan, the principal of the Godly Academy, whose ability was Shadow. He'll join too, said Zhou Yin, the principal of the Elemental Academy. Offensive ability users led the way while support users aided from behind, either amplifying the attacker's power or accelerating energy recovery. When the first wave's energy was spent, they had advanced nearly a kilometer. But a new challenge arose. Previously, with their backs to the electric grid, they were safe. Now, surrounded on all sides, they needed defensive ability users to shield everyone while others cleared the path. Leave it to me, Earth Element, Earthen Barrier. Several teachers from the Elemental University protected the group. Boom. No sooner had the earthen barrier formed than it was met with a frenzied assault from the beasts. Each attack drained immense energy from the earth element users. Yet to aid Zhang Tian's advance, they gave their all. Charge. The group pushed forward with desperate resolve, unleashing every ability and trump card they had. Their goal was to advance all the way to where the beast nest lay. The earthen barrier is about to break. Watch my defensive artifact. A teacher with an array ability tossed out a crafted disc, which transformed into a transparent dome, shielding them all. Meanwhile, the vanguard attackers began using their own artifacts and potions. Their spatial watches were packed entirely with such supplies. These were all precious resources of at least the 6th tier, filling an entire spatial watch. Normally, they wouldn't have such abundance, but with the Xia border at stake, Xia Jia had requisitioned all available resources for their use. As long as they could reach the beast nest, no expense was too great. Quick, chug the potions. Fast energy recovery potions. The vanguard attackers drank one potion after another. These rapid recovery potions restored 30 of maximum energy within 10 seconds. Ordinarily, no one would dare waste them due to the high production cost, but now cost was the last concern. And so wave after wave of attackers took turns and defensive users swapped out frequently, but Zhang Tian was never called upon. Watching them, he itched to join the fray. Yet he knew he had to conserve his strength for the later push. Time slipped by. The further they advanced, the harder it became. In the first hour, they covered 2 kilometers. Now, they could barely manage 200 meters. Still, they had pushed 12 kilometers in total. The group was thrilled. This was the farthest they had ever advanced. Previously, their combined efforts had only reached half this distance before they all collapsed. This time, after advancing 12 kilometers, their morale remained high. Whenever they felt tired, a glance at Zhang Tian reminded them they hadn't yet given their all, spurring them to continue creating opportunities for him. In truth, Zhang Tian had offered to step in several times, but the others refused, insisting he wait until they could push no further. Their resolute words, as if they were marching to their deaths, moved Zhang Tian slightly. In the face of a national crisis, everyone was united in purpose. Elder Qi, you should rest, Mu Qing said to an old man among the 5th wave of attackers. Elder Qi was the patriarch of the Qi family in the capital. The family's business in the capital was primarily real estate. Elder Qi himself was no weakling at level 92. Though old, his bones were tough. No, I can't rest yet. Elder Qi's aged frame struggled to clear the path. Seeing this, the group was deeply moved, tears nearly spilling. Elder Qi had already persisted for 2 hours. No, my Qi family has so much property that hasn't been moved behind the second line of defense. I can stall for as long as I can. The group. People were a bit speechless. They always heard that old Qi was a straightforward person without any pretense, and now it seemed true as he didn't hide it at all. After some time, all the supernatural beings were rotating in and out, and finally, they could no longer hold on. It was Zhang Tian's turn to take the stage, and he was filled with excitement. These overwhelming energy points. Let's go back. Our potions are all used up. Let's return to the power grid and recover. Zhang Tian might need our support later. Mu Qing said, and everyone nodded. After all, as of now, the potions everyone brought were all exhausted. Zhang Tian, this is a locator. Carry it with you. We can monitor your situation through Sha Chong at any time, and we will start a live broadcast to show the people of Xia country your bravery. After saying that, Mu Qing handed the device to Zhang Tian. The reason for the live broadcast was to further promote Zhang Tian's image in the hearts of the Xia people and to urge the citizens of the capital to evacuate. Currently, many citizens in the capital were unwilling to evacuate. Most of them were ordinary people who had never witnessed the terrifying scenes of the beasts, believing that Xia country could never fall. Thus, the live broadcast was also meant to help those people evacuate better. All right, I'm going, Zhang Tian said, stepping out of the protective shield, immediately surrounded by the overwhelming beasts. Shadow clone technique, 3-meter golden body. Zhang Tian directly created another version of himself. Both the main body and the clone activated the 3-meter golden body, a massive figure with a fiery halo exploding behind his head. This made Zhang Tian appear as if he were a deity descending from the heavens. Meanwhile, Mu Qing and the others quickly returned to the power grid. Although clearing the path was troublesome, returning was relatively simple, and once they got back, everyone quickly recovered their supernatural powers. Then Mu Qing focused on the live broadcast. Hello, people of Xia country. Currently, our Xia country is under attack from the 8th tier beast battlefield. The beast's lair has appeared, but please do not worry, the second line of defense is ready. Those who have not yet retreated to the second line, please evacuate quickly. Evacuate to the second line as soon as possible. As soon as the broadcast started, the number of viewers skyrocketed, growing from tens of thousands to 1 million in no time. Later on, nearly all the available citizens of Xia country watched the live broadcast, and the number reached over 1 billion. Even with the current technological level, the live streaming platform was nearly overwhelmed. What the heck, an 8th tier beast battlefield? Aren't those all level 7,080 beasts? Quick look at the countless beasts behind, overwhelming like a tide. Can we really withstand them? I guess I should retreat to the second line. With this momentum, the first line may not hold. If it breaks a mere step from me, an ordinary person could lead to my demise. It must be said that the effect of the live broadcast was quite good. Many citizens in the capital who had not evacuated immediately did so upon seeing it. God, so many beasts. Can we withstand them? Look, Principal Muqing is all battered from the battle. Can these level 90 powerhouses really fend off those beasts? Even level 90 superpowers will run out of energy, but the beasts are endless. Is Xia country really going to fall? What? Is Xia country really going to fall? 1-1. This is how online streaming works. As long as someone starts, others will follow suit, and the sight of the beasts behind indeed made people's scalps tingle. Thus it was quite normal for the people of Xia country to feel fear, especially those who had lived in the central part of Xia country for a long time and had never experienced the terror of a beast battlefield. So upon seeing such a scene, they panicked immediately. Can we really withstand this? Principal Muqing, give us an explanation. A netizen took the lead in speaking, and soon similar comments flooded the screen, urging the officials to provide an explanation. Yes, the power grid can block beast attacks, but the energy will eventually run out. How much longer can it hold? Where is the leader? Why isn't the leader appearing? Is the leader also helpless? Is Xia country really going to fall? God, I don't want to be a slave to the beasts. It was unknown who started it, but soon all the viewers watching the live broadcast began to panic. After all, who wouldn't be frightened seeing that countless beasts? Even level 80 supernatural beings upon seeing it felt the urge to flee. Let alone those lower-level supernatural beings or ordinary people. Not getting scared to death was already fortunate. Seeing the panic arise, Muqing didn't know what to say. Usually as the principal and an official, he had his own rhetoric for any situation. But now he truly didn't know what to say. Should he say the power grid could last for 3 more days? Saying so would only plunge the people of Xia country into immense panic before the beasts even breached the first line. In desperation, Muqing could only switch the live broadcast to Jiang Tian. The best way to comfort the people of Xia country now was to let Jiang Tian slaughter, give them confidence. In the next moment, the live broadcast switched to Jiang Tian. Wow, who is that figure? Is that Jiang Tian? It really is Jiang Tian. Great, the border is saved. The first line shouldn't fall. What do you mean shouldn't? Be more confident. It absolutely won't fall. Let's believe in Jiang Tian. But with so many beasts, can Jiang Tian handle them all alone? However, some were still worried, as there were indeed too many beasts, like an endless sea. Believe in Jiang Tian. He is the one who exploded the divine avatar's head with a single punch. What divine avatar? I remember it was the divine being descending, and Jiang Tian exploded it with a punch. Those are just rumors. I heard that 10 divine beings descended and were taken down by Jiang Tian in seconds. Nonsense, not 10, but 100. What? Jiang Tian took down 1,000 divine beings with one punch. The viewers in the live broadcast room spread rumors, and coupled with the fast pace of comments, it became increasingly absurd before anyone could clarify. But there was one good thing about this: the hearts of the people of Xia country were at least somewhat stabilized for now, and the panic had decreased. At this moment, Jiang Tian was here. He wielded a memory extension metallic war spear, while his clone possessed all the strength of his main body. Although he didn't have the memory metal spear, he still had a purple-green war spear weighing 1,000,000 pounds. With both the main body and the clone activating the 3-meter golden body, their strength, defense, speed, and other attributes doubled, allowing a single swing of the spear to take down a large number of beasts. Ding killed 1/8 tier beast, gained 8 energy points. Ding killed 1/8 tier beast, gained 8 energy points. Ding killed 1/8 tier beast, gained 8 energy points. Ding killed 1/8 tier beast, gained 8 energy points. The system's notifications continued to ring out. Jiang Tian and his clone simply swung their spears a couple of times, resulting in over 108th tier beasts perishing, gaining nearly 1,000 energy points in an instant. Although it is said that wielding the battle spear yields 1,000 energy points in the current state of the 3-meter golden body, where attributes are doubled, Jiang Tian still needs to calculate the maximum benefits. The first method is for the main body to use the 3-meter golden body to expand the memory extension metal, which can enlarge up to 10 times its original size, allowing a battle spear to be swung. The energy points gained would be 10 times the original. However, with the dense concentration of alien beasts making it impossible to dodge, combined with the clone, it amounts to 11,000 points. However, this doesn't seem to be the best method yet, as there are various martial techniques that can provide bonuses. Among the martial techniques, there are area effect attacks. For example, techniques like the 100 Strike Fist provide a 5-fold strength bonus in area. But the one with the largest area would be the 6th-tier area martial technique, the creation palm seal, although it does consume a considerable amount of stamina. Jiang Tian decided to test each method, comparing the stamina consumption and the ratio of energy points gained to determine the best approach. The first test was the 100-strike fist, which has a relatively low stamina cost. Jiang Tian's current stamina is nearly 15,000, while the 100-strike fist consumes 25 stamina points. Boom. The dense shadows of fists began to rain down. Ding. Killed an 8th-tier alien beast, gaining 8 energy points. Ding. Killed an 8th-tier alien beast, gaining 8 energy points. Ding. Killed an 8th-tier alien beast, gaining 8 energy points. In total, the system voice in Jiang Tian's mind, like a tape recorder, reported that this time the 100-strike fist attack yielded a total of 15,000 energy points. The second technique to test is the shadowless palm, where the fist shadows are replaced with palm prints and the area is even larger. However, the stamina cost is now not just 25 points, but 45 points. As for the energy points gained, it reached an astonishing 30,000 points. In terms of efficiency, the shadowless palm yields twice the returns of the 100-strike fist, yet it consumes less than twice as much stamina, making it more cost-effective. Finally, the last test is the creation palm seal, which once unleashed covers an area of nearly 500 meters centered on Jiang Tian, forming a circle with a radius of 500 meters. This time the stamina consumed was a terrifying 400 points, but the energy gained was 100,000. After finishing the martial technique test, Jiang Tian used the enlarged memory extension metal battle spear to sweep, once consuming 8 stamina points, while gaining 10,000 energy points. In summary, in terms of efficiency and stamina sustainability, it is still better not to use martial techniques, but rather to simply wield the battle spear. Thus, with both the main body and the clone acting as alien beast harvesters, a sweep of the battle spear yields 11,000 energy points. The only downside is the Ziqing battle spear cannot be extended. If it could, that would mean 20,000 points. Jiang Tian felt a bit regretful about why he didn't exchange for an additional memory extension metal battle spear back then. It only required 200 supreme points. For a moment, Jiang Tian felt a pang of heartache. However, there was no time to exchange now. Even if he did, it would be a hassle to send Yuriki on a trip. After all, a level 99 superhuman shouldn't have to act as his courier, right? After thinking this through, Jiang Tian instructed Bader to exchange for a memory metal battle spear in the Supreme Mall. Then he confidently began his slaughter. With both the main body and the clone sweeping through, the alien beasts died, rapidly allowing for a swift. Previously, others took 5 to 6 hours to advance nearly 13 kilometers, but now Jiang Tian, in less than 15 minutes, advanced 10 kilometers. This efficiency is exceptionally high. Such high efficiency advancement and the ease of killing a large number of alien beasts also reassured those behind the electric fence. Perhaps if Jiang Tian continued this way, it would indeed be possible to reach the alien beast lair. The panic in the live broadcast room gradually dissipated as the crowd shifted from initial panic to calmness, then to excitement, and finally to exhilaration. Wow, Jiang Tian is just too fierce. One sweep down and hundreds of alien beasts fall. It's like mowing grass. And those are all level 7,080 alien beasts, tough-skinned and meaty fellows. With this level of attack, Jiang Tian's strength must be at least 5 million gene. It looks so easy. I also want to go to the front lines to give it a try, hahaha. Just kidding, I know my own strength. And did you see? Those alien beasts' attacks, Jiang Tian completely ignored them as if he didn't feel anything. What's going on? Did Jiang Tian shrink? Wasn't he in a 3-meter state just now? Why does he seem to have disappeared now? The clone is also gone. What's going on? The crowd began to look puzzled. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian himself had returned to normal size as the 3-meter golden body and clone had run out of time. The 3-meter golden body could only be maintained for a quarter of an hour and didn't consume stamina on the first use each day. However, using it a second time would require stamina, so Jiang Tian preferred not to continue using it. After all, without it, he could still wield the memory extension metal battle spear. It was better to conserve stamina and swing the spear a few more times. As for the clone, while its existence is limited to a quarter of an hour, the shadow clone mirror can still be used to create more. Currently, it can be used 10 times a day, allowing Jiang Tian to maintain both the main body and the clone simultaneously. Ding. Killed an 8th-tier alien beast, gaining 8 energy points. Ding. Killed an 8th-tier alien beast, gaining 8 energy points. Looking at the massive accumulation of energy points in his mind, Jiang Tian realized after 2 hours of killing that it was time to upgrade the system. Although the system grants 15 points per second, upgrading it would yield significantly more points per second accumulating over time, so it is necessary to upgrade the system simultaneously. Energy points 4560234180000. After 2 hours of slaughter, the energy points have reached over 4 million. Jiang Tian directly clicked the upgrade button. Ding. System upgrade successful, current level 16. Ding. System upgrade successful, current level 17. Ding. System upgrade successful, current level 18. Ding. System upgrade successful, current level 25. 234750000. After upgrading the system to level 25, there are still 234 points left. 25. 25. Looking at the increase of 25 points per second, Jiang Tian felt much more fulfilled. At the same time, the level 25 system unlocked 2 attributes for modification. Damage rate increase, currently modifiable for 30,000 points, 1 damage increase with no upper limit. Maximum stamina increase, currently modifiable for 200 points, 1 maximum stamina increase. Jiang Tian examined these 2 attribute modifications closely, and they seemed quite good. The damage rate is based on all his damage bonuses. For example, with a strength of 10 million gene, after a critical hit it becomes 20 million gene. If the damage rate increase is 100, then it would be 40 million gene. Moreover, since there is no upper limit, it means Jiang Tian's future damage rate could increase to tens of thousands or even billions of percent, and at that time combined with terrifying strength. The evil god's true form awakened, and he could explode this guy with a single punch. After examining the damage rate, Jiang Tian looked at the maximum stamina value. 200 points could increase the stamina limit by 1 point. According to his current level 25 system, that meant 0.1 per second. Though 1 point to increase the stamina limit sounded appealing, Jiang Tian ultimately decided against it. For now, 1500 stamina was sufficient, and he noticed the next attribute modification panel. At level 35, he could modify stamina recovery. Jiang Tian believed that no matter how high his stamina limit was, if the lair of the beasts was too far away, he would inevitably run out of stamina. However, if his stamina recovery matched his stamina consumption, then considering a standard swing of a war spear consumed 8 points of stamina, if his recovery rate reached 8 points per second. Wouldn't that mean he could sustain himself indefinitely and keep pushing forward? With this thought, Jiang Tian felt excited. If he continued to kill, he could definitely level up the system to 35 within a day. It would be better to save the points for increasing stamina recovery later. With this in mind, Jiang Tian continued to advance. He fought until night fell, having pushed forward 100 kilometers, but regrettably, he still saw nothing but the tide of beasts. He couldn't see the location of the lair of the beasts at all. This made Jiang Tian feel a bit anxious. If the lair was too far away, even if his stamina recovery was up, he might not reach it before the power of the electric grid ran out. At this moment, he had about 40 points of stamina left. After battling the evil god's avatar and accumulating points throughout the day, along with the gains from reaching level 25, his points had now reached 2 million. Now if he converted all of it to maximum stamina, Jiang Tian could undoubtedly increase his stamina limit by 100 points, but that still wouldn't allow him to push very far. Moreover, after modifying the stamina limit, the time required for recovery would increase. Thus, Jiang Tian decided to return, planning to rest for the night, and then push to the level 35 system the next day. Upon returning behind the electric grid, Jiang Tian looked at the beasts outside, which were swarming in thick numbers. It must be said these beasts were truly relentless. However, what Jiang Tian needed now was rest. A night's sleep would restore his stamina, and after a night of accumulating points, he would gain over 1 million points. By then, with the level 35 system unlocking stamina recovery modifications, he would be able to modify even more. Xia Jie arranged a quiet resting place for Jiang Tian, ensuring that no one would disturb him. After all, today's achievements had earned him the admiration of everyone. He had pushed over 100 kilometers in just 2.5 hours, while all of them combined had only managed to advance a little over 12 kilometers in 6 hours. Thus, even the old-timers from noble families felt a deep respect for Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian is truly the savior of our Xia nation. Xia Jie said, indeed, for our safety, he has fought so hard against the beasts. It's truly commendable. A few female leaders shed tears of gratitude. Seeing Jiang Tian exhaust himself for everyone and fall asleep, they felt a pang of heartache. Yes, if we successfully locate the lair of the beast, Jiang Tian will be the greatest hero of the Xia nation. With so many teachers, we are now relying on a student. It's truly embarrassing. The younger generation is formidable. With such an excellent Jiang Tian, our Xia nation will have someone to protect us. The senior officials of the Xia nation commented. In my opinion, we should establish Jiang Tian's merits right now. But the beasts haven't been repelled yet. Even if the beasts haven't been repelled, Jiang Tian has killed so many, relieving us of a lot of pressure. Thus, discussing rewards in advance isn't out of the question. I have an idea. Among my Qi family's younger generation, I have a granddaughter who is quite remarkable. How about I marry her off to Jiang Tian? Elder Qi said with a smile. No way. However, as soon as Elder Chi's words left his mouth, he was met with unanimous opposition from nearly all the unmarried female senior officials present. Some were in their 20s, some nearly 30, and some even 35, yet all were unmarried. They had all delayed their personal lives for the sake of cultivating their abilities and advancing. Whenever they encountered arranged blind dates or meetings set up by family, they found themselves uninterested in their partners. After all, isn't it normal for high-ranking officials in the Xia nation to have high standards? Now these mature women, including the older ladies, had all set their sights on Jiang Tian. So Elder Chi's wish to marry off his granddaughter was nearly impossible. Moreover, was Elder Chi's granddaughter as outstanding as they were? "Let me take care of this little brother Jiang Tian," spoke a female army commander named Su Yin, who possessed a power level of 90. "Commander Su, didn't you say you would never marry?" "That's because I hadn't met anyone better before. I'm a soldier, straightforward and direct. So I, Su Yin, declare here today that Jiang Tian is mine and no one can take him away." After Su Yin finished speaking, she deliberately looked at the others, implying that they should not even think about it. "But you're already 34, and Jiang Tian is only 18. Isn't that a bit much? What's wrong with a little age difference? It just means knowing how to take care of someone better," Su Yin reprimanded. Xia Jie looked at the crowd in disbelief. Weren't they supposed to be discussing rewards for Jiang Tian? How did it turn into a matchmaking scene? And this Su Yin, how unreasonable could she be? What about my daughter Xiao Wenjing? Naturally, Xia Jie also had intentions of winning over Jiang Tian. The strength Jiang Tian had displayed was undoubtedly worth courting him, and besides, the two were a match made in heaven. "All right, let's talk about tomorrow's matters," Xia Jie interrupted. "After this assistance to Jiang Tian, we've already used about 70 of our potions and supplies. Currently, we only have 300 vials of the precious rapid recovery potions left, and the other resources are not looking optimistic either." Xia Jie's words plunged everyone into contemplation. Indeed, the cost of potion creation was too high, and many required beast cores. Since the beasts spawned from the lair do not possess cores, it was impossible to gather cores from this battlefield. Will we still assist Jiang Tian in advancing tomorrow? A question now arose among everyone. 300 vials of rapid recovery potions would allow us to advance at most 3 kilometers. Compared to the distance Jiang Tian advanced today, it's hardly worth mentioning. Therefore, tomorrow I believe we should not push forward. Instead, let Jiang Tian handle it alone. This way, if the defense line is breached, we will have more resources to deal with the beasts," Commander Su Yin said, and her opinion received unanimous agreement from the others. "Jiang Tian, do your best. We're counting on you," Su Yin silently thought. The next morning, Jiang Tian was in good shape, waiting for his energy to fully recover before heading out to hunt the alien beasts, for the sooner the system upgraded, the better. Jiang Tian truly pours his heart and soul into this. As they watched Jiang Tian resolutely leave, Xia Jie and the others felt a sense of shame. "Sai, I can't compare to Jiang Tian. I am unworthy of the title of leader. Jiang Tian is working too hard for us. He is a hero. He is advancing rapidly and has already disappeared from our sight. We should start the live broadcast quickly," Su Yin said to Mu Qing, and then the same live broadcast room was reopened with the same title. As soon as the broadcast started, the viewers who had yet to get enough of watching Jiang Tian slaying alien beasts flooded in, and within a second the viewer count exceeded 1 billion. People of all ages engaged in various jobs also put down their urgent tasks and opened Jiang Tian's live broadcast room. Elementary school students set aside their homework. An elderly lady crossing the street paused in the middle of the road. Old Wang next door returned to his home and opened his computer. At this moment, Jiang Tian was advancing at a rapid pace with his true self and his clones, along with a 3-meter golden body, wildly swinging his war spear, accumulating energy points by the thousands. Ding gained 11000 energy points. Ding gained 2200 energy points. Ding gained 2200 energy points. As the energy points continued to accumulate, Jiang Tian was simultaneously upgrading the system in his mind, raising its level from 25, as it was yesterday, with the passage of time and distance. Gradually, the system level increased to 28, 29. Finally, after about 3 hours, Jiang Tian reached the same distance as yesterday, which was 100 kilometers. It was not that he deliberately slowed down. At this moment, the system level in his mind had already reached level 35. Ding system upgraded to level 35, unlocking stamina recovery modification. Stamina recovery, current modifiable 100 points, 1 stamina recovery. Stamina recovery refers to the stamina value recovered per second. When stamina reaches the maximum value, any excess will be automatically stored for future use. Not bad. Jiang Tian nodded slightly, especially appreciating the storage function, which was quite impressive, equivalent to having countless stamina potions within him. Moreover, these stamina potions recovered in 1 second without waiting time. The cost of modifying points was a bit high, but it was worth it. Modifiable points 4302,358. Currently, the modifiable points had reached over 4.3 million, and Zhang Tian simply allocated all of it to stamina recovery, which meant 43 points of stamina recovery. Recovering 43 stamina points per second was quite terrifying. Ding modification successful current stamina recovery 43 points. Stamina recovery exceeding 30 points triggers a hidden system skill stamina consumption reduction. Stamina consumption decreased by 20. Seeing this skill, Zhang Tian was delighted. Originally 43 points of stamina recovery was already incredible, and with a 20 reduction in consumption, he could put away his war spear and directly use area skills. According to the area skill, the Starlight Palm consumed 45 points of stamina. After a 20 reduction, it was only 36 points, meaning Zhang Tian could use a set of Starlight Palms every second and still recover 7 stamina points. This was equivalent to having endless stamina. Moreover, a single attack with the Starlight Palm generated 300 energy points, much stronger than swinging the war spear. The key was that his clones could also use his martial skills. With his true self and clones, they could generate a total of 600 energy points. Oh, wasn't that exhilarating? After making up his mind, Zhang Tian put away his war spear and activated the Starlight Palm. Meanwhile, as Zhang Tian made modification, Xia Jie and the viewers watching the live broadcast noticed that Zhang Tian had stopped moving and began to inquire. What's going on? Why isn't Zhang Tian moving? Is he out of stamina? Yesterday, he seemed to be at this distance when he exhausted his stamina. It looks like he's about to return. Is it possible that Zhang Tian can't do it this time either? If Zhang Tian also fails, what should we do? After the first line of defense, there's the second line. Is our country going to fall? The only hope, Zhang Tian was not moving much, and Xia Jie and the viewers began to feel anxious. Fortunately, all the people in the capital had successfully relocated to the second line of defense. It's worth mentioning that Elder Qi's assets had also been fully transferred. Quick look, Zhang Tian is moving again. At that moment, many viewers noticed Zhang Tian had resumed moving. What's going on? Zhang Tian put away his war spear. Putting away the war spear. That means he's coming back. Everyone thought Zhang Tian was about to return when he suddenly unleashed the Starlight Palm, and countless palm prints appeared in the air. Boom. With a loud bang, a vacuum zone appeared within a 200-meter radius around Zhang Tian. However, it was quickly filled again by a tide of alien beasts. Ding gained 600 energy points. Having tasted success, Zhang Tian executed a set of Starlight Palms every second, increasing his advancement speed to 200 meters per second. This scene left Xia Jie, Su Yan, Mu Qing, and over 1 billion viewers a bit dumbfounded. What's going on with this guy? Su Yan's mouth slightly opened, her mature face filled with expressions of astonishment. Yesterday, when he advanced this distance, he was already exhausted. He just collapsed into sleep. When he returned, he shouldn't be able to hold out today either. Mu Qing wondered. Not to mention him, everyone except Zhang Tian was utterly confused. Zhang Tian is currently using a martial skill called the Starlight Palm, which has a significant stamina consumption, much more than swinging the war spear before. I don't understand. He's clearly about to exhaust his stamina, so why choose to use a skill that consumes even more? If it were just once or twice, that would be fine, but Zhang Tian is using the Starlight Palm every second. With such terrifying consumption, who can withstand it? People initially thought Zhang Tian was venting before his stamina ran out. After all, a person's stamina is limited, and seeing the endless alien beasts, they still felt reluctant. But after watching for over 10 minutes, they found that Zhang Tian not only showed no signs of exhausting his stamina, but his complexion appeared to have recovered quite a bit during this time. How is this possible? Xia Jie and the others exclaimed, exchanging glances. What's impossible? The things happening to Zhang Tian have too many impossibilities. We don't need to know why, just know that Zhang Tian is our savior. Su Yan stepped forward, proudly puffing out her ample chest. Don't underestimate her as a military chief. She still keeps up with fashion, wearing not military attire, but black stockings. But these aren't just ordinary black stockings. They are a defensive item, specially crafted to look like black stockings. President Xia Jie said, General Su is absolutely right. We must keep our focus on Zhang Tian. He then turned his gaze back to Zhang Tian's live broadcast feed. At that moment, Zhang Tian advanced steadily. Though hordes of monstrous beasts swarmed before him, he still maintained a pace of nearly 50 kilometers per hour. Granted, it was slow, but unavoidable. The beasts charged recklessly, and executing the martial technique, Shadowless Palm, required precise timing and energy expenditure. Though the repetitive martial advance appeared monotonous, every viewer watching the live stream remained utterly patient. This was no mere spectacle, it was the fate of Xian Nation hanging in the balance. Should this crisis remain unresolved, even retreating behind the pre-fortified second defensive line would only delay the inevitable. Collapse was merely a matter of time. For the monstrous beasts pouring forth from the beast abyss were truly inexhaustible. Shadowless Palm. Ding. Gained 6,000 energy points. Jiang Tian observed the ever-accumulating energy points flashing within his mind. Once the threshold was reached, he would immediately level up, perhaps unlocking a powerful attribute modification. Thus hour after hour passed, until dusk fell that day. Jiang Tian had fought continuously for nearly 10 hours, penetrating over 500 kilometers deep into the heart of the beast realm. Such distance was extraordinary, not only by today's standards, but even in the past few dared venture 500 kilometers into the beast domain save for elite reconnaissance squads. Yet as Jiang Tian scanned the horizon, he saw only endless waves of monstrous beasts, no sign of the fabled beast abyss. A flicker of unease stirred within him. Though he welcomed the prospect, more beasts meant more energy points. The survival of Xia Nation could not bear such prolonged strain. Anxiety tightened his chest where precisely lay the beast abyss. Meanwhile, deep within the beast domain stood Beast Sovereign City, a vast metropolis built entirely by the beasts themselves. Numerous such cities existed across the beast domain, each guarded by a formidable beast sovereign, established to deter human incursions into their territory. To date, no human had possessed the audacity to attempt such a raid, until today when a scout beast reported directly to the sovereign. Your Majesty, alone human advances toward us, clearly seeking the beast abyss. Shall we mount resistance? Against what? With so many beasts arrayed before him, he'll exhaust his chi and retreat in despair. Have not dozens of Xia Nation's level 90 elites already tried and failed? Which among them pushed forward more than 3 kilometers? Therefore ignore him. But Your Majesty, he has already advanced 10 hours straight, covering over 500 kilometers, nearing 600. What? The beast sovereign nearly tumbled from his throne. 600 kilometers through that swarm. Are you certain? As a seasoned sovereign, he knew full well that beasts gained immense advantages within the beast domain. Even he at his peak strength could never hope to push 600 kilometers against such overwhelming numbers. It is true. Shall we intercept him? His subordinate pressed once more. No. His ability to advance 600 kilometers proves both supreme strength and extraordinary endurance. To confront him would be suicide, though we must prepare defenses without delay. Indeed, the beast sovereign possessed no small measure of wisdom. He sensed instinctively that this human now required urgent intervention. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian continued his relentless advance. Night had fallen, yet Jiang Tian showed no sign of rest. With one full day remaining, failure to locate the beast abyss would force humanity to fall back to the second defensive line. Go Jiang Tian, we stand with you. Sleep? Not a chance. If Jiang Tian stays awake, so shall we. Cheering him on every step of the way. If Jiang Tian succeeds in destroying the beast abyss this time, I shall inscribe his name in the annals of history. 1. Across the livestream, netizens rallied with fervent encouragement. Behind the power grid, President Xia Jie and his entourage held their breath, eyes locked unblinkingly upon the screen. Thus another night passed, and dawn broke on the second day. Jiang Tian himself felt fatigue creeping in. Though his physical stamina regenerated endlessly, his mental reserves waned. His cultivation path did not specialize in spiritual endurance, and sleep deprivation weighed heavily upon him. Yet at that very moment his spirit surged anew. After a full day and night of relentless combat, his system had ascended to level 50. Ding. System has leveled up to level 50. Available modification points 4237400. Points required for next level 90000. Truly, the higher the system level, the more staggering the accumulation. Over 4 million points amassed in just 24 hours. Yet progression grew exponentially harder. 9 million energy points. Ding. System level has surpassed 50. Congratulations, host, on receiving one mysterious blind box. Opening yields a random attribute enhancement. Open it. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian commanded. After all, it was a free reward. Oh, why delay? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a 15000 increase to maximum stamina. Jiang Tian's prior stamina cap had been exactly 15000. This boost elevated it dramatically, translating at 200 points per stamina unit into an equivalent value of 3 million points. A commendable gain, though level 50 granted no new attribute modification options. Composing himself, Jiang Tian resumed his advance, only to encounter a far greater revelation: the beast abyss itself, now visible just 800 meters ahead. It loomed like a colossal pulsating womb, endlessly birthing monstrous beasts from its depths. The sight ignited a surge of elation across every Xia citizen watching the stream. The beast abyss, it has appeared. At last, countless viewers wept tears of exhilaration. Hardly surprising after an entire day and night spent glued to the broadcast, eyes rimmed with exhaustion-induced dark circles. Never before has anyone drawn near the beast abyss. In past occurrences, such phenomena heralded national annihilation or total collapse. Today Jiang Tian has saved all of Xia Nation. He stands before me now, not as a man, but as a deity. I no longer believe in gods. I believe only in Jiang Tian. Believe in Jiang Tian and attain eternal life. While our so-called deities remained silent amid this existential crisis, Jiang Tian rose to act. Jiang Tian, I love you. Many viewers longed almost desperately to rush before him and shout those words aloud. In that instant, Jiang Tian captured the hearts of nearly every Xia citizen, earning their genuine, profound veneration. And from that veneration, unseen currents of faith coalesced, flowing silently into his being. So this is the beast abyss. Jiang Tian now stood face-to-face with it, merely 1 meter away. Gazing at the ceaselessly spawning abomination, he reached out curiously to touch it. Instantly, a description materialized before his eyes. Item name: Beast Abyss. Status: unobtainable. Note: a whimsical artifact forged idly by a trickster deity. So long as its inner essence remains unspent, it will perpetually generate monstrous beasts. Fascinating, isn't it? Fascinating. Jiang Tian exploded in fury. What kind of deity creates such a thing, just for sport? To toy with nations? Yet simultaneously he grasped, more clearly than ever, the terrifying magnitude of divine power. A single casual creation could render even a nation's strongest cultivators helpless. How incomprehensibly mighty, then, must a true deity be? And one more grievance burned within him. The item was marked unobtainable, leaving only one viable option: destruction. At that moment, a prompt appeared before him. This is a curious artifact. Choose destroy it, or continue. A. Destroy it, ending its threat forever. B. Exile it to Han Nation, shifting the calamity elsewhere. C. Continue the prank. Deploy it in Island Nation, delivering righteous retribution. Which path shall I choose? How to choose? This is indeed a dilemma for Jiang Tian. If he chooses destruction, he would lose countless energy points. After all, he has just killed a Kuan Tian, and his system has leveled up to level 50. If he continues to kill, leveling up to 100 would be no problem. At that point, he could unlock more attribute modifications, and when the divine beings awaken and come to find him, he would have even greater confidence. Therefore, destruction is not something Jiang Tian intends to consider. What about exiling to Han Country? Han Country can be considered a fairly decent nation with no malice towards Xia Country. Plus, with Park Guochang managing the crime city, he can still receive billions in dividends every year. If he exiles the beast demon lair to Han Country, Park Guochang might get distracted and fail to manage it well, so that's not a better choice either. Then there's only one last option left: placing it somewhere in the Island Nation. Island Nation. Hee. Jiang Tian chuckled. This is indeed a good place. Recently, due to a failed technology research, the Island Nation has prevented a massive amount of radioactive materials from entering the sea. Just as Jiang Tian was thinking about how to organize these guys in the Island Nation, they came. I choose C. Jiang Tian decisively made his choice. As you wish. At that moment, a voice appeared around Jiang Tian. He looked up, but saw no one. Whooshed. In the next second, the beast demon lair disappeared, and the endless beasts vanished as well. It really disappeared. Jiang Tian wondered. The beasts that were just rampaging disappeared in a second. He thought only the demon lair had vanished and the beasts were still there ready for him to slaughter, but they all vanished. But it's good that they disappeared. He could finally go back and rest. With this thought, Jiang Tian activated his space travel, and now his teleportation distance is 20 kilometers, so in just over a minute he returned to the power grid. Great. The beast demon lair has been resolved. At the defense line, seeing the sudden disappearance of the beast, Xia Jie was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The commanders and experts couldn't help but feel excited. They decided to have a good drink tonight and throw a feast to welcome Jiang Tian, celebrating their victory. Although they didn't know what the beast demon lair was about, they assumed Jiang Tian had destroyed it, so it vanished. No one bothered with the details. After all, the feeling of having survived a disaster is simply wonderful. Whoa, it's finally resolved. We Xia Country won't be invaded anymore. Thank you, Jiang Tian, for saving us. We can move back to the country, back to our homes. The feeling of returning home is truly wonderful. The netizens watched the live stream while on their way home. As for Jiang Tian, after returning to the defense line, he didn't even greet anyone and directly fell asleep. After killing for a day and night, he was indeed tired. Aside from some officers on duty, the others finished discussing the arrangements for tonight's banquet before heading off to rest. After all, they had watched the live stream for a day and night. Thus, everyone fell into their dreams. In this deep sleep, Jiang Tian slept soundly until 7 p.m. when Commander Su Yin knocked on Jiang Tian's door, finally waking him up. Jiang Tian, it's time to get up. The banquet is all set, let's eat. What? There's a banquet? Jiang Tian, who was still heavily drowsy, immediately woke up upon hearing about the banquet. After all, as a person from Blue Star, this was an inherent interest. Hello, Commander Su. Jiang Tian greeted politely, and then looked at Su Yan. Although she didn't have much charm, there was an air of military seriousness about her. Moreover, she looked very capable. Her fitted military uniform accentuated her figure. Especially those long legs with muscular lines made Jiang Tian feel that a woman with some curves is quite attractive. Jiang Tian and Su Yan soon arrived at the celebration banquet location, which was at the Tianquan Hotel in the capital. This was the property of the Qi family, specifically Qi Lao. At the first moment the beast demon lair disappeared, Qi Lao called his descendants and urged them to hurry to the capital to manage the business, otherwise they would lose a lot of money in a day. Tonight, inviting everyone to the Tianquan Hotel for a feast was arranged for free by Qi Lao. After all, they were all big shots, either high-level officials or level 90 experts, and charging them would be somewhat inappropriate. But Qi Lao is not someone who would be at a disadvantage. This time he took advantage of Jiang Tian and the leaders of Xia country dining here. Qi Lao had already announced the news to the public, thus attracting countless people to the Tianquan Hotel. Basically, everyone wanted to see Jiang Tian and catch a glimpse of the little hero who saved the day. Therefore, the entrance of Tianquan Hotel was packed with people. Those who arrived late were blocked. Those who arrived early had booked private rooms in the hotel so they could mingle. Even if they couldn't enter to eat, just watching from the outside was enough. This was worth the money spent. Yo, Jiang Tian is here. Quick look, that's Jiang Tian, he's here. Seeing him in person feels even more tangible. He exudes such charisma. Jiang Tian, I am your true fan. Oh, please give me an autograph. The crowd at the entrance of Tianquan Hotel shouted, and if it weren't for the security prepared in advance, the scene would have been chaotic. Jiang Tian also did not expect to be this popular. After entering the Tianquan Hotel, Xia Jia and others were already waiting at the entrance to greet him. Jiang Tian, Commander Su, you finally arrived. Please come in. Everyone then proceeded to the place of the celebration banquet. This was the largest and most luxurious private room at Tianquan Hotel, and the banquet was set with nearly 100 dishes, all renowned delicacies that Qi Lao had painstakingly arranged. Jiang Tian. No need to say anything, let's eat. Qi Lao stepped forward about to say something, but Jiang Tian directly sat down and started eating. Yes, eating is important. You worked the hardest this time. That's right, everyone, let's eat. Everyone did not feel that Jiang Tian had been rude. After all, he had just killed for a day and night, and having just rested, he must be starving. Seeing so much delicious food, it was only right to eat first. As everyone watched Jiang Tian devour the food, they also settled down to enjoy the delicious dishes. This banquet was a rare occasion for these high-ranking individuals. It can be seen that Qi Lao had prepared very thoughtfully. Qi Ling, quickly go pour wine for Jiang Tian. During the banquet, Qi Lao called his granddaughter, the one he had previously intended to match with Jiang Tian. Oh, okay. Qi Ling's face flushed, and she cheerfully ran over with the most expensive wine. She too is a real person. Having seen Jiang Tian kill the beast, her young heart naturally began to admire him. Moreover, Qi Ling is now 20 years old and has reached the age for marriage. Qi Lao's intention with this move was to strengthen their relationship. Thank you, Jiang Tian said politely. Although he disliked drinking the wine arranged by Qi Lao, had been brewed from supernatural fruits obtained in certain dungeons. Its flavor was not harsh, and after drinking one felt swiftly invigorated. It would not leave one debilitated. No need to thank me, came the shy reply. Qi Ling said shyly. Seeing the two of them, the unmarried high-ranking women and female commanders present, could not remain still. Though older than Jiang Tian, they were direct and unreserved. Moreover, Jiang Tian's potential seemed boundless. Single-handedly, he could sweep aside an aberrant beast nest. Was he not destined for invincibility? Though each was a formidable woman in their hearts, women still longed for a man for the security he provided and the satisfying sense of being sheltered by someone powerful. That yearning lived in every woman's heart. So Commander Su Yan grew restless first and decided to lay her cards on the table. Jiang Tian, I like you. Let's be together. I can cook, I can fight, and my family background is solid. If you agree, we could marry tomorrow in a whirlwind. I don't want a betrothal gift, only you. Su Yan was a soldier and did not mince words, so she said it plainly. Jiang Tian sprayed his drink. That direct. He was a little at a loss. Before he had transmigrated, confessions were never that abrupt. Usually, there would be shopping or a movie first. Let feelings develop after spending time together, then talk about marriage. Ha ha ha. Seeing Jiang Tian flustered by Su Yan, everyone laughed, and immediately the other high-ranking women and commanders began to speak up as well. If they did not speak now, they might lose their chance. After all, Su Yan came from a good family, was very attractive, and her power was at level 89, nearly breaking 90. The key was she demanded no betrothal gifts. Where else could one find such a woman? Jiang Tian, I like you too. Although my strength is slightly below Commander Su's, I am more attentive. Marry me, and you will not lose out. I will manage the household with meticulous care. Jiang Tian, I think we should take things slowly and get to know each other. Affection needs time, it cannot be forced. I do not approve of how those two behaved. Why don't we go see a movie tonight? Several new films have just been released, and we haven't watched them yet. Jiang Tian stared at the parade of women professing their feelings. He had not expected such a scene upon arriving, and as the confessions continued, the others gaped at him in stunned silence. These women were either political heavyweights or female commanders wielding astonishing power. How could he possibly respond to them? With so many people and many men present, a flat refusal might bruise their pride. What if they later employed covert measures against him? After all, a woman's revenge can be boundless. Nothing is off limits. Well, except for math problems. Before long, the band of powerful women had finished their declarations. Qi Lao gave Qi Ling a look. Qi Ling wanted to speak, but she was shy and couldn't find the words. Other men normally courted her, and besides, the many high-ranking women and commanders had already said most of what needed saying. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Jiang Tian stood up. I had a bit too much. Hurry back. The women chimed. When you return, you'd better decide whom to marry. Jiang Tian said nothing and left the private room, heading for the restroom. He opened a window, used a void step teleport, and slipped away. Had he not escaped, what would he have done? Judging by their demeanor, it was impossible for him to leave without choosing a spouse. The problem was he had no feelings for those female commanders, at least not yet, despite their obvious availability. Although mature young women of that age were most alluring, Jiang Tian decided to slip away and lie low, waiting until the feverish adoration settled before returning to the academy. He certainly could not go back to school with the methods they had. His information might already be known to those women. To Wanbao Shanghui, Jiang Tian considered staying with Chairman Jie for a time, but thought better of it. Those women were virtually omnipotent in Xia country. Better to flee abroad. Soon Jiang Tian arrived at Wanbao Shanghui, fetched Annie, then boarded Lazuli Nushan, which transformed into an airplane, and flew to Zui Dushi. Now it was Piao Guochang's turf, and he had yet to properly enjoy the supreme guest's manner. The blackstocking maids, he had arrived. Elsewhere at the celebratory banquet in Tianquan Hotel, why hasn't Jiang Tian returned yet? It's been a quarter of an hour. Even the slowest would be back by now. Commander Su Yin was the first to grow restless and frowned. Could Jiang Tian be constipated? What are you, offended? Then step aside. That would remove one rival for me. Who said I'm offended? Why don't we go check on Jiang Tian? He's so young. Surely it isn't a physiological problem, is it? Even serious physiological issues can be treated by the medical department nowadays. The women began bickering. The celebratory banquet turned into a quarrel fest, and Xia Jie and the others were helpless. After several more minutes, they sensed something was wrong. This is bad. I have a bad feeling. Jiang Tian Now that you mention it, it's true. I must go check. Su Yin was the first to burst from the private room and charge into the men's restroom, searching stall by stall for Jiang Tian. The other female commanders who followed also rifled through the men's restroom. Fortunately, it was empty, or that would have been mortifying. He really ran off. Damn. We must contact Jiang Tian at once. Back in the private room, they tried calling his student smartwatch to request a video link, but Jiang Tian had already told Xia Chong to enable Do Not Disturb. So of course they couldn't get through. You women were too hasty. You scared him off, the leader Xia Jie observed. Let me check. Others also had Jiang Tian's contact, so they opened their smartwatches, but upon doing so were met with one explosive news alert after another. An 8th-rank aberrant beast nest has appeared in the island nation's capital Dongjing. 1/5 of the territory is currently occupied. The island nation's Prime Minister Song Xiaosha was unlucky enough to encounter the nest and was trampled into paste. The island's top tech park has been flattened by aberrant beasts. The overall technological level has dropped by 70%. The aberrant beast nest has remained in the island nation for 7 hours, causing more than 20 million casualties so far. The exact figures are still being tallied. They exchanged stunned looks, each glaring at the other. The next moment, laughter filled the room. Ha ha. Supreme Leader Xia Jie, General Su Yin, and other high-ranking officials along with numerous principals and teachers were so amused that they forgot to look for Jiang Tian. The news was simply too explosive. Fortunately, it was not a formal occasion, otherwise they would have struggled to contain themselves. However, at that moment, Xia Jie's communication watch received a message from a diplomat stating that the head of the embassy from the island nation, Abe the Shorty, wanted to see him. The purpose was to discuss matters regarding the exotic beasts. Xia Jie could easily surmise that they were looking to borrow experts from him and to negotiate on handling the exotic beast's lair. Then Xia Jie informed everyone about the situation. What are your thoughts on this matter? We have just passed the dangerous period of the exotic beast's lair and still need time to reorganize our border defenses and recharge the power grid. How can we spare time to help those little shorties? General Su Yin said, a tall woman who regarded the islanders as shorties, so she privately referred to them as little shorties. Don't you think it's a bit of a coincidence that this 8th-tier exotic beast's lair has appeared? Xia Jie pondered. The Supreme Leader seems to imply that this 8th-tier exotic beast's lair is likely the one Jiang Tian destroyed. Or could it be that Jiang Tian didn't destroy it at all, but merely relocated it? The high-ranking officials speculated as they were all involved in politics and possessed a decent level of intelligence, otherwise they wouldn't have passed the civil service exams back then. When we watched the live broadcast back, then we only saw Jiang Tian touch the exotic beast's lair with his hand, and then it vanished. Who knows if it was destroyed or simply disappeared? Since that's the case, we need to present a unified stance. We must assert that the exotic beast's lair has been destroyed. Agreed. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, another message came through urging them from the diplomat. I need to go meet that little shorty now. Xia Jie referred to the islander in a rather unkind manner. Although he had an excuse to avoid the meeting, it would be fine for trivial matters, but since countries around the world had signed the Exotic Beast Pact, he could not refuse discussions about the exotic beasts with other nations. Thus Xia Jie had to go meet them. However, the pact did not state that they must send experts for assistance. Besides, even if it did, Xia Jie had ways to refuse with plenty of excuses at his disposal. Before long, Xia Jie arrived at the designated place to receive the island's idiots, which was a specially arranged office. At this time, the island's shorty had not yet arrived. Only Xia Jie, diplomat Xia Ku, and a few highly skilled guards were present, all having a power level above 85, with some secretly being over 90. After all, it was better to ensure the safety of a head of state. Ha ha ha. Taking advantage of the fact that the islanders had yet to arrive, Xia Jie and Xia Ku laughed for a while, fearing they might not be able to hold back later. Supreme Leader Xia, what is so amusing? 2.5 minutes later, Abe the Shorty appeared, speaking in a clumsy version of Xia's language, which sounded quite awkward. Oh, it's the ambassador from the island nation. Welcome, welcome. Come sit down, have a cup of tea. I must tell you, I recently acquired a rare type of tea costing 1 million per tael. It's extremely difficult to harvest. We can discuss everything after we finish the tea. Xia Jie said this intentionally. The tea he brewed was not the expensive one at all. He did have such tea, but reserved it for his own people. For the island's little shorty, he used the discarded tea leaves that cost only $1 per few kilograms. Alright, I'll taste the tea from Supreme Leader Xia then. Though Abe the Shorty was reluctant, he still made a show of politeness due to Xia Jie's habit of tasting. Moreover, the people of the island nation had retreated behind their defenses, and for the time being there would be no significant casualties. After sipping a mouthful, Abe the Shorty spat it out, and couldn't help but ask, Supreme Leader Xia, are you sure this is the tea worth 1 million per tael? Why does it taste so inferior? Abe the Shorty said, prompting his subordinates to taste it as well. You all try it. After a few subordinates tasted it, they frowned. This is definitely not good tea. I can confidently say that after drinking tea for so many years, I can distinguish between good and bad. The island subordinates said after all their tea culture was stolen from Xia Nation, which they later falsely claimed to have developed themselves, adamantly refusing to admit it. Thus it was quite normal for these shorties to understand a bit about tea, as they were all high-ranking figures from the island nation. Supreme Leader Xia, were you deceived? You can't even tell this inferior tea apart. Abe the Shorty asserted, implying that Supreme Leader Xia was clueless. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Xia Jie was instantly enraged and stood up, slamming the table. How despicable. The merchants nowadays are so heartless. This is intolerable. I will go find them and settle the score. Please wait a moment. Xia Jie will let them see what happens to unscrupulous merchants. Xia Jie said angrily, and then strode out, his face filled with joy. He was just worried about not having an excuse to stall and deal with Abe the Shorty. Now Xia Jie could comfortably leave Abe and his group waiting in the reception room. Initially, Abe the Shorty and his companions were extremely pleased, having recognized the inferior tea, while Xia Jie had failed to do so, even though Xia Jie was well-versed in tea culture. Thus, as Xia Jie left, these fools felt smug, waiting for Xia Jie to return. It wasn't until an hour later that Abe the Shorty and his companions realized they had been played. That Xia Jie is truly despicable. A few of them wanted to explode in anger, but considering they were in Xia Jie's reception room, they knew there were cameras. Moreover, they had come seeking assistance from Xia Jie this time, so they had to suppress their internal rage and once again contact Xia Jie through diplomatic means. During the 2.5 hours, Xia Jie had a delightful nap, or for some reason, he slept particularly soundly today. Supreme Leader, that guy Abe wants to see you again. What should we do? Since I'm bored, I suppose I can go play with the monkey again. Xia Jie displayed an interested expression. Thus, after another half an hour of delay, he slowly re-entered the reception room. Oh, everyone, thank you for waiting. I really couldn't help it. That unscrupulous merchant ran away. I've arranged for people to chase after him. Don't worry, even if he runs to the ends of the earth, I'll bring him back. How despicable. Xia Jie pretended to be angry. However, Abe and the others were not fools. They knew Xia Jie was just toying with them, so they got straight to the point. Supreme Leader Xia, I'll get straight to the point. Our capital is currently facing an exotic beast's lair with heavy casualties. Relying on our own experts, we fear we won't be able to handle it, which is why we are here. Are you here to borrow money? That's fine. Our two countries have a good relationship. So how much do you need to borrow? Although I can't use the treasury's funds, I still have some personal savings. Not borrowing money. Then you must want to borrow something else. Speak up, as long as it's something I can offer, I have the authority to decide. Xia Jie spoke courteously. Premier Xia, at this point, I won't hide it from you. Our country is facing an 8th-tier beast nest. I've come to seek your assistance. Our island nation cannot possibly handle the beast nest on our own. As Abe Littlebstard spoke gravely, Xia Jie couldn't help but laugh. Despite his restraint, the mere mention of the island nation being overrun by beasts was too amusing. Premier Xia, what are you laughing at? Abe Littlebstard suppressed his fury. After all, during such a critical diplomatic discussion, what did this laughter signify? Please show us some respect. Yet Littlebstard dared not lash out. He was here to seek aid, and I wasn't laughing. Xia Jie said sternly. You just laughed. Truly, I did not. As a head of state, we are professionally trained not to laugh no matter how amusing. Rest assured, Littlebstard. Very well, I shall continue. Currently, 1/5 of our territory has fallen. The first defense line can hold for at most 2 days without external help. Ha ha ha. Xia Jie burst out again. Premier Xia, you've gone too far. I recall a happy event. My wife is giving birth. Abe couldn't call him out, for he was on Xia territory, and among neighboring nations only Xia could provide substantial aid against the beast nest. Xia was their only hope. Even if Xia Jie laughed, Abe had to swallow his anger. Other countries have sent experts to assist us. Now we await Xia's reinforcements. Is that so? As you may have heard, Xia has just dealt with its own beast nest, consuming immense resources. Our experts are still recovering. They are badly injured. We simply cannot spare more experts to aid you. Premier Xia, you cannot stand idly by. Rest assured, given our bilateral relations, I can recommend someone to you. With his intervention, your beast nest problem will surely be resolved. Who? Abe and his team grew intrigued. Jiang Tian. You must have heard of him. He was instrumental in resolving our beast nest. Find him and you'll be set. However, Jiang Tian is currently traveling. Whether you can locate him is up to you. Xia Jie successfully shifted the burden onto Jiang Tian. This way he could claim to have extended a helping hand. After all, against an 8th-tier beast nest, even dispatching a group of level 90 experts would be futile. Moreover, those above level 90 were not easily commanded even by him. Xia Jie was not one to grovel. So leaving the trouble to Jiang Tian was the best course. In that case, we shall seek out Jiang Tian. Abe rose hastily. Though physically in the Xia embassy, his mind was fixated on his homeland's crisis, desperate to resolve the beast nest issue. Ha ha ha. As Abe and his party exited, laughter echoed from within. Bastard. That Xia Jie is utterly insolent, laughing openly during a matter of state. Disgraceful conduct. Abe cursed his subordinates, nodding in agreement. But our priority is finding this Jiang Tian. I heard he's a student at War God University. Yes, Lord Abe. Do you have his contact information? With current technology, it's not difficult. I'll instruct our information department to conduct a global search for Jiang Tian. Their words held truth. Every nation's satellites now covered the globe, tracking vehicles and flights. Finding Jiang Tian wouldn't be hard. After an hour of searching, the island nation's intelligence reported that Jiang Tian had gone to Sin City. What? Sin City? What is a student doing there? Indulging in pleasures at such a young age. Lord Abe, I've been to Sin City. The women there are quite delightful. Perhaps this time. Slap. Abe struck him across the face. Bastard. Our homeland is on the brink of collapse, and you still think of such things. Unforgivable. Now immediately we go to Sin City to find Jiang Tian. Yes. The subordinates nodded in unison. Though their strength exceeded Abe's, their social standing was low, as the island nation's rigid class hierarchy placed nobles above commoners. Abe hailed from the noble Abe clan, a class distinction ingrained in the nation's blood. His father Abe Bigbstard and grandfather Abe Oldbstard ranked just below the emperor. Thus, even level 90 powerhouses bowed to the Abe family. Abe and his entourage flew to Sin City on a specialized aircraft. After Jiang Tian's previous purge, the city was now entirely under the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's control. Park Gukchang had become the de facto ruler. No one dared defy him. Except, of course, the supreme guest elder Jiang Tian, who was currently in the manor enjoying high-class service from maids in black stockings. Before him lay a lavish feast no less grand than that of Tianquan Hotel, all sourced by Park. Eat up, don't be shy. Jiang Tian grabbed a beast leg with his hands, abandoning chopsticks entirely. He was a carefree soul among friends, unconcerned with appearances. Giggle. The maids in black stockings were amused by his antics. To them, Jiang Tian was less a supreme guest elder and more a playful child. Annie was also pulled to the table by Jiang Tian. Park Gukchang stayed as well, having become Jiang Tian's devoted admirer after witnessing his prowess. He seized every opportunity to curry favor with Jiang Tian. Guest Elder Jiang, a platinum guest elder from the island nation within our chamber, has requested a cross-level contact. Do you approve? If not, I'll reject it. Park Guk-chang relayed the request from headquarters. The decision was entirely Jiang Tian's. The headquarters would not interfere with his personal life. Within the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, there is no need for lower-level personnel to apply for contact with their superiors. They can reach out directly, and subordinates cannot refuse. However, when subordinates wish to contact their superiors, they must first apply to the headquarters, which will then inquire about the superior's willingness to engage. If the superior declines, the headquarters cannot intervene. However, when subordinates wish to contact their superiors, they must first apply to the headquarters, which will then inquire about the superior's willingness to engage. On the flight to this location, he had opened the international news and seen the explosive headlines from the islands excitedly singing a tune on the plane. Now that those people were looking for him, it was clear they wanted him to fight the beasts. Although he needed energy points to upgrade his system, there was still over a month left, so it wasn't urgent. Once the 8th-tier beast layers had completely engulfed the islands, he could go hunt the beasts. It would still yield energy points, just delayed by a few days. Then he'll refuse that platinum guest. Park Guchong immediately made the necessary arrangements within the— Come on, let's keep drinking and enjoy ourselves. Jiang Tian raised his glass again, addressing the others. Don't just stand there if the islands are about to fall. Sit down, and let's have a good drink today. Immediately Jiang Tian turned to the black-clad maids. Can we really? The black-clad maids looked at each other, unable to believe that they could dine and drink with the esteemed guest. Heavens! This esteemed guest appeared so approachable, with no semblance of arrogance, unlike some bronze guests who, even as the low strength, carried themselves with superiority. If Jiang the guest says you can sit, then sit down to eat, Park Guchong said, and everyone happily dug into the food, as there was plenty on the table for everyone. On the other side, Abe, along with several of his subordinates, and the island's platinum guest Yamamoto Taro. The Yamamoto family is considered a noble family in the islands, slightly lower in status than the Abe family, but still holding some significance, especially since Yamamoto Taro is a rare genius. Having passed the platinum guest test of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, he became the first guest of the Wanbao Chamber in the islands, awarded a medal by the emperor, hence gaining great fame. Yet he did not become arrogant, as he realized upon joining the Wanbao Chamber that there were many geniuses in this world. He was merely seen as a genius in the islands. However, within the ranks of the Wanbao Chamber's platinum guests, he was essentially at the bottom. Thus, he often maintained a humble heart. This time, invited by Abe to seek Jiang Tian's assistance, he came to this city of vice. This is the Wanbao Chamber. Do not act too recklessly, Awaken, Yamamoto advised. It's just a branch, not the main chamber. What is there to fear? Abe scoffed, as his family did not engage in business, hence their interactions with the Wanbao Chamber were limited. Additionally, as a noble family, they held a condescending view towards merchants and chambers, seeing the Wanbao Chamber as merely a larger business venture that made money. Esteemed platinum guest, welcome. Please come in, greeted the automatic recognition system as they stood at the end. The staff inside also came out to greet them with smiles. Please come in, esteemed guests. The staff assumed Abe, and the others were brought by Yamamoto. How rude. I called for your president. You lack the qualification to speak to me. Abe disdainfully remarked, looking down on the lowly staff. No, Awaken, let's just go in. Yamamoto urged. No, I cannot lose face. Abe firmly stood his ground, leaving Yamamoto unable to enter. Thus they all found themselves stuck at the entrance of the Wanbao Chamber. The staff, noticing Yamamoto's tone, felt displeased, though they did not show it on their faces. They had hosted many distinguished guests before. Therefore they returned inside, promptly, no longer acknowledging Abe and the others. As for notifying President Park Guchong, that was out of the question. Who does this petty man think he is? At the entrance, Abe refused to enter without the president personally coming out. After 2.5 hours, Awaken, why don't we just go in? Yamamoto said, his legs tiring from standing. Moreover, there was a constant flow of people at the Wanbao Chamber, many entering and exiting, and those passing by began to whisper about the group lingering at the entrance. Who are these guys? Looks like they've been here for quite a while. I don't know. Are they here to pick a fight with the Wanbao Chamber? You shouldn't say that carelessly. It's the Wanbao Chamber's territory now. Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare. That would be akin to courting death. Look at the short one in front. Doesn't he resemble a dwarf from a fairy tale? Some mocked Abe, who was indeed quite short. This is the first time I've seen someone so short, ha ha ha. My, he must have to look down to speak, ha ha ha. Abe's subordinate swiftly beheaded those mockers, blood spraying everywhere, silencing the nearby crowd. Awaken, you acted impulsively. Yamamoto attempted to intervene, but was unable to stop him. He was a platinum guest and knew the rules of the Wanbao Chamber. Killing at the entrance was an offense against the chamber, prompting a group of experts from the Wanbao Chamber to rush out immediately. What trash dares to compare with my subordinates? Abe scoffed, looking down on them, as his subordinates were among the best in the islands. If your president doesn't come out soon, I'll cut you all down. Hey, Awaken, you shouldn't say that, Yamamoto urged again. Please do not take offense. I am a platinum guest. This is my friend, and there was a minor incident that occurred who I hope for your understanding. Abe, if you insist on courting death, I'll just stand aside and watch the show. Yamamoto sighed. He hadn't faced much trouble at home, but here on their turf. Park Guchang knew that this guy Abe would not easily give up, but what did it have to do with him? Some factions within their country feared the Abe family from the island nation. He wasn't afraid. He had grown tired of this guy long ago, and as the president, his status globally was not inferior to that of this individual. Come attack him. Without a second thought, Park Guchang ordered his subordinates to beat up Abe. Abe's strength was no match for those under him. He was over 40 and only at level 45. Faced with a group of level 85 masters, he was soon left gasping for breath. Sean stood by silently believing that Park Guchang knew what he was doing. It was impossible that they would kill Abe. After all, he was the diplomatic envoy of the island nation, and killing him would prompt pressure from the island government side. Healer-type ability users come out and heal this guy, then continue to hit him. Don't repeat too many times, just 10 rounds will do. Clap, clap, clap. Finally, after the 10th round, Abe admitted defeat and had to bow his head. I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted recklessly here. He had to admit his mistake verbally, or he would face more beatings. May I ask, this president is Jiang Tian inside? Could you let me see him, please? Abe stated his request. Jiang Keqing said that with your status, you are not qualified to meet him. You should bring your emperor and several officials, and by the way, remind your emperor to bring a divine crystal. Park Guchang said this was what Jiang Tian instructed him to convey when he came out. It wasn't that Jiang Tian was being arrogant. A mere island nation on the verge of collapse expected him to take action, yet they sent a mere envoy. Not even a person of decent standing. Wasn't this looking down on him? Jiang Tian had heard that the royal family of the island nation, the Mary family, was quite proud, especially the current emperor Mary Xiao, who was said to be difficult to approach even for those below the noble class, let alone come to plead with someone. So Jiang Tian deliberately made things difficult. After all, he had no intention of going. He would wait until the island nation fell before collecting energy points. If they came, that would be even better. Jiang Tian wanted to trample on these people's dignity and see what it felt like to toy with an emperor. Because this Mary Xiao actually led the worship at that Yasukuni shrine, although it had now been flattened by the tide of otherworldly beasts. Moreover, Jiang Tian had learned through channels that the island nation seemed to have only one divine crystal in its possession. If he could get his hands on it, he would have 2 divine crystals. He would be one step closer to restoring the fragmented shadow divine crystal. With a complete fragmented shadow divine realm, he would have more assurance in confronting the divine beings. All right, I will go back and say this right away. Abe left in a sorry state, taking a private plane back. In the island nation, there was no city at present. This city had been temporarily designated as the capital by Emperor Mary Xiao after all Dongjing had already fallen. Within the palace where the emperor resided, Mary Xiao was receiving the worship of numerous officials. After the worship, Abe the little scoundrel also conveyed the request made by Jiang Tian. Your Majesty, the Emperor Jiang Tian said that you must personally invite him and also bring accompanying officials and a divine crystal, otherwise he will not meet you. Abe said cautiously, while also preparing for punishment from the emperor, knowing that the emperor was a person who valued face greatly, and it was impossible for him to go and plead with someone. You must be joking. Who does Jiang Tian think he is daring to ask the emperor to invite him? This person is merely a common citizen from the Summer Kingdom, yet he has such lofty demands. In my opinion, we must send an assassination team to take care of this guy. That's right, the emperor's dignity must not be offended. And a divine crystal. I think Jiang Tian is just a lunatic. Sure enough, as soon as Abe finished speaking before Emperor Mary Xiao could respond, a group of officials was already furious. The emperor was their inner pillar. That was of immeasurable nobility. How could they go and plead with a commoner? Wasn't that a loss of dignity? Ahem. After a long silence, Mary Xiao finally spoke. Abe, is Jiang Tian as formidable as he claims? Summer Jia wouldn't be playing with you, would he? Could a freshman just entering university handle an 8th level beast den? Mary Xiao's words echoed the doubts of many officials. After all, they had witnessed how ferocious the beasts were on the 8th level battlefield. Those above level 80 were immediately overwhelmed by the tide of beasts, leaving not a trace behind. Your Majesty, it seems Jiang Tian is extraordinary. Although he lacks abilities, his physical strength is astonishing, and he is currently the supreme guest of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Abe, you've spent too much time in the Summer Kingdom. When did you start to respect others? A lowly merchant's chamber of commerce is worthy of your loud proclamations. I know you don't believe me, but I have a video of Jiang Tian fighting the beasts. When Jiang Tian fought the beasts, he had gone live, so naturally someone had recorded it. Many who recorded it did so for the purpose of learning and to admire Jiang Tian, so it was quite normal for videos of Jiang Tian to circulate online. It was not a problem for Abe to acquire one. Soon a video appeared in front of everyone showing Jiang Tian wielding a war spear sweeping through the tide of beasts with golden light radiating from him, standing an impressive 3 meters tall. He looked like a deity descending to the mortal realm. The video was only a few seconds long, so it was quickly finished. Is he really an ordinary person? Mary Xiao and the officials were filled with immense doubt. With a single swing of the war spear, hundreds of 8th-level beasts were instantly slain. You tell me he's an ordinary person? Your Majesty, do not forget that our Ministry of Science and Technology has conducted research on abilities. So-called abilities from a genetic perspective are mutations that produce ability genes. Thus, various abilities and talents exist, and this Jiang Tian, according to my speculation, likely underwent a rare genetic mutation, one that is even more powerful than the typical ability gene mutations. Therefore, if we can obtain Jiang Tian's cells and decipher his genetic sequence, then utilizing the latest biotechnology, our island nation will continuously produce strong individuals akin to Jiang Tian. By then we will no longer need to learn from anyone, and even unifying the globe will not be a dream. An official in charge of biotechnology revealed a greedy expression. This proposal is indeed good, but how do we obtain Jiang Tian's cells? In my opinion, we should first invite Jiang Tian here, Emperor Mary Xiao stated. However, as soon as these words were spoken, they were immediately met with opposition from everyone. Your Majesty, your status is noble. How can you lower yourself to invite such a commoner? No, 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 for the sake of our island nation's dream of supremacy, this emperor will temporarily endure a bit of humiliation. It is nothing. Let's do this, bring the divine crystal, and we shall depart immediately. The sooner we act, the sooner we can realize our dream of supremacy. Your Majesty, are we really going to give the divine crystal a? Once Jiang Tian helps us repel the beast, then we can then obtain his cells, and we can retrieve the divine crystal later, can't we? Your Majesty is wise. Thus a grand procession set off. The Mingli family, being part of the royal family of the island nation, is naturally equipped with the latest high technology. Their travel aircraft is also the fastest, thus taking less than an hour. This group flew from Youwu City to the Sinful City. Naturally, many officials from the imperial family came along with their entourage, causing quite a stir in the Sinful City. Wow, who are these people? What a huge commotion, and they seem so extravagant. It looks like they are from the island nation, and the one leading them seems to be the emperor. I have seen his image in international news before. Why is the emperor from the island nation here? Is there something wrong with their women that they have to come here? I don't know, but judging by their serious expressions, it seems something significant is happening. There's only one major force left here. They must be heading to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. You may not know, but there are mutated beasts appearing in the island nation. They are here to invite Jiang Kaching. Now that you mention it, I understand. But Jiang Kaching is from the Xia country. Will he help the island nation? Everyone looked on as spectators following the island delegation to the entrance of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. This time it was Abe who went forward to knock on the door. The last time he brought enough experts, and this time there were even more, both overtly and covertly. He didn't believe that Park Guochang still dared to confront him. However, as soon as Abe arrived at the door, he saw Park Guochang waiting there. He thought this guy should have given up. The Emperor's guard is not something the opponent can resist. Park Guochang, go call Jiang Tian out, Abe arrogantly commanded. Presumptuous Abe, you are too arrogant. The Emperor Mingli Xiao reprimanded. Since they were on someone else's territory, they naturally had to show some respect. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. Mr. Park, I apologize on behalf of Abe. I won't say much. We are here to find Jiang Tian. Mingli Xiao spoke, trying to appear courteous. In reality, he didn't want to be this polite, but to repel the mutated beasts he had no other choice. Otherwise, if the island nation fell, where would he go, and how could he still be the emperor? Moreover, the most important goal was to obtain Jiang Tian cells to take back to decode the genetic sequence, so temporary patience was necessary. You must be the emperor of the island nation. Unfortunately, our Jiang Kaching just finished eating and is a bit tired. He is currently taking a nap. Please wait a moment. Jiang Kaching hates being disturbed during his nap. Once he is awakened, he might not agree to anything. However, as soon as this was said, the group of accompanying officials couldn't hold back. What? Do you know what you were saying? Our emperor has always been the one who is waited upon, and no one has ever been bold enough to make our emperor wait. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and bring Jiang Tian out, or what? Are you threatening me? Park Guochang laughed, knowing that after Abe was beaten last time, he figured the island nation would send a delegation. He had already summoned experts from the headquarters, and currently there were experts at level 90 inside along with the terrifying Jiang Tian. If a fight broke out, it was something Park Guochang would be happy to see, and Jiang Tian would also welcome. Once chaos ensued, if they accidentally killed the emperor, they could not be blamed. Shut up. What are you making noise about? Since Jiang Kaching wants to put on airs, let's give him face and weight, said the emperor, for the sake of the island nation's dominance and Jiang Tian's cells. What does waiting matter? After resolving the mutated beast's nest with Jiang Tian, it would be time for him. Thus Ming Li Xiu and the group of officials began to wait at the door. Park Guochang had no patience for that. He directly walked and comfortably sat down and started enjoying snacks and drinks. So after 2.5 hours, Chairman Park, is Jiang Keqing still not awake from his nap? Ming Li Xiu shouted from outside, not letting himself and still very polite. What noise? Jiang Keqing has just woken up and needs to take a shower. Wait a moment, and he will come to see you. All right, Ming Li Xiu replied with a forced smile. The crowd watching from behind and the sides also began to discuss. Jiang Keqing is quite something, making the emperor of the island nation wait so long. Of course he is the supreme guest of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, shouldn't he save face? It is said that when Ming Li Xiu visited the Xia country during mutual condolences between the heads of state, Xia Jie didn't dare to make Ming Li Xiu wait like this. Now Jiang Keqing makes them wait for so long and still hasn't come out to see him. If you ask me, the longer the wait the better. Let's humble these arrogant islanders, aren't they very proud? And so various excuses continued until 7 hours later when night fell. Ming Li Xiu and the group of officials had been standing so long that their legs were sore, filled with anger. When had they ever endured such treatment? But they could only dare to be angry without speaking out. Until 8:30 Jiang Tian's figure finally appeared at the door. Who wishes to see this guest? He lazily stretched and looked at the crowd at the door, knowing the appearance of the emperor of the island nation well. After all, he had seen enough international news. You are Jiang Tian, Jiang Keqing. Ming Li Xiu stepped forward, greeting him warmly and extending his right hand for a handshake. Indeed, I am Jiang Tian. I am Emperor Ming Li Xiu. We have come primarily to invite you to the island nation to help us deal with the 8th-tier mutated beast nest. Inviting me to take action is not easy. Is there a divine crystal? Perhaps I could consider it. Ming Li Xiu took out a delicate box, opened it, and inside was a divine crystal that Jiang Tian examined closely. It was similar to the one Luo Kuang had given him back then. The aura was the same, it seemed to be the real deal. Then I will accept it. Jiang Tian received it. Although Ming Li Xiu tried hard to restrain his expression, he felt a pang in his heart. However, thinking that it was only temporarily stored with Jiang Tian. When they would take it back later, his expression eased considerably. However, what he didn't know was that once it was in Jiang Tian's hands, could it really be retrieved? I wonder how you have considered it. When will we set off? I also need to arrange things, said Emperor Ming Li Xiu. However, Jiang Tian merely turned and walked to the door, casually saying, after consideration, I have decided not to go. It's more comfortable here. Jiang Tian spoke as if he were toying with a monkey. This time Ming Li Xiu came here just to run errands and deliver divine crystals. He had never considered going to the island nation. After all, as long as he wasn't in the island nation, he could do as he pleased. Even if he were in the island nation, he could still act freely, but he would have to bear some backlash from international opinion. Not going. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's refusal, not only Park Guochang, but also Emperor Ming Li Xiu and the officials from the island nation along with the onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded. They thought they had misheard, and it took a long time for them to react. They had mobilized almost all the upper echelons of the island nation for this invitation to Jiang Tian, waiting here for a full 7 to 8 hours. This was not to mention the offering of a divine crystal, a rare top-tier resource, globally, only to receive a mere consideration in return. In the end, the conclusion was still a refusal. How could they endure this? Immediately, the emperor and his entourage were enraged. Baka, are you kidding me? The emperor cursed angrily. P.S. Dear readers, it seems the book has been unblocked. In the past few days, according to the website's prompts, I am modifying some violations, and you know what those are. So there will be slightly fewer updates in the next few days, will you please understand? Seeing Jiang Tian mock the emperor like this, the group of little fellows could no longer hold back and prepared to take action. This was exactly what Jiang Tian wanted. If they acted first, he could claim self-defense. If anyone were to be killed, they could not blame him. Moreover, the number of experts from the island nation this time was bound to be considerable. Killing them would leave the island nation even more powerless to resist the beastly demonic lair, leading to a quicker downfall. Additionally, this was a city of crime, not Xia country, so even if there were international opinions, it didn't matter. This was a place devoid of morals, and the international community had long gotten used to it. Today you must leave whether you want to or not. An 85-level Emperor guard immediately stepped forward, furious, charging towards Jiang Tian. At the same time, experts from the Wanbao Merchant Association also appeared, consisting of 9 individuals over level 80, along with 2 in the 90s, allowing Jiang Tian to sit back and watch the drama unfold. Park Guochang, the Wanbao Merchant Association, cannot interfere in international affairs. As the president, do you intend to make an exception? Ming Li Xiu of the Emperor's Guard said. While he did not fear the experts from the Wanbao Merchant Association engaging in a fight would still incur some losses on his side. At this critical moment against the beasts, it was best to conserve strength whenever possible. I do not concern myself with international affairs, but if you wish to act against my esteemed guest on my territory, that equates to acting against the Wanbao Merchant Association, and I will not tolerate it. Park Guochang said with a glance. One of his 85-level subordinates immediately engaged with the island. The two were of comparable strength. One had a talent that transformed into a beast, while the other had a talent that enhanced their physical body, making for a back-and-forth battle. Park Guochang was somewhat surprised. The experts from the Wanbao Merchant Association were always rigorously trained, selected from the outstanding individuals of their level. To his astonishment, this little fellow from the island nation actually had some skill. Truly, they were the Emperor's guards. With continuous clashes, the waves of abilities surged. Both were B-level talents, resulting in a stalemate where neither side could gain the upper hand. "They'll come to assist you." At this moment, another member of the Emperor's guard intervened. The little fellow from the island nation was notoriously cunning. If they couldn't win, they would call for help, making it a known. However, at the same time, someone from Park Guochang's side also joined the fray. Thus, those above level 80 and below level 90 from both sides engaged in battle. Park Guochang quickly activated the high-tech defense formation of the Wanbao Merchant Association, or else, if this continued, the association here would be destroyed amidst the fighting. He even tossed out a spatial item to cover the area, trying to avoid collateral damage to the surrounding buildings, most of which now belonged to the Wanbao Merchant Association. Are there any more experts? Bring them out as well. At this moment, there were still 2 level 90 individuals from the Wanbao Merchant Association, both experts borrowed from the headquarters. One was Chadman with a wind element ability at level 92. Foreign element users are mostly wind, lightning, and ice, while those domestically are typically metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Chadman had also once ventured into the Divine Gift Dungeon in his early years. Although he wasn't as renowned as Yorick, he was indeed a genuine prodigy. The other was Roger, a lightning element user with a strength of level 93 and a well-respected veteran in the Wanbao Merchant Association. As their auras were revealed, the pressure of their strength above level 90 pressed toward the opponents instantly, causing Ming Lixiu to feel an immense weight. "Presumptuous, do you really think there are no experts in my island nation?" Simultaneously, a powerful aura emerged from the island nation's side, countering the pressure from Chadman. A short man with a beard, his skin yellowish, wearing wooden sandals, and carrying a katana stepped forward. He was the head of the Nishikawa family from the island nation, responsible for the Emperor's Guard for many years. Smoothly favored by Ming Lixiu, his name was Nishikawa Gongbon, a soil element user with a strength of level 96. Although he did not awaken a second talent at level 70. However, at level 95, he would definitely awaken a talent, making his second talent a weapon master. Both were level talents, excelling in both offense and defense. Thus, upon his entry, Chadman felt his body tremble. After all, an ability user's strength produces earth-shattering changes upon reaching level 95. The second individual from the island nation was Fengcheng Erlang, the second elder of the Fengcheng family, with impressive strength at level 95, possessing the talent of a shadow assassin and a secondary support talent. Though the secondary talent was supportive, it amplified the attack power of himself and his teammates, making it quite formidable. These two nearly represented the highest echelon of ability users in the island nation. It could be said that there were no individuals more terrifying than these two within the island nation. "What should we do? Should we fight?" Chadman quietly asked Roger, as neither of them had reached level 95, thus it was natural for them to feel fear. With just a few levels of difference and the pressure of dual talents, the odds seemed bleak. "Let's fight. What is there to fear? We were once prodigies, and now we are still at the doorstep of our own association. We cannot lose face," Roger said, activating his lightning element talent. Lightning Flash. Utilizing the lightning evading technique, Roger's figure moved so swiftly that he was almost invisible, and in just a second, he dashed behind Nishikawa Gangban. Lightning Spear. A long spear formed from condensed black lightning appeared in Roger's hand. This spear, crackling with arcs of lightning, was one of Roger's signature moves. Moreover, it had extremely high armor-piercing capabilities and certain control effects, and once hit, it would add a brief paralysis effect. In a paralyzed state, the struck individual would fall into a temporary inability to use their abilities. Roger used this move immediately to deal with Nishikawa Gongbon, as this guy was a soil element user and not very fast. If he were to attack Fengcheng Erlang, this guy's shadow assassin talent skill could split into numerous shadows, making it hard to hit. Chadman and Roger had been friends for many years, so as soon as Roger acted, Chadman instantly understood Roger's intent, thus also coordinating accordingly. "Wind and Thunderblade," Chadman shouted. This Wind and Thunderblade was a combined martial skill that he and Roger had trained together, merging the elements of wind and thunder. It was an area effect attack aimed at eliminating Nishikawa Gangban after paralyzing him with the lightning spear. Mere trifles. However, facing the two attacks, Nishikawa Gangban revealed a disdainful smirk, seemingly not taking them seriously. Just a couple of scrubs who haven't reached level 95. Nishikawa Gangban merely stomped lightly, activating his soil element talent, immediately gathering the power of the earth. With a thunderous roar, a massive shell of earth element coalesced, enveloping Jiang Chuan Gang inside. This exemplified the domineering power of the earth element master. As long as one stands on solid ground, they can continuously summon earth elements, making it an invincible form of defense. A resounding crash echoed as the colossal spear of lightning struck the shell. However, due to the disparity in power levels and the advantageous terrain of the earth element master, the piercing ability of the lightning spear failed to penetrate Jiang Chuan Gang's shell. Eventually, the lightning spear dissipated, leaving only some arcs of lightning dancing upon the shell, while the wind and thunder blades also launched their assault. The wind and thunder blades, renowned for their combined attack technique, possessed far greater offensive power than the lightning spear, yet they merely stripped away a layer of Jiang Chuan Gang's shell. Completely breaking through it seemed nearly impossible. How could this be? Chadman and Roger stared wide-eyed. It's impossible. Most of our attacks are magical damage, while the earth element shield is only meant to withstand physical damage. Initially, they were confident because the attacks of the lightning and wind elements were primarily magical damage supplemented by physical attacks. The paralyzing effect of the lightning should have had some impact. Oh, why was there none now? At this moment, after withstanding the attacks, Jiang Chuan Gang removed the shell and said proudly, "The earth element excels in physical defense, but lacks magical resistance, which is why I found a 9th-tier magical resistance artifact long ago. Combined with my earth element shield, it can negate 90 of your damage." Magical damage above level 90 is still quite terrifying. Although Jiang Chuan Gang has the magical resistance artifact, he was still struck by lightning with small arcs visible dancing on his body. However, these minor arcs were insufficient to paralyze him. "As long as it's not complete immunity, I have a way," Roger declared, noting that the lightning element master's magical attacks are diverse, and he has other tricks up his sleeve. Thunder Domain. An ability-type talent has a slight chance of producing area skills, which are more powerful than ordinary talent skills. Roger's Thunder Domain was acquired in a divine instance in America, within the domain of the God of Thunder, where he obtained a fragment of divine lightning said to be left by the God of Thunder. This divine lightning perfectly aligned with his Thunder Domain. Consequently, a dark mass of thunderclouds gathered above the heads of the people on the island, with arcs of lightning appearing. Though thin, they exuded a sense of destruction. Even Jiang Chuan Gang and Fengcheng Erlang, both over level 95, felt a tinge of fear in their hearts. This must be something left by the divine beings, otherwise it wouldn't be so oppressive. It seems we must unleash all our power, both Jiang Chuan Gang and Fengcheng Erlang thought. Although their strength and talent were overwhelming, they understood that the remnants of divine beings should not be underestimated, so they prepared to go all out. Spring has come, flowers bloom. Fengcheng Erlang unleashed his supportive talent. Lacking defensive capability, he had to rely on Jiang Chuan Gang for protection. After receiving the supportive enhancement, Jiang Chuan Gang's aura surged, and a massive earth element barrier surrounded the people on the island. Activate all magical resistance artifacts and integrate them into Jiang Chuan's barrier quickly, Emperor Ming Li Xiu urged. A great rumble echoed. At that moment, the thunder domain descended, and that fragment of divine lightning was indeed extraordinary as it struck the earth element barrier, causing several cracks and nearly shattering it. However, since the divine lightning was only a fragment and Roger had no one to aid in enhancing his attack power, he ultimately failed to breach Jiang Chuan Gang's elemental barrier. Huff! Roger gasped for breath. Using the domain skill and channeling divine lightning consumed a significant amount of energy, resulting in nearly 70% of his energy being depleted after several attacks. It was impossible to use divine lightning again, and now he could only rely on Chadman. Divine lightning is indeed powerful, but your strength is too low. Use any other attack methods you have, otherwise he'll send you on your way. Jiang Chuan Gang laughed arrogantly. In his eyes, this level 93 guy was helpless, and what could a level 92 do? Let me experience your prowess. The wind element master Chadman charged forward, while across from him, Fengcheng Erlang couldn't help but. The wind element specializes in wind evasion and speed attacks, and the shadow also excels in speed attacks, thus the clash between the two could be seen as a collision within their areas of expertise. Wind shield, wind blade. Chadman rode the winds, his speed evidently increasing significantly, while Shadow Fengcheng Erlang simultaneously utilized his shadow talent to create numerous shadows. With his current strength of level 95, he could already create 10 shadows which could attack simultaneously. Moreover, the key was that Fengcheng Erlang's true self could switch states freely with the 10 shadows. This meant that to attack his true self, one must first deal with the other 10 shadows. While the opponent was engaged with the shadows, his true self could take the opportunity to strike. Chadman moved at lightning speed, and his wind blade struck one of the shadows, but at the moment of impact the shadow transformed into a puddle of black water, melding into the ground. Meanwhile, Feng Chung Erlang's true self swung his katana down. Whooshed! Chadman dodged with his speed advantage. Overall, he was slightly faster. Not bad. The speed of the wind element is indeed impressive, Feng Chung Erlang remarked, noting that he at level 95 could not keep up with a level 92, indicating the opponent's speed was indeed extraordinary. But what if the true self and 10 shadows attacked together? How would the opponent respond? With a thought, Feng Chung Erlang immediately attacked alongside the shadows. Even if the shadows were resolved, he could still summon them again using his energy. Although their attack power and speed were inferior to the true self, their combined assault was still quite troublesome for Chadman. Bang bang. The sounds of collision between the katana and wind blades echoed continuously. As the saying goes, two fists cannot fight against four hands. Over time, Chadman gradually succumbed to the relentless onslaught. At this moment, a large shadow loomed over everyone. Looking up, they saw a gigantic meteor. Indeed, it was the colossal meteor summoned by Jiang Chuan Gang utilizing the earth element of the land. The Earth Element Master has many defensive methods, but their offensive means are exceedingly singular, relying solely on summoning meteors, which requires time to charge. Just in time, Jiang Chuan Gang had finished charging. This meteor appeared to have a diameter of at least 500 meters, which was the largest meteor Jiang Chuan Gang could summon at present. Its weight was unimaginable. If it were to fall, the technological defense array of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly crumble, meaning that everyone within the Wanbao Chamber would be crushed by this meteor. I didn't expect that guy was hiding behind the crowd, actually gathering energy for the meteorite, Park Wuchang said with a frown, then looked at Jiang Tian. Jiang Keqing, do you have a way to deal with this meteorite? It's not that he didn't trust Jiang Tian, even though Jiang Tian had previously dealt with the Wolf Gang and the Qinglong Gang. However, those were merely level 80 gangs incomparable to level 90, or let alone the above level 95 superpowered individuals. Moreover, this meteorite appeared to be quite heavy. Could Jiang Keqing withstand it? Don't worry, Jiang Tian replied. With his current strength of 10 million pounds combined with the multipliers and critical hit rates from his martial arts, shattering this meteorite was certainly within his capabilities. As the immense shadow descended, the nearby audience panicked. Everyone run. The people from the island nation are about to destroy the Sin City. Such a large meteorite, like an asteroid collision, who could possibly withstand it? The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce might just be annihilated. The nearby crowd, aware of the situation, quickly distanced themselves from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, standing outside the meteorite's attack range. Once they confirmed they were safe, they resumed watching the spectacle. In their view, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce could not withstand it. As long as it was destroyed after the fall of the whale, these small and medium forces would have a chance to rise to prominence. As for Jiang Tian, he finally decided to act. He had observed enough of the show and realized that the Earth Element Master opposite him was accumulating the meteorite. He specifically waited for the accumulation to finish. This meteorite was of great use to Jiang Tian. Previously, through the dual positioning of the artificial intelligence, Shaqiang and Bar, Jiang Tian had already figured out the location of the first defense line of the island nation. Now this meteorite was a grand gift from Jiang Tian to the first defense line of the island nation. Being struck by this meteorite would undoubtedly create a massive breach in the first line of defense. As long as there was a crack, the defense line would not withstand the attacks of the beasts, and at that time the first defense line would collapse. With this thought, Jiang Tian made his move. Stepping through the void to arrive beneath the meteorite, Jiang Tian caught it with both hands. The meteorite, which was still in free fall, instantly halted in midair, leaving everyone around dumbfounded. It stopped. Nichuan Gangban exclaimed in surprise. He knew how heavy this meteorite was, at least 8 million pounds. He could barely control it using his earth element affinity and abilities. Now it was caught directly by Jiang Tian. 8 million pounds of force. Even with a divine-level strength talent, it shouldn't be possible to exert such immense power. Ming Lixiu and the others also realized the terrifying aspect of Jiang Tian. This meteorite was Nichuan's most prized technique, yet it was caught so effortlessly. The onlooking crowd that had stepped aside also gaped in awe. The supreme Keqing of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is indeed impressive. They had initially thought the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would be destroyed, but now it seemed that just Jiang Tian was enough. Who could destroy it? Unless a deity descended personally. However, the next moment something even more astonishing. Jiang Tian swung the meteorite like a bowling ball, spinning it a few times before directly tossing it in a certain direction. Then he unleashed a series of celestial fist techniques. A massive fist shadow struck the meteorite, imparting it with incredible speed. The meteorite flew away rapidly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Naturally, the trajectory was directed towards the first defense line of the island nation, and they probably couldn't have imagined that one day a meteorite would fall upon them. Not good. Nichuan Gangban and the others felt uneasy as they watched the direction of the meteorite fly away, but at that moment they had no idea where it would land, only knowing it was heading towards their homeland. Right now they could only hope that the meteorite would land in a no-man's land. Dare to mock the emperor, I will kill you. The shadow Fengsheng Erlang rushed forward, instantly appearing in midair, surrounding Jiang Tian with 11 figures. Shadow Blade. He initiated his attack. Be careful, Jiang Keqing, Chadman warned. He had just experienced the Shadow Blade's attack, which dealt tremendous physical damage, utterly horrifying. To defend, he had 2 9th-tier defensive artifacts shattered. At this moment, Jiang Tian had also assessed the speed of the shadow through the Shadow Blade's velocity, roughly 3,500 points, meaning a displacement of 3,500 meters per second. If Jiang Tian wanted to dodge, the opponent wouldn't even see a hair of him. But he couldn't be bothered to dodge, after all, with his current armor, even the evil god avatar couldn't break through it. Why be afraid of such minor physical attacks? What a joke. Do you think my 175000 armor is just for show? Moreover, there's also a 10 true damage reflection. Hitting him would be like hitting himself. It's over. Jiang Keqing has taken a hit. Chadman thought Jiang Tian couldn't dodge in time. After all, everyone knew that when Jiang Tian took the title of Supreme Keqing, it was due to his outstanding strength. But people can only excel in one aspect. Having outstanding strength meant his speed and defense wouldn't be high. This Shadow Blade likely wouldn't hold up. Park Guchang and the others also showed worried expressions. Ha ha ha, my attack is so fast, how can an ordinary person dodge it? Still claiming to be the Supreme Keqing, what a joke. Fengsheng Erlang said with immense pride, while the others from the island nation laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, with the attack of the Shadow Blade, this guy must have a 97 level type defensive talent, otherwise he wouldn't be able to withstand it. And this requires the combination of a 9th-tier defensive artifact. After all, our Fengsheng family possesses a high armor-piercing ability, reaching nearly 3,000 points of armor penetration. Killing Jiang Tian would also be great. I've heard this guy is an important talent in Xia country. Killing him would mean a significant loss for Xia country. Look at him, he's so scared he can't even move. It's clear that he has never seen much of the world. In Ming Lixiu and the others' eyes, this attack should be a guaranteed success. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the attack from the Shadow Blade struck Jiang Tian. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds and the sound of the Shadow Blade shattering, an even more captivating sound emerged. The sound of Fengsheng Erlang spitting blood was even more melodious. Fengsheng Erlang had yet to understand what was happening. He only saw the Shadow Blade hit Jiang Tian, and he received unstoppable damage without even a moment to activate his artifacts. Of course, even if he had the true damage reflection, would lead to his demise. Fengsheng Erlang. The gleeful Ming Lixiu and the others who were preparing to watch Jiang Tian being killed by the Shadow Blade suddenly saw the proud Fengsheng Erlang collapse to the ground, instantly losing all life. The healing-type superpowered individuals from the Emperor's Guard all sprang into action, but there was no effect whatsoever. Dead. The Emperor and Ming Lixius group were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape. The bewildered little days were filled with confusion. They could not understand how Fengsheng Erlang had died, looking at each other in sorrow. Ming Lixiu and the others were heartbroken. Fengsheng Erlang was the head of the Fengsheng family. As one of the highest powers of the island nation, his death meant a significant reduction in their strength against the alien beasts in the future, especially since the Fengsheng family would be without a leader. Inevitably, there would be a struggle for the new head position, as many within the Fengsheng family coveted this position. Thus, the Fengsheng family would engage in internal strife again, further weakening the island nation's strength. Jiang Tian. Ming Lixiu and the others were furious, turning to Jiang Tian, blaming him for this entire situation caused by that detestable person from Xia country. Bang bang bang. The Shadow Blade struck Jiang Tian, shattering like eggs against stone. What do you want from me? Jiang Tian smiled, which only further infuriated Ming Lixiu and the others. Their subordinates had died, yet this guy was still alive. God, is there no justice in this world? Let's go. Though Ming Lixiu and the others were furious, they recognized Jiang Tian's strength through Fengsheng Erlang's death and naturally dared not to continue entangling with him. If Nishikawa Gangan were to die here as well, then all of the island nation's few experts above level 95 would be gone, leaving them without anyone to lead the resistance against the alien beast army. As for settling accounts with Jiang Tian, Ming Lixiu and the others had a plan to condemn Jiang Tian from a national level using international public opinion. They aimed to create a wave of international criticism against Jiang Tian, pressuring Xia country to hand him over or execute him directly. Ming Lixiu knew that Xia country valued its international image, unlike their island nation, which often ignored international opinion, discharging nuclear waste without care. Thinking of this, a sinister smile crept across Ming Lixius' lips. Stop. But just a few steps later, Jiang Tian's voice rang out from behind. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think this is your imperial palace? Jiang Tian said with overwhelming presence. You hurt my Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's people, and you think you can leave today without compensation? Park Guochang chimed in. What, Jiang Tian, do you still want to keep this emperor here? Do you realize how much of an uproar it would cause internationally to kidnap a national leader? A national leader's kidnapping would certainly raise a significant outcry, as such incidents typically involve the abduction of wealthy merchants' children. Kidnapping a national leader would be unprecedented as they represent the image of their country, and such an action would provoke the entire nation's opposition. The vengeance of a nation is something that cannot be withstood. Countless people, both overt and covert, would rise up against it. What am I afraid? However, Jiang Tian was unafraid. Not to mention that he was currently in a city of wickedness, a place of international freedom where no one cared. There were no laws here, and anything that happened could not be judged by conventional standards. Furthermore, Jiang Tian found it easy to deal with the islanders. He was not worried about someone from their nation coming after him. Moreover, after the 8th level alien beast nest he had gifted them, did they still have the energy to look for him? With that thought, a mysterious smile appeared on Jiang Tian's face as he walked step by step towards Emperor Ming Lisho, aiming not only to make the island nation lose its experts, but also to deplete their resources significantly. With that thought, a mysterious smile appeared on Jiang Tian's face as he walked step by step towards Emperor Ming Lisho, aiming not only to make the island nation. It was thick with extremely high defensive power, as the islanders had used all the defensive items and ability-enhancing props they had on the earth element barrier. In an instant, the barrier's defensive power became even more formidable. Considering physical defense, the barrier's armor was at least 25000. Having such armor was indeed impressive, but Jiang Tian felt it was still far from enough to compare with him. Jiang Tian's figure vanished, and in the next second he appeared in front of the barrier, delivering a simple unadorned punch, without even using any martial skills. Boom! With one punch the barrier shattered like paper. After all, it was a force of 10 million pounds combined with a 100 critical hit rate, equaling 20 million pounds of force. Such a massive figure was far too much for 25000 armor to withstand. After the barrier shattered, Jiang Tian's fist moved toward Nishikawa Gangan, the last hope of the island nation. With him, the island's confidence in resisting the 8th level alien beast nest could be greatly bolstered. Thus, Jiang Tian aimed to strike Nishikawa Gangan with a single punch, thoroughly shattering the last hope of the island nation, allowing their hopes to slowly fade away as they faced attacks from the alien beast nest. They would gradually experience the helplessness of their homeland's collapse. 10th level item, Earth Spirit Armor. As an expert above level 95, it would be unacceptable not to possess a top-tier 10th level item. Although the island nation was resource-scarce with the Emperor's financial backing, they could still purchase items from other. The Earth Spirit Armor is a single-target defensive item. It cannot enhance its own armor, but can withstand 10 attacks from experts below level 100. It is a functional item, making it quite terrifying. We retreat. Seeing Nishikawa Gangan reveal his final trump card, Emperor Ming Lisho also breathed a sigh of relief, able to withstand 10 of Jiang Tian's attacks. There was still plenty of time for him and the others to return to their private plane and fly back. Ha, Jiang Tian, do you think you can keep us here? Dream on. Ming Lisho couldn't help but burst into laughter. Once I return to the island nation, what can you do to me? Can you cross that billion-volt electric fence? At that time you are welcome to come to the island nation. I'll treat you to tea. Emperor Ming Lisho continued to mock as he believed that today, no matter what, they were set to leave. After mocking for a while, he felt much better. The other islanders also laughed derisively as they too felt quite frustrated. Jiang Tian, come and get me. I'm right here, what can you do? Come over, hit me. Look, him jumping over, oh, him jumping back, come hit me. Several officials even wiggled their hips, overly proud. Come and hit us, come on. If you don't hit us, we are leaving, Jiang Tian looked at these proud little ones, secretly having had barred record of video. When the time comes, even if he kills these fellows, he would have justification. After all, it was you who asked me to fight. Such a demand I have never encountered in my life. A 10th tier artifact, is it? Jiang Tian still did not use any martial techniques and punched towards the light barrier of the Nishikawa version, which had a full 10 layers. Each layer could withstand one.